the premise is you must agree to my 2 conditions. When Ye Bufan said this, the 5 clan leaders and the 5 god emperors all smiled knowingly. They were afraid that Ye Bufan would be stubborn and not want to talk. But since Ye Bufan has the conditions, it means there is still room for negotiation. For them, that was enough. The next second, Ji Tianming smiled and said, "Little brother, why don't you tell me your conditions?" Ye Bufan didn't waste any more words and said directly, "First, I want the Purple Emperor domain." Ji Tianming frowned. The other 4 clan leaders and 5 divine emperors were no exception. But, it's just a Purple Emperor domain. It's nothing even if it's given to Ye Bufan. After all, compared to the value of Hongmeng Yuanyi, a Purple Emperor domain is nothing. What's more, the Purple Emperor domain Lord Yinyang Longchen was killed by Ye Bufan. If Ye Bufan had not killed Yinyang Longchen, the Sky Demon clan would have controlled the Purple Emperor domain for at least another 80 years, and they would have had no chance to fight for the ownership of the Purple Emperor domain. Therefore, even if they gave the Purple Emperor domain to Ye Bufan, they would not suffer any loss. Immediately, the 5 clan leaders looked at each other, and finally looked at Ye Bufan. Ji Tianming smiled and said, "We can promise you that during the Domain Master competition, our 5 royal families will fully cooperate with you in the fight for the Domain Master position, but we cannot guarantee whether you can finally take the position of Domain Master of the Purple Emperor domain." "That won't work," Ye Bufan said with a firm look. "What I want is the position of the Lord of the Purple Emperor territory, not just asking you to help me fight for the position of the Lord of the Purple Emperor territory." After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, "Besides, is it difficult for the 5 royal families to join forces to get a mere territory master position? It shouldn't be difficult. If you can't do it, it only means that you haven't tried your best, and you are just perfunctory in evading me." This. Ji Tianming hesitated for a moment, then looked at the other clan leaders. The other clan leaders looked at each other and then nodded. Ji Tianming understood, and looked at Ye Bufan again, saying, "We agree to your first condition. Once the Domain Master competition begins, we will definitely help you win the position of Domain Master. If we can't, then our clan will give you a domain. Is that okay? Your clan will give me a territory." Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. "That's right," Ji Tianming responded, "but the premise is that you cannot give up or admit defeat during the competition. If that is the case, we will not be able to give you any compensation, and you still have to refine the Hongmeng Yuanyi for us." "Rest assured," Ye Bufan smiled and said, "I am not greedy. 1 Purple Emperor domain is enough." "That's best," Ji Tianming responded. "Tell me your second condition." "My second condition." Ye Bufan hesitated for a moment and said, "My second condition is very simple. Each of your 5 royal families must give me an elemental spirit for free. Furthermore, the elemental spirits of each of your families cannot be the same, and they cannot be water spirits or lightning spirits." "What?" When Ye Bufan said this, the 5 clan leaders and 5 god emperors were all shocked. The next second, Ji Tianming's mouth twitched, and he said, "The clan gave you an elemental spirit, and it can't be the same, let alone a water spirit or a lightning spirit. What do you think? What do you think an elemental spirit is? Cabbage. Besides, even if there is an elemental spirit, do you think we will keep it and not refine it? Then I don't care." Ye Bufan negotiated with a look of annoyance. "Whether you have elemental spirits is your business, and whether you can produce them is also your business. Anyway, I have 2 conditions. First, the position of the Lord of the Purple Emperor domain, and second, your clan gives me an elemental spirit. When you meet these 2 conditions, I will start to help you refine the Hongmeng Yuanyi. Otherwise, forget it. Of course, you can also refuse and kill me. Anyway, I have only 1 worthless life. It doesn't matter if I die early or late." Chapter 1782 Happy Cooperation. Whether you have an elemental spirit is your business, and whether you can produce it is also your business. Anyway, I have 2 conditions. First, the position of the Lord of the Purple Emperor domain, and second, your clan gives me an elemental spirit. When you meet these 2 conditions, I will start to help you refine the Hongmeng Yuanyi. Otherwise, forget it. Of course, you can also refuse and kill me. Anyway, I have only 1 worthless life. It doesn't matter if I die early or late." Seeing Ye Bufan's attitude that was absolutely uncompromising, the 5 clan leaders and the 5 god emperors could not help but grit their teeth, their faces turning ashen. The value of elemental elves is unquestionable. As royal families of the divine realm, they do have elemental elves surviving in their respective clans, but even if there are only one or two, and these elemental elves play a huge role in their respective clans. For example, the fire elemental elf. The speed of cultivating fire elements around the fire elemental spirit is bound to be much faster than other places. This is true for the fire elemental elves, and other elemental elves are no exception. Of course, this is just one way to utilize elemental elves. In short, the value of each elemental elf is extremely precious. What's more, this thing is extremely rare and hard to come by. Now Ye Bufan directly asked each of their families for an elemental elf. How could they accept this? The most important thing is Ye Bufan's attitude. This is clearly blatant blackmail. As the patriarch of the royal family of the divine realm, DTN and others had never encountered such a thing before. Blackmail them. This is no different from seeking death. But Ye Bufan did just that. The most hateful thing is that as the patriarchs of the royal family, they have no way to deal with Ye Bufan at all. Could it be that he really killed him directly as he said? Stop kidding. The 5 clan leaders were reluctant to part with such a precious treasure as Hongmeng Yuanyi. What should I do then? Just give in. You can't catch a wolf without risking your life. In fact, they did not lose out by exchanging an elemental elf for Hongmeng Yuanyi. After a moment, the 5 clan leaders looked at each other, and after a brief glance, they looked at Ye Bufan again. Ji Tianming spoke first, and said calmly, "The position of the domain master is no problem, and each family has one elemental spirit, but the premise is we must personally verify the authenticity of the Hongmeng Yuanyi you mentioned." No problem. Ye Bufan smiled indifferently, then took out a small porcelain bottle and opened it directly. Suddenly, a strange fragrance wafted out from the mouth of the bottle. The 5 clan leaders and 5 divine emperors were cheered up, and an inexplicable throbbing surged in their bodies. This is. Looking at the small porcelain bottle in Ye Bufan's hand, their faces changed drastically and they looked horrified. This is Hongmeng Yuanyi. Ye Bufan smiled, then handed the small porcelain bottle in his hand to the 5 clan leaders and said, "Don't just stand there, don't you want to verify the authenticity of the Hongmeng Yuanyi? In that case, let's all try it." This. The 5 clan leaders frowned, and each of them was a little hesitant. How? Ye Bufan chuckled and said, "Are you afraid?" Hearing this, the 5 clan leaders couldn't help but twitch their lips. They are not afraid, but we should not have the intention to harm others, but we must be on guard against others. The thing in Ye Bufan's hand could actually make these god emperors unable to control their emotions, so this thing must be extraordinary. If what is contained in this is really Hongmeng Yuanyi, then it would be easy to say. But what if it's not? It is even possible that it contains a poison that they are unfamiliar with. If this is true, wouldn't they all be wiped out by Ye Bufan? After a brief moment, Ji Tianming, the head of the god clan, suddenly spoke up and said in a deep voice, "Elder Tianyu, please verify the authenticity of this Hongmeng Yuanyi. Elder Shu, you come too. Elder Bess, you can try it too." After Ji Tianming finished speaking, the other 4 clan leaders also spoke up. Obviously, they all chose to let the elders of their respective tribes test the medicine for them. The 5 elders' mouths twitched, their faces showing bitterness and helplessness. They naturally knew the intention of the 5 patriarchs in doing so, and they were even aware of the risks involved, but they were not qualified to refuse. That's enough. But at this moment, Ye Bufan shouted, "Where is the minimum trust between people? Am I so unreliable in your eyes? Also, there are 10 powerful god emperors present. Even if all 5 of your clan leaders are dead, there are still 5 god emperors from your clans present. In this situation, do you think I would poison you? Are you stupid, or am I stupid? You are really using the heart of a villain to judge the heart of a gentleman. How ridiculous." After saying this, Ye Bufan raised his head, picked up the small porcelain bottle in his hand, and poured a drop of Hongmeng Yuanyi into his mouth. Then he looked at the 5 clan leaders again and said with disdain, "Now that I have tried it, do you think I look like someone with problems?" The 5 clan leaders' mouths twitched, and they looked embarrassed. But even though Ye Bufan had personally taken the Hongmeng Yuanyi, they had no intention of experiencing it themselves. After all, it is better to be safe than sorry. Be careful, you can never go wrong. The 5 clan leaders did not plan to test it themselves, so this task naturally fell on the 5 god emperor elders. Seeing that Ye Bufan had already tested it himself, they no longer hesitated and took the small porcelain bottle in Ye Bufan's hand and poured a small drop into their mouths. "How is it? Is it effective? The 5 clan leaders were also staring closely at their respective God Emperor elders, their faces full of anticipation and nervousness. At this time, although the 5 God Emperor elders had just taken the Hongmeng Yuanyi, they all became alert at the same time and their expressions changed drastically. Not for anything else, just because as powerful God Emperors, they can clearly feel that the tiny drop of Hongmeng Yuanyi just now did bring some changes to their bodies. Although this change is minimal, it is real. Just this is enough. Patriarch, this is a sacred object. Clan leader, our soul clan must obtain this Hongmeng Yuanyi. Chief, let alone 1 elemental spirit, even 2 or 3 will be no problem, because with this Hongmeng Yuanyi, elemental spirits will become dispensable. The 5 divine emperor elders spoke one after another, their faces filled with excitement. However, the 5 clan leaders' mouths twitched and their faces instantly turned gloomy. You have verified the authenticity of Hongmeng Yuanyi, which is a good thing, but do you need to be so excited? Don't you know the saying raising the price wherever you want? Aren't you afraid that this human kid will take the opportunity to propose other conditions? Well, the reactions of the 5 patriarchs made the 5 god emperors stunned. But they soon figured out what was going on. In an instant, the excitement on their faces disappeared, and then they all looked at Ye Bufan. How is it? Are you satisfied with my Hongmeng Yuanyi? Ye Bufan said with a chuckle. Well enough. So. The 5 divine emperor elders said one thing and meant another. Oh. Ye Bufan sneered and ignored the 5 divine emperor elders. Instead, he looked at the 5 clan leaders and said, hurry up and say something. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, the 5 clan leaders looked at each other. After a moment, Ji Tianming turned to Ye Bufan, stretched out his hand and said with a smile, happy cooperation. Chapter 1783 I want to sever the father-son relationship with you. It's a pleasure to work with you. Ye Bufan stretched out his hand and shook hands with Ji Tianming, then withdrew his hand, looked at the 5 royal clan leaders in front of him and said with a smile, my dear seniors, since you have agreed to my conditions, I wonder when can I get the elemental spirit. Although Ye Bufan's face was calm, his heart was already extremely excited and agitated. If he hadn't deliberately suppressed it, he would have revealed his flaws long ago. There are 5 royal families, each with an elemental elf, which means there are 5 elemental elves. Moreover, according to Ye Bufan's requirements, these 5 elemental elves cannot be repeated, and they cannot be water elemental and thunder elemental elves. In other words, the 5 elemental elves that the 5 royal families are about to give to Ye Bufan can all be used by him. These are 5 elemental spirits. Now, Ye Bufan has refined 2 elemental spirits, and his martial arts skills have reached the 9th level of Earth God. Once he refines these 5 elemental spirits. So, at that time, God of Heaven, God King, God Emperor, God Lord, God Emperor, Ye Bufan will be able to directly break the 5th seal and raise his cultivation to the level of God Emperor. If he could upgrade his physical body to the Divine Emperor level, then, Ye Bufan would not be afraid of anyone below the Emperor. Even with the power of the Hongmeng Emperor scripture, he might even be able to compete with the Emperor. I have to say, this is definitely a pleasant surprise. Of course, the prerequisite is that Ye Bufan has to get these 5 elemental elves. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, the 5 clan leaders in front of him couldn't help but twitch their lips. It was really Ye Bufan's expression and tone that made him deserve a beating. The 5 clan leaders all had an urge to beat him up. But in the end they held back. There is no way, since they still need Ye Bufan's help. Ahem. The next second, Ji Tianming coughed lightly and said, little brother, don't worry. Since we have already promised you, we will naturally not go back on our word. Now can you start refining the Hongmeng Yuanyi for us? Changing the subject, Ji Tianming said, of course, we will be responsible for the materials for refining Hongmeng Yuanyi, so you can rest assured, little brother. That won't work. As soon as Ji Tianming finished speaking, Ye Bufan immediately refused. Well, Ji Tianming couldn't help but be stunned. The other clan leaders and 5 god emperors also looked stunned. After a moment, Ji Tianming said calmly, little brother, what you mean is, are you also the one who provides the materials for refining Hongmeng Yuanyi? What are you thinking about? Ye Bufan rolled his eyes and said, when I say no, I mean that I cannot refine Hongmeng Yuanyi for you now. In other words, when you meet my 2 conditions, I will start refining Hongmeng Yuanyi for you. Of course you must provide the materials as well. Everyone's mouth twitched. Ji Tianming frowned and said, little brother, can't you be flexible? After a pause, Ji Tianming continued, how about this? You start to help us refine the Hongmeng Yuani now, and we will also start to prepare elemental spirits for you and arrange the territory master competition. When the time comes, when you take the position of territory master, we will hand over the elemental spirits in one hand and the Hongmeng Yuani in the other. How do you think? Nothing. Ye Bufan said without further ado, anyway, I will only accept your request to satisfy my conditions first, and then I will refine the Hongmeng Yuani for you. If you do not agree, then just kill me. Paralyzed. I really want to slap him to death. The 5 clan leaders secretly resentful. Of course, they were just thinking about it. Killing Ye Bufan. They couldn't bear it. Okay, let's do as you say. We will meet your conditions first, and then you can refine the Hongmeng Yuani for us. Helplessly, Ji Tianming could only grit his teeth and said lightly. Several other clan leaders also nodded. There is no way, since Ye Bufan has the absolute initiative. Hee. Ye Bu smiled and said, then I'll trouble you seniors. Please, sir. The 5 clan leaders cursed in their hearts, but the situation was pressing. No matter how angry they were or how much they wanted to kill Ye Bufan, they could only endure it. The next second, Ji Tianming spoke again and said calmly, in that case, I will go and prepare the elemental spirits for you, little brother. After saying this, Ji Tianming looked directly at the elder of the God clan standing beside him, and said sternly, Elder Tianyu, from now on, you will stay with this little brother and be responsible for protecting his safety. If anything happens to the little brother, I will definitely not let you off easily, understand? Understood, Patriarch. The elder of the God clan said with an extremely firm look, if anything happens to my little brother, I am willing to die to atone for my sin. That's best. Ji Tianming nodded. At this time, the other 4 clan leaders also spoke up. Elder Shu, Elder Bess. Like Ji Tianming, the 4 great clan leaders also kept back their respective God Emperor elders who were present. Although they did intend to let the 5 God Emperors protect Ye Bufan's safety, their real intention was to let the 5 God Emperors monitor Ye Bufan. To put it bluntly, they were afraid that Ye Bufan would run away. The God Emperors of each tribe naturally understood what the tribe leaders meant, so they did not refuse. In response, Ye Bufan just laughed. Couldn't he see that the clan leaders were doing this in order to monitor or even control him? Of course he could see it, and he could even see it clearly. But Ye Bufan obviously didn't care about these. How can surveillance be used? What about control? You have a plan, but I have a ladder. Let's wait and see. After making some arrangements, Ji Tianming and the other 4 clan leaders prepared to leave Tianyao Star. Emperor Tian is an exception. After talking to Ye Bufan for a few words, he flew directly to Wanglong Villa on Wanglong Mountain. At this moment, outside Wanglong Villa, Ye and his group were still quietly paying attention to the situation at the foot of the mountain. Seeing Tian flying over, they immediately went to meet him. Old Ghost, how are you okay? Looking at Tian who had just arrived in front of him, Ye couldn't help but ask. The others also looked nervous. Unexpectedly, Tian did not answer Ye at all, he just slapped him directly. Bang! Tian slapped Ye on the forehead. Bang! With a dull thud, Ye fell headfirst to the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. But Dark Knight was furious. He jumped up and glared at Tian angrily. Old Ghost, what the hell do you mean? What do you mean, old man? Tian was furious, why the hell didn't you tell me about the Hongmeng Yuani earlier? Well, Ye was stunned, you know. I'm so fucking. Tian was furious, not only I know, now everyone knows. Dark Knight, what's going on? How do you know this? Normally, my cousin's husband shouldn't tell you this. How do we know that? Tian shouted angrily. Then he recounted exactly what had happened at the foot of the mountain. Purple void pill to break delusion. Everyone was stunned. Tian was even more furious and said, tell me, if you had told me these things earlier, would I have agreed to let the human brother take the purple void delusion breaking pill? That's enough. Unexpectedly, as soon as Tian finished speaking, Ye not only did not show any intention of repentance, but also went berserk, pointing at Tian's nose and cursing, Old Ghost Tian, you still have the nerve to say that. What did I tell you before? I clearly reminded you that you must stand on the side of your cousin's husband even if it means sacrificing the entire Shira clan, but what did you do? Well, Tian was stunned. He remembered and Yi seemed to have said something like this. Why aren't you talking? Before DTN could think about it, and Yi had already scolded him, you are a guy who is always causing trouble but not doing anything good. I am really mad at you, damn it I am ashamed to be associated with you, and I don't want a father as stupid as you. From today on, I will sever the father-son relationship with you. Chapter 1784, Is the old man willing to fight for the throne of the royal family? I want to sever the father-son relationship with you. As soon as Yi's words came out, DTN, the Ji family, and the Netherworld Blood Fox and his group were all stunned in an instant. Bai Ziqing stood next to Yi and couldn't help but pull his sleeve. Unexpectedly, Yi shouted directly, Chinger, you don't have to say anything. Looking at DTN, Yi was dissatisfied and even said with disdain, I am ashamed to be associated with such a short-sighted, quick success-seeking, despicable and shameless villain. Let's go. After saying that, Yi directly pulled Bai Ziqing back to Wanglong Villa. Seeing this scene, DTN couldn't help but twitch his mouth. My dear, this. At this time, Ji Rufeng couldn't help but speak, but he didn't know what to say. Master, I'm fine. DTN waved his hand, then came back to his senses, looked at the distant Yi, pointed at him, and cursed. Little bastard, you are still rebelling, you said to sever the father-son relationship, so you sever the father-son relationship. In this life, you are destined to be my, DTN's, offspring, and no one can change this. Call. After saying this, DTN took a deep breath, then looked at Ji Rufeng in front of him and said with a smile, Old man, I'm sorry to make you laugh. It's okay. It's okay. Ji Rufeng's mouth twitched. He was really impressed by this weird father and son pair, DTN and Yi. Hee. DTN smiled, then changed the subject and said, old man, I have something else to do, so I'll take my leave now. I'll come and bother you another day. Ji Rufeng responded and said, let us see you off. DTN did not refuse this. 30 minutes later. DTN, Ji Tianming and other 5 royal clan leaders have already left Tianyao Star. Wanglong Villa, waterside pavilion in the middle of the lake. Ji Qianya sat quietly beside Ye Bufan. Opposite them sat Ji Rufeng and Anya. Apart from them, there was no fifth person in the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Dark Knight, are you sure they can't hear what we say? Looking at the 5 powerful god emperors standing by the lake not far away, Ye Bufan said meaningfully. Brother-in-law, don't worry. And Yi patted his chest and assured, my 9 dragons fire cover can block everything, so even if they are powerful god emperors, they will definitely not be able to hear what we say. That's good. Ye Bufan groaned for a moment, then withdrew his gaze, no longer paying attention to the 5 powerful god emperors in the outside world. At this time, Yi spoke again, somewhat awkwardly, cousin-in-law, I really didn't know that old ghost DTN would actually. It's okay, it's human nature. Ye Bufan interrupted the Dark Knight with a smile. And Yi was stunned and said, but. Alright. Ye Bufan interrupted Yi again and said with a smile, when did you become so pretentious? After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, we are all friends, so there is no need for you to explain what happened before, because there is no need. To be honest, Ye Bufan really didn't expect that Yi would sever his father-son relationship with DTN because of this matter. Of course, whether it is true or not is unknown. But none of this matters. What matters is Yi's attitude. Yes. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Yi responded several times, and then said with a smile, who cares about the Shira royal family or the old ghost DTN? Let them go to hell, and we will each deal with our own affairs. Ye Bufan smiled. At this time, Ji Qianya suddenly asked, will it be troublesome? The reason why she asked this was because the matter of Hongmeng Yuanyi had been exposed. After Ji Qianya finished speaking, the look in Ji Rufeng and Anya's eyes when they looked at Ye Bufan also changed slightly. Trouble. Ye Bufan smiled and looked at the 5 god emperors not far away. He knew very well that these 5 god emperors claimed to be protecting him, but in reality they were there to monitor him. To put it bluntly, Ye Bufan has now lost his freedom because of the Hongmeng Yuanyi. But so what? For Ye Bufan now, where he goes or whether he has freedom is not important at all. For him, the most important thing is to improve his own strength. After all, that is the foundation of a stable life. Previously, Ye Bufan controlled the star pirates of the 7-star Jedi and let them rob and plunder resources everywhere. Wasn't it also for the purpose of improving his own strength? Now, because of the Hongmeng Yuanyi, the 5 royal families will definitely send a large amount of resources to me and let me refine the Hongmeng Yuanyi for them. All this seems as if Ye Bufan has become a tool or even a puppet of the 5 royal families. But what is it actually? It is impossible for outsiders to know where Ye Bufan's Hongmeng Yuanyi came from. To put it bluntly, it was just the product of the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra condensed autonomously when Ye Bufan was improving his physical body. It was just an accessory that enhanced his strength. In other words, the resources provided by the 5 royal families are actually helping Ye Bufan improve his strength. In this case, why would there be any trouble? Ye Bufan even hoped so. After all, with the background of the 5 royal families, the resources they can provide are definitely not comparable to those of the star pirates robbing everywhere. Ye Bufan was confident that his physical body would experience a dramatic improvement in the future. What's more, in addition to the resources of the 5 royal families, there are also the 5 elemental elves that they are about to give to him. Once these 5 elemental spirits are refined, Ye Bufan's martial arts skills will be directly upgraded to the level of God Emperor. With a Divine Emperor level body and Divine Emperor level cultivation, Ye Bufan is confident that no one below the Emperor can threaten his life. Therefore, this sudden incident not only did not have much impact on Ye Bufan, but instead brought him great help. To be honest, Ye Bufan really wanted to thank Mo Yan. Of course, this is a later story. Thinking of this, Ye Bufan retracted his gaze, then looked at the 3 people in front of him, and said jokingly with a smile, "There will definitely be some trouble, but there will be more benefits. After all, in this situation, as long as I don't commit suicide, who in this world dares to touch me?" Well, when Ye Bufan said this, Ji Rufeng and the other 2 were stunned. But they soon understood the meaning of Ye Bufan's words. Yes, in this situation, who would dare to touch Ye Bufan? Although the 5 royal families would definitely not disclose their relationship with Ye Bufan for the sake of confidentiality, if someone threatened Ye Bufan's life, the 5 royal families would definitely be the first to disagree. If you want to kill Ye Bufan, you have to make enemies with the 5 royal families. When the 5 great royal families join forces, who in this world can be their opponent? Even the Sky Demon clan, who are also a royal family, are not allowed to do so. Alright, before the 3 of them could think about it, Ye Bufan spoke again, "Let's not talk about this." The 3 of them came back to their senses. Ye Bufan looked at Ji Rufeng, hesitated for a moment, and spoke again, "Grandpa, given the relationship between me and Qianya, there is no need for us to hide it, so I have a question now. I hope you can answer me clearly and without reservation. Is that okay?" Well, after Ye Bufan said this, Ji Rufeng and the other 2 were stunned again. The next second, Ji Rufeng frowned and said, "Okay, go ahead and ask." Ji Qianya and Anya looked at Ye Bufan again with surprised eyes. Ye Bufan thought about it, then looked at Ji Rufeng and said solemnly, "Old man, are you willing to fight for the royal position of your Shanyu clan again?" Chapter 1785 The human race has an emperor. Old man, are you brave enough and willing to fight for the royal position of your Shanyu clan again? Never stop until your words shock people. As soon as Ye Bufan said this, the whole place fell into dead silence, and even Zhen Luo could hear it. Ji Rufeng, Ji Qianya and Anya looked at each other after a brief moment of stunned silence. They all saw shock, astonishment, and deep disbelief in each other's eyes. After a moment, the 3 looked at Ye Bufan again. "What do you mean?" Ji Qianya asked first. Unexpectedly, Ye Bufan ignored him and continued to look at Ji Rufeng opposite him quietly. Ji Qianya was secretly annoyed, but she did not blame Ye Bufan, and did not say anything more. At this time, Ji Rufeng frowned and asked uncertainly, "What do you mean?" "What I mean is that if you are willing, I can help you with all my strength." Ye Bufan said this, and then changed the subject. "Of course, all I can do is to help the old man train 100 or 80, or even more powerful god emperors, but other matters still depend on the old man himself, or on your Shanyu clan." Hiss. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the 3 people present, without exception, all couldn't help but gasp. Help the Shanyu clan train 100, 80, or even more powerful god emperors. You know, the Shanyu clan, as one of the 7 royal clans in the past, only had so many god emperors even in its heyday, or even less than that. The Shanyu clan is like this, and the other 6 royal clans are naturally no exception. But what about now? Ye Bufan actually wanted to help the Shanyu clan train 100, 80, or even more god emperors. I have to say, Ye Bufan's words were a bit scary. But when they thought of the Hongmeng Yuanyi, Ji Rufeng and the other two felt relieved again. After all, with such a magical object as Hongmeng Yuanyi, it is only a matter of time for Ye Bufan to cultivate 100 or 80, or even more God Emperors. Thinking of this, Ji Rufeng frowned, looked at Ye Bufan and asked in a deep voice, "Why did you do this? Is it because of Qianya?" After a pause, Ji Rufeng continued, "If this is true, you wouldn't believe it, let alone me, right?" He. Ye Bufan smiled, then glanced at Ji Qianya beside him, and said calmly, "Qianya is naturally one of the reasons, and of course a very important reason, because without her, I might not have chosen the Shanyu clan." Hearing this, Ji Qianya's face turned red with shame, but also with a look of happiness and sweetness. Ye Bufan looked at Ji Rufeng and continued, "As for the second reason." As he spoke, Ye Bufan glanced at Anya who was standing beside him, then looked at Ji Rufeng again and said bluntly, "Allies, I need allies, and the human race also needs allies, because in the near future, there will be a war between the human race and the major royal families." What? Never stop until your words shock people. Ye Bufan's words shocked the three people present. In the near future, there will inevitably be a war between the human race and the major royal families. What does Ye Bufan want to do? What does the human race want to do? The emotions of Ji Rufeng and the other two present were fluctuating like turbulent waves. Especially the Dark Knight. As the young patriarch of the Shira clan, one of the 6 royal clans, and the only candidate for the future patriarch of the Shira clan, Ye Bufan actually said in front of him that the human race will sooner or later have a war with the royal clans. Isn't he afraid that he will just kill him to eliminate future troubles? Ye Bufan is naturally not afraid, or rather, Ye Bufan is not stupid. Likewise, Dark Knight is not stupid. He could naturally see that Ye Bufan was testing him, or rather, it was a test of himself. Because Yi knew very well that with his own strength, he might not be able to kill Ye Bufan. This is just one of them. The second, and most important point, is that although Ye Bufan revealed his ambition in front of him, he was just talking, and Yi had no substantial evidence. Under this premise, what would happen even if Yi told the elders of several royal families or his father Dtn about Ye Bufan's ambition? Will they believe it? They definitely won't believe it, and they may even just think it's a joke. After all, the human race doesn't even have a divine emperor right now, so how can it contend with the several royal families? Although Ye Bufan has the Hongmeng Yuanyi, even his freedom is in the hands of a few royal families, so how can he have the opportunity to cultivate the human race? So, in the eyes of several royal families, whether it is Ye Bufan or the human race, they are just an ant that poses no threat to them and can be strangled to death with ease. Of course, under normal circumstances, even if Ye Bufan and the human race posed no threat to the several royal families, they might choose to kill them at will. But Ye Bufan is different. Ye Bufan has something that several royal families want, so, considering Ye Bufan's own strength, they will definitely not choose to kill Ye Bufan. For them, as long as they control Ye Bufan, they will control everything. But now that Ye Bufan has said this, he must have a plan to deal with the control of the 5 royal families, or in other words, he can get rid of the control of the 5 royal families at any time and gain his freedom. As soon as this thought came to mind, the Dark Knight fell into endless silence. This was a test from Ye Bufan, but it was also a test for him to make a choice. The Dark Knight was silent, but Ji Rufeng could not be silent, and there was no way he could be silent. After a moment, he looked at Ye Bufan and frowned. "So, if I want this great benefit, I must form an alliance with you, or with the human race, and even declare war on several major royal families in the future. Yes. Aren't you afraid that I will get the benefits and do nothing in the end? Do you want to hear the truth, old man? Nature. Actually, I don't care. Let me put it this way. Even if the old man rejects me now, I will still do this because this is actually my betrothal gift to Qianya. So, the so-called alliance is just what I hope for, not a condition, and I will not force it." "You are very generous." Ji Rufeng smiled and said. Ye Bufan smiled slightly. Ji Rufeng frowned and said, "Although you are very generous, I still have a question." "Please speak, old man. Can Hongmeng Yuanyi help people become martial arts emperors? Although I would like to, I obviously can't. Then how can you help my Shanyu clan become a royal clan?" After a pause, Ji Rufeng continued, "As everyone knows, to become a royal family in the divine realm, one not only needs a certain number of divine emperors but also needs an emperor supreme. This question I cannot answer it for now, but when the time comes, you will know where my confidence comes from. Ye Bufan smiled slightly. Boom. Ji Rufeng and Ji Qianya were shocked, and even Yi came back to his senses instantly. The three of them looked at each other. They were shocked and horrified. At this moment, a voice kept echoing in the minds of the three of them. The human race has an emperor. Chapter 1786 Alliance. The human race has an emperor. Although Ye Bufan did not say it explicitly, his attitude said it all. Otherwise, where would Ye Bufan get the confidence and self-confidence to help the Shanyu clan regain their royal position? The only explanation is that the human race has a powerful emperor. There are even close connections between this emperor and Ye Bufan. Thinking of this, Ji Rufeng and the other two couldn't help but take a deep breath, and the way they looked at Ye Bufan had changed drastically. Hongmeng Emperor. As the strongest person in this world, every emperor is a supreme being. It's just that powerful emperors are extremely rare, and only the 6 royal families have emperors. This is also one of the basic conditions for thousands of races to become the royal family of the starry sky. If there is no emperor in charge, then even if you have more god emperors, you will never become a royal family. Nowadays, since the human race already has a strong person at the level of emperor, it means that the human race already has the foundation to be promoted to the royal family of the divine realm. Plus Ye Bufan's current attitude. It is not difficult to foresee that there will be a war between the human race and the several major royal families in the future. No matter what the result is, the current starry sky pattern will be broken. But that's not the point. The key point is how can the human race have a powerful emperor, and where does the human race come from? Although nowadays only the 6 royal families have emperor-level strongmen, this does not mean that it is impossible for other races to give birth to new emperors. But this race happens to be the human race, which makes a difference. Millions of years ago, the human race was at its peak. At that time, the human race alone had 4 emperor-level strongmen, and one of them was the strongest in the starry sky at that time. However, following the war tens of millions of years ago, the human race has long since declined. The human race now does not even have a divine emperor, so where would a powerful emperor come from? In fact, Ji Rufeng and the other two didn't know, or they might have misunderstood. The human race now does not have a strong person at the emperor level. All of Ye Bufan's confidence and self-confidence do not come from others, but all come from himself. Because Ye Bufan knew very well that for him, with the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra, a cultivation method that was almost like cheating, it was only a matter of time before he was promoted to an emperor-level powerhouse. Even Ye Bufan's goal was not to become an emperor, but to reach the supreme realm above the emperor. Of course, this is Ye Bufan's biggest secret. He would naturally not tell it to Ji Rufeng and the other two. Ye Bufan would not even tell anyone at all. Ahem. Looking at the shock, astonishment, confusion, bewilderment, etc. on the faces of Ji Rufeng and the other two, Ye Bufan knew that they had misunderstood him, but he did not make any explanation and just coughed lightly. Ji Rufeng and the other two came back to their senses instantly. Ye Bufan said calmly, "Old man, I have said everything I should say. You can consider my suggestions. Of course, the choice is entirely up to you. I will never interfere, let alone force you. Don't think about it." As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Ji Rufeng immediately said, "From now on, the lives and property of my family will all be handed over to you." After a pause, Ji Rufeng continued, "Although I cannot represent the Shanyu tribe yet, I can assure you that as long as I take the position of the tribe leader, the entire Shanyu tribe will become your most solid ally. From now on, we will prosper together and suffer together." As the president of Tianhe Chamber of Commerce, Ji Rufeng never considered himself a saint with no desires or ambitions. He was just an ordinary mortal. Since we are just ordinary people, how can we not have ambitions? Since we are just ordinary people, how can we not want to be superior? Of course, if it were before, Ji Rufeng might not have made a decision so quickly. After all, Ye Bufan had already said that there might be a shocking battle between the human race and several major royal families in the future. Once he formed an alliance with Ye Bufan, he would inevitably have to participate in the battle between the major royal families. The risks involved were naturally self-evident. Therefore, necessary consideration and deliberation are necessary. But now it's different. After experiencing the previous incident on Tianhe Star, Ji Rufeng has understood many things. This world is a world where the strong prey on the weak. If you don't bully others, others may not bully you. If you want to survive and live, you have to make yourself stronger. Otherwise, you will be bullied and slaughtered at will. Now that the opportunity is in front of him, Ji Rufeng will certainly not miss it. Although Ye Bufan said that even if he did not form an alliance with Ye Bufan would still help him, and even help the entire Shanyu clan to improve its strength, but that must be fundamentally different from directly forming an alliance with Ye Bufan. At least without forming an alliance, Ye Bufan's power over himself and the leader of the Shanyu tribe is absolutely limited. If you want to fight, fight thoroughly. Either high and mighty. Either you die or your soul disappears. Can't go high, can't go low. Ji Rufeng disdained to do so. As for whether he could take the position of the patriarch of the Shanyu tribe in the future, Ji Rufeng was not worried about this at all. The Shanyu clan of today is no longer the same as it was back then, and the only god emperor of the Shanyu clan was killed a few months ago. In this situation, with the help of Hongmeng Yuanyi, Ji Rufeng is confident that it will not be difficult for him to sit on the position of the clan leader of the Shanyu clan, or even to completely control the entire Shanyu clan. After Ji Rufeng finished speaking, Ji Qianya frowned, but she did not express any opinion. She just looked at Ye Bufan with complicated eyes. Ji Qianya was like this, but Yi beside her became uneasy. All along, Yi thought that he had never underestimated Ye Bufan in the slightest, and he even thought highly of Ye Bufan. But until now, Yi realized that he had still greatly underestimated Ye Bufan. Hongmeng Emperor. Based on this alone, Ye Bufan's value should be multiplied 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times. But this is no longer important. What is important is Ye Bufan's attitude. Judging from what Ye Bufan said, he must be aiming for something big, and there is even a high possibility that he will fight against the 6 royal families in the future. In this situation, as the young patriarch of the Shira clan, one of the 6 royal clans, how should he make a choice? And where should he go? If it were just this, it would be fine, but now even Ji Rufeng has gotten involved. Who is Ji Rufeng? That's Bai Ziqing's grandfather. It is absolutely impossible for me to give up the Shira clan for Bai Ziqing. But if he was asked to give up Bai Ziqing for the Shira clan, that would also be impossible. What to do? Yi was in a state of confusion and he really didn't know what to do. At the same time, he was also very clear that Ye Bufan did all this on purpose. He has created a huge problem for himself. Before Yi could think about it, Ye Bufan spoke again, looking at Ji Rufeng and said calmly, "Old man, don't you want to consider it again?" "No need. I will never change my decision at will," Ji Rufeng said with a firm look. "Then I wish us a pleasant cooperation." Ye Bufan stood up, looked at Ji Rufeng, stretched out his hand, and said with a smile, "It's been a pleasure working with you." Ji Rufeng stood up and stretched out his hand to shake hands with Ye Bufan. The two looked at each other and smiled. Ye Bufan withdrew his hand, glanced at Ji Qianya, and then said lightly, "Qianya, please leave for a while. I have something to discuss with the old man." Ji Qianya was stunned, but said nothing and just stood up and left. At this time, Yi on the side couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Although Ye Bufan did not let him leave, Ji Qianya had been persuaded to leave by Ye Bufan. As an outsider, how could he continue to stay here? Immediately, Yi said awkwardly, "Well, cousin-in-law and grandpa, you guys chat first, I'll go see Chinger." After saying this, Yi got up and left. Chapter 1787. 3 days later, the competition for the domain master. After Yi left, Ye Bufan and Ji Rufeng began a secret conversation. On the shore of Qian Lake. "Young patriarch, what did he say to you just now?" After Yi came out of the water pavilion in the middle of the lake, the god emperor elder of the Shira clan came directly to greet him and asked while looking at Yi. "Roll." But unexpectedly, Yi roared at him angrily. At this moment, Yi was so angry and furious. How could he not know the real intention of this god emperor elder of the Shira clan to stay with Ye Bufan? It is called protection, but it is actually surveillance. But damn, surveillance. Surveillance of shit. How could Ye Bufan not understand the problem that he himself could see clearly? Stop talking nonsense. Ye Bufan must have understood it, but he didn't take it to heart at all. Just a god emperor. There are powerful people at the emperor level around him, and maybe he is hiding nearby. As long as Ye Bufan was willing, he could deal with these 5 so-called bodyguards in minutes. It's just that Ye Bufan has big ambitions and doesn't want to expose himself too early. In this situation, this Shira clan's God Emperor Elder actually had the nerve to ask himself what Ye Bufan had said to him in the Nine Dragons Fire Array. And Ye really wanted to tell him directly that the human race had a powerful Emperor-level figure hidden. But can Dark Knight speak? Do you dare to speak? At least before Ye made the final decision, he would never tell anyone what Ye Bufan had just said, even if that person was DTN. After all, the matter of Hongmeng Yuanyi had already created a rift between the Shira clan and Ye Bufan. If he exposed Ye Bufan's secret at this time, then from now on, neither he himself nor the entire Shira clan would have anything to do with Ye Bufan anymore. Even if they wanted to, Ye Bufan would definitely not agree. And this is definitely not what Dark Knight wants to see. As for the idea of nipping Ye Bufan's ambition in the bud, and he had never even thought about it. After all, is it so easy to kill a strong man at the Emperor level? That was why Ye was so angry and furious. Faced with the sudden roar in the Dark Knight, the God Emperor Elder of the Shira clan was stunned. Snort. However, Ye snorted coldly and ignored the Shira clan's God Emperor Elder. He simply waved his sleeves and left, leaving the other party alone in the wind. However, the God Emperor Elder of the Shira clan quickly came to his senses. Although he didn't know why Ye had such a reaction and attitude, he didn't care too much about it. After all, his main task now was to monitor Ye Bufan. As long as he couldn't let Ye Bufan escape and didn't let the other families gain more benefits from Ye Bufan than the Shira clan, that would be enough. After Dark Knight left, Qian Lake returned to its previous tranquility. 2 hours later, Ye Bufan and Ji Rufeng walked out of the pavilion in the middle of the lake one after another. As for what they talked about during these 2 hours, no one knew. Although the 5 Divine Emperor Elders were also very curious, they did not care too much. After all, their main purpose was still the Hongmeng Yuanyi. As for the others, they were actually not important at all, just because Ye Bufan was nothing more than an ant in their eyes. How could a mere ant cause any waves in front of their elephant? Stop kidding. After all, ants are just ants and can never defeat elephants. It's a pity that the 5 royal families underestimated Ye Bufan and also underestimated the power of the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra. With the special nature of the Hongmeng Emperor scripture, even if Ye Bufan is still an ant in front of them now, but with the support of their 5 royal families, it won't take long for Ye Bufan to surpass them and completely dominate them. It can be said that the current behavior of the 5 royal families is completely raising a tiger to cause trouble. Of course, they themselves don't know it, and by the time they find out, it will be too late. After leaving the pavilion in the middle of the lake, Ji Rufeng left alone, while Ye Bufan went to find Ji Qianya. In the room that Ye arranged for Ji Qianya looked at Ye Bufan who was sitting in front of her, frowned, and asked in a deep voice, "What did you say to my grandfather just now? And what do you want to do?" Ji Qianya never thought that the human race actually had a strong person at the emperor level. Of course, this is not important. What is important is the ambition that Ye Bufan just revealed. In the future, there will inevitably be a war between the human race and the major royal families. If this is true, once the Ji family, or even the entire Shanyu clan, gets involved at this time, they will inevitably bear huge risks, and may even end up in an irreparable situation. If it was just herself, Ji Qianya would naturally not care too much. After all, when you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken, when you marry a dog, you follow the dog. But it is different when it involves the entire Ji family. What are you talking about? After Ji Qianya finished speaking, Ye Bufan smiled and said, "Of course we are talking about our marriage. This young master and I have already decided that after this young master takes the position of the Lord of the Purple Emperor territory, I will marry you in a grand manner." As he spoke, Ye Bufan moved his chair and sat down next to Ji Qianya, and continued, "How was it? Are you surprised? Are you happy?" Hearing this, Ji Qianya became furious. How could she not hear that Ye Bufan was simply avoiding the main point and was just trying to fool her? However, after hearing Ye Bufan say that he would marry her when he became the domain lord, Ji Qianya couldn't help but blushing. The next second, she glared at Ye Bufan and said, "Don't change the subject, answer my question." However, before Ji Qianya could utter the word title, Ye Bufan had already pulled her into his arms and kissed her directly on the lips. Ji Qianya's eyes widened. At this time, Ye Bufan retreated again. He glanced at the tightly closed door and frowned, saying somewhat dissatisfiedly, I have no objection to you protecting me, but you peeping at me and my wife being intimate, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Brush. As soon as Ye Bufan said this, Ji Qianya's expression changed drastically. Only then did she remember that the 5 major royal families had sent 5 powerful god emperors to monitor Ye Bufan. In this situation, some things were naturally inconvenient to say, or they must not be known to the people of the 5 major royal families. Immediately, Ji Qianya gave Ye Bufan an apologetic look. She knew that Ye Bufan's words to the 5 god emperors were actually a reminder to herself. Looking at Ji Qianya, Ye Bufan smiled slightly, but then shouted angrily at the door, "Get out!" Outside the room, Ye Bufan's words "get out" instantly made the faces of the 5 god emperors extremely ugly. A mere earth god actually dared to ask the 5 god emperors to get out. This kid is looking for death. However, after thinking of Ye Bufan's value, the 5 emperors could only suppress their anger and leave one by one. Of course, they only stayed away from Ji Qianya's boudoir, but did not leave Wanglong Villa. After realizing that the 5 god emperors had left, Ye Bufan sent a message to Ji Qianya. It's not that I don't want to tell you some things, but it's simply impossible to explain them in a few words, especially in the current situation. If you know too much, it may not be a good thing, so wait a little longer. I will explain everything to you one by one when I have the chance. However, I can assure you that I have absolutely no ill will towards the Shanyu clan, and Master Yi. Ye Bufan wanted to say something, but the voice of a divine emperor elder suddenly came from outside the house. Ye Bufan was stunned. The same is true for Ji Qianya. The next second, Ye Bufan cursed, "Are you guys done yet?" The divine emperor elder said, "Young Master Yi, we are not interrupting you on purpose, but we just received news from several clan leaders that the Purple Emperor Territory Lord competition will begin in 3 days, so young Master Yi, we should set off immediately to the competition venue, otherwise, we will miss it." Chapter 1788 God's Domain, Ancient Forbidden Land. The competition for Domain Master will start in 3 days. Inside the room, Ye Bufan was stunned after hearing the words of the divine emperor elder. Ye Bufan never expected that the result would come out not long after DTN and the other 5 royal clan leaders left Tianyao Star, and it happened so quickly after 3 days. But after thinking about it, Ye Bufan felt relieved. It is obvious that the several royal families are eager to obtain the Hongmeng Yuani, so they work so hard and are so anxious. Of course, this is not a bad thing for Ye Bufan. After all, the sooner he becomes the lord of the territory, the sooner he can start his plan. With this thought in mind, Ye Bufan didn't think any more. He said a few words to Ji Qianya, then walked directly to the door, opened it and walked out. Outside the room, the 5 god emperor elders from the 5 royal families were all present. Looking at them, Ye Bufan said directly, "In that case, let's go." "Young Master Yi, please." The 5 divine emperor elders said with a smile. "Where are you going?" Ye Bufan asked instinctively. One of the divine emperor Dao elders explained with a smile, "We will first use the teleportation array in the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce on Tianyao Star to go to Yuwang Star in the Purple Emperor Domain, and then use the teleportation array on Yuwang Star to enter the Eternal Divine Domain." Eternal Divine Realm. After the divine emperor elder finished speaking, Ye Bufan was stunned and asked, "You mean, this time the Domain Master competition will be held in the Eternal Divine Domain?" "Yes." The divine emperor elder responded and said, "To be exact, every territory master competition will be held in the ancient forbidden land within the eternal divine territory." Ancient forbidden land. Ye Bufan was stunned again. What place is that? The corner of the divine emperor elder's mouth twitched, and he said awkwardly, "Young Master Yi, it is indeed a rush to rush from here to the ancient forbidden land in 3 days, so can we introduce you to the situation of the ancient forbidden land and the territory lord competition while we are on the way?" "Can." Ye Bufan responded and said, "Then let's go." "Mr. Yi, please." As the divine emperor elder spoke, Ye Bufan did not waste any more words and walked out first. Ha ha. Ye Bufan had just taken a few steps when An Yi walked in from outside. He looked at Ye Bufan and said with a smile, "Brother-in-law, are you going to participate in the Domain Master competition?" "That's great. Let's go together." "Are you going too?" Looking at the dark night, Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Although the competition for the Domain Lord of the Purple Emperor Domain has not officially started yet, the result has actually already been determined. In this case, it would be meaningless for An Yi to participate. In this case, why should he bother? Ha ha. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, and Ye smiled and said, "Brother-in-law, how could I not participate in such an interesting game as the Domain Master Competition?" Domain Master Competition. An interesting game. Ye Bufan was stunned again. Up to now, he knew nothing about the so-called Domain Master Competition, so Dark Knight's statement naturally made him extremely curious. Of course. As Ye said this, he put his arm around Ye Bufan's shoulders and said with a smile, come on, cousin-in-law, let's walk as we go. I guarantee that this Domain Master Competition will be very interesting." After saying that, Ye put his arm around Ye Bufan's shoulders and walked out of Wanglong Villa. Ye Bufan naturally did not resist. The 5 God Emperor elders from the 5 royal families also followed closely behind them. A moment later, Ye Bufan and his party directly entered the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce in Tianyao Star, and directly entered Yuang Star through the teleportation array in the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce. Inside Wanglong Villa. Let's go too. After learning that the 5 God Emperor elders from the 5 royal families had left Tianyao Star, Ji Rufeng looked at Ji Dongqing, Ji Dongshe and others in front of him and said lightly, "Father, where are we going?" After Ji Rufeng finished speaking, Ji Dongshe couldn't help but ask a question. Ji Dongqing, Bai Tianyu and others also looked curious. Ji Rufeng just smiled and said, "Where are you going?" "Of course, we are going back to Tianhe Star to rebuild the headquarters of RG family's Chamber of Commerce. Do you plan to live here for the rest of your life?" This. Ji Dongqing and others were stunned. Although there was nothing wrong with Ji Rufeng's words, they always felt it was weird. After all, that was not what Ji Rufeng said when he first came to Tianyao Star. They naturally didn't know that what Ji Rufeng said about rebuilding the Tianhe Chamber of Commerce headquarters was just a superficial appearance, and his real intention was still because of the secret mission with Ye Bufan. Of course, there are some things that Ji Rufeng did not intend to hide from Ji Dongqing and others, but he planned to tell them one by one after leaving Tianyao Star. But no matter what, since Ji Rufeng has made the decision, Ji Dongqing and others will naturally not refuse. After a while, the Ji family also left Tianyao Star. Bai Ziqing and Ji Qianya were naturally no exception. 3 days later, the center of the eternal divine realm. Millions of years ago, this was the location of the human race's palace. At that time, the human race was the only star royal family in the divine realm, and the heavenly palace ruled the entire human race. Therefore, the location of the heavenly palace was also the most suitable place for warriors to survive and practice in the entire divine realm. It is not an exaggeration to even call it a holy place of martial arts. Unfortunately, the battle tens of millions of years ago was too brutal. Not only did countless strong men from both sides die, but the place where the heavenly palace was located also suffered devastating damage. Now, the space here is broken, the earth is cracked, and all things have died. In this situation, let alone practicing, even surviving here has become a huge problem. Even some weak warriors will face threats to their lives once they enter here. It is for this reason that this once holy land of martial arts has become the ancient forbidden land it is today. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the ancient forbidden land was transformed by the powerful emperors of various races into the only venue for every domain master competition. Today is the day of the competition for the Lord of the Purple Emperor territory. Early in the morning, representatives of various ethnic groups had gathered outside the ancient forbidden land. Of course, these races only refer to the 100 races within the 100 Races Alliance. As for the other races outside the 100 Races Alliance, sorry, they are not even eligible to participate. Not to mention the qualifications to participate, many races don't even have the qualifications to set foot in the divine realm. By noon, representatives from all major races had arrived, with the exception of the Shira clan, or rather, there were only 2 people from the Shira clan who had not yet arrived. That's why Mo Yan looked directly at DTN and said sarcastically, "DTN, what time is it now? There are still 2 people from your Shira clan who haven't arrived yet. Is it because your Shira clan has declined and can't even gather 10 half-step god emperors? If that's the case, tell me and I'll lend you 2. As soon as Mo Yan finished speaking, before DTN could reply, a mocking and amusing voice rang out from the back of the crowd. "Hey, whose dog is not tied up properly and is barking here?" Chapter 1789. No one can survive. Hey, whose dog is not tied up and barking here? The sudden sound caused the faces of most people present to change drastically. Whose dog is not tied up and is barking here? This is clearly talking about the devil. As the patriarch of the Sky Demon clan, one of the 6 royal clans, even the patriarchs of other royal clans would not easily provoke and humiliate Mo Yan. But now, someone actually called Mo Yan a dog in front of so many people. I have to say that the person who said this is so bold. He is clearly looking for death. Who? The next second, Mo Yan shouted angrily, then turned around and looked in the direction of the voice. His face was gloomy, and his eyes were already filled with rage. Following Mo Yan's angry shout, everyone else present turned around and looked in the direction of the sound. At the back of the crowd, Ye Bufan and Anya were seen standing still, and behind them stood a God Emperor Elder from the Shira clan. As for the 4 God Emperor Elders from the other 4 royal clans, their whereabouts were unknown. After all, the cooperative relationship between the 4 royal clans and Ye Bufan was still kept secret. If several God Emperor Elders and Ye Bufan appeared here together at this time, it would inevitably make others think too much. In order to keep the secret between them and Ye Bufan, they could only stay away from Ye Bufan temporarily. It's you. At this moment, seeing Ye Bufan, Mo Yan roared angrily. The anger in his heart instantly reached its peak, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Unfortunately, Ye Bufan simply ignored Mo Yan's anger and murderous intent. That's right, master. Looking at Mo Yan, Ye Bufan said with a smile, and then said, just now I thought it was someone's dog that was not tied up properly and was barking here, but I didn't expect it to be the chief of the Sky Demon clan, Lord Mo Yan. I am so sorry, so sorry. When Ye Bufan said this, most people present couldn't help but tremble. They were not fools, so they could naturally hear that Ye Bufan's comparison between the dog and Mo Yan was clearly intentional. He was humiliating Mo Yan. How dare a mere human being humiliate a royal patriarch so unscrupulously? They really didn't know where Ye Bufan got the courage, guts, and confidence from. But one thing is certain, that is Ye Bufan and Mo Yan have known each other for a long time, and they have a grudge against each other. Even many of them have guessed Ye Bufan's identity. A few months ago, Mo Yan entered the Purple Emperor realm with great fanfare. Wasn't it just to kill a human? Although Ye Bufan did not show up at that time, so that most people did not recognize him. But from the current situation, many people immediately guessed that Ye Bufan was the human that Mo Yan wanted to kill. Of course, none of this matters. What matters is Mo Yan's current attitude. He had wanted to take Ye Bufan's life a few months ago, but failed in the end. Now that Ye Bufan has come to him on his own initiative, how could Mo Yan let it go? For a moment, everyone's attention shifted to Mo Yan. Mo Yan was indeed already furious. At this moment, he clenched his fists, staring at Ye Bufan with his red eyes, and the murderous intent around him had already turned into reality. Boy, you. That's right. Mo Yan was about to say something but was interrupted by Ye Bufan. Looking at Mo Yan, Ye Bufan said with a playful and teasing expression, Chief Mo Yan, how come you are still alive? And the elder of your Sky Demon clan, is he dead? Hiss. Hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but gasp. Provocation, this is absolutely a naked provocation. Although they still didn't know where Ye Bufan got the confidence to dare to challenge a royal patriarch so unscrupulously, Ye Bufan's courage alone was enough to win the admiration of most of the people present. However, Mo Yan had been completely enraged by Ye Bufan's repeated provocations. Boy, you are looking for death. Boom. After a roar of anger, the cold murderous intent burst out from Mo Yan's body. Seeing this scene, the other people around dared not stay any longer. They all dodged and retreated, so that in an instant, a vacuum zone became around Ye Bufan, and Ye, the Asura God Emperor, and Mo Yan. At this moment, Mo Yan flashed and rushed straight towards Ye Bufan. The terrifying momentum, cold murderous intent. At this moment, Mo Yan looked like a prehistoric beast that wanted to eat Ye Bufan alive. But unexpectedly, Ye Bufan didn't care about these at all. He did not dodge or evade, but stood with his hands behind his back, still looking at the demon Yan who was rushing towards him with an amusement on his face. Ye Bufan was like this, and Yi was no exception. Boom. The next second, just as Mo Yan's killing move was about to begin, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Ye Bufan and Anya. This person was none other than DTN, who was the patriarch of the royal clan together with Mo Yan. After DTN arrived, he punched out directly. Seeing this scene, Mo Yan was shocked. He did not dare to hesitate at all and also punched out. The two fists collided. Boom. A thunderous sound rang out. Da da da. Mo Yan retreated 7 steps. The same is true for Emperor Tian. But Mo Yan didn't care about these at all, but immediately stabilized his body, then looked at Di Tian and said angrily, Di Tian, what do you mean? What do you think? Di Tian said with a gloomy face, Xiao Fan is my and Yi's cousin's husband, that is, my junior. Now you want to kill my junior in front of me, and you still have the nerve to ask me what I mean. You. Upon hearing this, Mo Yan instantly became furious. Oops. But at this moment, Ye Bufan behind Di Tian exclaimed, then stood up again, looking at Mo Yan who was not far away from him, with a teasing and playful look on his face. Chief Mo Yan, it's such a pity, it seems that you can't kill me this time, don't you want to cry? I cry for you, uncle. Mo Yan was furious and glared at Ye Bufan and said, boy, don't be too proud. Hee hee. Ye Bufan smiled and said, Chief Mo Yan, I am actually very curious, why do you insist on taking my life? Hearing this, Mo Yan was stunned. Ye Bufan spoke again, his face gloomy, and he shouted angrily, did I kill your whole family, or rape your wife and daughter? Damn. First it was Tianhe Star, then Tianyao Star, and now it's in this ancient forbidden land. You're not going to stop yet, are you? Or, in your eyes, am I just a soft persimmon that can be easily squeezed? Want to play, right? Okay, I'll play with you. Although I cannot kill you, I can assure you that this time, any demon that enters the ancient forbidden land will not survive. Chapter 1790, Forbidden Land Order, Competition begins. Although I cannot kill you, I can assure you that this time, no demon who enters the ancient forbidden land will survive. Just you. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Mo Yan sneered. In Mo Yan's opinion, Ye Bufan was simply dreaming. After all, in order to regain the ownership of the Purple Emperor domain, the Sky Demon clan had made no ambiguity in the personnel arrangements this time. It could be said that those sent by the Sky Demon clan to participate in the Domain Lord competition were all the elite among the elite. Although each of them was only a half-step God Emperor, they all had combat power comparable to a God Emperor of the first level. Even if these people joined forces, they would be able to defeat a God Emperor of the first level. Under such circumstances, Ye Bufan actually dared to say that he would wipe out all the contestants from the Sky Demon clan in the ancient Forbidden Land. If this isn't just wishful thinking, then what is this? Etc. Suddenly, Mo Yan was stunned instinctively. You want to enter the ancient Forbidden Land too? Looking at Ye Bufan, Mo Yan said with a look of astonishment and disbelief. Is it not possible? Ye Bufan smiled indifferently. Ha ha ha. Unexpectedly, Mo Yan did not get angry but laughed instead. Looking at Ye Bufan, Mo Yan said with excitement, sure, why not? Changing the subject, Mo Yan continued, since you don't want to take the road to heaven, and you want to break into hell, then I will help you. When the time comes, I will see who can save you in the ancient forbidden land. As he spoke, Mo Yan instinctively glanced at Di Tian. His eyes were full of mockery and provocation, as if he was telling Di Tian that once we enter the ancient forbidden land, he would like to see what you can use to protect this human race and save his life. Emperor Tian didn't care about this. Di Tian is like this, and Ye Bufan is no exception. Although he didn't know who were the members of the Sky Demon clan participating in the Domain Lord competition this time, and how strong they were, but Ye Bufan knew that as royal families, the people sent by the other families were definitely not ordinary people. It was even very likely that the people they sent were stronger than the Sky Demon clan. After all, if they could not help him win the position of Domain Lord of the Purple Emperor domain this time, then the cooperation between them and himself would inevitably cause more trouble, and this was definitely not what the royal families wanted to see. Therefore, in this competition for the Domain Master, the several royal families will definitely try their best, even at all costs. The most important thing is that their goals are the same. So after entering the ancient Forbidden Land, the several royal families will definitely choose to join forces. With the 5 royal families joining forces, who can possibly compete with them? Alliance of hundreds of races. If the alliance of hundreds of races can unite together, they may be able to compete with the alliance of the 5 royal families in the ancient Forbidden Land. But will the 100 races alliance join forces? Not at all. Each of them has their own calculations, so how could they possibly join forces with others? Besides, if the alliance of 100 races really joins forces in the ancient Forbidden Land to deal with the alliance of 5 royal clans, Then after this competition for domain master is over, what will be waiting for them will be the crazy revenge of the 5 royal clans. What's more, each race has its own camp, and these camps are headed by major royal families. In this case, how could the races belonging to the major royal camps turn around and unite with other races to deal with the major royal families? This situation simply cannot happen. In other words, this time the competition for the domain lord is actually between the 5 major royal families, or the 5 camps formed by the 5 major royal families, joining forces to deal with the camp headed by the Sky Demon clan. 5 against 1. There is no way the Sky Demon clan can win. Even Ye Bufan felt that it was a bit of bullying. This is also the reason why Ye said that this time the competition for the domain lord will be very interesting, because with the 5 royal families joining forces, this time in the ancient Forbidden Land, the Sky Demon clan, including the camp headed by the Sky Demon clan, will inevitably be crippled or even killed by the 5 royal families. It's a pity that Mo Yan is unaware of all this. Hee. After looking at Mo Yan, Ye Bufan said nothing more. Facts speak louder than words. After the domain lord competition is over, Ye Bufan will let Mo Yan know who killed whom and who destroyed whom. Snort. Mo Yan also snorted coldly and ignored Ye Bufan. Now that everyone is here, shall we begin? After taking a look at the other royal clan leaders not far away, Mo Yan said calmly. Then let's get started. I have no objection. Let's get started. The sooner we finish, the better we can feel at ease. Several royal clan leaders spoke up one after another. Although they had already reached an agreement with Ye Bufan in secret, they did not show any abnormality. As for Ye Bufan's wish to annihilate the entire Sky Demon clan, they were even more eager for that. After all, as one side gains while the other loses, the Sky Demon clan's loss is a gain for them. The Sky Demon clan was weakened, which meant that they were indirectly strengthened. It's just that none of the royal families can trust each other, so in all the previous domain master competitions, there has never been a situation where the royal families have joined forces with each other. But this time it's different. Because of Ye Bufan and because of the Hongmeng Yuani, the 5 royal families have joined forces. In this case, why not let the entire Heavenly Demon clan be wiped out? After the patriarchs of several royal families reached an agreement, the competition for the Lord of the Purple Emperor domain officially began. At this time, DTN handed 2 half-palm-sized, purple gold tokens to Ye Bufan and Anya respectively. On the way here, after listening to Anya's explanation, Ye Bufan already knew that this token was called the Forbidden Land token. This token was originally created by the emperors of various races. It is impossible for outsiders to imitate it. Moreover, this Forbidden Land token is also the only certificate to enter the ancient Forbidden Land. Only those who possess the Forbidden Land order can enter the ancient Forbidden Land through the formation barrier. If you do not have the Forbidden Land order, then even if you are a strong man at the level of the God Emperor, you will not be able to forcibly break through the formation barrier and enter the ancient Forbidden Land. At the same time, after entering the ancient Forbidden Land, once the Forbidden Land order is lost, then no matter who it is, 3 hours after losing the Forbidden Land order, they will be directly expelled by the formation and teleported out of the ancient Forbidden Land. That is why the so-called Domain Master competition is actually about snatching the Forbidden Land order from other contestants. The entire Domain Master competition lasted for 3 days. After 3 days, the person who obtains the most Forbidden Land orders will win and will gain the right to rule the entire Purple Emperor domain for the next 100 years. Of course, although each competition for domain mastership lasts for 3 days, this is not absolute. In other words, there is another situation that can end the competition for domain mastership early, and that is the number of Forbidden Land orders. Take the competition for the domain lord of the Purple Emperor domain this time for example. In this competition, the 6 major royal families each won 10 places to participate, which means that the 6 major royal families together have 60 participants, which means 60 Forbidden Land orders. In addition, there are hundreds of races in the Divine Realm. Although the 100 races in the Divine Realm are all members of the 100 Races Alliance, their strength varies. Therefore, the number of places they obtain are also different. The most is allocated 5 places, and the least is only 1. In general, the total number of places for all the participating races in the Divine Realm is 440, plus the 60 people from the 6 major royal families, that is exactly 500 people, and these 500 people correspond to 500 Forbidden Land orders. Of course, there are far more Forbidden Land orders than this. The number of Forbidden Land orders in each Domain Lord competition is exactly 1000. Except for one Forbidden Land order that is initially allocated to each contestant, the other Forbidden Land orders have been hidden in various places in the ancient Forbidden Land in advance. Anyone has the opportunity to obtain these Forbidden Land orders. But no matter what, the total number of Forbidden Land orders is 1000. If one wants to end the Domain Master competition early, then someone must obtain more than half of the Forbidden Land orders, which means 501 Forbidden Land orders. Once someone obtains 501 Forbidden Land orders, everyone will be directly expelled from the ancient Forbidden Land by the formation, and the Domain Master competition will be directly declared over. The contestant who obtains 501 Forbidden Land orders will naturally be the final winner. It's just that this situation has never happened before. After all, the strength of the several royal families and their respective camps are evenly matched. In this situation, it is impossible and unrealistic for one family to dominate alone. 3 minutes later, Dark Knight was the first to enter the ancient Forbidden Land. Ye Bufan followed closely behind. At the same time, Ye Bufan was also the last contestant to enter the ancient Forbidden Land. Of course, there is actually no difference between entering early or late, and you won't gain much advantage because everyone will be randomly teleported to a certain location in the ancient Forbidden Land after entering it. The area of the entire ancient Forbidden Land is comparable to that of a planet with life. In the case of random teleportation, the probability of two contestants being teleported to the same place is almost zero. Since we won't encounter it, then naturally it won't have much impact. As Ye Bufan was the last one to enter the ancient Forbidden Land, the Purple Emperor Domain Lord competition officially kicked off. As a result, a bloody and extremely tragic fight and snatch would inevitably take place in the ancient Forbidden Land. Chapter 1791 You Don't Dare to Gamble. When Ye Bufan was the last one to enter the ancient Forbidden Land, Mo Yan withdrew his gaze, then turned sideways to look at DTN beside him, and said with a smile, "Brother DTN, do you think this human kid can still walk out of the ancient Forbidden Land alive?" Mo Yan's tone was calm, but full of provocation. "Of course." After Mo Yan finished speaking, DTN said calmly, "Oh, really?" Mo Yan smiled leisurely, "I think he is dead this time." "Then let's wait and see," DTN said softly. "Hee hee." Mo Yan smiled and said, "It seems that Brother DTN is very confident." Changing the subject, Mo Yan said, "That's true. After all, this time, my nephew and Yi entered this ancient Forbidden Land with me. With his strength, he obviously has few rivals. If he insists on saving the human boy's life, the chances of him surviving are still very high. I'm sure Brother DTN thinks so too, right? Mo Yan, stop talking nonsense and just say what you want to say." DTN said impatiently. "Hee hee." Mo Yan smiled again and said, "Since Brother DTN has said so much, then I will speak frankly. Brother DTN, how about we make a bet?" DTN frowned and looked at Mo Yan in confusion. "Want to take a gamble?" "That's right." Mo Yan responded and said, "How about we make a bet on whether that human kid can walk out of the ancient Forbidden Land alive this time?" "Not interested." DTN directly refused. "You." Mo Yan was stunned. He didn't expect that DTN would refuse so directly. However, Mo Yan obviously had no intention of giving up just like that. Looking at DTN, he looked teasing and amused. "Brother DTN, you are not afraid, are you?" DTN frowned. Looking at Mo Yan, he said sternly, "Mo Yan, are you trying to provoke me?" "So what?" Mo Yan said without denying it. "How about it, do you dare to bet?" "How do you want to bet?" "It's very simple. Let's bet on whether that human can walk out of the ancient Forbidden Land alive this time. If he survives, you win. If he dies, I win. How do you say that?" "What about the bet?" "As for the bet, how about betting on the 7 Hearts Reincarnation Flower in Brother DTN's hand?" "So you were planning on getting the 7 Hearts Reincarnation Flower?" "Why, you don't dare." "Why not?" "But if I'm going to bet on the 7 Hearts Reincarnation Flower, what are you going to bet on?" Although the 7 Hearts Reincarnation Flower, in DTN's hand had already been given to Ye Bufan as a wedding gift, it didn't matter. He couldn't possibly lose the bet between him and Mo Yan. What's more, after having the Hongmeng Yuanyi, in DTN's view, the 7 Hearts Reincarnation Flower was nothing. As long as he wanted, he could borrow a few flowers from the other royal clan leaders anytime and anywhere. It's a pity that Mo Yan is unaware of all this. After DTN finished speaking, Mo Yan smiled and said, "What do you want me to bet on?" "Never mind." Unexpectedly, DTN simply waved his hand and said, "The stakes are too small. I don't think much of it." Mo Yan was stunned. "The stakes are too small. Isn't it?" DTN said with a look of disdain. "I am the patriarch of the Shira clan, but I actually used a mere 7-hearted samsara flower as a bet. If you don't find it shameful, then I do." Looking at DTN, Mo Yan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. "Just a 7-heart reincarnation flower. Are you still ashamed? Fuck you." It felt like millions of alpaca horses were galloping through Mo Yan's heart. 7-heart reincarnation flower. That is a treasure that can directly improve martial arts talent and is coveted by even the God Emperor. The most important thing is that this thing is very rare. Now that it came into DTN's mouth, the 7-heart reincarnation flower seemed like worthless garbage. How could Mo Yan accept this? But Mo Yan was the patriarch of a clan after all, a powerful God Emperor, so he quickly calmed down and looked at DTN and said calmly, "Then what do you think we should bet on?" "What's the right bet?" DTN groaned for a moment, and said, "If you must bet, then bet on the Tianlong territory of your Tianmo clan." "What?" When Emperor Tian said this, Mo Yan couldn't help but exclaim. The others present were no exception. They all looked at DTN in shock, horror and disbelief. They never expected that DTN would directly bet an entire region as soon as he opened his mouth. It must be said that DTN's bet was indeed quite big. "You." The next second, Mo Yan wanted to say something, but was interrupted by DTN. "Why, don't you dare to gamble." Hearing this, Mo Yan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. "You don't dare to gamble." He had just used this sentence to provoke DTN, but he did not expect that DTN would return the same sentence to him so quickly. This feeling is really like fuck, damn it. But what can he do? DTN has already said this, can he still refuse? It's impossible. As the patriarch of the Heavenly Demon clan, Mo Yan felt that he could not afford to lose face in front of this person. Zizi said, why should he refuse? Tianlong territory, right? Looking at DTN, Mo Yan said calmly, and then said, okay, I will use Tianlong as the bet, then what do you plan to bet? I will use the Yellow Springs as my bet. Emperor Tian smiled and said, if you win, Wangquan territory will be yours, and if I win, Tianlong territory will be mine. We are both in the same territory, so neither of us will suffer any loss. How do you think? Okay, that's settled then. Etc. As soon as Mo Yan finished speaking, DTN immediately spoke out to stop him. You don't want to regret it, do you? Looking at DTN, Mo Yan frowned and said. Regret? DTN smiled and said, why would I regret it? What do you mean? Mo Yan looked unhappy and confused. What do you mean? DTN smiled and said, it would be too boring for just you and me to gamble against each other, wouldn't it? Mo Yan frowned. DTN looked at the other royal clan leaders standing aside and said with a smile, hey guys, are you interested in joining me and brother Mo Yan in a small gamble? A small gamble? Most of the people present couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. You have all staked your entire territory. Still call it a small gamble. If this is considered a small gamble, then what is considered a big gamble? Before everyone could think about it, the four royal clan leaders, Ji Tianming, Tai Yij, Yuli Si, and Andre, had already arrived in front of DTN and Mo Yan. Looking at them, DTN smiled and said, everyone, I'm sure you've all heard the conversation between me and brother Mo Yan just now. How about it, are you interested in taking a gamble? After a pause, DTN continued, I still have some confidence in the strength of that human brother. Killing him is definitely not an easy task, or even impossible. So, brother Mo Yan is now dissatisfied with the fact that the Sky Demon clan controls too many extraterritorial areas, and wants us to help him share some of the burden. I think you will not refuse such a request, right? Reject. Only a fool would refuse. Even if the 5 royal families join forces, can the demon clan still kill Ye Bufan in the ancient Forbidden Land? Stop kidding. It was already very good that Ye Bufan prevented the entire Heavenly Demon clan from being wiped out. The 4 royal clan leaders thought secretly in their hearts. Of course, they would not tell Mo Yan the fact that the 5 royal families had joined forces, and even their expressions and actions did not reveal the slightest flaw or clue. The next second, Soul Clan leader Ulysses spoke first. smiling sweetly, I also think that his chances of surviving are greater than being killed directly. After all, the ancient Forbidden Land is so large, and it is still a question whether the people of the Sky Demon clan can encounter him. What's more, Brother DTN's Shira clan is trying to protect him, so Brother Mo Yan, I will also make a bet with you, using the Tianlin territory of my soul clan as the bet. If Brother Mo Yan agrees, the Tianlin territory will belong to your Sky Demon clan. If I agree, I can choose any of the remaining lands outside the territory of your Sky Demon clan. How about it? As soon as Euless finished speaking, the other 3 clan leaders also spoke up. Count me in. I also bet that the human race can survive. Since you are all involved, how can my god clan stay out of it? So, I will also make a bet with you, Brother Mo Yan, and bet that the human race can survive. This. After the 4 clan leaders finished speaking, Mo Yan couldn't help but be a little dazed. DTN smiled and said, Brother Mo Yan, please give me some advice. Could it be that the stakes are too high and you don't dare to gamble? Chapter 1792 Awe. You don't dare to gamble. DTN's 5 simple words were so harsh and infuriating that in this short moment, Mo Yan almost couldn't hold back and went berserk several times. Originally, those words were meant to provoke DTN, but he didn't expect that they would become a weapon used by DTN to provoke himself, or even to mock himself. How could Mo Yan not be angry and furious? But now that things have come to this, what else can he do? Mo Yan knew that he was now in a difficult situation. Just refuse. Not to mention whether the royal clan leaders such as DTN would agree, even Mo Yan himself could not afford to lose face. After all, no matter what, it was he who took the initiative in making the bet and proposed it first. Of course, Mo Yan himself has long passed the age of youthful recklessness, just like DTN before. He will not lose his mind just because of DTN's provocation and agree to DTN's proposal. Moreover, as the head of a clan, he must put himself in the shoes of the Sky Demon clan and consider the interests of the clan. Betting against the 5 royal families. Winning is naturally the best. But what if you lose? That's 5 whole extraterritorial areas. Mo Yan can't afford to lose. The Sky Demon clan cannot afford to lose either. The most important thing is the attitude of the current royal patriarchs. They actually agreed to DTN's proposal without even thinking about it, and like DTN, they directly pressured the human to leave the ancient Forbidden Land alive. Why is that? Where does their confidence come from? Or did they simply think that the human's chance of survival was greater than the chance of him being killed by the heavenly demons, so the patriarchs of the several royal families chose to stand on the side of the human without hesitation? Mo Yan's thoughts were racing. But even if he racked his brains, he would never have imagined that before this competition for the domain lord even started, several other royal families except their own demonic clan had already reached an agreement and even formed an alliance in secret. It can be said that this time the competition for the domain master is just a formality. The so-called win or lose, the so-called victory or defeat, actually had answers and results long before the competition for the domain master even started. A brief moment. Mo Yan thought a lot in his mind, and he weighed the pros and cons countless times in his mind. Most importantly, he was constantly scanning the faces of the clan leaders in front of him, as if he wanted to see the slightest clue from their expressions. It's a pity that whether it's DTN or the other clan leaders, they are all as cunning as foxes. How could Mo Yan possibly see the slightest clue from their expressions? After a moment, Mo Yan withdrew his thoughts and glanced at the 5 royal clan leaders in front of him, including DTN. Then he frowned and asked in a deep voice, "Are you really going to gamble with my Tianmo clan with an entire region? Mo Yan, are you done yet? What's true or false? Just tell me whether you want to bet or not." As soon as Mo Yan finished speaking, before the other clan leaders could speak, DTN spoke first, with an impatient look on his face. "You." Mo Yan glared at DTN angrily. Snort. Then he snorted coldly and ignored DTN, but looked at the other 4 clan leaders again. At this time, Ji Tianming smiled and said, "Brother Mo Yan, you don't have to look at me like that. It's just a small area, and my god clan can afford to lose it. Just treat it as a place to liven up the fun and have some fun with you guys. So do my soul clan. How can such a good thing be missed by my mechanical team? Haha, Brother Moyan, my giant demon clan will take over this area of your heavenly demon clan." Several other clan leaders also expressed their attitudes. In that case, let's gamble. Mo Yan didn't hesitate any longer and agreed directly. Hee hee. The 5 clan leaders smiled calmly in their hearts. The bet is made. This is equivalent to the Heavenly Demon clan giving each of them a piece of land for free. As for going back on your word or refusing to pay, do the demons dare to go back on their word? Do the demons dare to default on their debt? If they dare to go back on their word and default on their debts, the 5 royal families will join forces, and even if they cannot kill the Heavenly Demon clan, they will at least be able to cripple them. Of course, the 5 royal families are not afraid of the Heavenly Demon clan reneging on their debts or defaulting on their obligations, and the Heavenly Demon clan is also not afraid of them reneging on their debts or defaulting on their obligations. First of all the hundreds of tribes in the divine realm present were witnesses to this gambling game. Secondly, the Sky Demon tribe was not to be bullied. Most importantly, Mo Yan believed that the several royal families would not go to war with the Sky Demon tribe just for their own territory. After all, that would not benefit anyone. The 5 royal clan leaders laughed secretly in their hearts, and Mo Yan was no exception. Because, although Mo Yan didn't know what the 5 royal clan leaders were thinking, nor did he know where the 5 royal clan leaders' confidence came from, he knew the arrangements made by the Sky Demon clan this time in order to regain ownership of the Purple Emperor domain. This time, the Sky Demon clan is determined to gain the position of Lord of the Purple Emperor domain. Therefore, they prepared absolutely powerful military force for this purpose, which was enough to sweep away all the contestants in the entire ancient Forbidden Land. In this case, would it be difficult to kill Ye Bufan, this hateful human? It's not difficult at all. Therefore, this time, the Sky Demon clan will not only be able to regain ownership of the Purple Emperor domain, but will also gain additional gains from the 5 extraterritorial lands of the 5 royal families. This is equivalent to the Sky Demon clan gaining 6 extraterritorial lands at once. 6 extraterritorial areas. Just thinking about it, Mo Yan couldn't help but feel excited and thrilled. But he didn't show it. Because he was afraid that the major royal families would suddenly go back on their word. After all, the competition for Domain Master has just begun. Before it ends and before the final winner is revealed, even if the 5 royal families suddenly regret and cancel the bet, he has nothing to say. After all, no one knows anything about the ancient Forbidden Land. Mo Yan thought so, and so did the patriarchs of the 5 royal families. They both have their own calculations. However, the members of other races present were dumbfounded and confused. They looked at the 6 royal patriarchs in front of them with a blank in their minds. After all, that was a shocking gamble involving 5 extraterritorial lands. In the ancient Forbidden Land, Ye Bufan had no idea about what was happening outside the ancient Forbidden Land, or the shocking gamble between the 6 royal families because of him. He only knew that the moment he passed through the formation barrier and entered the ancient Forbidden Land, his eyes went dark and then the space twisted. Plop! Immediately afterwards, Ye Bufan fell directly into a pool of water. Ahem. After coming out of the pool, Ye Bufan couldn't help but choke on the water a few times. Depend on. The next second, Ye Bufan cursed angrily, what kind of bullshit teleportation is this? It actually directly sent me. Well. But at this moment, Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned, and his original cursing also stopped abruptly, because Ye Bufan found that in the pool where he was, or 2 or 3 meters away from him, there was a young woman bathing in the pool. At this moment, the young woman only showed her head and white shoulders, and she was staring at Ye Bufan stupidly with her eyes wide open. At this moment, Ye Bufan was stunned, stupid, confused and bewildered. Isn't it said that everything in this ancient Forbidden Land is dead and there is nothing? How come a human girl suddenly appeared now, and she was bathing in the water? Most importantly, this human girl actually gave him a sense of déjà vu. Ah! The next second, before Ye Bufan could think about it, a high-pitched scream came out from the girl's mouth. Chapter 1793 Meet the Little Fairy Again. The girl's scream brought Ye Bufan back to his senses immediately. He didn't have time to think about anything else. He immediately looked at the human girl in front of him and waved his hands to explain. Miss, it's a misunderstanding, it's really just a misunderstanding, this young master. Misunderstood you, uncle. The girl held her hands in front of her chest and interrupted Ye Bufan with a curse, saying, Mr. Yi, you actually came to peek at this fairy bathing again, you bastard, hooligan, dead pervert, why are you haunting me? Well, Ye Bufan was stunned when the girl said this. He was stunned and even more stupid. Your last name is Yi. This fairy. Still haunting. Boom. In an instant, Ye Bufan was shocked. Are you a fairy? Looking at the human girl in front of him, Ye Bufan widened his eyes and couldn't help but exclaim. At this moment, Ye Bufan finally understood why he had a sense of déjà vu when he saw the human girl in front of him, because the human girl in front of him was clearly the holy prison spirit, one of the three great treasures of the world, the little fairy who borrowed the entire Shenwu continent, but the previous little fairy was just a spirit, but now she has a real body of flesh and blood, so Ye Bufan did not recognize her for a while. Also, isn't it said that all living things are extinct in the ancient forbidden land and it is not suitable for anyone to survive or live in? But why is the little fairy here? And she is actually taking a bath here. This is too weird, isn't it? Etc. Suddenly, Ye Bufan's heart was shaken. He thought of some of the situations related to the ancient forbidden land that Yi had explained to him on the way here. According to Yi, this ancient forbidden land was the headquarters of the human race's heavenly palace tens of millions of years ago. It was also the battlefield of the war between the human race and the various races in the divine realm tens of millions of years ago. That is why the ancient forbidden land has long since become a ruin and a place of desolation. The water source here has dried up. Here the ground is breaking apart. The space here is broken. Everything is dead here. There is no life here. If that's the case, where did the rivers and lakes come from in this ancient forbidden land? Without rivers or lakes, where did the fairy take her bath, and where was the pool, where she was now? When he thought of this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but glance around. However, after this glance, Ye Bufan became even more stupid and stunned, because everything within his sight was exactly the same as the ancient forbidden land that Yi mentioned. The ancient forbidden land that Yi mentioned was dilapidated, desolate, and even desolate, but the ancient forbidden land that Ye Bufan saw now was full of vitality, with overgrown vegetation, and not far from the pool, where Ye Bufan was at the moment, there were actually luxurious buildings. Is this an ancient forbidden land? Are we in the wrong place? Or is this all an illusion? Wrong. This is definitely not an illusion. I definitely didn't come to the wrong place. This is the ancient forbidden land, and the venue for this domain master competition. But how do you explain what's happening before your eyes? Etc. Looking at the buildings not far away, Ye Bufan's heart was shocked again. Is that the Star Beast Garden? Is that the Inner Palace Treasury? Is that the Babel Tower? Is that Hunyuan Martial Arts Pavilion? Is that Tiandaotai? Holy shit. Looking at the familiar buildings around him, Ye Bufan was even more shocked and confused. Isn't this the Heavenly Palace? In other words, isn't this the Heavenly Palace headquarters that was personally built by Dao Wuya tens of millions of years ago? A moment of thought. A sudden discovery. Everything seems long, but it is only a moment. You moved the Heavenly Palace to the ancient forbidden land. No, you didn't move the entire Shenwu continent to this ancient forbidden land, did you? Looking at the little fairy in front of him, Ye Bufan said in horror. It's a pity that the little fairy didn't know how to answer Ye Bufan's question at all. At this moment, the little fairy only knew that she was taking a bath in the Sacred Heart Pool, and then Ye Bufan broke in. In the past, she was just a spirit, so it was okay for Ye Bufan to peek at her. But now she is no longer the spirit she used to be, but a real body with flesh and blood. In this situation, she was once again peeked at by Ye Bufan. How could the little fairy bear it? Immediately, the little fairy glared at Ye Bufan and said viciously, "You pervert surnamed Yi, this is the second time. Just wait for me. I'm telling you, I've met Brother God Killer. Just wait for your beating." When the fairy said this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Dead pervert. What's wrong with me? Do you think I came here on purpose to peek at you taking a bath? The first time in the holy prison was a complete accident. The same is true now, the second time. After all, who knew you would come to the ancient forbidden land? Who knew you would take a bath here? Most importantly, who could have thought that the formation barrier outside the ancient forbidden land would directly teleport me to you? This is simply a bad fate. However, Ye Bufan was too lazy to explain, because he knew very well that it would be useless no matter how much he explained. What about the others? Looking at the little fairy, Ye Bufan directly changed the subject. Originally, he planned to wait until he took the position of Lord of the Purple Emperor domain before making some big noise to attract the attention of Long Xiaobao and others, so as to make it easier for them to know his whereabouts and find him. But now that he has met the little fairy, there is naturally no need to go through so much trouble. After all, the Shenwu continent is in the hands of the little fairy. In this way, Ye Bufan believes that even if Long Xiaobao and others are no longer with the little fairy must know their whereabouts. What's it to you? Unexpectedly, the fairy just said this out of the blue. What does it have to do with me? Ye Bufan was stunned, and then said angrily, Little fairy, you have to understand clearly that I am the star master of Shenwu Star. It was you who stole Shenwu Star without asking. Now you dare to say that it has nothing to do with me. I'm telling you, tell me the whereabouts of Xiaobao and the others immediately. If not, I will be rude to you. You actually yelled at me. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, the little fairy suddenly stood up and pointed at Ye Bufan with a look of grievance. Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. The fairy's transformation caught him off guard. The little fairy just now looked like an extremely ferocious tigress, but in the blink of an eye she seemed to have turned into a weak little lamb. Isn't this change too fast? Of course, that's not the point. The key point is the state of the little fairy at this moment. You know, she was bathing in the Sacred Heart pool. In this case, she naturally had no clothes on. Originally, she was bathing in the Sacred Heart pool, and it might not have been a big deal, but now that she stood up. Gurgle. Looking at the little fairy in front of him, Ye Bufan couldn't help swallowing. The little fairy didn't care about it at all, as if she didn't notice the awkward situation between her and Ye Bufan. She just pointed at Ye Bufan and said with a wronged look on her face, I have done so much for you, and you still yell at me. Hearing this, Ye Bufan was stunned at first, then he immediately came back to his senses, looking at the fairy with a look of surprise and confusion. What do you mean? You have done so much for me. What did you do for me? Roll. Unexpectedly, the little fairy shouted angrily, I don't want to see you again. Call. The next second, Ye Bufan felt the space around him twisted. What's going on? Ye Bufan was shocked. Bang. Before he could think about it, he felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and then he fell directly from midair, and then landed heavily on the ground. Chapter 1794 Sister Fairy, help me. Fuck. The moment he landed, Ye Bufan instinctively cursed in surprise. But in fact, Ye Bufan didn't care too much about these. What he cared about was the tone and attitude of the fairy just now. This fairy has done so much for you, and you actually yell at me. This fairy never wants to see you again. What is this? Behave in a spoiled manner. Crying. Or is the little fairy simply expressing her dissatisfaction with herself? But no matter which one it was different from the little fairy that Ye Bufan was familiar with. That feeling made Ye Bufan feel even weirder. As for what's strange. For a moment, Ye Bufan couldn't figure it out. Since he couldn't figure it out, Ye Bufan naturally stopped thinking about it. Call. The next second, he took a deep breath, then stood up and looked around. It was at this time that Ye Bufan found himself in a space that was completely different from the heavenly palace. The ground here was charred black, and there were abyss-like cracks of defeat everywhere on the ground. Not only the earth, but also the surrounding space is covered with spider web-like cracks, as if the entire space is like a broken mirror that may shatter completely at any time. The most terrifying thing is the endless blood cloud in the sky above, or the endless sea of blood. Even though they were tens of thousands of meters apart, Ye Bufan could still clearly feel the terrifying pressure contained therein. Ye Bufan even had a feeling that if he got close to this blood cloud, he would be crushed to death. Although this is just a feeling, it is extremely strong and extremely real. For this reason, Ye Bufan did not pay too much attention to the blood cloud, because no matter what it was, Ye Bufan could not afford to offend it. Depression, frustration, loneliness, and desolation. This was Ye Bufan's first impression of this space. At the same time, Ye Bufan knew that this was the ancient Forbidden Land, the location of the human race's heavenly palace tens of millions of years ago, and the field of life and death duels between the ancestors of the heavenly palace and the various races in the divine realm tens of millions of years ago. Everything in front of him was the best testimony of that battle. It is not difficult to imagine that the battle back then must have been extremely bloody and tragic. The human race's heavenly palace fights against hundreds of races in the divine realm. Although Tiangong was defeated in the end, it was still enough to be proud of. What's more, did Tiangong lose? Yes, Tiangong was defeated, but it left behind a legacy. Even though we are defeated, the heavenly palace is immortal. The cycle of martial arts begins, and we fight again for another century. Ye Bufan still remembers these 16 words clearly. That is the slogan of all the heroes in the heavenly palace. That is the will of all the heroes in Heavenly Palace. They left a legacy. They hope that Tiangong will rise again. They hope that the human race will prosper again. Call. Watching and thinking, Ye Bufan suddenly took a deep breath, and then said with a firm look, Dao Wuya, and all the ancestors of the human races Tiangong, you can rest assured. Since I have inherited your legacy, I will definitely complete your wishes. I will climb to the top of the mountain and look down on all the other mountains. This time, let me meet the so-called 100 clans of the divine realm. Boom. When Ye Bufan said this, a huge roar suddenly sounded 10,000 meters behind him. Ye Bufan was startled and turned around to look. It was only then that he realized that he had not noticed before, but 10,000 meters behind him, on that endless black scorched earth, there were actually luxurious buildings. Ye Bufan recognized it at a glance. This was the Heavenly Palace headquarters that Dao Wuya had refined after fusing 13 divine weapons. In addition, there is an exquisite pagoda floating above the Tiangong headquarters, and the huge roar just now came from this exquisite pagoda. But Ye Bufan didn't care too much about this exquisite pagoda. Depend on. Looking at the Heavenly Palace headquarters in the distance, Ye Bufan yelled in surprise, this little girl really placed the Heavenly Palace refined by Dao Wuya in this ancient forbidden land, but it just so happens that. After saying this, Ye Bufan stretched out his right hand and reached towards the Tiangong headquarters in the distance, saying, come here. You must know that when Ye Bufan obtained Dao Wuya's inheritance, he had already refined this Heavenly Palace. In other words, this Heavenly Palace is Ye Bufan's personal property. It is naturally easy for Ye Bufan to recall it to his side. However, reality is always so cruel. Ye Bufan soon discovered that there was no connection between himself and the Heavenly Palace. Your uncle. This discovery made Ye Bufan's face darken. There is no doubt that this must be the work of the fairy. Not only did she borrow the Shenwu continent, but now she has also taken away the ownership of the Heavenly Palace. Ye Bufan was secretly resentful and angry. But what can he do? He was also helpless when he met the little fairy. Immediately, Ye Bufan moved and rushed directly towards the Tiangong headquarters in the distance. Ye Bufan was like this, and the others were no exception. After all, the huge roar from the holy prison just now alarmed all the alien members in the area. Coupled with the sudden occurrence of such a strange change in the ancient forbidden land, they immediately determined that this was a great opportunity. In this case, they would not hesitate even a little bit. For a moment, all the alien races in this area rushed to the Tiangong headquarters as quickly as possible. Heavenly Palace, Sacred Heart Pool. Ye Bufan had just been expelled by the fairy when the seven-colored koi fish popped its head out of the Sacred Heart Pond. It looked at the fairy with a look of surprise and uncertainty and asked, Sister Fairy, was that the palace master? No. The fairy replied angrily. Oh. The seven-colored koi responded weakly. Snort. The little fairy snorted coldly, then looked at the seven-colored koi with a gloomy face and said, Don't call me fairy sister anymore. What's that called? The seven-colored koi blinked and said curiously. Call me Madam Palace Master. The little fairy said directly. Ah. The seven-colored koi was stunned. Call her Madam Palace Master. The look in her eyes when she looked at the little fairy was extremely weird. Fairy sister, help me. But at this moment, an urgent cry for help suddenly came from not far away. The little fairy frowned. The seven-colored koi was also stunned. Then the little fairy and the seven-colored koi looked in the direction of the sound. The Sacred Heart Pool is 300 meters away. Fairy sister, help me. Fairy sister, help me. Fairy sister, help me. The golden monkey ran while shouting for help. 20 meters behind the golden-haired monkey, there was an alien who was at the half-step God Emperor level, chasing after the golden-haired monkey. Seeing this scene, the seven-colored koi was stunned. Then she looked at the fairy, a little surprised and puzzled. Fairy sister, who is that person? Why is he here? Why is he chasing the monkey? Also, isn't this the Heavenly Palace? We are one with the Heavenly Palace, why would the monkey run away? After the seven-colored koi finished speaking, the little fairy couldn't help but twitch her lips. Why did the monkey run? You ask me, who should I ask? But the little fairy obviously didn't care about these. Seeing the golden-haired monkey and the alien who was half a step away from the God Emperor realm running towards her in the distance, she simply put on a piece of clothes. She didn't want others to see her body. Well, at this moment, the golden-haired monkey that was running from a distance just froze in place. Although the voice of the seven-colored koi was not loud, it was not small either. At this distance, he could hear it clearly. Therefore, after the seven-colored koi said this, the golden-haired monkey was completely stunned. Yeah, why should I run? Chapter 1795 The Strength of the Little Fairy. Yeah, why should I run? The golden monkey froze in place, but the alien behind him who was at the half-step Divine Emperor level did not stop at all. He just shouted, "Little monkey, let's see where you can run this time." As soon as he finished speaking, the alien who was half a step away from becoming a god emperor had already arrived beside the golden-haired monkey. Then he stretched out his right hand and grabbed the golden monkey directly. "I'm running away from you." Seeing this scene, the golden-haired monkey cursed in his heart. "Call out." The next second, he disappeared out of thin air. The alien who was at the half-step god emperor level missed with his claws. Looking at the golden monkey that had disappeared from his sight, he was stunned and even a little dazed. "Silly boy, your monkey grandpa is here." At this time, the voice of the golden-haired monkey sounded again behind the alien race at the half-step god emperor level. The alien at the half-step god emperor level was stunned again. Then he turned around and looked directly in the direction of the sound. 20 meters behind him, a golden-haired monkey came out from the ground. At this moment, half of its body was still hidden in the ground, with only its upper body exposed. It looked at the alien who was at the half-step god emperor level with a provocative and mocking look on its face. Seeing this scene, the alien who was at the half-step god emperor level couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He was shocked, confused, and even a little bewildered. From the moment he first met the golden-haired monkey, he knew that the golden-haired monkey was just a spirit. But how could the weapon spirit be separated from the magic weapon? Besides, since this golden-haired monkey is a spirit weapon, where is his original magical weapon? Out of curiosity, the alien at the half-step god emperor level chased the golden-haired monkey relentlessly. Or maybe it was because of greed that the half-step god emperor alien race pursued the golden-haired monkey relentlessly. After all, in the eyes of the half-step god emperor alien race, an artifact spirit like the golden-haired monkey must have reached the level of a divine soldier. In the divine realm, although there are many divine soldiers, there are only a few who actually possess them. After all, there are too many creatures in the divine realm. Even a strong man like him who is half a step away from the divine emperor realm is like a swarm of carp crossing the river. There are too many wolves and too little meat. In this case, the divine soldiers appear to be quite rare. Just like the alien race who is half a step away from being a divine emperor, he does not have any divine weapons of his own. Without the divine weapons, it is impossible to refine the supreme royal weapons, let alone create the Hongmeng imperial weapons. In this way, seeing a weapon spirit of the level of a divine weapon, how could the alien race at the half-step god emperor level not be excited and thrilled? But right now, it's okay that this golden monkey can separate from the body of the magic weapon, but it can actually disappear out of thin air and even merge into the earth. What the hell is this? The alien who was at the half-step divine emperor level swore that he had never encountered such a spirit weapon before. Not to mention meeting him, I've never even heard of him. It can be said that the existence of the golden-haired monkey has overturned all previous cognitions of the alien races at the half-step god emperor level. What kind of magical weapon spirit is this? What exactly is this place? Although puzzled, although confused. However, for the alien who is half a step away from being a god emperor, all of this is no longer important at this moment, because he has found something more valuable than the golden-haired monkey, or in other words, he has found something that can attract him more than the golden-haired monkey. This thing is none other than the little fairy in the Sacred Heart Pond. It is true that the golden monkey is a spirit of the weapon. But not the fairy. Now she has already turned into a human being with flesh and blood. It was for this reason that the alien race at the half-step god emperor level directly set their sights on the little fairy. The next second, he turned around and looked directly at the fairy who was already dressed neatly in the Sacred Heart Pond. At the same time, when he saw the seven-colored koi beside the fairy, he was slightly surprised and asked, "There is actually another weapon spirit." However, the alien race at the half-step god emperor level obviously did not care too much about these things. His attention soon fell on the fairy again, and he looked her up and down, saying with a playful and teasing look, not bad, I didn't expect to meet such a beautiful human woman like you in this unknown place. So, even if there is no other gain, this wave of the Lord is not a loss." The alien who was at the half-step God Emperor level spoke as he slowly walked towards the Sacred Heart Pool. When he walked to the edge of the Sacred Heart Pond, he paused, then looked at the little fairy with a playful expression. "Little beauty, tell me, where is this place? Who are you? If you tell me the truth, I can be gentle with you later, otherwise hee." As soon as the alien at the half-step God Emperor level finished speaking, the little fairy's face turned ashen. Not only did Ye Bufan just take advantage of me, but now another shameless guy shows up to tease me like this. How can this be tolerated? My uncle can tolerate it, but my aunt absolutely cannot. Court death. Immediately, the little fairy gave a stern rebuke. The alien who was at the half-step God Emperor level frowned. Ha ha ha. Then he laughed again and said, "Little beauty, do you still want to kill me? Just based on." Boom. However, before the alien who was at the half-step God Emperor level could finish his words, a terrifying and extremely ferocious aura had already surged out of the little fairy. Buzz. Seeing this scene, the alien who was at the half-step God Emperor level was trembling in the heart. His expression changed drastically when he looked at the little fairy. The little fairy ignored it. She just raised her right hand and then slapped out with her palm. Huff, huff, huff. In an instant, the elements of heaven and earth in the surrounding space seemed to be summoned and gathered towards the little fairy frantically. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind. 9 elements gathered together. The 9 elements directly condensed into a giant palm that covered the sky. This. Seeing this scene, the alien who was half a step into the God Emperor realm opened his eyes wide. He was stunned, dumbfounded, and even more scared. God, a powerful God Emperor, and a powerful God Emperor who has reached the great perfection of the elements. Gurgle. At this point, the alien who was half a step away from becoming a God Emperor couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He had never imagined that a human woman he just met, and a human woman who looked harmless, would actually be a God Emperor who was at the level of the great perfection of elements. What is the great perfection of elements? That is actually a powerful God Emperor who has cultivated all 9 elements to the extreme. The cultivation of this kind of God Emperor must have reached the 9th level, and as long as he can condense a law, even if it is just one law, the other party can directly break through the bottleneck of the God Emperor and achieve the position of the Emperor. Of course, although a God Emperor of this level is only one step away from becoming an Emperor, this step is not so easy to take. Even a God Emperor who has perfected 10,000 elements may not be able to have a domain law and thus achieve the position of an Emperor. But it doesn't matter anymore. Because no matter what, the human woman in front of him is a super powerful person at the 9th level of the Divine Emperor. And what about yourself? Just an ant at the half-step God Emperor level. The most terrifying thing was that he, a lowly ant at the level of half-step God Emperor, had just been so aggressive in challenging the God Emperor of the 9th heaven in front of him. It was even possible that he had already coveted the super powerful man who had the ability to attain the position of the Emperor. This guy is simply looking for death. Bang! With this thought, the half-step Divine Emperor Realm Warrior knelt on the ground. His body was shaking and trembling, and he begged bitterly, "Senior, I know I was wrong. Please spare my life. I am willing to serve you like a cow or a horse." It's a pity that the fairy didn't pay any attention at all. Work like a horse or an ox. Are you worthy enough? The next second, the 9-element palm in midair fell down with a bang. Puff. Blood and flesh splattered. The alien at the half-step Divine Emperor level was beaten into a pulp. Chapter 1796, in front of the Inner Palace Treasury. Snort. Looking at the alien at the half-step God Emperor level who had been beaten into a pulp by her, the little fairy snorted angrily, and then waved her right hand, and the pulp of the half-step God Emperor level alien disappeared without a trace, as if he had never appeared. After getting rid of the alien who was at the half-step God Emperor level, the little fairy looked towards a certain place in the heavenly palace with a gloomy face. At this moment, in addition to Ye Bufan and the alien who was half a step away from becoming a God Emperor and was killed by the little fairy, other aliens were also directly teleported to the heavenly palace refined by Dao Wuya when they entered the ancient Forbidden Land. That is why the little fairy couldn't help but feel a little relieved. Fortunately, it was Ye Bufan who fell into the Sacred Heart Pool. If it was someone else, even if they killed him, it would still leave a shadow in her heart. Let me explain this on 2 sides. The little fairy directly killed an alien who was half a step away from becoming a God Emperor, but the other spirits were not idle either. In front of the inner palace treasury. The panda chief steward stood at the top of the stairs with his hands behind his back and his big round belly. He looked at the two aliens below and said in a sophisticated and deep voice, "Little guys from the Tianyu tribe and the Qingjiao tribe, welcome to the treasure house of the Heavenly Palace." Upon hearing this, the two aliens from the Greenhorn tribe of the Longicorn tribe at the bottom of the stairs were shocked. They couldn't help but look at each other, and they saw deep shock and horror in each other's eyes. Heavenly Palace Treasure House. This is actually the Heavenly Palace's treasure house. Originally, they were still curious as to why they had entered an ancient forbidden land, but suddenly found themselves in a completely strange and unknown space. But now after hearing what the giant panda from the inner palace said, they understood instantly. The ancient forbidden land was the location of the Heavenly Palace tens of millions of years ago. Although the Heavenly Palace was defeated in the battle that year, the whereabouts of its property were unknown. It is obvious that the people in the Heavenly Palace hid those valuables. And now, by chance, they unexpectedly entered the place where the treasure of the Heavenly Palace was hidden, which is the Heavenly Palace treasure house mentioned by the giant panda in front of them. This is the Heavenly Palace treasury. As the most powerful force in the eternal divine realm tens of millions of years ago, one can imagine the strength of the Heavenly Palace. If they could obtain these treasures, they would surely become very successful. When they thought of this, both the aliens from the Longicorn clan and the Greenhorn clan could not help but feel excited and thrilled. The next second, they all looked at the giant panda in the inner palace at the top of the stairs. Senior. The alien from the Longicorn tribe was about to say something, but was interrupted by the inner palace giant panda, who raised his hand and said, "Don't say anything, don't ask anything. Since you can come here, it means that there is a destiny between us." Yes, it's fate, it's fate. Two alien tribes from the Longicorn tribe and the Greenhorn tribe responded in succession. This senior is really open-minded. Just now they were still thinking about how to please each other, but they didn't expect that the other party would take the initiative to bring them closer with just a casual word, "We are destined to be together." This feeling was simply wonderful, and the two aliens felt that they were lucky. Ahem. But at this moment, the inner palace giant panda coughed lightly and said, "Since we are destined to meet, I won't say more. Let's start the assessment directly." Assessment. The two aliens were stunned and puzzled. Nonsense. The inner palace giant panda shouted angrily, "If we don't take the test, how can you enter the Heavenly Palace treasury? Besides, there is also the inheritance left by Dao Wuya in the Heavenly Palace treasury. If we don't take the test and let the two of you enter the Heavenly Palace treasury together, who will Dao Wuya's inheritance be given to?" What? Never stop until your words shock people. When the giant panda from the inner palace said this, the two alien races were all shocked, and their hearts were in turmoil. There is actually Dao Wuya's inheritance in this Heavenly Palace's treasure house. Who is Dao Wuya? Although they have never seen it, they have heard of it. He was the lord of the Heavenly Palace tens of millions of years ago, and he was also the strongest man who suppressed an era at that time. How valuable is the inheritance left behind by a powerful person of this level? Unimaginable. Hard to estimate. The most important thing is that now this inheritance is right in front of them. Of course, that's not the point. The key point is that there is only one inheritance. In other words, only one of them can obtain the peerless inheritance of Dao Wuya, the peerless powerful man. What to do? The two aliens looked at each other. The hostility between the two of them reached its peak in an instant. Since there is only one inheritance, it is natural to claim it as one's own. If it weren't for the giant panda in the inner palace, the two alien races would have already started fighting. Snort. Snort. The next second, the two aliens snorted coldly and ignored each other, but looked at the giant panda in the inner palace at the top of the stairs again. Senior, what is the assessment? The alien from the Longicorn tribe was the first to ask. Although the aliens of the Qingjiao tribe were indignant, they did not say much. Assessment. The inner palace giant panda smiled and said, "The assessment is divided into 3 levels. 3 levels. The two aliens were stunned. The inner palace panda continued, "The first level is financial resources." Well, the two aliens were stunned again. Financial resources. What kind of assessment is this? Because he was confused, the alien from the Tianyu tribe couldn't help but ask, "Senior, I don't know how to assess financial resources." It's simple, just see who has more money. The inner palace panda said calmly. Who has more money? The two aliens couldn't help but twitch their lips, and their hearts were even more confused. Why, you don't want to? Seeing this, the inner court panda frowned, and after saying something, he said with some dissatisfaction, if you are unwilling, or do not want to be tested, then I will not force you, you can leave now. No, 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 Senior, that's not what I meant. The alien from the Longicorn tribe immediately spoke up to defend themselves. What do you mean? The inner palace panda said sharply. The aliens of the Longicorn tribe were speechless. The inner palace panda said sternly, I'm telling you, this is the assessment rule set by Dao Wuya, and I can't change it. If you don't accept it, then leave and don't waste my time and energy here. Senior, I'll participate. I'll participate. The alien from the Qingjiao tribe left and said hurriedly. And you? The giant panda in the inner court glanced at the aliens from the Longicorn tribe and said. Senior, I'm joining in too. The alien from the Longicorn tribe said this calmly. He was just curious, so he naturally wouldn't give up the assessment directly. Snort. After the alien from the Longicorn tribe finished speaking, the giant panda in the inner court snorted coldly, and then said impatiently, since you all want to take the test, then hand over all your belongings to me. Upon hearing this, the two aliens from the Longicorn and Greenhorn tribes couldn't help but twitch their lips again. Hand over all our belongings to you. What kind of assessment is this? If the inner palace giant panda was not an artifact spirit, and if any property was not of no significance to an artifact spirit, the two alien races from the Longnu and Qingjiao tribes would definitely suspect that the inner palace giant panda was trying to defraud them of their money. It's a pity that the giant panda taken internally is just a spirit tool. It's a pity that money is of no use to him. That is why the aliens from the Longicorn tribe or the Greenhorn tribe did not have the slightest suspicion at all, and they did not even think about it. In addition, the offer of Dao Wuya's inheritance was so huge that they simply could not refuse it, and that was why they immediately handed over all their belongings to the inner palace giant panda. After all, compared to the wealth in the heavenly palace's treasury, their assets are nothing. After collecting all the belongings of the two aliens, the inner palace giant panda nodded with satisfaction. His face was calm, but his heart was filled with joy. Senior, what next? At this time, the alien from the Longicorn tribe couldn't help but ask a question. Then, the inner palace panda said calmly, then it's the second level. Well, the two aliens were stunned again. Senior, have we passed the first level? The aliens of the Longicorn tribe were stunned. Why? Don't you want to live? The giant panda in the inner court frowned. No, no, no. The aliens of the Longicorn tribe waved their hands and said, Senior, I have certainly thought about it. I have thought about it. Snort. The inner palace giant panda snorted coldly and said, then why are you still wasting your words? Now let's start the second level, a life and death duel. What? Hearing this, the two aliens were all shocked. The giant panda in the inner court said calmly, I have just said that there is only one inheritance of Dao Wuya, so only one of you can enter the heavenly palace treasury. As for who it is, you can only rely on your own abilities. Chapter 1797, Not Convinced. If you don't agree, bite me. I have just said that there is only one inheritance of Dao Wuya, so only one of you can enter the heavenly palace treasury. As for who it is, you can only rely on your own abilities. Hearing this, the two alien races from the Longnu tribe and the Greenhorn tribe instinctively looked at each other. Their faces were gloomy and the murderous intent in their eyes was undisguised. Today, there is only one inheritance. So, the winner becomes a king and the loser becomes a bandit. If you want to monopolize this inheritance, then kill the other party. There are no words. Without the slightest hesitation. Kill. In an instant, both the aliens from the Longicorn clan and the Greenhorn clan attacked and killed each other directly. Boom boom boom. The violent sonic boom resounded through the heavens and earth. The alien race of the Longicorn tribe is doing their best. The Qingjiao tribe also showed no reservations. Because they both knew very well that this was not only a competition, but also a fight of life and death. Since it is a fight of life and death, it will be either you die or I die. Boom boom boom. The fight between the two entered into a tense state right from the start. The alien race of the Longicorn tribe could not do anything to the alien race of the Greenhorn tribe. The Qingjiao tribe was also unable to deal with the Longnu tribe. The two sides are as hostile as fire and water, yet equally matched. In front of the inner palace treasury, the inner palace giant panda still had his hands behind his back, watching the contest and fight between the two half-step God Emperor aliens in front of him with a calm and natural expression, but in fact he was already very happy in his heart. These two fools. You are the only ones who want to obtain Dao Wuya's inheritance. Stop dreaming. Beat them, beat them, beat them hard, and kill one by one. Ha ha ha. The giant panda in the inner palace thought secretly in his heart. Etc. But at this moment, a foreign member of the Tianyu tribe who was in the middle of a fight suddenly shouted loudly, then glanced at the giant panda in front of the inner palace treasury and said, "You said this is a test set by Dao Wuya. If it is a test set by Dao Wuya, then why is there a life and death fight? Could Dao Wuya have figured out whether there are one or two people here?" This. When the alien from the Longicorn tribe said this, the alien from the Greenhorn tribe was stunned. Swipe. Afterwards, whether it was the aliens from the Longicorn tribe or the Greenhorn tribe, they seemed to have some kind of tacit understanding between the two of them, and they stopped fighting instantly, and looked at the giant panda in front of the inner palace treasury. Well, seeing this scene, the giant panda in the inner palace was also stunned. Ha ha. Then he smiled, and then his expression turned stern and he said, "This is really ridiculous. I am just a spirit that helps Dao Wuya guard the inheritance. How can I possibly know why Dao Wuya made such an arrangement? Want to know? If you want to know, go ask Dao Wuya." Swipe. After the giant panda from the inner palace finished speaking, the two alien races looked at each other. Then they looked at the Nifu panda again. "You're playing tricks on us." The aliens of the Longicorn tribe shouted directly. "Oh my god, it's exposed." The giant panda in the inner palace exclaimed in his heart. But at this moment, the aliens of the Longicorn tribe suddenly took action. However, his target was not the inner palace panda, but the alien from the Qingjiao tribe who was standing next to him and glaring at the inner palace panda with him. Not only that, the aliens of the Longicorn tribe used killing moves as soon as they attacked. On the other hand, the Qingjiao tribe is an alien race. He never expected that the aliens of the Longicorn tribe would suddenly attack. He was completely unprepared. Something happened in a flash. Boom! The violent and ferocious punch of the Longicorn alien landed directly on the chest of the Greenhorn alien. Powerful force impact. Puff! The alien from the Qingjiao tribe spat out a mouthful of blood. He stared at the alien from the Longicorn tribe with an incredulous look. However, the alien race of the Longicorn tribe simply ignored it. It's unintentional. After a successful attack, he attacked the alien from the Qingjiao tribe with another attack. The Qingjiao tribe was angry, even furious. But at this moment he had no time to think too much, because the second killing move of the Longicorn tribe had already arrived. Without the slightest hesitation. There was no hesitation at all. The alien from the Greenhorn tribe immediately crossed his arms and stood in front of him. He had no time to resist this attack. He had no choice but to defend against this attack with all his strength. Boom! The alien from the Longicorn tribe punched heavily on the crossed arms of the alien from the Greenhorn tribe. Buzz! The arms of the alien from the Greenhorn tribe trembled violently. A powerful impact. Puff! The alien from the Qingjiao tribe spat out blood again. But he didn't care about that at all. After blocking the attack from the Longicorn tribe, the Greenhorn tribe alien immediately retreated. Call! At this time, the third attack of the Longicorn tribe also arrived instantly, but unfortunately it was a step too late. The Greenhorn tribe had already distanced themselves from him in that instant, causing his third attack to miss. Something happened in a flash. The alien from the Qingjiao tribe was ambushed twice and was obviously seriously injured. Why? At this moment, with a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth, he stared at the alien from the Longicorn tribe with a ferocious and angry look and questioned. Why? The alien from the Longicorn tribe sneered, "Because you are stupid." The aliens of the Qingjiao tribe were furious. Hee. The alien from the Longicorn tribe smiled and continued, "Although I don't know whether what this spirit said is true or not, but if I can monopolize the treasures inside, then why should I share them with others?" The aliens of the Qingjiao tribe were stunned again. Snort. At this time, the alien from the Longicorn clan snorted coldly and said, "You are seriously injured now. If you fight again, you will definitely not be able to defeat me, so I advise you to leave quickly. Otherwise I will definitely take your life." A hint of unwillingness flashed in the eyes of the alien from the Qingjiao tribe. "If you don't want to leave, then die." The alien from the Longicorn tribe didn't waste any more words. After a loud shout, he rushed towards the alien from the Greenhorn tribe again. If you want me to die, don't even think about having an easy life. The Qingjiao tribe's aliens did not give in and charged out directly. Boom boom boom. The war between the half-step god emperors broke out again. Tisk tisk. In front of the inner palace treasury, the inner palace giant panda looked at the two half-step god emperors who were fighting again, and exclaimed, "Ah, it is true that people's hearts are treacherous. We are not like us weapon spirits, who are so pure and kind." Hearing this, the two half-step god emperors felt sick in their hearts. "Are you still pure and kind? Pure your sister. Kindness, sir." But at this moment they were too lazy to pay attention to the giant panda in the inner palace. Crazy battle. A violent fight. Puff. 30 seconds later, the alien from the Longicorn tribe succeeded in one strike and killed the alien from the Greenhorn tribe. Why bother? Looking at the corpse of the Greenhorn clan alien, the Longicorn clan alien said lightly. Then he glanced at the giant panda inside, and said in a cold voice, "Little spirit, you'd better not deceive me, otherwise I will make you wish you were dead today." Ha ha. The inner palace panda smiled and said, "Are you threatening me? If you don't believe me, you can leave. I'm not begging you to stay." Snort. The alien from the Longicorn tribe snorted coldly and said, "Tell me, what is the third level?" The third level. The inner palace panda pondered for a moment and said, "The third level is much easier than the second level. The third level actually, you just need to kill yourself." What? Hearing this, the aliens of the Longicorn tribe were shocked and even more furious. "Are you kidding me? Playing tricks on you?" The inner palace panda sneered. "That's right, I'm just teasing you, what? Don't accept it. If you don't accept it, bite me." Chapter 1798. The little fairy ran away, and young Master Yi was in danger. "That's right, I'm just teasing you. What's the matter? Don't accept it. If you don't accept it, then bite me." The giant panda in the inner palace had a look of amusement and defiance on its face. "You, sir." The aliens of the Longicorn tribe were instantly furious. How could he, a powerful warrior who was half a step away from becoming a divine emperor, be fooled by a tiny weapon spirit? "The most important thing is that the other party actually dared to provoke me like this. It's simply my uncle can tolerate it, but my aunt can't. You're looking for death." Immediately, the aliens of the Longicorn tribe roared angrily, and then rushed directly towards the giant panda in the inner palace in front of them. His speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye he had arrived at the gate of the inner palace treasury. However, although he is fast, the giant panda in the inner palace is even faster than him. The moment the aliens of the Longicorn tribe arrived at the gate of the inner palace treasury, the inner palace giant panda disappeared out of thin air. The strange scene made the aliens of the Longicorn tribe stunned. At this time, the head of the inner palace giant panda popped out from the door of the inner palace treasury. He looked at the alien from the Longicorn tribe who was a little dazed outside the door, and once again said with a teasing and playful look on his face, "Come on, come and bite me." Court death. The alien from the Longicorn tribe moved, and then struck directly at the head of the giant panda in the inner palace. Unfortunately, when his palm arrived, the giant panda in the inner palace had already disappeared. A foreign member of the Longicorn tribe slammed his palm down on the door to the inner palace treasury. Powerful force impact. Boom. There was a loud bang. The door to the inner palace treasury remained motionless. This scene made the aliens of the Longicorn tribe a little dazed and even shocked. He was very clear about the power of his palm, but even so, it was still unable to shake the door in front of him even a little bit. What is this gate made of? Or is all this just an illusion? Call. Before the alien from the Longicorn tribe could think more, the door to the inner treasury in front of him suddenly twisted, until finally, although the door to the inner treasury was still there, it had become completely transparent, and everything inside the inner treasury was fully presented to the alien from the Longicorn tribe. Not only that, at this moment, the giant panda in the inner palace found a recliner from somewhere, and placed it in front of the gate of the inner palace treasury. He leaned back on the recliner, holding a fan in his right hand and fanning himself gently. At the same time, he looked through the gate of the inner palace treasury at the alien Longicorn tribe outside and said leisurely, "Come on, don't you want to bite me? Your steward is waiting here, come and bite me." Seeing this scene and hearing these words, the aliens of the Longicorn tribe couldn't help but twitch their lips. He was angry, furious, and even furious. "You're dead." Then, the alien from the Longicorn tribe shouted loudly again. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, he punched directly on the completely transparent door of the inner palace treasury in front of him. Unfortunately, the door to the inner palace treasury remained motionless. Damn it. The alien race of the Longicorn tribe did not intend to give up. Boom boom boom. He bombarded the door to the inner palace treasury again and again. He tried again and again to break through the door to the inner palace treasury. It's a pity that everything seems to be in vain. Inside the inner palace treasury, the inner palace giant panda still looked leisurely and said, "Tisk tisk, you are still a half-step divine emperor. Are you a fake half-step divine emperor? Or did you miss breakfast this morning? Try harder. Am I a fake half-step divine emperor? I haven't had breakfast yet." Puff. In a rage, the alien from the Longicorn tribe couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He swore that he would kill the giant panda in the inner palace. If not, the giant panda in the inner palace will surely become his lifelong nightmare and inner demon, and his cultivation will remain at the level of half-step God Emperor forever, and he will never be able to set foot in the higher level of God Emperor in this lifetime. So the Nifu giant panda must die, and he must die too. Boom boom boom. As he was thinking, the attack of the Longicorn tribe became faster and more fierce, as if he would never give up until the door to the inner palace treasury was broken. However, he didn't know that when Dao Wuya refined this heavenly palace, he integrated all 13 magic weapons, including the inner palace's treasury, into it, so that now the 13 magic weapons and the entire heavenly palace have become one. In this situation, let alone that the alien from the Tianyu tribe is only a half-step God Emperor, even if he is a strong man in the God Emperor realm, he can't easily break down the door of the inner palace treasury with violence from the outside. After all, the prerequisite for breaking into the inner palace treasury with violence is to destroy the entire heavenly palace. A mere half-step God Emperor obviously does not have this ability. This is the only reason why the Nifu giant panda is so arrogant and domineering. Because they couldn't break through the door of the inner palace treasury, the aliens of the Tianyu tribe had no chance of making things difficult for him. Besides, the 13 magic weapons were integrated with the heavenly palace. Even if the inner palace treasury was destroyed, the inner palace panda could run to other weapon spirits for refuge. In this case, what is he afraid of? It's a pity that the alien race of the Longicorn tribe doesn't know this. Therefore, all his crazy attacks now are in vain and useless. This is the case with the imperial treasury. The spirits of the weapons in other places were also not idle. Cheating, deceiving, kidnapping, and defrauding. They will use every possible means to deal with those aliens who accidentally enter the Heavenly Palace. Heavenly Palace, Sacred Heart Pool. Sister Fairy, there are a lot of people coming over there. After the little fairy smashed the alien who was at the half-step God Emperor level into a pulp with one palm, the 7-colored koi beside her looked at the aliens running towards them from all directions outside the Heavenly Palace in the distance, and said with excitement. Ha ha. The golden monkey also smiled and said, based on their speed, they should all be warriors at the half-step divine emperor level. If we catch them all, can Sister Fairy be promoted to the Grand Emperor? However, the little fairy frowned. Withdraw. The next second, she said one word. Ah. Why? The two spirits, the golden monkey and the 7-colored koi, were both stunned. They looked at the fairy with surprised and puzzled eyes. What is this place? The little fairy said, this is an ancient forbidden land. It was also the headquarters of the Heavenly Palace tens of millions of years ago. Over the years, this piece of ruins has only one use for the various tribes in the divine realm. It is the trial ground for them to compete for the position of domain master. Now that so many half-step God Emperors have appeared here, it means that a new round of territory master competition has begun. For us, this is an opportunity, but it could also be a disaster. After all, don't forget, we don't know much about the situation here, and the same is true for the territory lord competition. In this situation, if we act rashly and alert the powerful emperors of various races, we may not be able to escape. Buzz. When the fairy said this, the golden monkey and the 7-colored koi were both shocked. Yes, what if the powerful emperors of various races are alarmed? Sister Fairy, what are you waiting for? Run. The next second, the golden-haired monkey couldn't help but speak, and spoke in a hurry. The little fairy rolled her eyes at him without any hesitation or slackness. Boom! Above the heavenly palace, the holy prison shook. Then, a huge phantom of the holy prison spread rapidly, covering the entire heavenly palace in an instant. What's going on? What the hell, what is this? What the hell is this place? Inside the heavenly palace, those alien races who accidentally entered the palace exclaimed in surprise. However, before they could think about it, the entire sky suddenly darkened, and then the space twisted. They all saw black in front of their eyes. Then, the entire heavenly palace disappeared directly into the ancient forbidden land. There was no doubt that the heavenly palace had been taken into the holy prison by the little fairy. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this time, including Ye Bufan, the alien races that were attracted by the heavenly palace had just arrived at the original location of the heavenly palace. However, the heavenly palace had disappeared from their sight in front of them, and there was only a small holy prison pagoda left in front of them. In an instant, the eyes of the more than 30 aliens present were all fixed on the holy prison pagoda. It was also at this time that the holy prison turned into a stream of light, broke through the sky, and disappeared in front of more than 30 aliens at the half-step God Emperor level, leaving them no chance to intercept and not even time to think. The disappearance of the heavenly palace and the departure of the holy prison made the more than 30 alien races present at the scene feel dazed. Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Needless to say, the fairy ran away. Originally, he wanted to take this opportunity to meet with Long Xiaobao and others, and even discuss the next development plan with them, but he didn't expect the little fairy first kicked him out of the heavenly palace, and now she is running away with the heavenly palace. Ye Bufan was in a mess and even a little crazy. How can you say that you are the master of the heavenly palace? Now, not only has he lost control of the heavenly palace, but the heavenly palace seems to have become the private property of the little fairy. What is this? A human with the surname Yi. At this moment, a sudden cry of surprise came from among the 30 or so aliens present. Ye Bufan came back to his senses instantly. However, before he could think about it, the same voice from before sounded again. Well, I didn't expect that I would be so lucky to meet you right after entering the ancient forbidden land. What are you guys still standing there for? Kill him for me. Chapter 1799, Is this too bullying? Okay, I didn't expect that I would be so lucky to meet you right after entering the ancient forbidden land. What are you guys still standing there for? Kill him for me. The person who spoke was none other than a demon who was half a step away from becoming a divine emperor. Long before entering the ancient forbidden land, Mo Yan had secretly given a death order to the 10 demons who entered the ancient forbidden land. This time, the demon clan not only wanted to retake the purple emperor domain, but also had to kill Ye Bufan in the ancient forbidden land. Now that Ye Bufan is right in front of him, this member of the heavenly demon clan will naturally not show mercy. Kill. Following the order from the members of the Sky Demon clan, 7 of the other 36 aliens present, except Ye Bufan and the Sky Demons, immediately rushed towards Ye Bufan. There is no doubt that they are all members of the demonic camp. The moment the 7 aliens attacked, the members of the demonic clan did not stay out of the fight. Boy, don't blame us for bullying you. After all, this world is so realistic and cruel. Since you have offended someone you shouldn't offend, you must pay the price for it. He shouted loudly, and then rushed towards Ye Bufan together with the other 7 aliens. After all, Mo Yan had already said that Ye Bufan's strength should not be underestimated. In this case, the members of the Sky Demon clan would naturally not be careless, and he would not give Ye Bufan the slightest chance of survival. Now that you have already made a move, then use all your strength to kill him. 8 half-step God Emperors are attacking. They are full of vigor and vitality. They were filled with murderous intent. However, Ye Bufan didn't care about these at all. Looking at the 8 half-step God Emperors rushing towards him, Ye Bufan just had a calm and composed expression. This scene made Tianmo and the other 7 alien races a little stunned. What is this human doing? Isn't he afraid of death? Or was he frightened? Or maybe, he knew he could not escape death, so he simply gave up resisting. Although they didn't know the reason, Tianmo and the other 7 alien races didn't think too much about it. In their opinion, since Ye Bufan was seeking death, they might as well help him. In the blink of an eye, the demon and the 7 aliens had already arrived 2 meters away from Ye Bufan. They surrounded Ye Bufan and attacked him together. In their eyes, Ye Bufan had become a dead man. It can be said that the demon and the 7 aliens have already secured victory. But at this moment, something strange happened. Except for Ye Bufan and Tianmo's group, the other 29 aliens present suddenly took action. They attacked the 8 people of the demonic group with the force of thunder. The demon was shocked. The 7 aliens were even more terrified. They never expected that other aliens would suddenly attack, but they did not hesitate at all. They gave up their original killing moves and gave up attacking Ye Bufan. Then they moved and rushed to the side at the fastest speed. A sudden confrontation. Something unexpected happened in a flash. 1/10 of a second later. Although Tianmo and his entourage managed to avoid the first wave of sneak attacks, they were surrounded by 29 aliens at the half-step Divine Emperor level. Looking at the 29 half-step God Emperors who surrounded him, the member of the Sky Demon clan was furious and angry. He said with a ferocious face, "What do you mean? This is a personal grudge between my Sky Demon clan and this human race. Do you want to check it out too? Personal grudge." Hearing this, the 29 aliens all sneered. Is this really just a personal vendetta? Stop kidding. Before entering the ancient Forbidden Land, their respective clan leaders had already reminded them that this time, the 5 major camps of gods, asuras, machines, souls, and trolls would do their best to help the human Ye Bufan win the position of Domain Lord. Although they don't know the reason. Although they didn't know why the 5 royal families did this. But, this is an internal decision. The Domain Master competition has been held so many times, but a situation like this has never occurred before. The 5 royal families joined forces. There is obviously no suspense in this competition for the Domain Master. The most important thing is that the patriarchs of their various tribes have repeatedly reminded them that they must protect the safety of Ye Bufan, a human, in the ancient Forbidden Land. If anything happens to Ye Bufan, then all of their contestants will also have to die. In this situation, the demon in front of him actually dared to say that this was a personal grudge. Private your sister. To hurt Ye Bufan would be to hurt them. To take Ye Bufan's life is to take their lives. How could they agree to this? Ha ha. As soon as Tianmo finished speaking, Ye Bufan, who was standing outside the 29 half-step Divine Emperors, laughed loudly, then walked up and looked at Tianmo with a playful and teasing expression, saying, "Silly, Dick, can't you see that we are in the same group? Are you guys in the same group?" The demon was stunned. "Yes." Ye Bufan responded, "It's so obvious, you can't still not see it." The demon was furious. Looking at Ye Bufan and the 29 half-step God Emperors, his face was even more uncertain. Are they in the same group? How could they be in the same group? You have to know that these 29 half-step God Emperors in front of you are not from the same race, and they don't even belong to the same camp. In this case, how could they be in the same group? But if not, how do you explain this scene? The members of the demon clan racked their brains but could not figure out what was going on. Ye Bufan had already spoken again, looking at Tianmo and said with a smile, "You were going to kill me, why didn't you do that?" The corners of the mouth of the Sky Demon clan member twitched. A half-step Divine Emperor alien beside Ye Bufan smiled and explained, "Young Master Yi, your strength is obviously stronger than theirs now. It's already very good that you don't kill them. How can they kill you?" 2. Ye Bufan touched his chin and responded. Then he counted the number of people on his side and said, 1, 2, 3, 29, plus me, there are exactly 30 of us, but they only have 8 people. Tisk tisk, 30 against 8, isn't this too much of a bully? Master Yi, how could that be possible? The aliens around Ye Bufan laughed in response. Didn't the demon just say that this world is so realistic and cruel? If you provoke someone you shouldn't provoke, you will definitely pay a heavy price for it, so this doesn't count as bullying them. Hearing this, the members of the Sky Demon clan couldn't help but twitch their lips. Didn't he say this to Ye Bufan just now? Now things are different. Things change over time. It's changing so fast. Really? Ye Bufan narrowed his eyes and smiled slightly at the half-step God Emperor Realm Demon in front of him. Then what are you waiting for? The next second, he shouted, "Kill." As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan rushed out. Damn. Seeing this scene, the 29 aliens were terrified. They never expected that Ye Bufan would suddenly rush out. What would they do if anything happened to Ye Bufan? Kill. In an instant, the 29 half-step God Emperors no longer hesitated, and they all rushed towards the 8 heavenly demons in front of them with all their might. Chapter 1800 Beaten to Death. Damn it. Seeing Ye Bufan and 29 half-step God Emperor aliens charging towards them, the member of the Sky Demon clan's face turned pale and he couldn't help but curse angrily. He never expected that the other 5 royal camps would suddenly join forces. Seeing the devil act like this, the other 7 alien races were also terrified. The 5 major camps joined forces. 29 half-step god emperors are attacking. Huge gap in numbers. How did they compete? How did they win the battle? Even, let alone winning, just being able to survive is a big question. Before they could think about it, Ye Bufan had already arrived. Kill him for me. Seeing this scene, the members of the demon clan gritted their teeth and roared angrily. Since he can't survive, let Ye Bufan be buried with him. Kill. With a loud shout, he did not retreat but advanced and was the first to charge out. The other 7 aliens were stunned. The 29 half-step god emperors on Ye Bufan's side were even more shocked. They never expected that Ye Bufan would suddenly appear. How could a mere earth god dare to challenge a half-step divine emperor? What is this? This is just seeking death. It would be fine if Ye Bufan was seeking death himself, but what about them? You know, if Ye Bufan died in this ancient forbidden land, then none of them would be able to survive. At this moment, Ye Bufan was simply playing with their lives. Looking at Ye Bufan who was one step ahead of them. Looking at the demon that has already rushed out. The 29 god emperors knew that it was too late for them to stop the first confrontation between Ye Bufan and the heavenly demon, so they could only pray silently in their hearts, praying that Ye Bufan would not be killed instantly by the heavenly demon. At the same time, they did not slow down, and still rushed towards the heavenly demon and the other 7 alien races with the force of thunder. The 29 half-step god emperors were very anxious, but Ye Bufan didn't care at all. Looking at the demon rushing towards him, a sneer instinctively appeared on the corner of his mouth. Who is overestimating his own capabilities? Who is trying to shake the tree with an ant? Ye Bufan knew that that person was definitely not himself. But Ye Bufan wouldn't explain. Because the facts will speak for themselves. Boom. At the moment when he was about to collide with the members of the heavenly demon clan, Ye Bufan's aura suddenly changed. Tian Gang subduing demon's skill. The supreme power of Hongmeng. With the 2 great magical powers, Ye Bufan's physical body directly broke through the 3rd level of Divine Lord and reached the 4th level of Divine Lord, even infinitely close to the level of the 5th level of Divine Lord. Not only that, the Tiangong fighting spirit of the Tiangong subduing demon art also instantly attached to Ye Bufan's skin and flesh all over his body. Seeing this scene, the members of the demon clan were stunned. But he didn't care too much about it. Ants are just ants after all. A mere 9th level earth god wants to compete with him, a half-step god emperor. It's just a pipe dream. Die. In an instant, a member of the Sky Demon clan punched Ye Bufan directly to death. Ye Bufan didn't care at all and even ignored the fatal attack from the Sky Demon member. After all, the physique of a 4th level Divine Lord combined with the Tiangong subduing demon technique is enough for Ye Bufan to withstand any attack from any half-step Divine Emperor warrior. In fact, the so-called half-step Divine Emperor is nothing but a joke in Ye Bufan's eyes. Fighting 1 against 1, Ye Bufan can definitely make most of the half-step Divine Emperors doubt their lives. It is obvious that the demon in front of him is among the vast majority of half-step god emperors. In this case, why bother about the opponent's attack? Exchange injury for injury, life for life. Ye Bufan became so willful after practicing the Tiangong subduing demon's skill. Boom. The demon attacked with a punch, and Ye Bufan also struck out with a palm. One palm, the great wilderness sky monument hand. Seeing that Ye Bufan actually ignored their attacks, the members of the demon clan were stunned. He was shocked, stunned, and even a little frightened. What does this human boy want to do? Does he want to fight with himself for his life? Are you crazy? But since Ye Bufan was seeking death himself, what reason did he have to refuse? In an instant, a member of the Sky Demon clan punched Ye Bufan in the chest. Boom! A powerful force impacted, and a huge roar was heard. For a moment, the space shook. Ye Bufan's body also shook violently. But this level of attack obviously cannot threaten Ye Bufan. Not only that, with the help of the Tiangong subduing demon power, a recoil force instantly attacked the members of the heavenly demon clan. Buzz! The sudden strange power caught the members of the demon clan off guard and made them tremble with fear. He looked shocked, horrified, and even a little dazed. However, in this moment of distraction, Ye Bufan's palm had arrived as expected. The 4th level physical body of the God Lord, coupled with the great wilderness heavenly steel hand, slapped the left side of the forehead of the Sky Demon clan member mercilessly. The members of the Heavenly Demon clan had already been in a state of brief unconsciousness due to the recoil force of the Tiangong subduing demon art, and were completely unprepared at this moment. Boom! With one palm strike, a thunderous sound rang out. Puff! The member of the Sky Demon clan spat out a mouthful of blood. There was a buzzing sound in his head. Not only that, under the impact of the powerful force, his body instantly lost balance, and then he fell heavily to the ground with a bang, causing the entire earth to tremble violently. A lightning-fast confrontation, a sudden change. The 7 aliens from the demonic side were dumbfounded. The 29 aliens on Ye Bufan's side were also stunned. All the 36 half-step god emperors in the audience, without exception, had an expression of disbelief on their faces. They had never imagined that a heavenly demon at the half-step god emperor level would be slapped to the ground by Ye Bufan, who was at the 9th level of the earth god level, with just one palm. Is this demon too weak? Obviously not. No matter how weak the cultivation base of a half-step divine emperor is, how weak can it be? Since it's not that the demon is too weak, then it can only be that Ye Bufan is too strong. A mere 9th level earth god actually knocked a half-step god emperor to the ground with just one palm. At this moment, whether it was the 7 aliens on the side of the heavenly demon or the 29 half-step god emperors on Ye Bufan's side, the way they looked at Ye Bufan all changed drastically. At least they would no longer look down on Ye Bufan in the slightest. However, Ye Bufan didn't care about these. Bang! After knocking the half-step god emperor Sky Demon to the ground, Ye Bufan did not hesitate at all. He moved his body, lowered one knee, and then with a bang, his left knee hit the back of the half-step god emperor Sky Demon heavily. A powerful force hits. The body of the half-step god emperor demon shook and a mouthful of blood spurted out. He was already a little fuzzy and now he couldn't help feeling dizzy and didn't even have time to react. Ye Bufan did not show mercy. He even got worse. I will kill you while you are ill. Call. After landing on one knee, Ye Bufan threw a punch directly. A punch, fast, fierce and powerful. Boom. The powerful force directly hit the forehead of the half-step god emperor realm demon. After one punch, there was another. Boom, boom, boom. Ye Bufan punched the forehead of the half-step god emperor realm demon again and again. Bloody and violent, cruel and ruthless. Seeing this scene, the other half-step god emperors present couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. Puff. 3 seconds later, there was a muffled sound. Blood splattered all over the head of the half-step god emperor demon. Ye Bufan punched him directly in the head. Hiss. Seeing this scene, all the half-step god emperors present couldn't help but gasp. They had never seen anything like this before. They had never imagined that a half-step god emperor would be beaten to death like this. That was why the looks they gave Ye Bufan were all extremely weird. Waste. But at this moment, Ye Bufan looked at the corpse of the half-step divine emperor heavenly demon and said sternly, "You want to take my life with just this little ability. You are so vulnerable. But since you want my life, then I will have some fun with you." After he finished speaking, Ye Bufan turned his head and looked at the 7 aliens from the demonic side. The 7 aliens were startled. At this time, the 29 half-step god emperors on Ye Bufan's side also came back to their senses instantly. Kill. They didn't think about it anymore, nor hesitated any longer, and rushed towards the 7 half-step divine emperor aliens from the heavenly demon side again. Chapter 18:01 Sweep. Surrender, we surrender. Seeing the 29 half-step god emperors charging towards them, the 7 half-step god emperor aliens on the side of the heavenly demon were frightened and immediately raised their hands in surrender. It's a pity that the 29 half-step god emperors simply ignored it. Not only that, they used all their strength every time they attacked. Lava storm, ice fire golden sword, a gamble. Various elemental magical powers instantly overwhelmed the 7 aliens. For a moment, the 7 aliens screamed in agony. They were terrified. They are angry. They even rose up in resistance. What a pity, they were all half-step god emperors, and with such a huge numerical disparity of 29 to 7, their resistance and struggle were totally futile, and in just a moment they were tragically killed by the joint attack of 29 half-step god emperors. The entire battle process didn't even take 10 seconds. 7 half-step god emperors died. The whole place was dead silent. Ye Bufan glanced at the bodies of the 7 aliens, and then said calmly, "Chop off all their heads." The 29 aliens were stunned. The person is already dead, why chop off his head? Ye Bufan ignored it. A long sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. Then he raised his hand and the knife fell. Puff! With one blow of the sword, Ye Bufan chopped off the head of the demon corpse in front of him. Not only that, Ye Bufan also put the head into his storage ring. Gurgle. Seeing this scene, the 29 half-step god emperors couldn't help but swallow their saliva, and the looks they gave Ye Bufan were extremely weird. Could this human race have some special hobby? However, before they could think about it, Ye Bufan had already stood up and looked at them again, frowning and saying, "Why are you still standing there? Hurry up, chop off the heads and move on to the next wave." Continue to the next wave. The 29 half-step god emperors were confused. However, before entering the ancient Forbidden Land, the patriarchs of their respective tribes had already told them that after entering the ancient Forbidden Land, they must not only ensure Ye Bufan's safety but also obey Ye Bufan's orders. That is why, even though they were confused, the 29 aliens had no choice but to do as they were told. Puff, puff, puff. The next second, the 9-life half-step god emperor stood up and chopped off the heads of the 7 corpses in front of him. "Bring their heads to me." At this time, Ye Bufan suddenly spoke and spoke again. The corners of the mouths of the 29 half-step god emperors twitched. However, they still handed the heads of the 7 aliens to Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan put these heads into his storage ring. At this moment, the 29 half-step god emperors were certain that Ye Bufan did have a habit of collecting other people's heads. Otherwise, why would he chop off the heads of these alien races? And why would he store them in his storage ring? Needless to say, this is a Biantai. But is this really the case? Of course not. The reason why Ye Bufan collected the heads of these alien races was just to prepare a big gift for Mo Yan outside the ancient Forbidden Land. Of course, Ye Bufan would not explain this to the 29 half-step god emperors. Take the valuables from them, and divide them among yourselves. After collecting the heads of the 7 aliens, Ye Bufan looked at the 29 half-step god emperors again and said indifferently. After all, these are 8 half-step god emperors, and they must have a lot of wealth on them. The 29 half-step god emperors were stunned. One of them even said directly, "Young Master Yi, they are all your prey, and their belongings naturally belong to you. Just wait, we will help you collect them." As he spoke, the alien had already begun to collect the belongings from the corpses for Ye Bufan. No. Unexpectedly, Ye Bufan waved his hand and said, "I said I would give it to you, and I will give it to you. Not only this time, but all the harvests from now on will also belong to you. I will not take a penny." The 29 half-step god emperors were stunned again. They never expected that Ye Bufan would be so generous. You know, there are a total of 500 people participating in the Domain Lord competition this time. Even if you exclude their 5 major camps, there are still more than 80 people in the demonic camp. Judging from Ye Bufan's current attitude, he is planning to keep all of the 80+ people from the heavenly demon camp in this ancient Forbidden Land. In other words, this time they are going to plunder all of the property and savings of the 80+ half-step god emperors. These are more than 80 half-step divine emperors. The total amount of property they possessed must be an astronomical figure. But unexpectedly, Ye Bufan gave it to them without even blinking. If this isn't generous, what is? Because of this, the 29 half-step god emperors' favorable impression of Ye Bufan instantly reached its peak. However, what they didn't know was that Ye Bufan was not actually generous, but because he simply looked down upon the wealth of these half-step god emperors. After all, after leaving the ancient Forbidden Land, the 5 royal families would continuously provide him with various resources. Since there is no shortage of resources, why should we care about these properties? What's more, if you want a horse to run faster, it has to eat more grass. Next, Ye Bufan will conduct a major cleanup of the heavenly demon camp in this ancient Forbidden Land. Naturally, he will give some benefits to these thugs from various races, or stimulate them so that they will be more proactive and work harder. Soon, the 29 half-step god emperors divided up all the property of the 8 alien races on the side of the heavenly demon. It can be said that even if it was divided equally, the 29 half-step god emperors still reaped a lot. That is why each of their faces was filled with undisguised joy. Originally, they thought that they had only come in to serve as Ye Bufan's thugs in this Domain Lord competition, but they did not expect to have such an unexpected gain. Now, they seemed to be more enthusiastic than Ye Bufan about the encirclement and suppression of the demonic camp. Of course, this is also what Ye Bufan is willing and hopes to see. Under the leadership of Ye Bufan, a group of 30 people continued to move forward. Along the way, whenever they met members of the 5 major camps, including Shira, gods, trolls, etc., they would pull them into the team, and when they met people from the demon camp, they would directly attack them in groups. In just one day, Ye Bufan's team of 30 people had grown to 216 people. At the same time, the number of members killed from the demonic camp had reached 32, which was more than 1/3 of the total number of people in the demonic camp. The next day, Ye Bufan's original team of 216 people increased directly to 374 people, and Ye also joined Ye Bufan's team at noon that day. Not only that, on the second day, under the leadership of Ye Bufan, they killed 53 members of the demon camp, which was more than half of the total number of members of the demon camp who entered the ancient Forbidden Land this time. At this point, there was actually no need to continue this domain lord competition. After all, the total number of Forbidden Land orders on the 373 aliens around Ye Bufan had reached 669. As long as all these Forbidden Land orders are concentrated on Ye Bufan, then this domain master competition will be declared over early, and everyone will be forcibly expelled from the ancient Forbidden Land by the Forbidden Land formation. But Ye Bufan didn't do that. End the game early. Isn't that too easy for the people of the demon clan and the demon camp? This time, Ye Bufan not only wants to seize the position of the Lord of the Purple Emperor domain, but also wants to annihilate all members of the Sky Demon clan and the Sky Demon camp in this ancient Forbidden Land. Therefore, Ye Bufan will never give up until the last moment. Ye Bufan was like this, and the other aliens around him were no exception. After all, in the past 2 days, these aliens had reaped enough benefits from the members of the Heavenly Demon camp. To them, the remaining members of the Heavenly Demon camp were the fat sheep on their plate, so how could they let them go easily? Day 3. It is also the last day of the Domain Master competition. Early in the morning, Ye Bufan and other alien members all put their best efforts into killing all the remaining members of the demonic camp in this ancient Forbidden Land on this last day. However, reality is always the opposite. In half a day, Ye Bufan and his group did not encounter any members of the Heavenly Demon camp. Instead, they found several corpses of members from the 5 major camps. This situation made Ye Bufan and his group feel something was a little unusual. The team continued to move forward. Someone in the crowd suddenly couldn't help but speak up. Have you noticed that in the past 2 days, although we have killed more than half of the members of the Heavenly Demon camp, there is not even a single Heavenly Demon among them? Naturally, other people had already noticed this. For 2.5 days, except for the first day when Ye Bufan and his group killed a demon when they entered the ancient Forbidden Land, the other 9 members of the demon clan who participated in the competition did not show up from beginning to end, as if they had not entered the ancient Forbidden Land. Is this normal? This is definitely not normal. At first Ye Bufan thought that several celestial demons were teleported into the heavenly palace like himself, so when the fairy left, they were taken away by her. As a result, the number of celestial demons decreased sharply, and naturally, his chance of encountering celestial demons also became smaller. But what about now? In 2.5 days, I didn't encounter a single demon. Is it just a coincidence that all the demons were teleported into the heavenly palace when they entered the ancient Forbidden Land? This is impossible. There is no such coincidence in the world. Since these demons have not entered the heavenly palace, they must still be in this ancient Forbidden Land. But where are they? There must be a reason for everything being unusual. Ye Bufan believed that these demons must have some plans. Everyone be careful. Thinking of this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but give a reminder. Boom. But at this moment, just as Ye Bufan finished speaking, a figure suddenly rose into the sky from the ruins 300 meters ahead, and then the figure shouted again, "Surround them, don't let any of them escape." Chapter 1802, Dharmadhatu gathers together for the final battle. Surround them and don't let any of them escape. The sudden voice startled Ye Bufan and his group of more than 300 people. The next second, everyone instinctively looked in the direction of the sound. 300 meters away from them, a demon at the half-step God Emperor level was standing proudly in the air. His deep, cold, and angry eyes were staring straight at Ye Bufan and his group. Immediately afterwards, more than 20 people rose into the sky from the ruins below the demon. After these 20 or so people appeared, they rushed directly towards Ye Bufan and his group. In just a moment, they had dispersed around Ye Bufan and his group of more than 300 people, and surrounded Ye Bufan and his group of more than 300 people. There is no doubt that these 20-odd people are members of the Heavenly Demon Camp, and these are definitely all the members of the Heavenly Demon Camp in the entire ancient Forbidden Land. The others have either been killed by Ye Bufan and his party, or have been taken out of the ancient Forbidden Land by the fairy. But it doesn't matter anymore. The important thing is that these 20-odd members of the Heavenly Demon Camp actually surrounded Ye Bufan and his group. What did they want to do? More than 20 people surrounded more than 300 people. Is this a moron who wants to die? Ye Bufan and Anya looked at each other. The other 300 or so half-step god emperors couldn't help but look at each other in bewilderment. Call out. At this time, the demon that appeared first flashed and came to a place 20 meters away from Ye Bufan and his party. He then glared at Ye Bufan and his party and said angrily, "I didn't expect that the 5 major camps that have always been as hostile as fire and water would actually join forces. You are really shameless. Stop talking nonsense." As soon as the demon finished speaking, one of the more than 300 aliens shouted coldly, "The winner is the prince and the loser is the bandit. It doesn't matter if you are shameless or shameless, your demon camp is destined to be wiped out in this ancient Forbidden Land today. Everyone, go ahead and kill them. Kill." In an instant, more than 300 half-step god emperors rushed out. Shameless. The 5 major camps joined forces to deal with the demon camp. It was indeed a bit shameless of them. But so what? The winner becomes a king and the loser becomes a bandit. In this world, the process is never important, only the result is important. Haha, kill them. At this time, and Ye also cheered and then moved. However, just as he was about to rush out, he was pulled back by Ye Bufan. Cousin-in-law. And Ye looked at Ye Bufan with surprise and confusion. Ye Bufan looked at the demon 20 meters ahead and frowned, saying, "Be careful, there may be a trap." Well, and Ye was stunned. Snort. At this time, seeing more than 300 half-step god emperors rushing towards them, the members of the Sky Demon clan snorted coldly and said, "Since you are unkind, then don't blame me, the Sky Demon clan, for being unjust. Today, you all have to die." After saying this, Tianmo swung his right hand violently. Boom. The next second, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted in front of him. Immediately afterwards, the surrounding elements of heaven and earth gathered together madly. In just a moment, the vast elements of heaven and earth condensed into a divine emperor's image, and it was the divine emperor's image of the Sky Demon clan's patriarch, Mo Yan. Buzz. The moment the divine emperor's Dharma image took shape, the hearts of more than 300 half-step divine emperors on Ye Bufan's side could not help but tremble. Their original charge also stopped instantly, and their bodies even stayed in midair, looking at the Dharma image of Demon Yama in front of them with solemn and fearful expressions. However, the demonic Dharma image did not give any explanation and directly struck out with a palm. A terrifying aura. Violent power. With one palm strike from the demonic Dharmakaya, the surrounding elements of heaven and earth directly condensed into a giant palm that covered the sky, directly suppressing more than 300 half-step god emperors. Seeing this scene, the faces of more than 300 half-step god emperors changed drastically. But at this moment, faced with this sudden change, they had no time to dodge and could only confront it head-on. It was for this reason that more than 300 half-step god emperors took action instantly. More than 300 of them joined forces to fight against the sky-covering palm of Demon Yama Dharmakaya. Boom! The two sides collided and a thunderous sonic boom sounded. Then, the space shook and a violent wind blew violently. Puff, puff, puff. Many of the half-step god emperors spat out mouthfuls of blood, and then more than 300 half-step god emperors all fell from midair. Although they were not seriously injured, they were repelled by a palm strike from the demonic Dharma image. This single strike was enough to show how powerful Mo Yan was. Even with his Dharmakaya in his form, he was no match for a half-step divine emperor. In a brief moment, after more than 300 half-step god emperors stabilized their bodies, they all looked at the Dharma image of Demon Yama in the air with solemn expressions. They are helpless, they are bitter, and they are even more deeply fearful. Who could have thought that the Sky Demon clan would actually use the God Emperor's Dharma image in the ancient Forbidden Land, and that it was the God Emperor's Dharma image of Mo Yan, the clan leader of the Sky Demon clan. Ha ha ha. But at this moment, and Ye beside Ye Bufan looked at the Mo Yan Dharma image in the air and laughed. Mo Yan, you are the head of a clan and a powerful God Emperor. Now you actually come to the ancient Forbidden Land to participate in the competition between us, a group of half-step god emperors. Aren't you ashamed? Mo Yan Fashang's face darkened. Snort. Then he snorted coldly, stared at Yi angrily and said, if you were not DTN's only child, I would be with you now. Ouch. Yi groaned softly, then patted his chest and said, young master, I'm so scared. After saying this, Yi's face darkened again, and he shouted sternly, God Clan, Soul Clan, Trolls, and Mechanical Clan, what are you waiting for? This is such a good opportunity. If we don't kill the God Emperor Dharma image of that old bastard Mo Yan and make his cultivation level drop sharply, it would be a shame for him to come to this ancient Forbidden Land. The next second, Yi changed the subject and said, Old Ghost DTN, come out. Boom. As soon as Yi finished speaking, a terrifying aura suddenly surged out in front of him, and then the surrounding elements of heaven and earth gathered together madly. In just a moment, the image of DTN, the God Emperor, appeared in front of Yi. That's not all. Boom, boom, boom. Among the more than 300 half-step God Emperors, representatives of the God Clan, Soul Clan, Trolls, and Mechanical Clan also summoned the God Emperor's Dharma images one after another. At one time, the God Emperor's Dharma images of the 5 major royal clan leaders, DTN, Ji Tianming, Tiger, Euless, and Andre, all appeared in the ancient Forbidden Land. Looking at the God Emperor Dharma images of the 5 other royal patriarchs in front of him, Mo Yan's God Emperor Dharma image couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. It was not for any other reason, but because Mo Yan never expected that the other 5 royal families would join forces. Haha, how about it, are you scared? At this time, seeing the corners of Mo Yan's mouth twitching, Yi laughed and said something, and then shouted confidently, Mo Yan, 5 against 1, I hope I can't kill him this time. Boom. However, before Yi could utter the word you, a powerful aura suddenly surged out from 20 meters to their left. What's going on? A shock in the dark night. There is no exception for others. They looked sideways. They saw another image of the God Emperor of the Sky Demon Clan taking shape in front of their eyes. If it were just that, it would be fine. Boom, boom, boom. After the second image of the God Emperor of the Sky Demon Clan appeared, 6 more images of the God Emperor of the Sky Demon Clan appeared one after another. There were a total of 8 members of the Heavenly Demon Clan present. Each of them summoned an image of the Divine Emperor. Fuck. Seeing this scene, Yi couldn't help but exclaim. The other 300 or so half-step God Emperors were also dumbfounded and stunned. The 8 Divine Emperors, images. What do the demons want to do? Could it be that they already knew that the 5 royal families would join forces to deal with them in the ancient Forbidden Land? Impossible. Before this, there was absolutely no way the Heavenly Demon Clan could know this. But how do you explain this scene? A celestial demon summoned an image of a Divine Emperor. The 8 Divine Emperors gathered together. It was obvious that the Sky Demon Clan had been prepared for this. Chapter 1803, Chief of the Dishan Clan, please save me. DTN, you. At this moment, not only Ye Bufan, Yi and others did not expect this, but also the 5 royal clan leaders such as DTN did the same. They looked at the 8 divine emperors of the Heavenly Demon Clan in front of them, and their faces became extremely ugly. How about it, DTN, you didn't expect it, did you? Mo Yan smiled calmly, and then continued, in fact, I didn't expect that your 5 royal families would join forces. After a pause, Mo Yan continued, originally, my Heavenly Demon Clan arranged 10 God Emperor Dharma images in order to retake the Purple Emperor territory and ensure that nothing could go wrong, but I didn't expect that your 5 major royal families would actually join forces to deal with my Heavenly Demon Clan. In this case, don't blame me for being rude. Brush. The next second, Mo Yan's face darkened, and then he shouted sternly, except for Yi, everyone else don't spare a single one, kill them. As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Yan rushed out directly. Boom. In front of Emperor Tian, Mo Yan struck out with a palm. DTN's face was gloomy, but he could only greet the attack with his palm. Boom. The 2 great god emperors collided with each other, a thunderous sonic boom sounded, and the entire space shook violently. The battle between DTN and Mo Yan instantly ignited the war between the 2 sides. Kill. The 7 divine emperors of the Sky Demon Clan rushed out instantly. The 4 royal clan leaders were forced to fight. 9th Elder, go and deal with those trash first. Remember, leave no one alive except Dark Knight. As soon as the battle with the God Emperor broke out, Mo Yan suddenly shouted loudly. Good. One of the God Emperors of the Sky Demon clan responded with a sound, and then rushed directly towards Ye Bufan and the more than 300 half-step God Emperors. Damn it. Seeing this scene, the patriarchs of the 5 royal families became furious. Mo Tianyan, you dare. DTN couldn't help but let out a roar of anger. He wanted to reinforce Ye Bufan and others, but he was tightly entangled by Mo Yan and could not get away at all. Emperor Tian was like this, and the other 4 royal clan leaders were no exception. 8-5. In terms of numbers, the demonic side had 3 more people than them. These are 3 powerful God Emperors. Moreover, it is not as simple as the first or second level of the God Emperor. The cultivation levels of these 8 celestial demons are on par with theirs. In this situation, the gap between the 3 people is a fatal threat to DTN and his 5 companions. Seeing that it was impossible to reinforce more than 300 half-step God Emperors, the God Clan Chief Ji Tianming roared angrily, "Everyone, protect the human Ye Bufan with all your strength. Now quickly withdraw from the ancient Forbidden Land. As long as he is alive, I can promise you that even if you die in this ancient Forbidden Land today, I will still ensure that your descendants will be prosperous and wealthy for generations to come. But if he dies, I will kill your entire family and exterminate all 9 of your clans." The Soul clan seconded the motion. The Mechanic seconded. The Shira clan seconded the motion. The Trolls seconded the motion. Never stop until your words shock people. The 5 royal clan leaders spoke out at the same time to protect Ye Bufan. Boom. Everyone present couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. This is what Demon Yan is like. The other 7 divine emperors of the heavenly demon clan were no exception. They never expected that the patriarchs of the 5 royal families would care so much about Ye Bufan's life and death. Why? They don't know. But they knew clearly that in the current situation, if Ye Bufan did not die, once he left the ancient Forbidden Land, it would bring even greater trouble to their heavenly demon clan. In this case, he cannot be kept. Immediately, Mo Yan shouted in a stern voice, "Elders 53 and 72, you also go together. Remember, you must kill that abominable human for me at all costs." "Yes, Patriarch." The 2 God Emperors of the Sky Demon clan responded to each other and withdrew from the battle between the God Emperors. "Mo Yan, you dare." Seeing this scene, the head of the God clan, Ji Tianming, could not help but roar in anger, and then said, "If you dare to hurt him in the slightest, believe it or not, my 5 great royal families will join forces to destroy your heavenly demon clan." Oh. Hearing this, Mo Yan sneered. In the current situation, although Mo Yan didn't know why, if Ye Bufan was still alive, the 5 royal families would really have a high chance of joining forces to deal with the heavenly demon family. But if Ye Bufan died, Mo Yan didn't believe that the 5 royal families would continue to join forces to deal with the heavenly demon family. Even if they do, they will certainly have reservations. After all, no one can guarantee that someone will not suddenly stab them in the back. Seeing that Mo Yan ignored him, Ji Tianming was furious but also felt deeply helpless. The other side. The 5 royal clan leaders had already spoken, and the more than 300 half-step God Emperors naturally dared not ignore it. Facing the 3 divine emperors rushing towards him. Or die. Either your entire family and 9 clans will die with you. How to choose? There is no choice at all. Kill. That is why, even though they were timid in their hearts and even though they were outsmarted, facing the 3 images of the God Emperors of the heavenly demon clan charging towards them, more than 300 half-step God Emperors still charged forward without hesitation. It's a pity that a half-step God Emperor is only a half-step God Emperor after all. He can't be compared with the strong ones in the God Emperor realm at all, let alone contend with the strong ones in the God Emperor realm, even if there is 100 times difference in numbers between the 2 sides. Ants. Court death. You don't know your own limits. Seeing more than 300 half-step God Emperors rushing towards them, the 3 God Emperor Dharma images of the Sky Demon clan all sneered. They were disdainful and even mocking. In their eyes, the so-called more than 300 half-step God Emperors were simply vulnerable. In an instant, the 2 parties met. The 3 divine emperors of the Sky Demon clan took action instantly. More than 300 half-step God Emperors came to fight. It's a pity that the combat power of both sides is completely unequal. This is more like a one-sided massacre. Puff, puff, puff. In just one encounter, more than 10 half-step God Emperors died tragically at the hands of the 3 God Emperor Dharma images of the heavenly demon clan. However, the more than 300 half-step god emperors did not retreat, and they also knew that they could not retreat. Or die. Either your entire family and 9 clans will die with you. Choose one of the two. More than 300 half-step god emperors obviously chose the former. Like a moth flying into a flame, I have no regrets even if I die. More than 300 half-step god emperors fought to the death, and the 3 god emperor Dharma images of the Sky Demon clan naturally would not show mercy. In an instant, blood splattered and lives were lost. Brother-in-law, don't just stand there, run. At this time, Ye pulled Ye Bufan and reminded him directly. He never expected that for this domain lord competition, the demon clan would actually directly arrange 8. No, it should be said that they arranged 10 God Emperor Dharma images to enter the ancient Forbidden Land, and the actual strength of these 10 God Emperor Dharma images were comparable to that of DTN and others. In this situation, it was clear that their side had no chance of winning. If he continues to stay here, he will not die, but Ye Bufan will definitely die. Run. Ye Bufan gave a bitter smile, then looked at the battle between more than 300 half-step God Emperors and 3 God Emperor Dharma images in front of him, and said bitterly, "Do you think we can still escape?" The corner of Ye's mouth twitched and became messy. "Yeah, can you still run away? How long has it been?" In less than a minute, half of the more than 300 half-step God Emperors were dead. In other words, the remaining 100 or so half-step God Emperors could only buy them 1 minute at most. Can they run out of the ancient Forbidden Land within 1 minute? Obviously not. Although those thrown into the Forbidden Land order can be directly expelled by the formation, it will take 3 hours to do so. It can be said that Ye Bufan is now in a desperate situation. Helpless, and Ye could only speak up. "Cousin-in-law, let's not talk about whether we can escape or not, but give it a try. It's better than staying here and waiting to die, right?" Waiting to die. Ye Bufan frowned and said, "Not necessarily." "What's the meaning?" And Ye was stunned. "If I kill your father's divine emperor Dharma image, he shouldn't blame me, right?" Ye Bufan glanced at Ye, then asked softly. "Well." And Ye was stunned again. The next second, before Anya could think or ask any more questions, Ye Bufan had already soared into the air, charging straight towards DTN who was fighting Mo Yan, and said in panic and fear, "Chief DTN, save me." Chapter 1804 Pig, Stupid Pig. "Chief DTN, save me." With the sudden change, no one expected that Ye Bufan would suddenly rush towards DTN. "Fuck." And Ye couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. He was completely stunned and stupid. It would have been fine if this cousin-in-law didn't run away with me, but he actually rushed towards the old ghost DTN. What does he want to do? Doesn't he know that the battle between the God Emperors, even the aftermath, can kill him? What's more, there is a demon named Mo Yan standing by, who is eyeing him covetously and wants to kill him. If he runs to DTN now, wouldn't that be courting death? Also, what did this cousin-in-law mean by what he said just now? What does it mean that he beheaded the Divine Emperor's Dharma image? The Dishan old ghost shouldn't blame him. And Ye was confused, and so were the others present, especially the more than 300 half-step God Emperors. At this moment, they were all furious with Ye Bufan. "We tried our best to buy you time to escape, but you, what are you doing? You are looking for death. Are you worthy of those half-step God Emperors who died fighting for you by disregarding your own life like this?" Spicy next door. At this moment, if they had a choice, the remaining half-step God Emperors in the 5 major camps really wanted to turn around and beat Ye Bufan to death. It's true, I'm not afraid of godlike opponents, but I'm afraid of pig-like teammates. Faced with this idiot Ye Bufan, the remaining half-step God Emperors were all disheartened. However, this world is destined that when some people are sad, others will be happy. Seeing that Ye Bufan not only did not run away, but instead came to DTN to seek refuge, Mo Yan Fashang could not help but laugh. He found that he had never been so happy, so joyful, and so refreshed as he was at this moment. Since Ye Bufan was seeking death himself, he naturally had no reason to refuse. Mo Yan's heart was filled with murderous intent, but DTN was extremely anxious. "Kid, what are you doing here? Go away, run." Immediately, he roared angrily at Ye Bufan. "Chief DTN, I want to run away, but in this situation, I can't run away." Ye Bufan said with a look of grievance and fear, and at the end he added, "When you came here, you said you would protect me, you can't go back on your word. Your sister." After Ye Bufan finished speaking, DTN was so angry that he almost vomited blood. We promised to protect you, but you can't kill yourself. However, at this moment, DTN didn't know how to refute Ye Bufan. After all, as Ye Bufan said, more than 300 half-step god emperors had been killed by the 3 god emperor Dharma images of the Sky Demon clan. In this case, Ye Bufan obviously had no time to run away. But no matter what, it's better than him just running here to die, right? As soon as he thought of this, DTN shouted directly, "Stop talking nonsense, run quickly, run, you still have a chance to survive, come over, you will definitely die." I don't care, you must protect me anyway." Ye Bufan said something unreasonably, and then continued to approach DTN. Seeing this scene, DTN was stunned, dumbfounded, and even angry. "Are you a fucking pig?" The other 4 royal clan leaders were also gritting their teeth and were furious. They even wanted to slap Ye Bufan to death. The demons were extremely excited. When Ye Bufan was less than 100 meters away from DTN, Mo Yan suddenly rushed out and attacked Ye Bufan directly. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind, that is if he was late, something might happen, so he had to kill Ye Bufan as soon as possible. It's a pity that although Mo Yan wants so, DTN will not let him have his wish. The moment Mo Yan rushed out, DTN tried his best to stop him and angrily yelled, "Are you a pig? Can you participate in the battle between the God Emperors? Can you get close to them? Get out of here now, otherwise, even if Mo Yan can't kill you, I will kill you." Unfortunately, DTN's scolding and threats were of no avail. Ye Bufan ignored them completely and he was already 50 meters away from DTN. "Pig, this is just a hopelessly stupid pig." The blood in Emperor Tien's body was surging. He was angry to the extreme and even went crazy. At this time, the other 4 God Emperor Dharma images of the Sky Demon clan also began to approach Ye Bufan. Although they were blocked by the 5 royal clan leaders, the distance between them and Ye Bufan was constantly shrinking. The most important thing was as they approached, the aftermath of the battle between the 10 God Emperors superimposed on each other, becoming even stronger and more terrifying. In the long run, the Sky Demon clan might not even need to take action. The aftermath of the battle between the 10 God Emperors would be enough to crush Ye Bufan into pieces. But what can DTN and others do? Are we just going to let Mo Yan and others get close to Ye Bufan? If this is true, Ye Bufan will only die faster. They were also helpless when they encountered such a pig-like teammate. But they have no intention of giving up just yet. Since Ye Bufan won't cooperate, they can only rely on themselves. "Someone, kidnap this stupid pig for me." Immediately, Ji Tianming, the patriarch of the gods, let out an angry roar. Upon hearing this, the less than 100 half-step god emperors remaining in the 5 major camps were all shocked. Although they hated Ye Bufan, they had to obey Ji Tianming's orders. In an instant, 10 of the remaining half-step god emperors from the 5 major camps immediately soared into the sky and headed straight for Ye Bufan, who was trying to commit suicide in midair. Unfortunately, they wanted to take Ye Bufan away, but the demon clan would not let them do so. At the moment when the 10 half-step god emperors soared into the sky, the 3 god emperor Dharma images of the Sky Demon clan simply gave up on the half-step god emperors in front of them and rushed towards Ye Bufan instead. The half-step god emperors wanted to intercept. However, with less than 100 of them, there was no way they could stop the 3 divine emperors. The battlefield changes rapidly. The battle situation was also extremely weird. The 5 great demons including Mo Yan kept approaching Ye Bufan, intending to take his life. DTN and other 5 royal clan leaders tried their best to intercept him, intending to protect Ye Bufan. Below, 10 half-step god emperors rushed over, responding to Ji Tianming's order, intending to take Ye Bufan away by force. After the 10 half-step god emperors, 3 heavenly demon magical figures attacked with the intention of killing. The entire battlefield was controlled by Ye Bufan alone, and he had become the center of the battlefield. At this time, Ye Bufan seemed to finally realize his situation. In midair, he froze, looking at the situation where he was surrounded. Finally, he looked at DTN helplessly and fearfully, and said tremblingly, Patriarch DTN, what should I do? What to do? Puff. DTN was so angry that he couldn't help but spit out blood. Right now. This situation. You still have the nerve to ask me what to do. I still want to know what to do. Swish, swish, swish. It was also at this time that the 10 half-step god emperors finally came to Ye Bufan, but they did not make any move and even gave up on forcibly taking Ye Bufan away. It's not that they don't want to, but that they are already powerless. Because, Mo Yan and other 5 god emperors had surrounded Ye Bufan from 5 different directions. Not only that, they also fought at full strength, forcing DTN and other 5 royal clan leaders to fight them with all their strength. In this situation, the aftermath of the battle between the 10 god emperors directly connected into a line, completely blocking their way. In this case, how could they have the ability to escape with Ye Bufan? At this moment, they can only wait for death. Swish, swish, swish. It was also at this time that the 3 divine emperors of the Sky Demon clan arrived late. Die. Looking at Ye Bufan and the 10 half-step god emperors, one of them shouted coldly. The next second, the 3 god emperors of the Sky Demon clan took direct action. Delay will lead to changes. They didn't want to give Ye Bu any chance to survive. Therefore, Ye Bufan's life must be taken now, immediately, and immediately. Only in this way can they be completely at ease. It's over. Seeing the 3 god emperors in front of them taking action, the 10 half-step god emperors around Ye Bufan simply closed their eyes. They simply gave up resisting and waited for death. It's over. The 10 god emperors were like this, and the 5 royal clan leaders including DTN were also disheartened. But they have tried their best. Who let Ye Bufan commit suicide? But at this moment, when everyone thought that Ye Bufan was doomed, a cold light flashed in Ye Bufan's eyes, and he thought to himself, now. Chapter 1805, Killing 13 Emperors with One Sword. Is Ye Bufan stupid? Of course not stupid. Is Ye Bufan stupid? Naturally not stupid. The reason why he made such a foolish move as rushing towards DTN to seek refuge was only because Ye Bufan was very clear about his situation. More than 300 half-step god emperors may seem like a lot, and they are very powerful, but in fact they simply cannot stop the 3 god emperor Dharma images for too long. So even if he chose to escape, the 3 god emperor Dharma images would surely catch up with him in no time. Unless he could run out of the ancient forbidden land before they caught up with him. But is that possible? Impossible. Let's talk about the formation in the ancient forbidden land. Even if Ye Bufan lost the forbidden land order, he would have to wait 3 hours before being expelled from the ancient forbidden land. After 3 hours, his body would probably be cold. So when facing the pursuit of the 3 god emperors, Ye Bufan didn't need to run at all, because he couldn't escape. What if I can't run away? Since I can't run away, I'll just have to give it a try. That is why Ye Bufan's seemingly reckless and stupid behavior was actually just an attempt to use himself as bait to narrow the distance between the 8 divine emperors of the Sky Demon clan. Obviously, at this moment, Ye Bufan's goal has been achieved. Of course, we have to thank Ji Tianming. If Ji Tianming hadn't ordered the half-step god emperors to leave by force, the other 3 god emperors of the Sky Demon clan would not have been attracted here so quickly. However, even if Ji Tianming did not give the order, after the 3 heavenly demons had killed all the half-step god emperors in the 5 major camps, they would still kill Ye Bufan. Therefore, all of this was actually within Ye Bufan's calculations. Now that the 8 divine emperors of the Sky Demon clan had gathered together, Ye Bufan no longer held back, nor did he hesitate. He directly activated the last god-killing blade chi that the god-killer had left for him. Boom! The moment the god-killing blade chi was activated, a cold murderous aura surged out from Ye Bufan. Buzz! This sudden and fierce murderous intent shocked the 3 god emperors of the heavenly demon clan who had already taken action, and even their original offensive was instantly halted. The 10 half-step god emperors around Ye Bufan shuddered all over, and their minds couldn't help but tremble. This is not far away. After feeling this murderous intent, and Ye instinctively thought of the scene on Tianhe Star when Ye Bufan killed the demon god emperor with one sword. Wasn't the aura at that time exactly the same as the murderous intent now? And Ye instantly understood what Ye Bufan wanted to do. And he finally understood why Ye Bufan said just now if he killed the divine emperor Dharma image of the old ghost DTN, the old ghost DTN would not blame him for saying that. What the hell, Ye Bufan is planning to wipe out all 13 god emperor statues present at once. It's too cruel and too crazy. However, is this sword really that powerful? Can it kill 13 god emperors with one sword? I don't know in Dark Knight, but I am looking forward to it. As for DTN's safety, it was simply ignored by Ye. It's just a Dharma image of a divine emperor. Even if it is beheaded, it will not threaten the life of Emperor Tian himself. At most, it will just cause his cultivation to drop. Then he can recover by swallowing more Hongmeng Yuani. and Ye even hoped that DTN's cultivation level would decline. After all, in this way, he would be able to narrow the gap between him and DTN, thereby surpassing DTN faster, and then beat him severely. Fortunately, DTN didn't know what Ye was thinking at the moment. If he knew, he would definitely beat Ye severely. Of course, although DTN didn't know what Ye was thinking, the sudden cold murderous intent that emerged from Ye Bufan also alarmed him and the other 9 God Emperors. For a moment, they all looked at Ye Bufan instinctively. Ye Bufan naturally did not hesitate because of this. He shouted angrily. Mo Yan, remember this, today is just the beginning. From now on, I and your demon clan will fight to the death. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan directly activated the last of his god-killing sword energy and then slashed out with his sword. Call out. As soon as the hair-sized god-killing sword energy was slashed out, a violent suction force swept over instantly, covering the entire surrounding space in the blink of an eye. With the 2 previous experiences, Ye Bu already knew the principles of the god-killing sword chi very well. There is no doubt that the god-killing sword chi relies on constant devouring, or in other words, relies on constant and forcible plundering of the surrounding elements of heaven and earth, so as to strengthen itself, and finally achieve the effect of destroying the enemy with one sword. Not only that, the plundering energy of the god-killing sword is not only fast, fierce but also extremely overbearing and impossible to resist. And what is the essence of the God Emperor's Dharma image? A wisp of divine soul separated from the powerful God Emperor gathered the elements of heaven and earth and condensed into the image of the God Emperor. Therefore, the so-called Dharma image of the God Emperor is fundamentally the elements of heaven and earth. When such a divine emperor's Dharma image encounters the god-killing sword chi, it is completely equivalent to meeting its nemesis. This is also the only reason why even though God Slayer told Ye Bufan that God Slayer's sword energy could kill all living beings below the level of God Emperor, Ye Bufan was still able to kill the God Emperor's Dharma image of the Sky Demon clan's God Emperor Elder with one sword on Tianhe Star. Huff, huff, huff. At this moment, under the forceful plunder of the god-killing sword energy, the 3 divine emperor images in front of Ye Bufan immediately felt that their own power was constantly being lost. This discovery made their faces change drastically. Not only them, but DTN and others not far away also soon discovered this change. They clearly felt that the god-killing blade chi was quickly and fiercely devouring their bodies, which were the elements of heaven and earth that condensed their God Emperor Dharma images. This discovery made them all terrified. But the God Emperor was the God Emperor after all, and they quickly calmed down their fear and shock, and even made a decision immediately, which was to run. But they were horrified to find that under the crazy plundering of the god-killing sword energy, their bodies were unable to move. In an instant, the expressions of the 13 God Emperors present all changed drastically when they looked at Ye Bufan. They had never heard of or seen such a method. It is so terrifying that 13 God Emperors can be restrained in one move. Thinking in his heart, Mo Yan couldn't help but roared, "Boy, what did you do? What did you do?" Ye Bufan glanced at Mo Yan, and then said in a cold voice, "Aren't you going to take my life? In that case I will kill your divine emperor Dharma image today, and I will kill your flesh and blood body tomorrow." Boom. As Ye Bufan finished speaking, the energy of the god-killing sword grew stronger and the speed of plundering also increased rapidly. The face of Demon Yan Faxiong was ferocious. Bang! Before he could say anything more, one of the God Emperor's images in front of Ye Bufan exploded directly, and then turned into elements of heaven and earth, which were all plundered by the god-killing sword chi. Bang bang! Immediately afterwards, the other 2 God Emperors' images also exploded one after another. This scene made everyone present feel their scalps tingle and their hearts tremble with fear. Especially for the other 10 divine emperors, this was like a nightmare. But what can they do? What else can they do? Helpless and even more powerless. Bang, bang, bang. 3 breaths later, all the images of the God Emperors exploded one after another. Ye Bufan killed 13 images of God Emperors with one sword, and the whole place fell into dead silence. Outside the ancient Forbidden Land. Puff, puff, puff. Mo Yan, DTN and others all spat out blood. DTN and others are fine. Mo Yan couldn't help but roared angrily, "Human boy, if I don't kill you, I will kill myself." Chapter 1806 The Miserable Demon. 10 contestants, 10 images of God Emperors. This time, the Sky Demon clan made full preparations to retake the Purple Emperor domain. But what is the result? With the information feedback after the demise of the God Emperor's Dharma image, Mo Yan already knew what happened in the ancient Forbidden Land. The 8 divine emperors of the Sky Demon clan fell. This means that including himself, 8 God Emperors of the Demon clan will suffer a drop in cultivation as a result. Although the 5 royal families also suffered losses, after all, there was only one person in each of them. 1 to 8. In comparison, the Sky Demon clan suffered heavy losses. That's not all. The 5 royal families joined forces, and the entire Heavenly Demon camp also suffered heavy losses. Moreover, with the death of the Heavenly Demon clan's gods and emperors, the remaining members of the Heavenly Demon camp in the ancient Forbidden Land had no way to survive, and they were doomed to die. There are more than 80 half-step god emperors here. At this moment, Mo Yan felt that his heart was bleeding. I was originally confident of winning, but I didn't expect to get such a result in the end. There is no doubt that all this is thanks to the human race. Damn human race. Damn the human race. Mo Yan's anger and murderous intent towards Ye Bufan instantly reached its peak. He had never wanted a person's life so much before. Ye Bufan is the first and the only one so far. This is what Demon Yan is like. Although DTN and other 5 royal clan leaders were equally shocked, they felt much better than Mo Yan. After all, the Sky Demon clan lost 8 divine emperors in a flash, while they only fell a small realm. What's more, there is a bet between them and Mo Yan. Use a small realm of cultivation to exchange for an area of the Sky Demon clan. No matter how they calculate it, they won't lose money in this deal. In the ancient Forbidden Land. Gurgle. After witnessing Ye Bufan killing 13 God Emperor Dharma images with a single sword strike, all the half-step God Emperors present could not help but swallow their saliva. They were shocked and horrified. They felt even more deeply frightened when they looked at Ye Bufan. With one sword, he killed 13 divine emperors. I'm afraid that even a strong man who joins forces with the 9th level of the divine emperor cannot do this. But Ye Bufan did it. Could he be the Hongmeng emperor? Could it be that he has been hiding his cultivation level all along? Ha ha ha. Without waiting for the half-step God Emperors present to think too much, and he suddenly laughed loudly and said, "Brothers, all the God Emperor Dharma images of the Sky Demon clan are dead. Now there are only more than 20 cats and dogs left. In this case, what are you waiting for? Kill them." Boom. As soon as Yi said this, everyone present came back to their senses. Swipe. The two sides couldn't help but look at each other. Kill. The next second, the remaining 100 or so half-step god emperors of the 5 royal alliances rushed out together without even thinking. After all, the 3 god emperor Dharma images of the Sky Demon clan had just overwhelmed them to the point where they were completely unable to breathe. Now that the Sky Demon clan had lost their god emperor Dharma images, they naturally wanted to take revenge and avenge their grievances. Run. Seeing more than 100 half-step god emperors from the 5 royal alliances rushing towards them, the mere 20 or so half-step god emperors from the Heavenly Demon camp also turned around and ran without giving it a second thought. 20 to 100. A gap of more than 5 times in numbers. Without the support of the Divine Emperor, the Heavenly Demon camp was no match for the alliance of the 5 royal families. They had no choice but to escape. It's a pity that they can't run away. They can't escape at all. In just a moment, more than 20 half-step god emperors from the Heavenly Demon camp were surrounded by more than 100 half-step god emperors from the 5 royal alliances. Then, revenge when revenge is needed, and complain when complaints are needed. The more than 100 half-step god emperors of the 5 royal alliances vented all their anger on the 20 or so half-step god emperors of the Heavenly Demon camp in front of them. The battle was over after just over a minute. 10 minutes later, outside the ancient Forbidden Land. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One after another, human figures appeared in front of the people left behind outside. It was obvious that the winner had been decided and everyone was expelled from the formation. Go to hell, kid. At this moment, as soon as Ye Bufan appeared, Mo Yan let out an angry roar. Boom. The next second, he fought with all his strength and rushed straight towards Ye Bufan. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. The people left behind outside did not know what happened in the ancient Forbidden Land, so they were puzzled by Mo Yan's sudden behavior. Although the members in the ancient Forbidden Land knew why Mo Yan wanted to kill Ye Bufan, they were already frightened by Mo Yan's overwhelming anger and terrifying murderous intent, and they were speechless at this moment. In short, everyone had a different expression. Ye Bufan, however, looked calm and composed. As the target of Mo Yan's must-kill, he didn't seem to care at all about the threat Mo Yan posed to him. This is also true. Ye Bufan really didn't care at all. Because, Mo Yan, you dare. Mo Yan, you dare. The moment Mo Yan made his move, the 5 royal clan leaders including DTN all roared in anger. Not only that, they all attacked instantly. After experiencing what happened in the ancient Forbidden Land, they obviously did not intend to continue hiding the relationship between themselves and Ye Bufan. Boom. In front of Mo Yan, the 5 royal clan leaders arrived instantly and attacked with their palms. Seeing this scene, Mo Yan's face changed drastically. But at this moment, he simply didn't have time to think about anything else. After all, the combined attack of the 5 royal clan leaders was so powerful and terrifying that he couldn't face it head-on alone. Because of this, Mo Yan retreated instantly. Not only that, he instinctively struck out with a palm strike in an instant. Boom. In a flash, Mo Yan and the 5 royal clan leaders collided with each other. Puff. Mo Yan spat out a mouthful of blood. Then his body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Mo Yan finally managed to steady himself 30 meters away. This was the reason why he made a prompt decision and retreated immediately. Otherwise, the combined attack from the 5 royal clan leaders would have been enough to take half his life. But even so, Mo Yan was seriously injured. Puff. After stabilizing his body, Mo Yan spat out another mouthful of blood. But he didn't care about that at all. What do you mean? Staring at the 5 people including DTN in front of him, Mo Yan couldn't help but roar in anger. What do you mean? Before DTN and the other 5 royal clan leaders could speak, Ye Bufan below them had already spoken first, and then looked at Mo Yan with contempt and said, "Are you stupid? Can't you see that we are in the same group now? Kid, shut up." After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Mo Yan roared angrily, then glared at him and said, "Do you believe that I will kill you right now? Come on, come on, come on, I don't want to live anymore anyway." Ye Bufan said with a provocative look on his face. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but twitch their lips. Mo Yan was furious. That's right. But at this moment, Ye Bufan suddenly said, "If you hadn't said anything, I would have almost forgotten that I have carefully prepared a great gift for you in the ancient Forbidden Land." After saying this, Ye Bufan waved his hand. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, bloody heads fell to the ground in front of Ye Bufan. Hiss. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but gasp. The whole place was dead silent. The atmosphere was weird to the extreme. At this time, looking at the livid Mo Yan in the air, Ye Bufan spoke again, smiling and said, "Surprised. Unexpected. Liked. Haha, you don't have to thank me, because I always like to help others." "I thank you, sir." Mo Yan's patience instantly reached its limit. Die. He was arrogant and attacked again. It's a pity that the 5 royal clan leaders including DTN would naturally not let him get his wish. Seeing Mo Yan rushing out again, they moved. Mo Yan's figure froze for a moment, and then he glared at the 5 royal clan leaders with his red eyes and said, "Do you really want to protect him? Do you really want to be my enemy? Do you really want to fight to the death with my Tianmo clan?" Mo Yan asked 3 questions in a row. DTN said leisurely, "Brother Mo Yan, let's not talk about these for now, let's talk about the previous gambling agreement first. According to the previous agreement, now that he has walked out of the ancient Forbidden Land alive, it means that we have won, so, you see." When Emperor Tien said this, Mo Yan was stunned. If DTN hadn't reminded him, Mo Yan would have really forgotten about this matter. A bet agreement. The land of 5 domains. Puff. Thinking in his heart, Mo Yan spat out blood again. Call out. The next second, his body fell directly from midair. The dignified God Emperor and Patriarch of the royal family. At this moment, under the continuous blows, Mo Yan could no longer bear it and fainted from anger. Chapter 1807 Elemental Spirit got it. 8 divine emperors fell. The battle for the Purple Emperor territory failed. The 5 regions were lost in vain. For the Heavenly Demon clan, this time the losses were heavy. But this has nothing to do with the 5 royal families. I would rather die than let my friend die. As long as they make a profit themselves, that's enough. As for the Sky Demon clan, they wish the Demon clan would never recover, or even disappear altogether. That was why, when they saw Mo Yan fainting from anger, they had no sympathy or mercy at all, and when Mo Yan woke up, they still had to give him the 5 domains. As for now, of course they had to celebrate. Firstly, it is to celebrate their great victory and fruitful return. Secondly, it was to celebrate the official start of their cooperation with Ye Bufan. For this reason, the 5 royal families did not stay long. After Mo Yan fainted, they left directly. Of course, Ye Bufan was naturally among them. After the 5 royal families left, other families also left one after another. One day later, what happened in the Battle of the Ancient Forbidden Land had spread throughout the entire Eternal Divine Realm, and even to the 72 foreign realms outside the Divine Realm. For a time, whether it was the Eternal Divine Realm or the 72 outer realms, among the thousands of races, members of the vast majority of races felt panic-stricken because of this. After all, it has never happened before that the 5 royal families joined forces. But what about now? During the competition for the Purple Emperor domain, the 5 royal families actually joined forces to suppress the Heavenly Demon clan. What does that mean? Does this mean that the 5 royal families will take action against the Heavenly Demon clan? If this is true, there will inevitably be another bloody storm. Be it the Divine Realm or the 72 realms, all living beings cannot stay out of it. Of course, people who have such thoughts are obviously just worrying too much. The 5 royal families joined forces to destroy the demon clan. This kind of thing would never happen unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, no one among the 5 royal families trusted each other, not to mention that the Heavenly Demon clan was no pushover. So these rumors and concerns will not last long. Of course, this is a later story. In addition, Ye Bufan also officially entered the sight of all races. After all, this collision between the 5 royal families and the Heavenly Demon clan was all caused by Ye Bufan, not to mention that Ye Bufan also sat on the throne of the Lord of the Purple Emperor domain. How many years have passed? Since the destruction of the Heavenly Palace, the human race has completely declined. It is no exaggeration to say that the human race today is struggling to survive. But now, there is actually a human member sitting on the throne of Domain Lord, and this throne of Domain Lord was taken back by the 5 major royal families who joined forces to help this human race. Although no one knows why the 5 royal families did this, it is no longer important. What is important is that Ye Bufan has become famous in one battle. Many people who were interested in this even thought of the human dragon Xiaobao who had killed several god emperors not long ago. First, Long Xiaobao defeated the god emperor, and now Ye Bufan has ascended to the position of Domain Lord. Could it be that, thousands of years later, the human race will rise again? Purple Emperor Domain, Domain King Planet. This is the location of the Domain Lord's mansion of the Purple Emperor Domain, and it was also the private territory of Yinyang Longchen. But now, it naturally belongs to Ye Bufan. At this moment, in the Domain Lord's mansion, Ye Bufan and the 5 royal clan leaders gathered together. Xiao Fan, you have to be careful next time. Don't provoke Mo Yan like you did this time. That guy is a lunatic. If you completely piss him off, I'm afraid that even if we work together, we may not be able to protect you. Do you understand? Looking at Ye Bufan, Ji Tianming, the head of the God clan, spoke earnestly. The other 4 clan leaders also looked worried and helpless. If they had not known that Ye Bufan was used to being arrogant and domineering, they would even think that Ye Bufan did it on purpose this time in the ancient Forbidden Land. Yes, I'll remember that. Ye Bufan responded repeatedly, and then changed the subject, but this can't be blamed on me. After all, he was the one who wanted to kill me first. If I don't fight back, doesn't he think I'm afraid of him? Hearing this, the 5 clan leaders' mouths twitched, and they were even more speechless. After all, Mo Yan is a powerful divine emperor and the patriarch of the royal family. Shouldn't you be afraid of him? If it weren't for us, you would have been wiped out long ago. Although they thought so in their hearts, the 5 clan leaders obviously would not say it out loud. The next second, Ji Tianming reminded again, anyway, remember this, don't provoke Mo Yan again. If you do, and lose your life, don't blame us for not reminding you. Lost your life? Would you be willing to let me be killed? Ye Bufan sneered in his heart, and then said calmly, as long as he doesn't come to provoke me, I won't bother to pay attention to him. Although he said so, Ye Bufan was obviously saying one thing and thinking another. Don't provoke Mo Yan, that's impossible. After all, Ye Bufan knew very well that he and Mo Yan had been at war to the death for a long time. Even if he didn't provoke Mo Yan might not let him go. Besides, if we don't provoke Mo Yan, how can we get the 5 royal families to take action against the heavenly demon clan? Ye Bufan had already thought it through. Next, he would try every possible way to make Mo Yan cause trouble for him. If Mo Yan wants to cause trouble for him, the 5 royal families will definitely not stand idly by for the sake of the Hongmeng Yuanyi. By then, the 5 royal families and the heavenly demon family will clash again and again. Even if it does not trigger a racial war, small-scale battles and fights will definitely break out continuously. A little bit adds up to a lot. Ye Bufan believed that only by thoroughly muddying the waters among the several royal families, and even within the entire eternal divine realm, would he and the human race have a chance to fish in troubled waters. That's best. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Ji Tianming responded and said, "Now let's talk about our cooperation." After a pause, Ji Tianming continued, "We have helped you get the position of Domain Lord. When do you plan to start refining Hongmeng Yuan for us?" "Any time." Ye Bufan said this, and then glanced at the 5 royal clan leaders, and said meaningfully, "But what we talked about before is not just one territory master position, so besides this, shouldn't you hand over the elemental spirits to me first?" The 5 clan leaders looked at each other. Ji Tianming then smiled and said, "Of course no problem, but we are very curious, what do you want so many elemental elves for?" In the ancient Forbidden Land, the fact that Ye Bufan killed 13 god emperors with one sword had obviously made the 5 royal clan leaders wary of him. Ha ha. After DTN finished speaking, Ye Bufan smiled and said, "Of course it's to improve my strength." "Improve your strength?" Ji Tianming frowned. "Certainly." Ye Bufan smiled and said, "With these elemental spirits, I can immediately become a powerful god emperor. When I meet Mo Yan again, you won't have to do anything. I can kill him with just one slap." After Ye Bufan finished speaking, the 5 royal clan leaders couldn't help but twitch their lips. "With these elemental spirits, can you directly become a powerful god emperor? Who are you fooling? Do you really think that elemental elves are so easy to refine? What's more, he refined 5 elemental spirits at once. The most important thing is, everyone knows that you are a martial artist who specializes in cultivating your physical body. As a martial artist who cultivates the body, would you confuse priorities and improve your martial arts skills instead? Stop kidding." The patriarchs of the 5 royal families did not believe Ye Bufan's words at all. But since Ye Bufan didn't want to say anything, they didn't ask any more questions. Little did they know that what Ye Bufan said was actually the truth. "For you." The next second, Ji Tianming took out a palm-sized crystal and placed it in front of Ye Bufan. This crystal is light green all over, similar to the divine crystal, but in the center of this crystal there is a small pattern of an elemental elf. This is. Looking at the crystal stone that Ji Tianming took out, Ye Bufan frowned slightly. "Wood elemental spirit." Ji Tianming said, "It's just that the elemental spirit is not easy to carry, so I sealed it up in advance. If you want to summon this wood elemental spirit, just smash the crystal stone." "Is this all right?" Ye Bufan was stunned again. Next, DTN and the others also took out a crystal stone like DTN and placed it in front of Ye Bufan. They were Gold Elemental Essence, Earth Elemental Elf, Wind Elemental Elf, and Light Elemental Elf. Together with Ji Tianming's Wood Elemental Elf, and the Water Elemental Elf and Thunder Elemental Elf that Ye Bufan has already swallowed. Now, if Ye Bufan wants to practice the Hongmeng Emperor Sutra to perfection, he only lacks the Fire Elemental Elf and the Dark Elemental Elf. 7 of the 9 elemental elves have been gathered so quickly, Ye Bufan couldn't help but feel excited. But now is not the time to be happy. After all, if the elemental elf has not been refined, it may not belong to him. Moreover, Ye Bufan cannot guarantee whether the several royal families will abandon it and take back the elemental elf. Of course, that's a story for later. Now let's get these 5 elemental elves first. With this thought, Ye Bufan directly stored the 5 elemental spirits into his storage ring, then looked at the 5 royal clan leaders and said with a smile. Happy Cooperation. Chapter 1808, The Human Race's Dilemma, Clan Leader Shi Feishuan. Happy Cooperation. Now that he had obtained the 5 elemental elves, Ye Bufan was in a very good mood. Happy Cooperation. Ye Bufan was like this, and the 5 royal clan leaders were no exception. If it were in the past, it would have been impossible for them to give away an elemental spirit for nothing. In fact, they would have felt extremely distressed even after giving it away. But now it's different. With the Hongmeng Yuanyi, the so-called elemental elves are basically dispensable. In that case, what's wrong with giving it to Ye Bufan for free? As for what Ye Bufan wanted so many elemental elves for, although they were curious, they did not care too much. Can we start refining Hongmeng Yuani now? After the two sides exchanged greetings, Ji Tianming looked at Ye Bufan and said with a smile. Certainly. Ye Bufan smiled slightly, then extended his hand and said, give the things to me. What he was talking about was naturally the materials for refining Hongmeng Yuani. The 5 royal clan leaders were also unambiguous and directly handed over the resources that had already been prepared to Ye Bufan. Countless resources, plus the 5 elemental elves previously. Ye Bufan can be said to have reaped a great harvest this time. Of course, the 5 royal families will not suffer any loss either. After all, Ye Bufan will provide them with a large amount of Hongmeng Yuani later to enhance the overall strength of the 5 royal families. It can be said that this is a win-win situation. Ye Bufan was excited, and the 5 royal clan leaders were also happy. But the Sky Demon clan is different. The Sky Demon clan is now in a state of gloom and despair. It would be fine if the Purple Emperor domain was not taken back. It is acceptable for the 8 god emperors, including Mo Yan, to drop a small realm in cultivation. But what about the 5-star regions that were just lost? If the Purple Emperor realm is added, it will be a total of 5 realms. How many star fields does the Sky Demon clan, or the entire Sky Demon camp, control? The 72 outer realms are equally divided among the 6 royal families, and the Heavenly Demon clan controls 12 of them. Now 6 star fields have been lost at once, which is half of all the star fields in the demonic camp. This was enough to cause them serious injuries. But what can they do? Even if they were unwilling, even if they didn't want to, they had no choice but to accept it and swallow it with gritted teeth. After all, it was an alliance of 5 royal families. If the Sky Demon clan goes back on their word and denies, the 5 royal alliance will certainly take the opportunity to suppress them, and their losses will certainly be far greater than they are now. But even if he acknowledges it, someone still has to take responsibility, and someone must take it, and that person is undoubtedly the current patriarch of the Sky Demon clan, Mo Yan. After all this was caused by Mo Yan, and the gamble in the 5 realms was also initiated by Mo Yan. For this reason, after the incident, Mo Yan was immediately impeached by more than 2/3 of the God Emperor elders in the Sky Demon clan. In the end, the Sky Demon clan directly dismissed Mo Yan from his position as clan leader and gave him severe punishment. When Mo Yan woke up and learned all this, he was so angry that he fainted. At the same time, Mo Yan's hatred for Ye Bufan reached an unprecedented extreme. Of course, the impact of this competition for the Lord of the Purple Emperor domain, or the fact that Ye Bufan took the position of Lord of the Purple Emperor domain, is far more than just that. Ancient Domain. North Star. This is the current human race's territory, and it is also the gathering place for most of the powerful human beings. Beiming Star, the Star Lord's mansion, is also where the current human race leader resides. At this moment, in the main hall of the Star Lord's mansion, a woman in green was sitting in the depths of the hall. The woman had a stunning face and was extremely graceful, but at the moment she was rubbing her head with a worried look on her face. If Ye Bufan were here, he would definitely be able to recognize at a glance that this woman is his chief master, the descendant of the Supreme Master Tiangong Shi Yu, the Shi family, Shi Feishuan. Not only that, Shi Feishuan is also the current leader of the human race and also the strongest person of the human race. However, even though she is the strongest person in the human race, her cultivation is only at the 5th level of the Divine Lord. It is conceivable how decadent and weak the human race is now. In the center of the hall in front of Shi Feishuan stood a hunchbacked old man. The hunchbacked old man had the same look of sorrow and bitterness as Shi Feishuan. "Miss, we can't go on like this. It's only been over a year, and we've been patient again and again, but what about the Tinlong tribe? Not only did they not stop, they even intensified their attacks. During this period, they have destroyed more than 1,700 of our industries and occupied our 12 life planets. More than 20 million of our people have died at their hands. If this continues, our human race will really be finished. Miss, declare war on them. Even if we have to fight to the death, it's better than just sitting there and waiting to die like this. Declare war." After the hunchbacked old man finished speaking, Shi Feishuan smiled bitterly and said, "Mr. Qin, do you think our older generation will agree?" Hearing this, the hunchbacked old man was stunned for a moment, then angrily said, "These traitorous bastards, do they really want to destroy the human race?" "Mr. Chin, don't mention them." After the hunchbacked old man finished speaking, Shi Feishuan said, "Actually, the current situation is not that bad. At least we still have hope." Hope. The hunchbacked old man was stunned again, then looked at Shi Feishuan with a look of doubt and said, "Miss, you don't want to agree to marry the seventh prince of the Tinlong tribe?" Changing the subject, the hunchbacked old man continued, "Miss, you are confused. Could it be that you are like those traitors who think that if you agree to the demands of the Heavenly Wolf clan, the Heavenly Wolf clan will stop and let our human race go?" "Mr. Chin, that's not what I meant. What did the young lady say? Have you found the information of those two people?" "Miss, are you talking about Long Xiaobao and Ye Bufan?" No." The hunchbacked old man shook his head and said bitterly, "I have searched our entire human race during this period, but there is no news about these two people. There is not even a trace related to them. It's like these two people appeared out of thin air." "Did it just appear out of nowhere?" Shi Feishuan groaned for a moment, then suddenly said, "Master Qin, do you still remember my family's ancestral teachings?" "Master's ancestral teachings?" The hunchbacked old man was startled and said, "Miss, what do you mean?" "Although we are defeated, the heavenly palace will be immortal. The cycle of martial arts, another century of fighting." Shi Feishuan said calmly, "When my ancestor left these 16 words of ancestral precepts, it was already a famous saying that one day, the heavenly palace will make a comeback, but we don't know when and where it will be. Now suddenly Long Xiaobao and Ye Bufan appear. Let's not talk about Ye Bufan for now, let's just talk about Long Xiaobao. I broke into the divine realm alone and killed the divine emperor with one sword. What kind of courage is this? What kind of strength is this? With the current situation of our human race, can we produce a strong person of this level? So, you're saying could he be a descendant of the heavenly palace?" Chapter 1809 Taking advantage of the situation, a large-scale migration of the human race. Heir of the heavenly palace. After Shi Feishuan finished speaking, the hunchbacked old man couldn't help but be shocked. If Shi Feishuan hadn't mentioned it, he naturally wouldn't have thought about it in this direction, but now that Shi Feishuan mentioned it he really felt that this possibility was very high. After all, whether it is Ye Bufan or Long Xiaobao, their appearance was too sudden and their origins were too special. I believe that most races are now investigating them, but even they, who are also human beings, cannot find out the truth, let alone other races. These two people seemed to appear out of nowhere. It was too mysterious and too unreasonable. But if they are linked together with the heavenly palace, it becomes reasonable. They are descendants of the heavenly palace. They were also the backup plan left by Dao Wuya back then. Their appearance bears witness to the ancestral teachings of the Shi family, and also means that the heavenly palace is about to be born. With this thought in mind, the hunchbacked old man looked at Shi Feishuan and said hesitantly, "Miss, what do you mean?" Shi Feishuan was silent for 3 seconds before she said, "I want to lead the human race to evacuate the ancient domain." Evacuate the ancient domain. The hunchbacked old man was shocked. "That's right," Shi Feishuan responded, "evacuate the ancient domain and move to the Purple Emperor domain." The hunchbacked old man hesitated for a moment, then said solemnly, "Miss, this matter I'm afraid it's not that easy." After a pause, the hunchbacked old man continued, "Let's not talk about whether Ye Bufan is a descendant of the heavenly palace. Even if he is, what can we do about it? The ancient domain and the Purple Emperor domain are located in the south and north, with the eternal divine domain in between. We don't even have a single gold-class space battleship right now. If we only rely on those few silver-class space battleships, how many people can we transfer? The most important thing is that with the speed of a silver-class space battleship, it would take at least 10 to 20 years to enter the Purple Emperor domain from the ancient domain. With such a long time the risks involved can be imagined." "Mr. Qin, I know what you mean." When the hunchbacked old man said this, Shi Feishuan waved her hand and said, "But this time, I don't plan to use the Starry Sky battleship for transfer. After all, as you said, it's unrealistic." "What do you mean, miss?" "I plan to borrow Zi Tianji's interstar teleportation array from his domain Lord Mansion." The hunchbacked old man twitched his lips. "Miss, do you think this is possible? Is it realistic?" "Nothing is impossible if it is human." Shi Feishuan said this, and then said with a firm look, "If you say it's impossible, it means we haven't done enough. If he doesn't agree, it only means that the price we paid is not enough." The world is bustling with people because of profit. The world is bustling with people because of profit. As long as we can give him enough compensation, I believe he will definitely open a convenient door for us. Moreover, the times are different now. We can also take advantage of the situation of Long Xiaobao. Take advantage of the situation. The hunchbacked old man frowned. That's right, Shi Feishuan said with a serious expression. If I remember correctly, the grandson of Elder Shen Tian who died young should be about the same age as Long Xiaobao, right? The hunchbacked old man was startled. Shi Feishuan continued, well, go find Elder Shen Tian later and tell him what I mean, and then you two can discuss it carefully. From now on, Long Xiaobao is the grandson of Elder Shen Fei who died young. In fact, he did not die young, but because his martial arts talent was detected to be too evil when he was born, he was hidden by our human race in this way. After Shi Feishuan finished speaking, the hunchbacked old man couldn't help but twitch his lips and said, Miss, will this work? Or, will Zitianji believe it? Whether he believes it or not, it doesn't matter. Shi Feishuan said confidently, as long as we arrange it this way, he will definitely have some concerns in his heart. As long as he has concerns in his heart, we will have the qualifications to negotiate with him. Then we can promise him great benefits. I believe he will definitely agree to our request and lend us the interstar teleportation array of the Domain Lord's mansion. Even so, miss, don't you think you are playing with fire by doing this? After a pause, the hunchbacked old man continued, let's not talk about the fact that we know nothing about Long Xiaobao. Once he knows about this, what will be his reaction? For example, let's talk about the races whose god emperors he killed. Once they know about the relationship between Long Xiaobao and us, do you think they will let us go? If they take the opportunity to retaliate, then we will not only have to face the Tianlong clan at that time. Playing with fire. Shi Feishuan smiled bitterly. Mr. Qin, do you think we have any other options at this point? What's more, evacuating the Taiku domain and entering the Zhuang domain is playing with fire and a gamble. After all, we also know nothing about Ye Bufan. As for the reactions of other major races, Old Qin, don't forget that Long Xiaobao is still a human. Even if we didn't fabricate his identity, wouldn't those races whose god emperors he killed hate us? They will obviously still hate us humans. If that's the case, why should we care about what they think? After Shi Feishuan finished speaking, the hunchbacked old man was speechless. It must be said that what Shi Feishuan said was absolutely correct. After all, the human race is now almost being forced into a desperate situation by the Tianlong clan. Unless the human race goes to war with the Tianlong clan, Shi Feishuan's idea is indeed worth a try. After a moment, the hunchbacked old man spoke again. Miss, even if what you said is right, what about those old guys who are traitors? Will they agree? Them. Shi Feishuan's face darkened, and a cold light flashed in her eyes as she said, they are a bunch of traitors. Based on what they have done over the years, they are not worthy of being a member of our human race. The reason why I have tolerated them again and again is for the sake of the overall interests of our human race. Now that we have decided to evacuate the ancient domain, there is no need to hide anything from them. In order to prevent them from interfering in the next major transfer, we must make a quick decision. So, Shi Feishuan glanced at the hunchbacked old man below and said sternly, Old Qin, go and notify all the elders now and ask them to come over tonight. Tell them that the clan leader will make an announcement sometime. Also remind Elder Shen Fei and the others to be prepared. Tonight is the night when these scums will return to the ninth heaven. The hunchbacked old man hesitated for a moment and said, Miss, are you going to take action directly? After all, they are also part of the high-end combat power of our human race. Otherwise give them one last chance. No. Shi Feishuan rejected the idea directly, saying, this clan leader has already given them chances, and not just once or twice. Since they themselves do not cherish them, who can we blame? Moreover, if you hesitate when you should make a decision, you will suffer the consequences. Under the current situation, I do not want any accidents or variables to happen, not even the slightest bit. Therefore, even if they turn back from their mistakes, I will not give them any more chances. Tonight, they must all die. Hearing this, the hunchbacked old man was startled and said, Miss, I understand. I will arrange it right away. Shi Feishuan nodded and said, go ahead. Miss, I will withdraw now. After leaving a few words, the hunchbacked old man left the hall. Qingshe. After the hunchbacked old man left, Shi Feishuan called out softly. Swoosh. The next second, a figure appeared where the hunchbacked old man was previously. The figure was a woman in black who looked to be in her 20s. As soon as the woman arrived, she half knelt in front of Shi Feishuan, clasped her fists and said, "Chief. Did you hear what I just said to Mr. Qin?" Shi Feishuan said softly. The woman in black responded, "Qingshe heard it all." Very good. Shi Feishuan stood up and said, "It takes 1,000 days to train an army, but only a moment to deploy it. Today is the day for you to show your divine shadow and sword. Pass the order down, all the divine shadows, keep a close eye on those scums of the tribe. Once I succeed, all those who are related to them, regardless of gender, age or youth, will not be spared, all will be killed." Chapter 18:10. Divine Shadow, Heavenly Power, and the Sins of the Eight Elders. Pass the order down, all the divine shadows, keep a close eye on those scums of the tribe. Once I succeed, all those who are related to them, regardless of gender, age or youth, will not be spared, all will be killed. Yes, Patriarch, Shanying promises to complete the task. After Shi Feishuan finished speaking, the woman in black clenched her fists and replied with a firm and stern look. Go ahead. Yes. Shi Feishuan waved her hand, and the woman in black responded and disappeared into the hall. Lan Lin. After the woman in black left, Shi Feishuan shouted again. Please speak, Patriarch. In the hall, a cold voice sounded inexplicably. Shi Feishuan said in a cold voice, "Everyone of Tianquan, please take your positions. Tonight follow this clan leader to kill the scum of the human race together. Tianquan, always be prepared." With these 7 cold words, the hall returned to peace again. Call. Shi Feishuan took a deep breath and then sat back on her throne as clan leader. In her eyes, there was a hint of helplessness, a hint of reluctance, a hint of regret, as well as a hint of firmness, determination, and a cold murderous look. In short, at this moment, Shi Feishuan's expression was extremely complicated. After all, they are all human beings. If possible, Shi Feishuan really doesn't want to take action against those human elders, but she knows that she has no choice, and the human race has no choice either. To resist foreign aggression, we must first stabilize the internal situation. If these cancers are not removed, the human race will sooner or later be destroyed in their hands. What's more, now that he wants to relocate the human race, he must also get rid of these people. Otherwise, with them around, Shi Feishuan would not be able to lead the entire human race's migration, and they would definitely bring a lot of trouble and obstacles to Shi Feishuan at that time. So we should cut it off when we have to, just kill them all and put an end to all future troubles. As for Shanying and Tianquan, they were 2 hidden forces that Shi Feishuan cultivated in secret with a lot of resources after he took the position of the patriarch of the human race. 108 Divine Shadows. There are only 5 people in Tianquan. These were the children with extraordinary talents that Shi Feishuan had collected from within the human race when she first became the patriarch of the human race. Shi Feishuan has been in office for more than 20 years, and those children back then have now grown into energetic young boys and girls. Not only that, their strength has also been greatly improved. Today, all the 108 Shanying members, without exception, are warriors at the Divine Emperor level. As for the 5 Tianquan members, they have all achieved the status of Divine Lord of Martial Arts. Although only the leader Lan Lin has reached the 3rd level of Divine Lord, and the other 4 are only at the 1st and 2nd levels of Divine Lord, they are still Divine Lord level warriors after all. You must know that within the entire human race, apart from Shi Feishuan, the strongest of the 5th level of God, there are only 9 gods in the open. It can be said that the 2 forces of Tianquan and Shanying alone have exceeded more than half of the high-end combat power of the human race. This is only the result of Shi Feishuan's 20-year reign. If she is given enough time, the human race may be able to give birth to a powerful person at the level of a god emperor. After all, there has never been a shortage of extremely talented people within the human race. Take people like Tianquan and Shanying for example. In terms of talent, whether it is Tianquan or Shanying, they are not inferior to the geniuses and monsters of any clan. What they lack are merely opportunities and sufficient resources for their growth. Shi Feishuan gave them opportunities and resources, which is why they have achieved what they have today. But how many people within the human race are talented but lack opportunities and resources? There are too many people like that. Shi Feishuan naturally wanted to train them vigorously, but Shi Feishuan also had her own difficulties. First, Her reign was too short, and her foundation was not yet completely solid. Amid internal and external troubles, she simply did not have much time and energy to train more elites and stronger people for the human race. Second, the human race has already declined, and the resources that can be mobilized within the entire human race are limited. Coupled with the wanton squandering and waste of some people, the resources that Shi Feishuan can mobilize are even more limited. A good cook cannot cook without rice. Under such circumstances, even if Shi Feishuan wanted to cultivate talented people within the human race, she was unable to do so. 108 divine shadows and 5 heavenly powers, this is the limit of what Shi Feishuan can do now. Time passes by every second. The day is passing away. Night is gradually approaching. The night is as quiet as water. The night is dotted with stars. Beaming Star, the human race's main hall. Shi Feishuan was still sitting on her clan leader's throne. Below her, on both sides of the hall, there were 8 human race members sitting on each side, a total of 16 people, who were also all the current deacons and elders within the human race. Of course, before Shi Feishuan became the patriarch, there were actually only 8 elders within the human race. The remaining 8 were promoted after Shi Feishuan became the patriarch, in order to check and balance the original 8 elders within the human race. At this moment, the 8 elders were sitting on the left side of Shi Feishuan. Among them, Shen Fei, who was at the 3rd level of God, was the leader. The strength of the other 7 were 2 at the 1st level of God and 5 at the 9th level of God. Within the human race, they are called the 9 elders, the 10 elders and the 16 elders. As for the other side, that is, to the right of Shi Feishuan, there are 8 elders of the older generation of the human race. The elders of the older generation are all headed by Wang Qingfeng, who is at the 3rd level of the divine realm. Except for Wang Qingfeng, the strength of the other 7 people are 2 god lords of the 2nd level, 3 god lords of the 1st level, and 2 god emperors of the 9th level. In terms of overall strength, the 8 elders of the new generation are far inferior to the 8 elders of the older generation. But don't forget that Shi Feishuan herself is the strongest human being in the 5th level of the divine realm. She, together with the 8 elders of the new generation, can compete with the 8 elders of the old generation. This is one of the reasons why the human race can still maintain relative stability after Shi Feishuan came to power. After all 16 human elders arrived, the great elder Wang Qingfeng spoke slowly and impatiently. Chief, since everyone is here, if you have anything to say, please say it quickly. We are very busy. Are you busy harming the human race? Shi Feishuan couldn't help but curse in her heart. However, facing a group of dying people, she was too lazy to argue with them. The next second, Shi Feishuan looked directly at Wang Qingfeng and the other 8 elders of the older generation and said, Grand Elder, and the people around the Grand Elder, do you admit your guilt? Wang Qingfeng frowned. The 2nd elder beside him stood up and pointed at Shi Feishuan and shouted, Little girl, what do you mean? Are you here to ask us for punishment? What gives you the right? Why? Shi Feishuan shouted coldly, just based on this. After she finished speaking, she threw an account book directly at the 2nd elder below. The 2nd elder reached out and grabbed the account book that Shi Feishuan threw at him. Then he frowned and looked at Shi Feishuan with a little dissatisfaction and confusion and asked, What is this? You'll know for yourself if you see it. The 2nd elder frowned, but still lowered his head and glanced at the account book in his hand. On the contrary, his expression changed drastically after just one glance. Seeing the reaction of the 2nd elder, several elders of the older generation also frowned. At this time, Shi Feishuan spoke again. 2nd elder, do you have anything else to say? Snort. As she spoke, Shi Feishuan snorted again. On X day of X month of X year, the 2nd elder Zhang Xiang sold 3,000 human children to the Blood Demon clan and made a profit of 370,000 divine crystals. On X day of X month of X year, in order to please the great prince of the Heavenly Wolf clan, the great elder Wang Qingfeng sent him 361 girls from the human clan. On X day of X month of X year, the 3rd elder embezzled a blue crystal mine on the Fire Yuan star of the human race, killed 3,679 humans in the mine, and put the blame on the Bull clan. On X day of X month of X year, the 4 elders joined forces with the Sirius clan, working together from within and without to help the Sirius clan invade our human race's Uranus, earning a profit of 136 million divine crystals. As Shi Feishuan was speaking, the 8 elders of the new generation on her left already knew all this, but they were still furious. After hearing this, the 8 elders of the older generation all changed their expressions. That's enough. Suddenly, the second elder shouted angrily, Shi Feishuan, this is a blatant false accusation. False accusation, Shi Feishuan sneered, whether it is a false accusation or not, don't you know it clearly in your heart? The second elder was furious. He wanted to say something but was stopped by the first elder. Snort. The second elder just snorted coldly and said nothing more. The great elder narrowed his eyes and looked at Shi Feishuan, his face solemnly saying, Little girl, are you sending people to monitor us? If I hadn't sent people to monitor you, how would I have known that you had done so many unspeakable things to the human race? Shi Feishuan said angrily in a cold voice. He. The great elder Wang Qingfeng smiled and said, Then what do you want? What do I want? Shi Feishuan stood up suddenly and said angrily, Kill someone and pay with your life, owe a debt and pay it back. You are a member of the human race, and even more so the deacon elders of the human race, but you have done so many things that harm the human race and betray the human race. This is simply intolerable. Today, in the name of the human race leader, I will punish you on behalf of those people who have been harmed by you. Kill. Chapter 1811 7th Prince, Save me. Kill someone and pay with your life. Debts must be paid. You are members of the human race, and even the deacons and elders within the human race, but you have done so many things that harm and betray the human race. This is simply intolerable. Today, in the name of the human race leader, I will punish you on behalf of those people who have been harmed by you. Kill. Boom. As soon as she finished speaking, Shi Feishuan's aura of the 5th level of Divine Lord burst out directly, and her body moved, rushing straight towards Wang Qingfeng, the great elder of the 3rd level of Divine Lord. With Shi Feishuan's actions, the other 8 human elders of the new generation had already been prepared. Now that Shi Feishuan had taken action, they no longer hesitated and broke out in full force, rushing straight towards the 8 elders of the old generation. Seeing this scene, the 8 elders of the old generation were all furious. At this moment, they could clearly see that Shi Feishuan's so-called announcement was false, and the real purpose was to take the lives of the 8 of them. But they are not made of clay. Shi Feishuan wanted to take their lives, but that was simply an impossible task. Of course, even though it is impossible, the 8 elders of the older generation will definitely not underestimate the enemy because of this. After all, in terms of strength, the two sides are evenly matched. That was why they all attacked with all their strength instantly. Boom. In an instant, the two sides collided, a thunderous sound was heard, and the entire human hall was directly blown into a pile of ruins under the huge impact of the power of both sides. Fortunately, the people around had already been transferred away by the hunchbacked old man at the instruction of Shi Feishuan. Otherwise, the guards around would have suffered heavy casualties just by this one blow. Snort. At this moment, in the ruins, the great elder and Shi Feishuan collided with each other with their fists. He snorted coldly and said, Little girl, you think you can take my life? You are still a little naive. However, since you want us to die, there is no need for us to be polite to you. Second brother, you two must fight quickly and kill Shen Feng and his bunch of rubbish for me. Then we can work together to kill that little girl Shi Feishuan. Kill. At the command of the great elder, the 7 elders of the older generation immediately took action. The enemy is strong and we are weak. In just a moment, the 8 elders of the new generation were already at a disadvantage. Except for Shen Fei, who was at the 3rd level of the Divine Lord, the other elders could only be suppressed and beaten. However, seeing this scene, Shi Feishuan was not in a hurry, but just sneered. Wang Qingfeng, wake up. Since I have already made my move, do you think I will not be prepared? Will I give you a chance to counterattack and survive? What do you mean? The great elder Wang Qing's expression changed. What's the meaning? Shi Feishuan sneered and said angrily, Today, none of you will survive. After saying that, Shi Feishuan shouted again, Everyone in Tianquan, kill them. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as Shi Feishuan finished speaking, 5 divine auras suddenly surged out from around the crowd. Immediately afterwards, 5 figures rushed forward and attacked the other 7 elders of the older generation besides Wang Qingfeng. Powerful breath. Cold murderous intent. All of this indicates that the 5 people who suddenly arrived are all divine warriors. A sudden change. Not only were the elders of the older generation dumbfounded, but even the 8 elders of the new generation were a little overwhelmed. 5 gods, and they are all human. What is going on here? When did our human race have 5 more powerful god-level warriors? Everyone was confused, but the great elder Wang Qingfeng was furious. He glared at Shi Feishuan and almost roared, "Little girl, have you been plotting against us for a long time?" "That's right." Shi Feishuan did not deny it and said, "I have been plotting against you even before I took the position of clan leader. It is because of your incompetence and your evil deeds. If it were not for you, would the human race have become so chaotic and decadent now? The previous clan leader deserved to be killed, so I killed him and took his place. You all deserve to die, but I have not taken action against you yet. That is because I need time to prepare and stabilize the human race. Otherwise, do you think you can survive until today? Today, at this moment, I can no longer keep you here, so die." Boom. After she finished speaking, Shi Feishuan attacked the great elder Wang Qingfeng in front of her with all her might. "You." After hearing what Shi Feishuan said, Wang Qingfeng was so angry that he almost exploded. Who could have thought that Shi Feishuan replaced the previous clan leader just to wipe them out and reorganize the human race? What the hell? How long has Shi Feishuan been the leader of the human race? More than 20 years. In other words, she had been plotting against herself and others since more than 20 years ago. How could Wang Qingfeng not be angry and furious? However, it was useless to say anything at this moment, and Wang Qingfeng didn't have time to say anything more. After all, he was only at the 3rd level of Godly Lord, while Shi Feishuan was at the 5th level of Godly Lord. Facing Shi Feishuan's full-strength attack, how could he dare to be careless, and how could he dare to be distracted even a little bit? Boom 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 boom. Shi Feishuan and Wang Qingfeng fought fiercely, one attacking and one defending. On the other side, with the joining of 5 Tianquan members at the level of God Lord, the battle situation between the old and new generation elders was instantly reversed. Originally, the elders of the older generation were suppressing the elders of the younger generation, but now, the elders of the younger generation are suppressing the elders of the older generation. Moreover, the situation of the elders of the older generation is much more difficult than that of the elders of the younger generation just now. After all, the elders of the older generation only had 2 more gods than the elders of the younger generation. But now, with the addition of the 5 people from Tianquan, the number of god lords on the new generation of elders has immediately reached 8, while the old generation has only 5 god lords. In terms of the number of god lords, the new generation of elders has 3 more god lords than the old generation. In a battle of this level, 1 person is enough to change the situation, let alone 3 people. Boom boom boom. Terrifying momentum and violent battle. Seeing that they were outmatched, the elders immediately begged for mercy. "Chief, we know we were wrong. Please give us another chance. We will definitely turn over a new leaf and help you to strengthen the human race. Yes, clan leader, we are also divine warriors after all. Now we know we are wrong. Please give us another chance. After all, we are all human. In this situation, even if you win and kill us, it will also be the foundation of our human race that will be damaged." Snort. Faced with the elders' pleas for mercy, Shi Feishuan just snorted coldly and ignored them completely. "Do you know how to beg for mercy now? What have you been doing so far? As we are all human beings, why don't we kill each other? Are you worthy of being my human race? Besides, can a dog change its nature? If a dog can change his ways, I believe you will change your ways. But dogs obviously can't change their chishi. In this case, how can I trust you? If you don't make a decision when you should, you will suffer the consequences. For the sake of humanity, you have no choice but to die. Kill." Shi Feishuan shouted coldly. The momentum and murderous intent of the 5 Tianquan men and the 8 elders of the new generation increased by an instant. The elders of the older generation looked ashen. Puff. At this time, the great elder Wang Qingfeng was finally unable to react in time under Shi Feishuan's crazy attack. He was hit by Shi Feishuan's palm and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Shi Feishuan took advantage of the situation and her attacks became increasingly fierce and aggressive. Wang Qingfeng was anxious, angry, fearful, and even terrified. If this continues, he knows that he will be defeated and die. Finally, after fighting with Shi Feishuan for 2 minutes, Wang Qingfeng could no longer bear it and shouted, "Seventh Prince, save me." Chapter 18 12 Kill. "Seventh Prince, save me." Wang Qingfeng's sharp voice echoed in the night sky. Suddenly, members of both sides were stunned. Shi Feishuan's brows were even more furrowed. The next second, a hearty laugh suddenly sounded under the night sky. Shi Feishuan, we are all human, why do we have to fight and kill each other? Immediately afterwards, on Beiming Star, at the residence of the great elder Wang Qingfeng, 3 figures rose into the sky and in an instant they arrived beside Shi Feishuan and the great elder Wang Qingfeng. Among the 3 people who suddenly arrived, the leader was a foreign man with a wolf head and a human body, with long red hair half a finger long all over his body. His name is Mozak, and he is the 7th prince of the Sirius tribe. Among the many princes of the Sirius clan, the 7th prince Mozak's martial arts talent is second only to the eldest prince. He is also the only martial artist at the level of God Lord among the many princes of the Sirius clan, except for the eldest prince. Of course, the 7th prince Mozak is not only extremely talented, he is also the most beloved prince of the current chief of the Sirius clan, without a doubt. In fact, if nothing unexpected happens, the 7th prince Mozak will be the next heir to the chief of the Sirius clan. At this moment, behind the 7th prince Mozak were 2 members of the Sirius tribe. They are the elders of the Tinlong tribe, and they all have martial arts cultivation of the 3rd level of the Divine Lord. With the appearance of Mozak and 2 Sirius elders, the whole place suddenly fell silent, and the fighting and killing between the new generation of human elders and the old generation of elders also stopped instantly. The 8 human elders of the older generation came behind Mozak and the other 2. The new generation of elders and 5 Tianquan members came to Shi Feishuan. The 2 sides stood facing each other, with a hint of hostility between them. At this time, Shi Feishuan glanced at the great elder Wang Qingfeng behind Mozak and said angrily, "Wang Qingfeng, you are so bold that you dare to bring people from other races to sneak into our human race. What exactly do you want to do?" Ha ha. Before Wang Qingfeng could speak, the 7th prince of the Heavenly Wolf clan, Mozak, laughed and said, "Feishuan, how can you say such a thing? Isn't this too polite? After all, you and I will get married sooner or later, and then we will be a family. Since we are a family, isn't your home also my home? I am just coming to my own home, do you need to react so strongly?" As soon as Mozak finished speaking, the 8 elders of the new generation and the 5 people of Tianquan behind Shi Feishuan were all furious. They wanted to say something, but were stopped by Shi Feishuan. Looking at Mozak in front of her, Shi Feishuan frowned and said in a cold voice, "Mozak, I was born a human, and I am a ghost of the human race. It is impossible for me to marry you. Feishuan, don't be so hasty to make a decision. After all, there are still 3 months left before the deadline we agreed on. You can take your time to think about it." Mozak said with a smile. "No." Shi Feishuan rejected the idea directly, saying, "Whether it is 3 months, 3 years, 30 years, or 300 years, my answer is the same. If we are on different paths, we cannot make plans together. The human race and the heavenly wolf race will never be able to form a marriage alliance." Hearing this, Mozak couldn't help but reveal a hint of anger in his eyes, but he quickly hid this hint of anger. "Feizan, why are you so stubborn?" Looking at Shi Feishuan, Mozak said lightly, and then added, "If you and I get married, it means that my Tinlong tribe and your human tribe will join forces. Isn't this good for everyone? What's more, you should know that I am sincere to you." Sincere? Is it a wolfish ambition? Shi Feishuan sneered in her heart. She knew very well that the so-called marriage between the Sirius tribe and hers was only the first step. Once she really did this, the Sirius tribe would surely devour the entire human race step by step until the human race became their vassal or even a slave. Therefore, Shi Feishuan would never agree to this marriage no matter what. It's not that she was reluctant to sacrifice herself, but she knew very well that she absolutely could not do so. One step back, all steps back. If we take this step back, then the human race will surely be doomed. The next second, Shi Feishuan suppressed her anger, looked at Mozak and said calmly, "I appreciate the 7th prince's kindness, but I still say that I am a human in life and a ghost in death. I will never marry someone from another race while I am still alive." Mozak was immediately furious. "Shi Feishuan, don't be so shameless." Shi Feishuan ignored it. Mozak glanced at the 5 people of the Tianquan behind Shi Feishuan, and then said in a cold voice, "Shi Feishuan, I admit that my Tinlong clan did underestimate you, but you don't think that you can compete with my Tinlong clan with just these few people, right? I have never thought of this. Then you dare to reject me. I have made it very clear that I will never marry someone from another race during my lifetime. Humph, you are the leader of the human race, Shi Feishuan. Let me tell you, you are playing with the fate of the entire human race. Do you know that? Hee hee. Why are you laughing? Don't you think that you and your Tinlong clan can decide the fate of our human race? What do you mean? Thousands of years ago, our ancestors had the courage to fight against hundreds of other races. Thousands of years later, we are still not afraid of being destroyed together with any other race. You are just a Tinlong race, so why do you think we are afraid of you? You. Mozak was furious. Okay. The next second, he said okay 3 times, and then waved his hand and said, let's go. Stop. Unexpectedly, Shi Feishuan shouted directly. What else do you want? Mozak asked angrily. Come as you please, leave as you please. What do you think of our human land? Shi Feishuan shouted coldly. So what do you want? Mozak was already furious. Since you are here, then stay. A cold light flashed in Shi Feishuan's eyes, and her murderous intent was not concealed at all. Mozak frowned and asked in surprise, you want to kill me? Shi Feishuan ignored him and just shouted, Master Qin, activate the sky-covering barrier. The heaven-covering barrier that Shi Feishuan mentioned was exactly the same as the heaven-covering barrier outside the Shenwu continent. It's just that the heaven-covering barrier outside the Shenwu continent was set up by Dao Wuya himself, while the heaven-covering barrier outside the Biming Star was set up by Shi Feishuan based on the formation method left in the Shi family's ancestral homeland. The power of the two is naturally incomparable, but it is more than enough to trap a warrior in the divine venerable realm for an hour or two. Buzz. As soon as Shi Feishuan finished speaking, a stream of light instantly shot out from the heart of the Biming Star world. Then, this stream of light directly turned into a 7-color light curtain, covering the entire Biming Star. Seeing this scene, everyone on both sides was stunned. It was obvious that not only the 8 elders of the older generation, but also the 8 elders of the new generation and the 5 people of Tianquan did not know when Shi Feishuan had arranged such a super formation covering the entire planet in Biming Star. Kill. As the formation was put together, Shi Feishuan shouted with one word. Call out. As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed out. Kill. The 8 elders of the new generation of the human race and the 5 people of Tianquan also rushed out instantly. They didn't know why Shi Feishuan did this. They also don't know whether it is right or wrong to do so. But that doesn't matter. Shi Feishuan is the leader of the human race. If she says kill, then kill. Seeing this scene, Mozak and others couldn't help but twitch their lips. They are messy. They went crazy. Mozak himself roared angrily. Shi Feishuan, do you really want to fight to the death with my Tinlong tribe? Fight till death. Shi Feishuan sneered. Your Tinlong clan's wolfish ambitions and your desire to destroy our human race have long been obvious. Now you are actually using such words to threaten me. Don't you think it's a bit childish and even a bit ridiculous? Letting a tiger go back to the mountains will bring endless trouble. Today you have seen my trump card. If I don't kill you, you will lead the Heavenly Wolf army to invade our human land tomorrow. Since a war is inevitable, why not destroy you first? Otherwise, when you gather the rest of the Heavenly Wolf clan's divine honored warriors, our human race will be doomed to eternal damnation and death. So, today, no matter what the cost, you must die. Chapter 1813 If the human race is defeated one day, what use will this land have? When Shi Feishuan said this, she directly activated her own divine power, so at this moment, not only Mozak and others heard it clearly, but all the human beings on the entire Biming Star also heard it clearly. In an instant, the entire human race was completely boiling over this. Biming Star, 3,000 meters away from the residence of the great elder Wang Qingfeng. At this moment, more than 3,000 human members are gathered here. Leading the group were a dozen boys and girls in black robes, all of them members of the Shenying. As for the more than 3,000 people behind them, they were all Shi Feishuan's clan leaders' guards. Long before Shi Feishuan officially took action, more than a dozen Shenying members had already arrived here with more than 3,000 clan leaders' guards. As soon as Shi Feishuan gave the order, they would immediately slaughter the entire clan of the great elder Wang Qingfeng. When they heard Shi Feishuan's voice at this moment, Shenying knew that it was Shi Feishuan who asked them to take action. So, they naturally would not hesitate any longer. Walk. Immediately, the leading member of the Divine Shadow group shouted loudly, and then rushed directly to the residence of the great elder Wang Qingfeng, which was 3,000 meters away. Boom boom boom. After the leading member of the Divine Shadow group rushed out, the Divine Emperor aura of more than a dozen other members of the Divine Shadow group also surged out, and then they all rushed towards Wang Qingfeng's residence. Seeing this scene, more than 3,000 clan leaders' guards were stunned. The members of the Divine Shadow were transferred here by the clan leader's secret order, so the more than 3,000 clan leaders' guards actually knew nothing about the members of the Divine Shadow. At this moment, they never imagined that these boys and girls in black robes were actually warriors at the Divine Emperor level, and they all remembered clearly that when these people came with the clan leader's secret order to mobilize them, there were not only a dozen people in front of them, but a full 108 people. Since these dozen people in front of me are all Divine Emperors, does that mean that those other men in black robes are also Divine Emperor warriors? If this is true, doesn't it mean that the human race has 108 more Divine Emperor warriors out of thin air? Thinking of this, the more than 3,000 clan leaders' guards couldn't help but feel excited. But they did not forget their mission this time. That is why, after the Shenying members set off, they all followed closely. Above Wang Qingfeng's residence, the leading member of the Divine Shadow arrived and shouted, "Great Elder Wang Qingfeng betrayed the human race and defected to the Heavenly Wolf clan. The clan leader has ordered that no one in the Wang family, regardless of gender or age, should be spared. Kill them." As soon as he finished speaking, the leading member of the Shenying group rushed directly into the Wang family. The other divine figures followed closely behind. Then came the more than 3,000 clan leaders' guards. After they entered the Wang family, they killed anyone they saw without any further ado. Although some members of the Wang family have not yet reacted, they will certainly not sit idly by and wait for death. For a moment, the two sides fought and the sound of killing shook the sky. It's a pity that all of the more than 10 Divine Shadows are Divine Emperor warriors, and their leader is the Divine Emperor of the Ninth Heaven. In addition, there are more than 3,000 clan leader guards who are all powerful. How could the Wang family be their opponent? As soon as the battle began, the balance of victory had completely turned. In fact, this was simply a one-sided massacre of the Wang family by the Divine Shadow and the guards. However, no matter whether it was the Shinkage or the guards, they did not feel the slightest sympathy or compassion because of this. After all, if you don't seek death, you won't die. Since the Wang family chose to betray the human race, they must pay the price for it. The situation was the same at the Wang family, and the same scene was also happening at the residences of the other 7 elders. The battlefield of God. Shi Feishuan's words instantly made Mozak furious. In fact, after seeing the 5 members of Tianquan, Mozak had indeed made plans. After returning to the Tianlong tribe, he would immediately persuade his father, the current patriarch of the Tianlong tribe, to send troops to attack the human race. But he never expected that Shi Feishuan's reaction would be so quick. At this moment, facing Shi Feishuan, who was coming madly and was determined to kill them at all costs, Mozak felt helpless, but he would not surrender because he knew very well that at this moment, in this situation, Shi Feishuan would never accept his surrender. What's more, would I surrender? Not at all. Since he would not surrender and Shi Feishuan would not accept his surrender, the only option was to fight. Swish! The moment Shi Feishuan rushed forward, the 2 heavenly wolf elders who were at the 3rd level of the god realm behind Mozak also rushed out. 2 against 1. Bang, bang, bang. They immediately engaged in battle with Shi Feishuan. At this time, the new generation of elders, together with the 5 members of Tianquan, were fighting with the 8 elders of the old generation of the human race, of course including Mozak, the 1st-level god. Fighting broke out again between the 2 sides. However, with the addition of 3 people from the Tianlong tribe, Shi Feishuan's original advantage was instantly offset, and the combat power of both sides became equal. 3 minutes later, while accepting the challenge, Mozak shouted angrily, "Shi Feishuan, you and I are equally strong. You can't keep us. Let us go. I can promise you that from now on, my Tianlong tribe will never set foot in your human territory again. How do you think?" Unfortunately, Shi Feishuan ignored her and continued to madly attack the 2 Tianlong elders in front of her, with an attitude of fighting to the death. Son of a bitch. Seeing that Shi Feishuan ignored him, Mozak was furious but also felt helpless. 10 minutes later, facing the crazy and life-threatening offensive of Shi Feishuan's party, Mozak could not help but shout again, "Shi Feishuan, don't force me. Don't forget that this is your human race's territory. In addition to you, there are most of your elites here. If you don't let us leave, then this prince will have no choice but to attack them." You know, if this prince really does this, you can't stop him, and they will all die. However, Shi Feishuan still ignored Mozak. Shi Feishuan, this is all because of you. Mozak roared angrily, attack the human city and kill everyone here. Call out. As soon as Mozak finished speaking, a figure suddenly rushed over from a distance and arrived at the battlefield of the god in just an instant. The person who came was none other than the hunchbacked old man named Old Chin by Shi Feishuan. As soon as the hunchbacked old man arrived, everyone was instinctively stunned. However, the hunchbacked old man ignored all this. He just looked at Shi Feishuan and said calmly, "Miss, it has been done. All the tribesmen have been moved to a safe place." What's the meaning? When the hunchbacked old man said this, Mozak and others were all stunned. Very good. Shi Feishuan finally spoke, saying just 2 words. The next second, she glanced at Mozak again and said in a cold voice, "I said, today, no matter what the price, I will kill you here." Boom. As soon as she finished speaking, Shi Feishuan's aura suddenly changed. "In the name of my Star Lord, I borrow the spirits of all things and burn the heart of the world." Shi Feishuan let out a long moan. Buzz. In an instant, the entire beaming star shook violently. Afterwards, the wind began to surge and the space shook. Ka ka ka. The next second, bottomless cracks appeared out of nowhere on the ground. As the earth cracked, tiny cracks appeared in space. Then, rice-sized spots of light emerged from the earth and in space. In just a moment, these spots of light had covered the entire beaming star. Not only that, these light spots seemed to be summoned, and they gathered towards Shi Feishuan and directly merged into Shi Feishuan's body. With the integration of these light spots, Shi Feishuan's cultivation level is also improving at a speed visible to the naked eye. She was already at the peak of the 5th level of Godly Lord, but in the blink of an eye she reached the 6th level of Godly Lord, and then the 7th level of Godly Lord, the 8th level of Godly Lord. What the hell? Seeing this scene, Mozak couldn't help but exclaim. Only then did he remember that Shi Feishuan was not only the patriarch of the human race but also the Star Lord of Beaming Star. As a Star Master, she can burn the essence of the star to increase her own strength. Isn't that what Shi Feishuan is doing right now? Not only did she do that, she also destroyed Beaming Star with one move. This doesn't leave any room for maneuver, it's a complete gamble. MMP. Mozak cursed in his heart, and then his face twisted as he said, "Shi Feishuan, are you crazy? This is your human race's land. If you destroy it, you will become a sinner of the human race." Snort. Unexpectedly, Shi Feishuan just snorted coldly and said, "If the human race is defeated in the future, what use will this clan land have? Moreover today, we can exchange the North Ming Star for the lives of 9 of you gods, so our human race is not at a loss." Chapter 18:14 You should commit suicide. If the human race loses, what use will this clan land have? Moreover today, we can exchange the North Sea Star for the lives of 9 of you gods. Our human race has not lost out. When Shi Feishuan said this, Mozak felt his scalp tingling. Madman, madman, this is simply a madman. What Shi Feishuan is doing now shows that she has made up her mind to perish along with her Tinlong clan. But in fact, if it were Mozak, perhaps he would do the same. After all, compared with the Sirius clan, the human race is much weaker. If the high-end combat power of the Sirius clan is not weakened as much as possible now and the strength of their own side is not preserved, then when the 2 clans really go to war, the human race will have no chance of winning and will inevitably be defeated and destroyed. It can be said that Shi Feishuan had no choice but to do this now. Boom. In less than 3 seconds, Shi Feishuan's cultivation had reached the 9th level of Divine Lord from the 5th level of Divine Lord. At this time, Shi Feishuan did not continue to improve, not because she didn't want to, but because she couldn't. Because, as she used the essence of the stars to forcibly improve her cultivation, now, a series of criss-crossing huge abysses have appeared on the land of the entire Beaming Star. Countless lava and magma are constantly splashing out of the abyss. In addition, the sea is rolling, mountain torrents are erupting, strong winds are sinew, thunder and lightning are flashing, and the entire Beaming Star is like a doomsday scene. If Shi Feishuan continues to improve her cultivation, Beiming Xing will inevitably explode because it cannot bear it. If it really comes to that, not only will Mozak and others die, but Shi Feishuan and other human beings on the Beaming Star will also be unable to escape. This is definitely not what Shi Feishuan wants to see. She burned the stars just to kill Mozak and others with 0 casualties, rather than to die with them. What's more, the 9th level of Divine Lord's cultivation is already enough for Shi Feishuan. Die. After reaching the 9th level of Divine Lord, Shi Feishuan let out an angry roar, then struck out at the two heavenly wolf elders in front of her. The palm strike that Shi Feishuan made with her current 9th level Divine Realm cultivation was completely different from the one she made before when she was only at the 5th level Divine Realm. He struck out with his palm, the space shook, and the wind and clouds changed color. The two elders of the Tinlong tribe also changed their expressions. They wanted to dodge and avoid it, but Shi Feishuan's palm was too fast, too fierce, and too sudden. It did not give them time to dodge or avoid it. At this moment, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and persevere, fighting Shi Feishuan head-on. Boom! Outnumbered 2 against 1, the two elders of the Tinlong tribe and Shi Feishuan attacked each other. Suddenly, a thunderous sound was heard, and both of them spat out blood, and their bodies flew backwards instantly. The 9 heavens of God, the 3 heavens of God. The gap of 6 levels made them unable to compete with Shi Feishuan anymore. However, after repelling the 2 serious elders with one strike, Shi Feishuan did not pursue the victory, but flashed and rushed towards the 2 first-level gods, the Tianquan member and the 6 elders of the human race. Buzz! Shi Feishuan's sudden arrival made the 6th elder's heart tremble. Clan leader. He spoke in an instinctive trembling voice. It's a pity that Shi Feishuan ignored it at all. Die! She shouted loudly, and then slapped out with her palm. The 6th elder of the human race was terrified. He thought too much, but facing the members of Tianquan who were fighting with him, he had no chance to hide. What's more, Shi Feishuan's palm was too fast and too sudden, and he had no time to react. Boom! In the next 0.1 of a second, Shi Feishuan slapped the 6th elder directly on the forehead. Puff! In an instant, blood splattered, brain matter burst, and the 6th elder of the first level of the Divine Lord died instantly. However, Shi Feishuan didn't even look at him, and rushed directly towards another old human elder who was at the first level of the Divine Realm. The 9th heaven of gods vs the first heaven of gods. Shi Feishuan's idea was very simple. That was that, the two sides had equal numbers and strength. As long as he used his absolute strength to crush the weakest members of the other side, then the extra people on his side would be free to join others in surrounding and killing the members of the Tinlong clan. If you don't count the God Emperor, then just say God Lord. Now they are 9 against 9, but soon it will be 9 against 8, 9 against 7, 9 against 6. It won't be long before the Tinlong side will be defeated and their side will win at the cost of 0 casualties. As the 7th prince of the Sirius clan, Mozak was not stupid, so when Shi Feishuan repelled 2 elders of the Sirius clan, killed one of them instantly, and then rushed towards another god of the first level, Mozak had already thought of Shi Feishuan's intentions and strategies. Not only Mozak thought of it, but everyone else who was present in the battle also thought of it. For a moment, everyone on Shi Feishuan's side was full of fighting spirit, while everyone on the Tinlong tribe was frightened, panicked, and even terrified to the extreme. Although they knew Shi Feishuan's intention, they were completely helpless. The 9 heavens of God. Shi Feishuan is the biggest bug on the Beiming star right now. No one was her match, and no one could withstand her attacks. Puff! Before the people of the Tinlong tribe could think about it, Shi Feishuan killed another person. 9-7. The human race has already gained an absolute numerical advantage. But Shi Feishuan still did not give up. After all, her current strength depended on the burning heart of the world and was obtained with the help of the origin of the stars. Given the current situation of Beiming star, her state could not last long, so she had to fight quickly. That is why, after killing the second person in seconds, Shi Feishuan did not stop for a moment. She once again rushed towards the last first-level god of the Tinlong clan. Run! Seeing that he was no match for his opponent, Mozak shouted loudly. Shi Feishuan said, with the heaven-covering boundary in place, they can't escape from Beiming star. So, just keep a close eye on them and don't give them a chance to hide. Don't worry about anything else. Puff! When Shi Feishuan said this, Mozak was so angry that he spat out blood. Are you my nemesis? Why do you know what I think every time? Just now, I wanted to go directly into the palace after leaving, which was the case with the human race. Now, I want to find a place to hide to avoid your edge, and it is the same. Are you going to let people live? Shi Feishuan, please don't go too far. Thinking of this in his heart, Mozak couldn't help but let out a roar of anger. Unfortunately, Shi Feishuan simply ignored him. Why bother about a dying person? Mozak's eyes were bloodshot and he was furious, but he had no way to deal with Shi Feishuan. MMP. The next second, he roared angrily, "We are all going to die anyway, so just blow yourself up." Hee. Unexpectedly, Shi Feishuan suddenly sneered and said, "As long as you have the opportunity and the ability to self-destruct, then please do as you please." Mozak's mouth twitched. Yes, self-destruction requires time to accumulate all the divine power in one's body. However, in the current situation, they are almost being chased by Shi Feishuan's group. Where would they get the time and opportunity to accumulate divine power? How could they self-destruct if they cannot accumulate divine power? Thinking of this, Mozak almost cried, "Shi Feishuan, Master Clan Leader, I know I was wrong. As long as you spare my life, no matter what the conditions are, I will agree to it." "Really?" Shi Feishuan asked suddenly. Mozak was overjoyed. Seriously, absolutely seriously, as long as you don't kill me, everything is fine." Hee. Shi Feishuan sneered, "You can commit suicide." Chapter 18:15. No poison, no hero. You should commit suicide. Shi Feishuan's simple 4 words made Mozak's heart tremble, and then he became furious. "Are you kidding me? What if I'm playing tricks on you?" Shi Feishuan snorted coldly, and then struck out with a palm as powerful as a raging storm. At this moment, she had already arrived behind the third elder of the human race who was at the second level of the god realm. As her palm landed on him, the third elder of the human race couldn't help but tremble all over. Bang! He exchanged blows with the Tianquan member in front of him, and then tried to dodge. It's a pity that it's too late. Bang! Shi Feishuan slapped him on the back with a powerful blow. Puff! The third elder of the human race spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. Not only that, although Shi Feishuan's palm did not take his life directly, it had already seriously injured him, and even his consciousness fell into a brief confusion. At this moment, in front of him, a member of the Tianquan team made a prompt decision and took out a long sword. At the moment when the third elder lost consciousness and when he was flying backwards, the member of the Tianquan team held the sword with both hands and slashed fiercely. Puff! The next second, the knife passed, the head was cut off, and blood splattered. The 3 elders of the human race were killed instantly. However, he didn't even know how he died. In a flash, Shi Feishuan killed another person, and then said sternly, "Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. I will spare your life today because you killed the 2 elders of your Tianlong tribe. Otherwise you will definitely die." Buzz. When Shi Feishuan said this, Mozak's heart couldn't help but tremble. The other members of the Sirius clan were no exception. There is no doubt that Shi Feishuan is forcing Mozak to kill each other. The next second, Mozak roared angrily, "Shi Feishuan, if you want us to kill each other, forget it. Today, since you want us to die, you will not have an easy life either." Boom. After he finished speaking, Mozak's aura suddenly increased by 3 points. He, who was originally just defending, now switched to active offense, and it was an extremely crazy attack. He wanted to exchange injury for injury. He wanted to risk his life. Bang, bang, bang. Under Mozak's crazy attack, the Tianquan members were immediately beaten back. Of course, Tianquan members can also choose to fight with Mozak for their lives. But he didn't do it. After all, the situation is now clear, and the balance of victory has completely tipped towards their side. As long as they hold on a little longer, the Tianlong side will surely be defeated and destroyed. If that's the case, why bother risking my life with him? What's more, why did Shi Feishuan directly burn the essence of the stars to improve her strength? Isn't her purpose to preserve her own strength so as to prepare for the upcoming all-out war with the Sirius clan? Therefore, the members of Tianquan cannot fight with Mozak for their lives. Boom boom boom. As Mozak went berserk, the other members of the Sirius tribe also went crazy. It's a pity that their madness is of no help at all, at most it is just a dying struggle. Time passes by every second. The battle between the two sides continued, during which Shi Feishuan killed another person. Now, the only Divine Lord warriors left on the side of the Heavenly Wolf clan are Mozak, who is at the first level of Divine Lord, the second elder of the human race who is at the second level of Divine Lord, the chief elder of the human race who is at the third level of Divine Lord, and 2 elders of the Heavenly Wolf clan. On the other hand, the human race. Up to now in the battle, including Shi Feishuan, there are still 10 gods on their side. 10 against 5. The human race, led by Shi Feishuan, has 10 gods who besiege the 5 gods of the Sirius race and are attacking them frantically. The 5 gods of the Sirius tribe gathered together, with their backs to each other, and struggled to resist the attack of the human race. It was also at this time that something strange happened. Bang! Mozak was seen fighting with the members of Tianquan, and then his figure flew backwards strangely. In just a moment, Mozak had arrived behind one of the elders of the Sirius clan. Without waiting for the Tianquan members to attack again, Mozak suddenly turned around and then punched the Tianlong elder in front of him in the back with incredible swiftness. At this moment, the Sirius elder was dealing with 2 human members. The situation was already difficult for him, and after feeling the changes behind him, his face suddenly changed. But he had no time to dodge, or he had no chance to dodge at all. Boom! Mozak's punch landed squarely on the back of the Sirius elder. Elder Tianlong shuddered all over. Puff! He couldn't help but spurt out a mouthful of blood. No one expected such a sudden change. The 2 human gods in front of the Sirius elder were also stunned by this. But it was only for a moment. I will kill you while you are ill. Seeing that the elder of the Sirius tribe was seriously injured by Mozak's sneak attack, the 2 of them attacked again, and their attack was much more fierce than before. Bang, bang, bang. The elder of the Sirius tribe responded hastily, but forgot that there was a Mozak behind him. Boom. Mozak didn't stop and punched again. Puff. The elder of the Tianlong tribe could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood and roared angrily, "Why? Elder, go, I'm sorry." Mozak said calmly, "If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. I don't want to die, so I can only apologize to you." Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Hearing this, the elder of the Heavenly Wolf clan laughed instead of getting angry. If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. Good, good, good. If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. You are right, I would rather die than my fellow Taoists, but do you think that if you do this, the human race will really let you go? If I try, at least I still have a chance. If I don't try, I will definitely die. Call. After saying that, Mozak punched out again. In front of the Sirius elder, the killing moves of the 2 human gods also arrived at the same time. However, the elder of the Sirius tribe did not dodge or evade, but just stood there blankly, waiting for the fatal moves from both sides. There is no greater sorrow than a dead heart. At this moment, he had obviously given up resisting. Boom 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 boom. The 3 Mozaks attacked at the same time, hitting the Sirius elder. Puff. The elder of the Sirius tribe spat out a mouthful of blood and his life force disappeared in an instant. Another person died on the Tianlong side. Plus Mozak's betrayal at the last minute. At this moment, there were only 3 people left: the human race's first elder, the second elder, and the Sirius elder. 11 against 3. There is no suspense about the outcome anymore. 10 seconds later, the second elder of the human race was killed. 13 seconds later, the great elder of the human race was killed. 17 seconds later, the remaining elder of the Sirius tribe died. At this point, all the members of the Sirius clan on Beiming Star were wiped out. The human race won a complete victory with 0 casualties. Led by Shi Feishuan, 10 divine warriors from the human race surrounded Mozak in an instant. Mozak had a complicated expression. He glanced at Shi Feishuan and said calmly, "I have done what you said. Now, can you let me go?" Chapter 18:16. Prepare for war, spy. I have done what you said. Now, can you let me go? Let you go. Shi Feishuan sneered. When did I agree to let you go? You. Mozak was furious. You want to go back on your word. Although he had been mentally prepared, Mozak still found it difficult to accept when Shi Feishuan denied it in person. Snort. Shi Feishuan snorted coldly and said, "I only said I would not kill you, but I did not say I would let you go." Mozak was stunned. Shi Feishuan shouted sternly, "Tied him up." As soon as Shi Feishuan finished speaking, 2 Tianquan members immediately flew towards Mozak. Mozak wanted to resist, but he didn't dare to. In the end, 2 Tianquan members directly sealed Mozak's cultivation and tied him up. Purple Cloud Star. This is the closest life planet to Beiming Star, and it is also one of the few life planets controlled by the human race. In the Battle of Beiming Star, Shi Feishuan burned the essence of the star, so that Beiming Star was directly turned into a dead star, which was obviously no longer suitable for continued habitation. So, Shi Feishuan ordered that all human members on Biming Star be transferred to Zion Star. Zion Star, the Star Lord's palace. At this moment, Shi Feishuan and the 8 elders of the new generation of the human race gathered together. Chief, I wonder how you plan to deal with Mozak. Looking at Shi Feishuan, the 9th elder Shen Fei couldn't help but ask. The other elders also looked solemn and worried. After all, Mozak is the 7th prince of the Sirius tribe, and also the most beloved and cared for son of the current chief of the Sirius tribe. If he is not handled properly, it is very likely to directly trigger an all-out war between the human race and the Sirius tribe. After Shen Fei finished speaking, Shi Feishuan frowned, and then said calmly, a war between the human race and the Tianlong tribe is inevitable. Keeping him may be of some use at that time, so you don't have to worry about him. This tribe leader will let the Tianquan members watch him. After Shi Feishuan said this, the 8 elders naturally said nothing more. In addition, Shi Feishuan spoke again, glanced at the 8 elders and said, from now on, all members of our human race will begin to transfer secretly, with Zion Star as the center, and all gather towards our human race base camp. Elder Shen Fei is in charge of this matter, and the other elders are assisting. Remember, this is a secret transfer, and it has to be quick. Once exposed, we must move as quickly as possible at all costs. After Shi Feishuan finished speaking, the 8 elders were stunned. 9. Elder Shen Fei said solemnly, Patriarch, what are you doing? Before Shen Fei could say more, Shi Feishuan interrupted him and said, 2 elders of the Tianlong tribe have died. The Tianlong tribe must have known about this. Under such circumstances, how long do you think the events on Biming Star can be concealed? The 8 elders were stunned again. Shi Feishuan continued, since we can't hide it, then a war between our human race and the Heavenly Wolf clan is naturally inevitable, so we must make plans early. After Shi Feishuan's words, the 8 elders naturally understood the seriousness of the matter. Immediately, the 9th elder, Shen Fei, directly assured, don't worry, clan leader, I will arrange it now. Shi Feishuan nodded, and then said, also, 10th elder, from now on, all 108 divine shadows under my command will be under your command. Chief. The 10th elder was stunned and puzzled. However, just as he opened his mouth, Shi Feishuan interrupted him by waving her hand, listen to what I have to say first. Yes. The 10th elder responded. Shi Feishuan continued, the reason why this clan leader directly ordered the elimination of several elders of the older generation was because this clan leader had already decided to lead the entire clan to move to the Purple Emperor region, but he did not expect that the 7th prince of the Heavenly Wolf clan was also on the North Ming Star. Now, the 2 elders of the Heavenly Wolf clan have died, and this matter will surely not be concealed for too long. Therefore, our human race no longer has enough time to complete the great migration of the entire clan. The next battle with the Heavenly Wolf clan will inevitably be a fight to the death. But, you should all be aware that in terms of overall strength, our human race is far inferior to the Heavenly Wolf clan. Therefore, once the 2 races go to war, our human race will have a high chance of being defeated. Once defeated, given the Heavenly Wolf clan's style, they will inevitably massacre our human race. Even those members of our race who are lucky enough to survive will inevitably be enslaved by them in the end. So, before that, we have to make plans early. What this clan leader wants to say is that during this period of secret migration of the human race, 10 elders will lead 108 divine shadows to select 1 million boys and girls under the age of 10 with excellent talents from within our human race, and then send them to the Purple Emperor territory before the war. In this way, even if our human race is defeated in the next war, it will not end up being exterminated. I wonder what do you think, elders? Hearing this, the 8 elders were stunned. They naturally knew that Shi Feishuan had already made up her mind to perish together with the Tianlong clan. However, the 8 elders will not be afraid or retreat because of this. Isn't it just a fight to the death with the Sirius clan? Humans are never afraid of war. The same is true for them. If you want to fight, I will fight. But even if our human race is not as good as your Tianlong clan, your Tianlong clan will never be able to defeat the human race easily. The next second, the 8 elders spoke one after another. Chief, I have no objection. That's fine with me. That's it. Over the years, my patience has already reached its limit. The 8 elders are united in purpose. Very good. Shi Feishuan shouted, if that's the case, then everyone should do their job and start taking action. Yes. The 8 elders responded and then took their leave at the same time. Mr. Qin. After the 8 elders left, Shi Feishuan shouted again. Miss. Outside the hall, a hunchbacked old man ran in. Accompany me to the territory lord's mansion. Shi Feishuan frowned and said in a deep voice. If one wants to send 1 million human children out of the Taiku domain, one must obtain the consent of the domain lord's mansion. Otherwise, these 1 million human children will never be able to leave the Taiku domain and enter the Purple Emperor domain. Yes, ma'am, the hunchbacked old man responded. Afterwards, he and Shi Feishuan left Zion Star at the same time and headed for the domain lord's mansion. Let me explain this on 2 sides. After the 8 human elders bid farewell to Shi Feishuan and left the Star Lord's mansion, they each performed their duties and carried out their respective actions according to Shi Feishuan's arrangements. However, neither Shi Feishuan nor the other elders had expected that not long after they separated, one of the elders would pass on a message to the Tinlong tribe. 2 elders were killed, the 7th prince was captured, and the human race is fully preparing for war. Chapter 1817 The War is Coming. Shi Feishuan could never have imagined that among the 8 new generation human elders she had promoted, there would be a spy from the Tinlong clan. She could not have imagined that this human elder had completely sold out her plan to the Sirius clan. Under such circumstances, Shi Feishuan's plan was obviously impossible to succeed. It's a pity that Shi Feishuan knew nothing about all this and she was still kept in the dark. Shi Feishuan and several human elders were secretly busy with the transfer and preparation for war. The Tinlong clan has also begun to secretly deploy against Shi Feishuan's deployment. The human race and the Sirius race were secretly preparing for war. Purple Emperor Domain, Domain King Planet. At this moment, DTN and other 5 royal clan leaders had already left, but they left the 5 God Emperor level elders who had been arranged to be by Ye Bufan's side on Yuang Star. Just like before, the duties of the 5 Divine Emperor Elders are still to protect Ye Bufan's safety openly and to monitor Ye Bufan's every move secretly. Although Ye Bufan was clear about this, he didn't care about it at all. Just monitor. I was behaving uprightly and honestly and had no intention of escaping, so naturally I was not afraid of their surveillance. What's more, the resources provided by the 5 elemental elves and the 5 royal families are already in hand. Now the most important thing for Ye Bufan is to improve his strength, nothing else matters. Of course, what Ye Bufan needed to improve was only his physical cultivation. As for his martial arts cultivation, although the 5 elemental spirits were already in his hands, Ye Bufan did not intend to refine them directly. After all, he had the previous 2 experiences. Ye Bufan knew very well that once he refined the elemental spirits, it would inevitably alarm the 5 royal families, and this was definitely not what Ye Bufan was willing to see and hoped to see. For him now, the best way is to make money quietly and improve his strength secretly. What's more, now that the 5 elemental elves are already in hand, how can they run away? Therefore, Ye Bufan has decided to wait until his physical body reaches the level of God Emperor and has the most basic self-protection ability before he starts to refine the elemental spirits. Of course, before that, Ye Bufan still had one thing to do. After nightfall, Domain Lord's mansion, Ji Qianya's bedroom. Why? Ye Bufan looked at Ji Qianya in front of him with a look of surprise and confusion, and said, "Didn't we agree before? We will get married after I take the position of Lord of Purple Emperor territory. Why now are you regretting it?" "No." Shi Feishuan shook her head. "Then why did you cancel the wedding?" Ye Bufan said with a puzzled look on his face. Shi Feishuan hesitated for a moment. "Is there anything we can't talk about?" Ye Bufan grabbed Ji Qianya's jade hand, looked into her eyes and asked softly. Ji Qianya hesitated again. "It's nothing, actually." Then she said, "You know, after this Domain Lord competition, the Sky Demon clan must have hated you, especially Mo Yan. If we hold a wedding banquet now, there will be too many people and I'm afraid the Sky Demon clan will take advantage of the chaos to attack you." "That's it." Ye Bufan smiled. "Isn't that enough?" Ji Qianya rolled her eyes at Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan smiled slightly. As he reached out and touched Ji Qianya's left cheek, he said, "It's just the Sky Demon clan. It would be fine if they don't come. If they dare to come, I will make sure they never return. After all, the 5 royal families are not for show, so you don't need to worry about these at all." "No." But unexpectedly, Ji Qianya still refused. Ye Bufan said calmly, "Don't you want to marry me?" Hearing this, Ji Qianya blushed and lowered her head and said softly, "Yes." Then she changed the subject and said, however, a wedding banquet is just a form. It doesn't really matter whether there is one or not. Besides, I don't really like that kind of occasion and atmosphere. Is that really true? Ye Bufan naturally didn't believe it. He knew very well that no matter whether they were humans or other alien races, as long as they were women, wedding banquets had special meaning to them and they could not possibly not care. Ji Qianya said this now simply because she was worried that the Heavenly Demon clan would take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack and assassinate her. After all, there would be many people at the wedding banquet, which would definitely be the best time for the Heavenly Demon clan to take action. Of course, even if the Heavenly Demon clan came, Ye Bufan was not afraid. He even hoped that the Heavenly Demon clan would come. After all, only in this way would he have the opportunity to provoke a war between the Heavenly Demon clan and the other 5 royal clans. However, since Ji Qianya said so, and seeing her stubborn look, Ye Bufan knew that it would be difficult, or even impossible, to make Ji Qianya change her mind in a short period of time. That was why Ye Bufan didn't say anything more. As for the wedding banquet, if not now, then later. Thinking of this, Ye Bufan smiled and said, since my wife said so, I will do as you say. Who is your wife? Ji Qianya rolled her eyes at Ye Bufan and said coquettishly. A blush appeared on her face. Ha ha. Ye Bufan smiled and said, isn't this little beauty my wife? Ji Qianya was extremely shy. Ye Bufan stood up, pulled Ji Qianya into his arms, and said with a sly smile, my lady, it's getting late, shouldn't we take a rest? Ah. Ji Qianya was instinctively stunned. Ye Bufan picked up Ji Qianya like a princess. Ah. Ji Qianya was caught off guard and couldn't help but scream. Ye Bufan looked at her and chuckled. Ji Qianya buried her head in Ye Bufan's arms shyly. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan no longer hesitated. He carried Ji Qianya and walked towards the bed beside him. A night of romance and passion. The next day, noon. After explaining everything to Ji Qianya, Ye Bufan began to go into seclusion and ordered no one to disturb him. He said that since he had already received rewards from the 5 royal families, it was natural for him to refine the resources they provided into Hongmeng Yuani as soon as possible. But what is the reality? In fact, Ye Bufan just wanted to improve his physical cultivation as quickly as possible. Chapter 1818 Expulsion. Domain King Star, Royal Guard Camp. This was where the Purple Emperor Territory Lord's army was stationed when Yin Longchen was in power. Of course, it still is now. At this moment, in the Imperial Guard camp, 2 forces were confronting each other, and the situation was tense. One of them is the former Territory Lord's army. Leading the group were the 10 Legion commanders under Yin Longchen. As for the other side, they are the Sky Pirates headed by 7 captains including Tu Huo. As the saying goes, when one person succeeds, the whole family will benefit. Now that Ye Bufan has taken the position of the Lord of the Purple Emperor domain, the status of Tu Huo and others will naturally be improved. The former Territory Lord's Mansion army was naturally aware of this. But, once the status of Tu Huo and others is promoted, it means that their status will inevitably decline. How can they accept this? Especially for the 10 Legion commanders. They were once the Legion commanders second only to the Emperor in the Purple Emperor domain. How could they be willing to be inferior to a group of star pirates now? Although this is just a guess. Although Ye Bufan, the new domain lord, has not made any specific arrangements yet. But the possibility is still very high. After all, to Ye Bufan, one side is the subordinates of his former enemy, and the other side is the brother who has been through life and death together. If it were them, they would also choose to reuse the star pirates and ignore or even abandon the former domain lord's mansion army. In this situation, how can we get Ye Bufan to use them? Or to allow Ye Bufan to treat them equally? After much thought, the 10 Legion commanders felt that apart from showing their value to Ye Bufan, they seemed to have no better and more direct value. So, how can we demonstrate their value? As a member of the Territory Lord's army, strength is naturally their greatest value. So they took the initiative to find Tu Huo and a group of star pirates. So they took the initiative to challenge Tu Huo and a group of star pirates. Challenge. Looking at the 10 Legion commanders in front of him, Tu Huo frowned. That's right. Among the 10 army commanders, a demon responded and said, I heard that everyone under the Territory Lord's command is a strong and powerful general, so we brothers want to spar with you and compete with you. What's the matter? Are you afraid or afraid? The leader of the demonic army spoke provocatively. On the side of the Star Pirates, several captains became angry instantly. Who are they? They are space pirates. They have long been accustomed to being arrogant and domineering, so they would never tolerate such provocation from others. Isn't it just a competition? Come on, that's just right. I also want to test how capable you, the Legion commanders of the Territory Lord's Mansion, are. Long Wei rolled up his sleeves and spoke first. The other team leaders were also on edge. Hee. Seeing this scene, the 10 Legion commanders smiled indifferently. They are not afraid that the Star Sky Pirates will accept the challenge, they are just afraid that the Star Sky Pirates will avoid fighting. The next second, the Sky Demon Legion commander looked at Long Wei and spoke again, saying calmly, "In that case, let this Legion commander meet this Star Pirate brother in this first match." When speaking, the leader of the Sky Demon Legion deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of the 4 words Sky Pirates, as if to remind Tu Huo and his gang that you are just a group of Sky Pirates who are not presentable, so what qualifications do you have to join the Domain Lord's Mansion? Obviously, this is still a provocation. Stop talking nonsense. Immediately, Long Wei shouted angrily, "If you want to fight, then fight." Hee. The leader of the Sky Demon army smiled and said, "As you wish." Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, the others immediately stepped aside. Long Wei and the leader of the demonic army confronted each other. "Bring it on," Long Wei shouted sternly. The two men exchanged blows instantly. "Stop." But at this moment, a loud shout suddenly sounded from a distance. Immediately afterwards, a figure rushed over and instantly came to the side of Long Wei and the commander of the Heavenly Demon Legion. The person who came was none other than Ji Qianya. Ji Qianya arrived suddenly. Naturally, Long Wei and the commander of the Demonic Legion did not dare to continue fighting. "Lady." Looking at Ji Qianya, they both called out softly. "Lady." Other people around also came forward to greet him. "What are you doing?" Ji Qianya glanced at everyone and said with a curved eyebrow. "This." For a moment, both the Star Pirates and the City Lord's Mansion were speechless. Snort. Ji Qianya snorted coldly and didn't ask any more questions. Tu Huo. The next second, Ji Qianya looked at Tu Huo who was standing beside her and shouted loudly. "Lady." Tu Huo responded. "My husband asked me to give this to you." Ji Qianya said as she handed a storage ring to Tu Huo. "Ma'am, what is this?" Tu Huo took the storage ring and looked at Ji Qianya with confusion. "Appointment letter from the Lord of the Billion God Realm and Tianhuang Star." Ji Qianya said lightly. Well. Upon hearing this, Tu Huo was stunned. So did everyone else. 1 billion divine crystals. Appointment letter from the Lord of Tianhuang Star. What does this mean? Before everyone could think about it, Ji Qianya spoke again and said calmly, "My husband told you to take it to Tianhuang Star. From now on, Tianhuang Star is yours. Remember, don't be a space pirate anymore. If you don't, I will kill you without mercy." What? When Ji Qianya said this, everyone present was stunned. What does this mean? Are they going to expel Tu Huo and other star pirates and send them to exile on Tianhuang Star? Obviously, yes. After all, whether it is Tu Huo and others or the 10 Legion commanders, they are not fools and can naturally understand the meaning of Ji Qianya's words. But why? Madam, this. Tu Huo held the storage ring in his hand and looked at Ji Qianya with a puzzled look. His dull, stunned, and hesitant eyes seemed to be seeking, or asking for an answer from Ji Qianya. Things are different now. Ji Qianya said this, and then bluntly said, "You should be clear about your identity, and your identity is obviously not suitable to continue staying in the Territory Lord's Mansion, so go to Tianhuang Star, that is where you should go." Is this really what the king meant? Tu Huo asked suddenly. What do you think? Ji Qianya said softly. I don't believe it. Tu Huo shouted, I want to see the king. My husband has already started his retreat. You won't be able to see him for a while. Ji Qianya said, and then added, besides, what would happen if he saw him? Can the Domain Lord seal on the Star Lord appointment letter in your hand be faked? Tu Huo was stunned. Yes, can the Domain Lord's mark be forged? If it wasn't Ye Bufan's intention, where would Ji Qianya get the Star Lord appointment letter? Let's go, let's go. The next second, Ji Qianya spoke again and said lightly. Let's part ways in peace. Tu Huo gave a bitter smile. It's a good idea to part ways in peace. As soon as he finished speaking, his face changed again and he said angrily, you are killing the donkey after it has done its work. Ji Qianya's face darkened. Isn't it? Tu Huo said coldly. Although our help to him is minimal, and even if it weren't for him, we wouldn't be where we are now, but at the same time, if it weren't for us, would he have everything he has today? After a pause, Tu Huo continued, he treated us like brothers when we were in trouble, but now that he's rich and has become the domain master, he looks down on us, right? He still despises our identity as space pirates. Don't forget, he's also a space pirate. So what do you want? Ji Qianya frowned and asked in a deep voice. I don't want anything. Tu Huo scolded him harshly. I just want to tell him that as a man don't forget your roots, and… Tu Huo glanced at the storage ring in his hand and continued, although we are space pirates, we also have our own principles and backbone. 1 billion divine crystals plus a star master position. Lord Territory Lord is very generous, but, I don't want such things, and my brothers don't want them either. Give it back to you. After he finished speaking, Tu Huo directly threw the storage ring in his hand to Ji Qianya. You. Ji Qianya frowned, slightly angry. Tu Huo ignored it. He glanced at the other space pirates and shouted sternly, brothers, if you don't want me here, I'll find another place that will. Let's go. Chapter 1819, Fake. Acting. Brothers, if you don't want me here, I'll find another place that will. Let's go. Tu Huo left a word and left without any hesitation, just turned his sleeves and left. The other team leaders looked at Ji Qianya, then did not stay and followed Tu Huo away. Just as Tu Huo said, if I am not welcome here, I will find other places that will welcome me. Since Ye Bufan turned against them and was ruthless, why should they continue to stay here and flatter him? After all, with their current strength, they can earn a living anywhere. Tu Huo and his group left resolutely and without any regrets. The 10 Legion commanders were simply stunned where they stood. They never expected that Ye Bufan would directly expel Tu Huo and others. Just because they used to be space pirates. Maybe. But actually it doesn't matter anymore. What's important is that Tu Huo and others had been expelled, but they were not. In other words, everything in the Domain Lord's mansion remains the same as before, except that the Domain Lord has been replaced by Ye Bufan, nothing else has changed much. Their status will naturally not change as a result. How could they not be excited? How could they not be excited? Of course, in front of Ji Qianya, they naturally did not dare to show this excitement and joy. Let's all go. After a moment, Ji Qianya spoke again and said lightly. Lady. The 10 Legion commanders were stunned. Why, do you have anything else to do? Ji Qianya frowned. No, it's okay. The 10 Legion commanders said repeatedly. Then what are you still doing here? Ji Qianya shouted, do what you need to do. Remember, your husband doesn't keep idle people under his command. After leaving a few words, Ji Qianya turned around and left. But even so, the 10 Legion commanders still looked at Ji Qianya's back and responded repeatedly. Yes, 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 we will definitely serve the Lord Territory Master with all our hearts and souls until our death. Purple Emperor Territory, Jiwan Star. This place was once one of the many life planets in the Purple Emperor domain, and its liveliness and prosperity were definitely not inferior to any other life planet in the Purple Emperor domain. But today, Jiwan Star has become a dead star where all things are annihilated. At this moment, Tu Huo and other 7 group leaders gathered here. Of course, besides them, there is also the Netherworld Blood Fox. Tu Huo, what are you asking us to do here? Looking at Tu Huo and taking a look at the surrounding environment, Huan Xinyan frowned and couldn't help asking. Huan Xinyan is like this, and everyone else is no exception. Just when they left Yuang Star, Tu Huo suddenly sent them a message, telling them to gather on Jiwan Star. This made them very puzzled, but they still did it. At this moment, since they have arrived at Jiwan Star, everyone naturally wants to seek an answer from Tu Huo. Facing Huan Xinyan's question and everyone's puzzled looks, Tu Huo frowned, then said calmly, wait a moment, you will know in a moment. Well, hearing this, everyone was stunned. Wait a minute. We will know soon. Tu Huo, what do you mean? Long Wei gave a stern rebuke. He was already feeling a little unhappy, and now a trace of anger rose in his heart. Long Wei is like this, and others are no exception. What are you in such a hurry for? Unexpectedly, Tu Huo shouted angrily, then glared at Long Wei and said, I said, wait a moment, if you can't wait, you can leave now. You. Long Wei became furious instantly. Someone is coming. But at this moment, the Netherworld Blood Fox suddenly said something. Everyone was stunned. Is someone coming? Who? This Jiwan star is a dead star, how could anyone come here? Where? But even so, Huan Xinyan couldn't help but ask. That. The netherworld blood fox pointed to the northwest direction where everyone was. Everyone looked sideways. Sure enough, there was a person in the starry sky who was rapidly approaching the Jiwan star where they were. That's Ji Qianya. After seeing the person's appearance clearly, Huan Xinyan said with a look of astonishment. Swish, swish, swish. The next second, the eyes of everyone present fell on Tu Huo. Tu Huo asked them to come to Jiwan star. Soon after, Ji Qianya also arrived at Jiwan star. Could this be a coincidence? Obviously not. Tu Huo, what's going on? Looking at Tu Huo, Huan Xinyan spoke again and asked in a deep voice. Actually, I'm not sure. Tu Huo said lightly. You don't know. Huan Xinyan frowned and shouted, don't forget, it was you who asked us to come to Jiwan star, don't you know? Tu Huo's mouth twitched, and then he smiled bitterly and said, just now when we left Yuang star, Madam sent me a message and asked us to wait for her on Jiwan star. As for the rest I really don't know anything. Lady. Huan Xinyan sneered and said, Tu Huo, you are calling me so intimately, but don't forget that we have been expelled by her. What qualifications do you have to call her madam? Also, she asked us to wait for her here, so we have to wait for her here. Why? Let's go. After saying this, Huan Xinyan turned around and was about to leave. It's a pity that the other team leaders were unmoved. You. Seeing this, Huan Xinyan was furious and even said angrily, are you guys still planning to beg others to let you go back? Xinyan, since we're already here, why rush to leave? Let's go see what she's going to do. It won't hurt us at all. After Huan Xinyan finished speaking, Netherworld Blood Fox smiled and comforted her. Snort. Huan Xinyan snorted coldly and didn't say anything else. At this time, Ji Qianya just arrived 2 meters in front of the crowd. Looking at everyone, Ji Qianya said calmly, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. How dare we ask you to say sorry? After Ji Qianya finished speaking, Huan Xinyan said something sarcastic, and then continued to sneer, don't you think about who you are? You are the extremely noble wife of the domain master, and what about us? We are just a group of lowly, insignificant space pirates. Isn't it normal for us to wait for you? As soon as Huan Xinyan said this, the faces of several group leaders changed. Tu Huo shouted angrily, Huan Xinyan, what nonsense are you talking about? Shut up now. Am I talking nonsense? Huan Xinyan pointed at herself, and then said angrily, Tu Huo, have you forgotten that they expelled us just now because we are space pirates? You. Tu Huo was furious, but he didn't know what to say. After all, what Huan Xinyan said was true. Sister Xinyan is not still angry about this, right? At this time, Ji Qianya suddenly spoke and asked with a smile. Who is your sister? Huan Xinyan shouted angrily, I, a space pirate, cannot afford to marry the wife of a domain lord. Hee hee. Ji Qianya smiled. She didn't care about Huan Xinyan's sarcasm at all, but looked at the leaders present and said sincerely, Qianya would like to apologize to everyone for what happened just now. I hope you don't take it to heart. After all, it was all fake, and my husband never meant to expel you. Well, when Ji Qianya said this, everyone was stunned. Fake. The king doesn't want to expel us. Looking at Ji Qianya, several team leaders were stunned and puzzled. That's right. Ji Qianya responded, in fact, all of this was arranged by my husband before he went into seclusion, in order to separate you from the territory lord's mansion camp, or to make you clear your relationship with my husband. Of course, all of this is fake, just for outsiders to see. The reason why I didn't tell you in advance was to make the play just now more real, more perfect, and more flawless. Qianya, you should all understand what I said, right? As he spoke, Ji Qianya looked at Tu Huo and other team leaders and the Netherworld Blood Fox again. Tu Huo and others were stunned again. Do you understand? Of course I understand. Ji Qianya has already said it so clearly, if they still don't understand, then they would be fools. But, madam, why did the king do this? Looking at Ji Qianya, Tu Huo couldn't help but ask. The others also looked stunned. Why? Ji Qianya smiled calmly, if you say that my husband did this for your life and property, do you believe it? Chapter 1820, Sudden Change, The Death of Two Elders. If I say that my husband is thinking about your life and property, do you believe it? For our own lives. Tu Huo and others were all stunned. They looked at each other, and then looked at Ji Qianye. Stunned, puzzled, and bewildered. In short, they didn't understand the meaning of Ji Qianye's words at all. However, Ji Qianye did not explain anything. Looking at Tu Huo and the others, she changed the subject and said calmly, "What do you think of your husband's current situation?" This. Tu Huo and others hesitated for a moment. Huan Xinyan asked, "What do you mean, madam? The 5 great royal families provide protection and control over an entire region." Ji Qianye sneered and said, "It seems so glorious, but is it really like that?" This. Everyone was stunned again. Is this really the case? Of course not. Tu Huo and others knew very well that Ye Bufan was only glorious on the surface. In fact, he was just a puppet in the hands of the 5 royal families, a puppet who helped them refine the Hongmeng Yuanyi. Although it is cooperation, it is actually forced cooperation. All the initiative lies in the hands of the 5 royal families. Take the 5 god emperors for example. Their purpose was, firstly, to protect Ye Bufan, and secondly, to monitor Ye Bufan. With them around, Ye Bufan didn't even have the most basic freedom. But can Ye Bufan refuse? Cannot. He had no right to refuse. Although the card of Hongmeng Yuanyi can ensure that the 5 royal families will not act rashly, it cannot become a bargaining chip for Ye Bufan to check and balance, or even threaten the 5 royal families. To put it bluntly, Ye Bufan can't do anything now except refining the Hongmeng Yuanyi. Not only that, his every move will be monitored by the 5 royal families. If Tu Huo and others continue to stay with Ye Bufan, then their every move will obviously be monitored by the 5 royal families. After figuring this out, Tu Huo and the others also understood Ye Bufan's intention of expelling them. Repairing the plank road in public and marching through Chenkang in secret. Ye Bufan seemed to be expelling them, but in fact he wanted to get them out of the surveillance of the 5 royal families. The next second, Tu Huo asked directly, "Madam, what should we do next?" The others also looked at Ji Qianye with curiosity. Since all this was done deliberately by Ye Bufan, then Ye Bufan must have other arrangements for their destination. Next, Ji Qianye groaned and said, "Next, of course, you will continue to be space pirates. Not only will you be space pirates, but you will also make your space pirate group the only space pirate group in the Purple Emperor domain, and even more so the most powerful space pirate group in the 72 domains." Upon hearing this, Tu Huo and others were stunned. The only star pirate group in the Purple Emperor domain. The most powerful star pirate group in the 72 domains. The king has big plans. 2 days later. Ancient domain, Zion Star. In the main hall of the Star Lord's mansion, Shi Feishuan sat on the Star Lord's throne. Below her, in the center of the main hall, stood the hunchbacked old man named Old Qin. Looking at the hunchbacked old man, Shi Feishuan said calmly, "Old Qin, how is the transfer going now?" "Miss, you also know that although our human race is concentrated in this nearby star field, this is a large-scale migration of the entire race after all. It is definitely not something that can be completed in 1 or 2 days. Moreover, it is a secret migration now, and we cannot make too much noise to attract the attention of other races. So, under this situation, at the current speed, it will take at least 5 or 6 months to complete this large-scale migration, and this is still under the most ideal circumstances." 5 or 6 months. Shi Feishuan frowned. "It's taking too long, can you go faster?" This. The hunchbacked old man hesitated for a moment, then said bitterly, "Miss, 5 or 6 months is indeed the fastest speed at the moment. It really can't be faster, and this is assuming no accidents happen." Shi Feishuan frowned, thought for a moment, and said, "Well, you select a few life planets, and then notify all the tribesmen who cannot return within a month, and ask them to gather on the life planets you selected. In addition, within this month, build teleportation arrays on these life planets at all costs. After a month, once the teleportation arrays are completed, everyone will be teleported back directly through the teleportation arrays." This. The hunchbacked old man was shocked and said, "Miss, if we really do this, and we want to compress the time to 1 month, then we must at least select more than 20 planets with life. In other words, we have to build more than 20 teleportation arrays within 1 month. With so many teleportation arrays in such a short time, those guys from the mechanical clan will definitely ask for a lot of money. By then, the cost I'm afraid we won't be able to afford it. It has to work." Shi Feishuan said without hesitation, "We don't have much time. If it really takes 5 or 6 months to complete the transfer, then we can't hide it from the Tinlong clan. In 1 month, our human race must complete this transfer. As for money, if we lose this battle, all the money of our human race will fall into the hands of the Tinlong clan. So don't worry about it. Even if it takes everything, I just need to complete this transfer within a month, and then fight the Tinlong clan in an all-out manner. Shi Feishuan had already said so much, so the hunchbacked old man naturally wouldn't say anything more. Yes, ma'am, he immediately responded and said, I'll arrange it now. Etc. Just as the hunchbacked old man was about to leave, Shi Feishuan suddenly called him. Miss, do you have any other instructions? The hunchbacked old man asked. Shi Feishuan, how is the situation with the 10 elders? How many of the 1 million children have been selected so far? More than 200,000 have been selected in 2 days. Only over 200,000 inches. Well, you go and inform the 10th elder now, and let Shanying handle the selection. Let him take the more than 200,000 children that have been selected to the Territory Lord's mansion, and then he will personally send these children to the Purple Emperor territory and hand them over to Ye Bufan. Now. Yes, right now. Miss, isn't it a little too early? If we alert the enemy and attract the attention of the Tinlong tribe, then... No, I have already arranged everything with Ziwuji. He will help us cover up everything. Besides, we don't know much about Ye Bufan. This time, sending the 10th elder over will allow us to get to know him better. I understand, miss. I'll do it now. Shi Feishuan nodded. Report. But at this moment, the hunchbacked old man had just turned around when a member of the human race ran in hurriedly from outside. Clan leader, something happened. Looking at Shi Feishuan above the hall, he spoke urgently while gasping for breath. What happened? Shi Feishuan frowned. The hunchbacked old man's expression also changed. 10, the life tablet of the 11th elder is broken. The human member said urgently. Boom. Never stop until your words shock people. When the human member said this, both Shi Feishuan and the hunchbacked old man were shocked. Brush. The next second, Shi Feishuan stood up suddenly. What did you say? Looking at the human member in front of her, she said with a look of disbelief. The 11th elder's life tablets were broken. Doesn't that mean the 11th elder has fallen? What's going on? Report. Before Shi Feishuan and the hunchbacked old man could think about it, another human hurriedly ran in. Bang. In the center of the hall, this human race member half knelt in front of Shi Feishuan, and then he looked panicked and anxiously said, Chi, report to the clan leader, the life tablets of the 10th, and 12th elders are also broken. Chapter 1821 Traitor. The empty hall was filled with a dead silence. Shi Feishuan and the hunchbacked old man stood there in a daze, their minds were blank. The 11th elder's life tablets were broken. The 12 elders died. It all happened so suddenly. It was so sudden that Shi Feishuan and the hunchbacked old man could not accept it at all. All of this was too shocking. Shi Feishuan and the hunchbacked old man were so shocked that they felt like they were in a dream. There are only 8 elders in the human race now, and 2 of them died in an instant. And the 11th elder is a warrior at the godly realm. The most important thing is that the 11th elder and the 12th elder died almost at the same time. Is this a coincidence? This is definitely not a coincidence. For a moment, both Shi Feishuan and the hunchbacked old man had an ominous premonition in their hearts. When something is out of the ordinary, there must be a reason. The sudden death of the 2 elders must have meant something unusual happened. Report. But at this moment, another member of the human race hurriedly ran into the hall, and like the previous 2, he half knelt in front of Shi Feishuan and said in a hurry, reporting to the clan leader, the Deacon Fei Hong of Tianwu Star has sent a message that they were ambushed by the Tinlong clan during the transfer and suffered heavy losses. Now they are seeking support from the clan. Buzz. Hearing this, Shi Feishuan's heart was shocked. The 2 elders had just died, and now the retreating tribesmen were ambushed by the Sirius. This is definitely not a coincidence. Shi Feishuan even had a feeling that the secret transfer of the human race had been discovered by the Tinlong clan, and that the Tinlong clan was now about to take the lead in declaring war on the human race. This is also true. Moreover, Shi Feishuan's conjecture was soon verified. Report. The Fire Cloud clan was ambushed by the Sirius clan during their transfer. Deacon Hu Xinyue requested support. Report. The 8th fleet was attacked by the Sirius clan. Commander Zhang Mo requested support. Report. The 9th fleet was attacked by the Sirius clan. Commander Sun Xiaoyu requested support. Report. Taurus, Deacon Feng Judian's life card is broken. Report, report, report. In less than 3 minutes, the entire Star Lord's mansion hall was already filled with kneeling human members. Those battle reports made Shi Feishuan's face turn pale and her mind dazed. It all happened too suddenly and unexpectedly. Originally, she planned to call back all the human race, and then unite the forces to fight a decisive battle with the Sirius clan. But what about now? Less than 2 days after the human race secretly moved, they were ambushed by the Sirius tribe. Tianwu Star, Huiyan Star, Taurus Star. Although these are not life planets controlled by humans, they can be considered relatively large gathering places for humans. After all, these planets are guarded by human God Emperor level deacons, and the number of human members living on each of these planets is definitely over 100 million. Of course, that's not the point. The point is, if Shi Feishuan remembered correctly, there were not many members of the Sirius tribe on these life planets, and they simply had no ability to compete head-on with the human race. But now, the Sirius clan actually took the initiative to attack and even ambushed the human race. What does this mean? This shows that on these planets, the overall strength of the Sirius has surpassed that of the human race. Otherwise, they would never dare to do this. So, where did these extra people in the Tianlong tribe come from? Divine soldiers and generals. This is impossible. The only explanation is that the Sirius clan secretly sent troops superior to those of the human race to these life planets without the human race noticing. And it happened within these 2 days. After all, under normal circumstances, such a large-scale action by the Sirius clan would inevitably attract the attention of the human race. This could only happen when the human race is busy moving secretly and has no energy to guard against the Sirius clan. In other words, not long after the human race began to move secretly, the Sirius tribe followed suit and made deployments. What does this mean? This means that someone within the human race has revealed their deployment to the Sirius clan, and this person must be one of the 8 elders of the human race. After all, apart from them, no one else knows what they are going to do. Large-scale secret transfer of the human race. This alone was not enough for the Sirius clan to instantly decide to declare war on the human race. Only if the Sirius knew that he intended to declare war on them would they make the decision so quickly and take the initiative to attack. So, who betrayed the human race? And who leaked this news to the Sirius clan? 11th Elder. 12 Elders. Now that these 2 elders have died, it is impossible that they betrayed the human race. Then, among the 8 elders, there are only the 9th Elder, the 10th Elder, the 13th Elder and the 16th Elder left. Who is the person who betrayed the human race? Shi Feishuan didn't know. But now that we already know that some of the 6 elders have defected to the Sirius clan, we have to be on guard. Lan Lin. The next second, Shi Feishuan ignored the people in the hall and shouted loudly. Call out. A moment later, a figure rushed into the hall. Chief. Tianquan leader Lan Lin knelt on one knee and said to Shi Feishuan. Shi Feishuan, except Lan Lin and Qin Lao, everyone else should leave. Yes, Patriarch. The other people in the hall responded and turned to leave. In just a moment, only Shi Feishuan, Lan Lin and the hunchbacked old man were left in the hall. Looking at Lan Lin, Shi Feishuan said directly, Lan Lin, from now on, you must keep a close eye on the 7th prince of the Tianlong tribe, and… Well, when Shi Feishuan said this, Lan Lin couldn't help but be stunned. Seeing this scene, Shi Feishuan frowned and changed the subject. What's wrong? This. Lan Lin hesitated for a moment and said, Chief, didn't you ask Elder 9 to secretly transfer the 7th prince of the Sirius clan to another place yesterday? What? Shi Feishuan was shocked. She stood up and asked, when did I ever give such an order? The hunchbacked old man's expression also changed. This. Lan Lin looked suspicious and asked, wasn't it you, the clan leader, who gave the order? Asshole. Shi Feishuan yelled angrily, when did I ever give such an order? And even if it was true, why didn't you come and report to me afterwards? This. Lan Lin's expression changed drastically. At this moment, she understood clearly that the 9th Elder was falsely conveying the clan leader's order. So, Lan Lin told him everything. Patriarch, yesterday the Elder came with your handwritten order and not only took away the 7th prince of the Sirius clan, but also brought another member of the Sirius clan. He said, Patriarch, what you mean is that the 7th prince of the Sirius clan is our last trump card, so we must transfer him away to ensure everything is correct. In addition, the purpose of the member of the Sirius tribe that he brought with him was to confuse the Sirius tribe and prevent them from rescuing us. So he asked us to pretend that nothing happened and continue to keep a close eye on the member of the Sirius tribe. Asshole. When Lan Lin said this, Shi Feishuan let out an angry roar. Bang! She slapped the armrest of the Star-Lord's throne beneath her, and the Star-Lord's throne instantly shattered into pieces. At this moment, everything is clear. Ninth Elder Shen Fei is the traitor. Not only did he betray Shi Feishuan's overall plan, he also took away the 7th prince of the Tianlong clan ahead of time. Chapter 1822, Besiege Way to save Zhao, fight with all your strength. Shi Feishuan never imagined that Elder Shen Fei, whom she had promoted, would actually turn against her at this critical moment of life and death. You know, Shi Feishuan originally intended to use the 7th prince of the Tianlong clan to threaten the Tianlong clan at a critical moment, or to threaten the patriarch of the Tianlong clan. Now everything is over. Without the bargaining chip of the 7th prince, the human race can only fight to the death with the Sirius clan. Although it was a little hard to accept, it was the fact and Shi Feishuan had no choice but to accept it. Seeing Shi Feishuan's words, the hunchbacked old man and the leader of Tianquan in the hall also looked livid. At this moment, they still didn't understand what was going on. 9th, Elder Shen Fei betrayed the human race. He not only revealed Shi Feishuan's deployment to the Tianlong tribe, but also rescued the 7th prince of the Tianlong tribe. He is going to push the human race into an endless abyss from which there is no escape. It's shameful, abominable and hateful. Such people should be cut into pieces, their tendons and skin peeled off. No, even being cut into pieces could not atone for 1/10,000th of his sins. However, whether it was Lan Lin or the hunchbacked old man, they all knew that now was not the time to consider these things. The most urgent task was to find a way to deal with the current situation. Shen Fei betrayed the human race, Shi Feishuan's transfer plan was exposed, and the Tianlong clan took the lead. It can be said that the situation is extremely unfavorable to the human race, and even somewhat severe. Chief. Thinking in their hearts, Lan Lin and the hunchbacked old man turned their solemn eyes to Shi Feishuan. Shi Feishuan frowned. After a moment, she spoke slowly, with a stern look on her face. Old Qin, pass the order down. From now on, all human beings must move at all costs, but do not return to our human territory. Instead, all move closer to Sirius. Sirius. The hunchbacked old man and Lan Lin were both stunned, and their expressions were somewhat horrified. For no other reason than that Sirius is the home of the Sirius clan. Before they could think about it, Shi Feishuan responded, yes, it's Sirius. After a pause, Shi Feishuan continued, in addition, immediately gather all the space battleships near our human race. At this time tomorrow, our human race will attack Sirius with all its might. We will fight to the death. Boom. When Shi Feishuan said this, both the hunchbacked old man and the other man were shocked. Miss, do you really want to do this? The next second, the hunchbacked old man asked a question with a serious expression. Once we attack Sirius, then we really will have no way out. A way out? Shi Feishuan sneered, and even mocked herself. At this point, do we still have a way out? Changing the subject, Shi Feishuan continued, what's more, I, Shi Feishuan, don't need a retreat, and neither do the human race. Since the Heavenly Wolf clan is determined to destroy us, then we will fight them to the bitter end. Even if we can't die together with them in this battle, we will at least cripple them. Shi Feishuan's expression was stern and resolute, and she was even prepared for the destruction of her clan. But in fact, she still had a last glimmer of hope and expectation in her heart. In other words, she was gambling that the Tianlong clan would not dare to perish together with the human race. As long as the Sirius clan becomes afraid and retreats, the human race will have a chance of survival. Of course, the prerequisite is to scare the Sirius clan and cripple them, so in this battle the human race must give its all and must show the determination and courage to destroy the entire clan and exterminate the species. Shi Feishuan's determination shocked the two hunchbacked old men. But they all knew that at this point, the human race really had no way out. But there are some things they still have to say. Miss, even if we want to fight to the death with the Heavenly Wolf tribe, shouldn't we delay for a while? The hunchbacked old man said solemnly. After all, most of our tribesmen have not yet withdrawn, and there are less than 1/10 of them in the entire tribe. If we declare war on the Heavenly Wolf tribe directly at this time, it would be a bit too hasty. Mr. Qin, when do you think it would be appropriate to attack? Shi Feishuan asked with a wry smile. The hunchbacked old man was speechless. Shi Feishuan continued, if it was before, maybe we could wait a little longer, but now it's different. You know, since the Tinlong tribe has taken the lead, do you think our tribesmen outside can still retreat? The hunchbacked old man was stunned. Shi Feishuan continued, since we can't withdraw, then we might as well not withdraw. Aren't the Sirius ambushing us humans in various star regions? Well, let's take this opportunity to attack their homeland, Sirius. After all, the large-scale ambush of our human race by the Heavenly Wolf clan must have cost a large number of manpower. In other words, at this time, the defense force within their territory must be the weakest. If we take advantage of the opportunity to attack their tribe, we might be able to capture Sirius directly. I don't think I need to explain the importance of the clan land, right? Of course, it doesn't matter even if we can't take it. As long as our human race puts all their efforts into attacking Sirius, then the various armies of Sirius that are ambushing our human race will definitely return to Sirius as quickly as possible. As long as they come back to support Sirius, our people outside will have a chance to breathe and evacuate. Of course, at this point, there is no need for our human race to continue evacuating and relocating. The Sirius tribe has returned to support Sirius, and all of our humans are also moving closer to Sirius. Turn passivity into initiative. This time, we will use Sirius as the center and gather the strength of our entire clan to fight them in the star field where the Sirius clan is located. Even if our human race is defeated and exterminated, we must cripple and destroy the Sirius clan. Call. After Shi Feishuan finished speaking, the hunchbacked old man and Lan Lin both paused in breathing. They could naturally hear that Shi Feishuan did not lose her mind because of the betrayal of the ninth elder Shen Fei, nor did she panic because of the current predicament of the human race. Her direct attack on Sirius was clearly to attack Wei to save Zhao. After all, even if a large number of people were sent out from the tribe to rescue the tribe members outside, it would not have much effect. There is even the possibility of a second round of ambush by the Sirius tribe, and they might be defeated one by one. But a direct attack on Sirius would be different. Shi Feishuan has the courage to directly destroy the human race's homeland, Beiming Star. But does the Tinlong tribe have the courage to give up their land? They didn't. In this way, they will inevitably be led by Shi Feishuan, and the human race can turn passivity into initiative. Yes. With this thought in mind, the hunchbacked old man responded and said, Miss, I will arrange it now. Shi Feishuan nodded. The hunchbacked old man left. Then Shi Feishuan looked at Lan Lin, the leader of Tianquan, and said, Lan Lin, recall Shenying immediately, and then let the 5 of you from Tianquan lead the team to send the more than 200,000 children who have been selected to the Zhuang Star region. Chapter 1823. The battle begins, the bombardment. The 15th day of the 7th month in the ancient calendar, the year of Xingshu. After 3 days, the human race's star fleet had arrived at the outskirts of the Sirius race's territory. Of course, the tribal land referred to here is not just Sirius, but an entire star field centered on Sirius, which includes more than 20 surrounding life planets. Purple Wolf. This is the outermost life planet in the Sirius tribe's star field, facing the direction of the human race's territory. At this moment, 30 miles away from the Purple Wolf star, all the starry sky warships in the Sirius tribe's territory were lined up in a row. The most eye-catching one is the Gold-class star battleship facing the Purple Wolf star. In addition, there are thousands of Silver-class starry sky battleships and countless Bronze-class starry sky battleships. It has to be said that in terms of strength and foundation, the Purple Emperor domain really cannot be compared with the Primordial domain. After all, the Sirius clan alone now possesses so many starry sky battleships, including a Gold-class starry sky battleship. But what about the Purple Emperor domain? A glimpse of the leopard through the tube. The number of starry sky warships owned by the Purple Emperor domain is definitely not as many as that of the ancient domain. Of course, that doesn't matter. What's important is that 300,000 miles ahead of the Sirius fleet, an even larger fleet of star battleships is rapidly approaching. Leading this star fleet are 3 Gold-class star battleships. Behind the 3 Gold-class starry sky battleships are thousands of Silver-class starry sky battleships, as well as the densely packed and countless Bronze-class starry sky battleships. There is no doubt that this is the human race's starry sky battleship. 3 days ago, the human fleet set out from their territory. 3 days later, Shi Feishuan mobilized the entire clan to attack the Sirius clan and approached the Purple Wolf Star. In a few minutes at most, the human fleet will encounter the Sirius fleet. In front of the Purple Wolf. Above the Sirius clan's only gold-class star battleship. The chief of the Sirius tribe, Mo Li, stood in the air. The ninth elder of the human race, Shen Fei, was standing respectfully beside Mo Li. In addition, behind Mo Li are the vast majority of gods and emperors within the Tianlong clan. Among them, there are 18 gods and thousands of emperors. 3 days ago, the human race launched a large-scale attack, which naturally could not be hidden from the Sirius clan. For this reason, Mo Li was ready to fight against the human race after learning the news. Bang! At this moment, looking at the 3 gold-class space battleships leading the human fleet in front, Mo Li slapped Shen Fei directly on the face, and said angrily, "You dare to deceive me." No, Chief Mo Li, I definitely did not deceive you. The ninth elder of the human race, Shen Fei, covered his burning cheek with his hands, looking anxious and panicked. Still saying no, Mo Li shouted angrily, then pointed at the human fleet in front and cursed, "You told me that there are absolutely no gold-class space battleships in the human race, but what are they? Those are 3 gold-class space battleships, 3. My entire Sirius clan only has 1 gold-class space battleship. Even so, you dare to say that the human race has no gold-class space battleships? Are you lying with your eyes open?" Shen Fei's face was full of bitterness and confusion. As the ninth elder of the human race and a confidant promoted by Shi Feishuan, it can be said that Shen Fei knows the internal situation of the human race very clearly. As far as he can remember, the human race does not have any gold-class Starry Sky battleships at all. But what about now? Now, gold-class Starry Sky battleships suddenly appeared within the human race, and there were 3 of them. Shen Fei was also very confused about this. However, he did not explain anything, nor did he dare to explain. After all, facts speak louder than words. The 3 gold-class star battleships of the human race were right in front of him, and all his explanations were doomed to be pale and powerless. Son of a bitch. If I knew that you and Shi Feishuan had teamed up to deceive me, I would make you experience firsthand what it feels like to be miserable. The black official cursed angrily. Shen Fei couldn't help but tremble all over. He wanted to say something, but Mo Li snorted coldly and ignored him. Instead, he looked at the human fleet in the distance with a sullen and angry face. 2 minutes later, the Sirius fleet was 30,000 meters away. Buzz buzz buzz. 3 gold-class Starry Sky battleships were docked steadily in the starry sky. Afterwards, all the Silver-class and Bronze-class Starry Sky battleships also docked one after another. At a glance, the starry sky is densely packed with star warships. The scene blocked out the sky and the sun. That number, especially the number of bronze-level star battleships, has definitely exceeded 1 million. Looking at the huge human fleet in front of him, Mo Li couldn't help but twitch his mouth. The Mo Li didn't care about the Silver-class Starry Sky battleship and the Bronze-class Starry Sky battleship. After all, the number of these 2 types of battleships was equal between the 2 sides. In fact, once all the warships of the Sirius clan returned, the number of their 2 types of battleships might even surpass that of the human race. What Mo Li cares about are the 3 gold-class Starry Sky battleships of the human race. After all, his huge Sirius tribe only had 1 ship, but 3 ships suddenly appeared from the human race. The most terrifying thing is that the gold-class Starry Sky battleship is already able to threaten warriors at the level of God Lord. If he went to war with the human race at this time, although his Tianlong tribe could win, they would also inevitably suffer heavy losses, and this was definitely not what Mo Li wanted to see. Shi Feishuan, what do you want to do? When he thought of this, the Mo Li shouted angrily, do you want to provoke a war between the 2 tribes? Although Shi Feishuan was inside the warship and the 2 sides were 30,000 meters apart, Mo Li knew that Shi Feishuan would definitely be able to hear what he said. Inside the human race's most central gold-class star battleship operations room. Chief. Looking at the Mo Li who was shouting in the light curtain in front of them, the human beings who were controlling this golden-class Starry Sky battleship turned their heads to look at Shi Feishuan who was standing behind them. Don't listen to his nonsense. Shi Feishuan frowned and said in a cold voice. The human members were stunned. Shi Feishuan spoke again and continued, pass the order down and attack directly. Yes. Several human race members responded at the same time. Then they each performed their duties. Some activated the Starry Sky cannons equipped on the warships, while others began to connect with other Starry Sky warships and convey Shi Feishuan's orders. In fact, Shi Feishuan had already deployed all of this before setting off, so in just a moment, all the Starry Sky warships in the human fleet were in place. Buzz buzz buzz. Led by 3 gold-class star battleships, all the star cannons on the human race's millions of star battleships began to rapidly accumulate energy. Millions of Starry Sky cannons were charging at the same time. The tremendous surge of energy caused a red light to rise instantly in the space where the human fleet was located. In front of the Purple Wolf. As soon as Mo Li finished speaking, he saw the human fleet beginning to charge energy for the Starry Sky cannon. Nima. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he cursed, Shi Feishuan, are you really looking for death? Boom boom boom. However, what answered Mo Li was the dense and continuous sound of artillery fire from the human fleet. Swish, swish, swish. Immediately afterwards, millions of energy attacks instantly bombarded the Sirius clan. Seeing this scene, both Mo Li and the other members of the Tinlong tribe behind him, without exception, felt their scalps tingling and were trembling with fear. After all, even a god cannot stop millions of Starry Sky cannons attacking at the same time. Fight back, fight back, fight back hard against me. The next second, the Mo Li roared angrily, but his body instinctively retreated rapidly. After receiving the order from Mo Li, the Sirius fleet did not dare to hesitate or slack off in the slightest. Boom boom boom. In just a moment, the Starry Sky cannons in the Sirius fleet were fired simultaneously. Outside Purple Wolf. The human race and the Sirius race are 30,000 meters apart. They directly kicked off the war between the two tribes by bombarding each other. Chapter 1824, Descendants of the Supreme Being, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. Outside the Purple Wolf Star, millions of star warships from the human race and the Sirius race were bombarding each other. What kind of scene is that? What kind of picture is that? Fierce artillery fire with an extremely cold atmosphere of war filled the entire star space. Boom boom boom. Part of the artillery fire from both sides collided and exploded in the area between each other. But more artillery fire fell on the enemy fleet. For a while. Whether it was the human race or the Sirius race, countless warships of both sides were all attacked fiercely. Although these attacks will not directly damage the warships, they are enough to pose a threat to them. But even so, neither side was prepared or willing to stop. Because once you stop, you can only passively take the beating. If you don't want to be beaten passively, you can only attack, attack, and attack again. Boom boom boom. Endless artillery fire went back and forth between each other, causing the Starry Sky to shake and the flames of war to boil. 10 minutes later. In the Sirius fleet, a bronze-class star battleship could no longer withstand the continuous artillery bombardment and exploded into pieces with a loud bang. However, this is just the beginning, or just a preview. Following the explosion of the first bronze-class Starry Sky battleship, more and more bronze-class Starry Sky battleships could no longer withstand the repeated attacks of artillery fire and exploded and were destroyed in the endless Starry Sky. Be it the human race or the Sirius race, both sides are no exception. It can be said that this is definitely a brutal war of attrition in which 1,000 enemies are hurt and 800 of our own men are hurt. In the Sirius fleet, the only gold-class star battleship. At this moment, in the warship's operations room, the Sirius clan leader Mo Li was watching the battle and fighting between the two sides through the warship's light curtain. His face was ashen, and his expression was ferocious and angry to the extreme. Mo Li is like this, and so are the 18 gods of the Tinlong clan behind him. After all, they are not fools. How could they not see that the human race was determined to perish along with them? But do the Sirius have the courage and determination to perish together with the human race? They didn't. Moreover, the current situation is not what the Sirius clan expected. They just want to annex the human race, not perish together with it. Asshole. Faced with the current situation, Mo Li couldn't help but curse. He never expected that this woman, Shi Feishuan, would be so desperate. It can only be said that he underestimated Shi Feishuan. But what can the corrupt officials do? Things have come to this point, and the black official is also helpless. Call. After a moment, Mo Li took a deep breath, and then said in a cold voice, "Gather all the gods, emperors, and kings, and follow me in 10 minutes to bypass from the side and directly attack the human fleet. Continue to fight a war of attrition with the human race. That's impossible. This kind of battle, where you injure the enemy by 1,000 and your own 800, is meaningless even if you win. In this case, let's just use the high-end combat power of the Sirius clan to crush the human race. Nowadays, all 8 elders of the old generation of the human race have died. Among the 8 elders of the new generation, there were originally only 3 god lords, and one of these 3 god lords has died, and the other has defected to the Sirius clan. In other words, the human race only has 1 elder in the realm of god lord left, plus Shi Feishuan and 5 members of Tianquan. Now the human race has only 7 god lords in total. On the other hand, the Sirius clan, including Mo Li himself, there are a total of 19 gods in the Tianlong clan. 19 to 7. In a battle at the god level, there is no doubt that the Sirius clan will win. Once all the gods of the human race have fallen, the remaining humans will be nothing more than chickens and dogs, nothing to be feared. Yes. After Mo Li finished speaking, the 18 gods of the Tianlong clan behind him responded in unison. Immediately afterwards, the 18 gods of the Sirius clan began to summon all the emperors and kings of gods. 10 minutes later, all the gods, emperors, and kings of the Sirius clan, under the leadership of Mo Li, quietly left the Sirius clan's fleet and circled towards the human fleet from the side. The human side. Inside the gold-class Starry Sky battleship where Shi Feishuan is. At this moment, Shi Feishuan was not paying attention to the fight between the human race and the Tianlong tribe, but staring closely at the 5 Tianquan members who had just returned from the Domain Lord's mansion. She frowned and said, "The Domain Lord's mansion refused to open the teleportation array for you. And directly expelled you." "Yes, Patriarch," Lan Lin responded. Shi Feishuan frowned. She was slightly angry, but she had already expected this outcome. After all, she can bribe the Domain Lord, and so can the Sirius clan. Moreover, 9. Elder Shen Fei already knew that I wanted to transfer the human children. So, with his betrayal, it is impossible for the Sirius clan to not know about this. The reason why Shi Feishuan still asked the 5 people of Tianquan to transfer the selected human children was because she had a glimmer of hope in her heart, hoping that the Tianlong clan would not care about these mere 200,000 children. But now it seems that she was overthinking it. The Tianlong tribe wanted to kill them all. New. The next second, Shi Feishuan said, "Where are those children now? We brought them here as well, after all, other places are not safe right now." Lan Lin said lightly. "Then arrange them all in the number 2 golden battleship." As soon as Shi Feishuan finished speaking, a burst of alarms suddenly sounded in the operations room. "Alert! Alert! The rear of the fleet is under attack from the powerful Sirius. Alert! Alert! The rear of the fleet is under attack from the powerful Sirius." The sudden series of alarms made the 5 Tianquan members feel shocked. "Chief!" They all looked at Shi Feishuan with serious eyes. Shi Feishuan sneered, "Can you finally hold back and take action?" "Very good. I have been waiting for you for a long time." It was obvious that Shi Feishuan had already anticipated all this, and she seemed to be well prepared. Seeing this scene, the 5 people from Tianquan were stunned. Shi Feishuan said, "Come on, follow me to meet the strong men of the Tianlong tribe. Let them know today that our human race is not something they can swallow up just because they want to, and our human race is not something that can be bullied by anyone who wants to. The Imperial Palace, descendant of the Supreme. Although my human race has declined and my master's family is no longer as strong as it used to be, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. It is still uncertain who is stronger and who is weaker among the Tianlong clan." After saying this, Shi Feishuan walked directly out of the war room. The 5 people from Tianquan couldn't help but look at each other. They looked shocked and even horrified. It was obvious that Shi Feishuan's words now had other implications. The royal palace in heaven, the descendant of the supreme being. Aren't the Shi family the descendants of Supreme Shi Yu, one of the 3 supreme beings in the human race's heavenly palace? Is a lean camel bigger than a horse? Could it be that the Shi family has been hiding their true strength all along? Chapter 1825, Master's Background 1. Although they didn't know whether their guess was correct, the 5 people from Tianquan knew that whether it was true or false, the answer would soon be revealed, so they no longer hesitated and followed Shi Feishuan's footsteps to leave the operations room. In the starry sky, human fleet. Mo Li led the Sirius clan's gods, emperors, and warriors at the God King level to frantically attack the bronze-class starry sky battleships in the human fleet. With the strength of warriors, or in other words, with the strength of Mo Li and others, although they cannot directly destroy silver-level or even gold-level Starry Sky battleships, their attacks are fatal to bronze-level Starry Sky battleships. Often, they can destroy a bronze-level Starry Sky battleship with more than a dozen attacks. Especially the 19 warriors in the godly realm such as Mo Li, almost every attack of theirs could destroy a bronze-level star battleship. Boom boom boom. Only a few minutes after the sneak attack by Mo Li and others, thousands of bronze-class star battleships in the human fleet had suffered devastating blows, resulting in direct deaths in the fleet. It can be said that the God Emperor and the God Lord Realm warriors are simply a nightmare for the bronze-class Starry Sky battleships. If this continues, even 1,000,000 bronze-class Starry Sky battleships will be destroyed by Mo Li and others. Of course, Shi Feishuan would never let such a thing happen, and the human race would never sit idly by and wait for death. Boom boom boom. 3 minutes later, the human fleet docked in the Starry Sky suddenly started again. Millions of Starry Sky battleships, led by 3 gold-class Starry Sky battleships, rushed straight towards the Sirius Starry Sky fleet in front. Grass. Seeing this scene, Mo Li was furious, and the strong men of the Tianlong tribe also changed their expressions. It is obvious that the human race is determined to perish together with them. Once the two fleets collide, the losses of the Sirius tribe will be huge. It's a pity that whether it's Mo Li or other powerful men of the Tianlong tribe, they obviously thought too much and worried too much. Shi Feishuan did this just to prevent the human fleet from the upcoming battle between the gods. After all, if the human fleet declares a direct war with the Sirius clan, the combat impact of the strong men from both sides will inevitably cause a devastating blow to the human fleet. Shi Feishuan is not that stupid and would never do such a stupid thing. Swish, swish, swish. The moment the human fleet advanced forward, in the 3 gold-class Starry Sky battleships, led by Shi Feishuan, all the gods, emperors, and even kings of the human race soared into the sky and headed straight for Mo Li and his group. Shi Feishuan. Seeing this scene, the Mo Li instinctively shouted loudly, and they who were originally preparing to chase the human fleet stopped instantly. Shi Feishuan and others arrived in the blink of an eye. In the starry sky, the two sides confronted each other. The distance between them is only 10 meters. Mo Li glanced coldly at the human camp. In the human camp, Shi Feishuan was the leader, and behind her were the 10 human elders at the Divine Lord level and the 5 Tianquan people at the Divine Lord level, and then there were hundreds of divine emperors and thousands of divine kings. In terms of the number of divine emperors and divine kings, the human race and the Sirius race are not much different. But when it comes to the god, there are only 7 people in the human race, while there are a full 19 people in the Sirius race. 19 to 7. It can be said that the high-end combat power of the Sirius clan completely crushes the human race. That is why Mo Li turned to Shi Feishuan and said angrily in a cold voice, "Shi Feishuan, stop struggling in vain. You know that with the strength of your human race, you are no match for my Tianlong clan. As long as you surrender, as long as you lead the human race to submit to my Tianlong clan, I can assure you that I will never harm a single person from your race. Otherwise." "How else?" Shi Feishuan asked in a cold voice. "Otherwise I will make your race exterminate and destroy your entire race." Mo Li said coldly. "Ha ha ha." Shi Feishuan laughed out loud towards the sky. "Why are you laughing?" Mo Li frowned. "What are you laughing at?" Shi Feishuan glanced at the ink official coldly and shouted, "I am laughing at you for not knowing what you are talking about." Changing the subject, Shi Feishuan said, "You, a mere Tianlong clan, want our human race to submit. I'm telling you, you're just dreaming. Even if our human race is wiped out, we will never bow down to a group of Chusheng. You." Upon hearing this, the black official gnashed his teeth and became furious. "Stop talking nonsense. Aren't you the Tianlong tribe planning to annex our human race? Well, today our human race will perish together with you. We will fight to the death." Shi Feishuan shouted loudly, and at the end she raised her arms and shouted, "Kill! Kill!" When Shi Feishuan gave an order, all the human race members shouted loudly. Then, they no longer hesitated, and all rushed out, attacking the god, the emperor, and the king of the heavenly wolf clan in front of them. Seeing this scene, Mo Li couldn't help but smile. But what can he do? At this moment, he had no choice but to fight. "Since you are seeking death, I will grant your wish." Immediately, the Mo Li shouted, "Kill! Kill!" The members of the Sirius clan no longer hesitated and rushed out one after another. In an instant, the two tribes collided. Boom! Shi Feishuan rushed forward and directly confronted the Tianlong tribe leader Mo Li. The battle between the two patriarchs instantly ignited the peak war between the human race and the Sirius race. The 5 people from Tianquan each chose a god from the Tianlong tribe. The 10th elder also fought with a divine elder from the Heavenly Wolf clan. But, 19-7. The Tianlong tribe still has 12 warriors at the godly level, but no one is willing to fight them. What to do? If there is no god, then use the Emperor of God. As soon as the battle began, 10 god emperors from the human camp faced off against 1 god lord from the Sirius tribe. As a result, the human race directly lost 120 god emperors. However, the number of god emperors of the human race is already equal to that of the Sirius clan. As a result, the number of god emperors of the human race is far less than that of the Sirius clan. What to do? If the divine emperor is insufficient, then use the divine king to make up for it. As a large number of god kings of the human race besieged the god emperor warriors of the Sirius clan, the number of god kings on the human race began to be seriously short. As a result, almost every one of the remaining human god kings had to deal with the siege of several or even dozens of people from the Sirius clan. It can be said that as soon as the battle began, the human race had already revealed an unconcealable decline. But there's no way. The serious lack of high-end combat power in the Divine Lord realm is inherently fatal to the human race. The decline of the human race. The Sirius clan was extremely excited. According to this situation, it won't take long before they can completely slaughter the high-end combat power of the human race. Once the human race loses its high-end combat power, the remaining humans will no longer be a concern. By then, won't the entire human race be at their mercy and at their mercy? It's a pity that imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. At this moment, on the battlefield, an elder of the Heavenly Wolf clan who was at the 2nd level of God Lord was dealing with the siege of 10 god emperors of the human race. But even though he was outnumbered 10, he was still able to handle it with ease. After all, there was a whole realm gap between the god emperor and the god lord. The 10 god emperors could entangle him, but they could not threaten him. In fact, the final result would be that he would kill the god emperors who besieged him one by one. That is why the godly elder of the Heavenly Wolf clan responded to the challenge while mocking him coldly. You are just ants, and you think you can compete with me. It is simply a pipe dream. Today, I will let you see the difference between a god emperor and a godly lord. As soon as the Heavenly Wolf clan's divine elder had spoken, a human warrior at the divine emperor level rushed over again. Good to come. Seeing this, the elder of the Tianlong tribe shouted, "Today, I will use you as a sacrifice to the undefeated battle flag of my Tianlong tribe." As soon as he finished speaking, divine power surged through the body of the Sirius elder, and he threw a punch as powerful as thunder. But at this moment, the aura of the human divine emperor realm warrior in front of him suddenly changed. The aura of this human race's divine emperor, who was originally at the divine emperor level, instantly rose to the divine lord level. What? The sudden change caused the elder of the Tianlong tribe to exclaim in surprise. Are you a divine warrior? Although they were shocked and a little hard to accept, the attacks from both sides had already been launched and there was no time to retract them, nor did they give the Sirius elders a chance to think too much. Boom! In an instant, the two attacks collided with each other, and the powerful force caused the starry sky to shake. Da da da! After the attack, the elder of the Sirius tribe retreated uncontrollably. However, the elder of the Sirius tribe did not care about these, but couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He never imagined that the human in front of him was actually a warrior at the 2nd level of the divine realm, and in terms of combat power, the other party seemed to be better than him. But at this moment, before the elders of the Sirius tribe could think about it, something strange happened again. Die! Behind him, a loud shout suddenly rang out. Boom! Immediately afterwards, the aura of a powerful god-level being surged in. The face of the Sirius elder suddenly changed. There is actually a divine warrior hidden among the 10 divine emperors who besieged him. Damn! The elder of the Sirius tribe couldn't help but want to yell and curse. It's a pity that the human god behind him didn't give him any chance at all. Boom! The human race deity threw a violent punch like a raging storm. The elder of the Sirius tribe had no time to think, he turned around and responded hastily. Boom! When the two great gods struck, the starry sky shook. Puff! After the attack, the Tianlong clan elder, who was caught off guard, spat out a mouthful of blood. His figure flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. At this time, the human race's god lord did not hesitate at all, not even the slightest bit. Kill! He shouted loudly and rushed out. I will kill you while you are ill. Not only that, the previous human god had even arrived behind the serious elder. Die! He shouted loudly, and then struck out with a palm as powerful as thunder. The corner of the serious elder's mouth twitched. He didn't have time to think, and at the cost of further injuries, he steadied his body and retreated in a different direction from the two human gods. Unfortunately, boom! In the direction he was fleeing, a human warrior at the Divine Emperor level suddenly burst out with the aura of the Divine Lord level. Die! Then, the human punched directly at the serious elder who had retreated in front of him. Puff! Seeing this scene, the elder of the serious tribe couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. This was definitely not because he was seriously injured, but because he was simply angry. 3 gods. Who could have thought that among the 10 god emperors who besieged him, there were actually 3 god lords? The human race is too shameless. The human race is too despicable. The human race is too bullying. Chapter 1826, Master's Background 2. At this moment, the divine elder of the Sirius clan was almost crying. 3 against 1 is fine. These 3 gods were actually hiding among the 10 gods who were besieging them, waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack on them. It's so shameless. But what can the elders of the Sirius tribe do? This is a fight between 2 races, not a competition between 2 races, and it is completely reasonable for the human race to do so. But why was he chosen? Boom! At the moment when the Sirius elder vomited blood and lost consciousness, the human god in front of him punched him mercilessly on the chest. A powerful impact. Puff! The elder of the Sirius clan spat out blood again, and his body flew backwards. Kill him! Upon seeing this scene, the human race god lord shouted loudly. Then, he took a step forward and rushed towards the Sirius elder who was flying backwards. Buzz! Seeing this scene, the elder of the Tinlong tribe was horrified. He wants to hide. He wants to run. However, after suffering a series of severe blows, he was unable to steady his body as he flew backwards, and naturally could not dodge or escape. At this time, the 3rd god of the human race had arrived in front of him. Not only that, the 1st and 2nd human gods also came to his side. 3-way encirclement. The 3 gods attacked at the same time. Boom boom boom. Violent power and fierce murderous intent. For a moment, the starry sky shook, and the entire space seemed to be frozen. The elder of the Tinlong tribe was trembling with fear, and he couldn't help but howl, "No chief, save me." The cry for help from the Sirius elder instantly attracted other people on the battlefield. For a moment, everyone looked sideways. After seeing 3 human gods surrounding and killing a Sirius elder, be it the human race or the Sirius race, members of both sides were all confused, and there was only one voice left in their minds, which was where did these 3 human gods come from? In a flash, before the members of both sides could think too much, the fatal blows from the 3 human gods had already landed. Boom boom boom. A violent force impact. Puff! The elder of the Sirius tribe suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He was already seriously injured, and the flame of life was now fading rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a moment, he was already dead. The divine elder of the Sirius clan fell. However, this has just begun. On the other side of the battlefield, 10 human gods were also besieging a Sirius elder. At the moment when the first Sirius elder fell, one of the 10 human emperors suddenly exerted his strength and turned out to be a powerful figure in the realm of God. The elders of the Sirius tribe were naturally shocked. Unfortunately, all his resistance was doomed to be in vain. Because, among these 10 human beings in the Divine Emperor realm, there are also 3 divine lords hidden. 3 against 1. Moreover, it was a deliberate sneak attack, and the result can be imagined. 6 seconds later, the 2nd elder of the Tinlong clan who was at the level of God Venerable was killed. That's not all. It was also a battlefield where 10 human gods besieged a Sirius elder. Boom! One of the human race's god emperors suddenly exerted his strength and collided with an elder of the 1st level of the Heavenly Wolf clan's god lord. The elder's entire arm actually exploded, and his body flew backwards instantly. The powerful attack and invincible force made the elder of the Heavenly Wolf clan who was at the Godly Lord level couldn't help but exclaim, "Godly Lord, the 7th heaven." However, this human god ignored him completely. After repelling the Heavenly Wolf god with one blow, he flashed and chased after him. In just a moment, he had arrived beside the Sirius Elder. Then, bang, bang, bang. The human deity threw punch after punch, and the fist shadows in the sky fell on the body of the Sirius Elder like a rainstorm, not giving the Sirius Elder any chance to dodge or defend. Boom. A few seconds later, as the human race's God Lord delivered his last punch, the first-level Elder of the Heavenly Wolf race's God Lord was directly exploded into a ball of blood mist, his body destroyed and no remains left. A sudden change. Killing in a flash. The 3 elders of the Sirius clan died one after another, making the entire battlefield instantly silent. Everyone's attention was focused on the 7 human gods who suddenly appeared. Whether they are humans or the heavenly wolves, they are all very curious about where these 7 gods came from. You know, there are 7 gods. The most terrifying thing is that the strongest one has reached the 7th level of God. There is no doubt that he has become the strongest man on the entire battlefield in an instant. Shi Feishuan. After a brief silence, the Moli suddenly shouted and roared. Then he looked at Shi Feishuan, gritted his teeth, and said angrily, "Are you plotting against me?" "Plotting against you?" Shi Feishuan sneered. "When did I plot against you?" "You." Moli was furious, and then he pointed at the 7 human gods in the distance and said, "If you are not plotting against me, then how do you explain these 7 gods?" "Ridiculous." Shi Feishuan shouted angrily, "It is obviously your Tianlong clan that wants to swallow up my human race. Now you have the nerve to say that I plotted against you. Well, even if I did plot against you, so what? Don't you want to swallow up the human race? Then let me see what you have the right to swallow up my entire human race. Kill me." Etc. As soon as Shi Feishuan finished speaking, Moli immediately stopped her and said, "Shi Feishuan, let's discuss something. If we really fight to the death, wouldn't it be a bargain for other races? If others take advantage of it, it would be bad for both you and me, right?" If it were before, Moli would naturally not be afraid of the human race's desperate resistance. After all, the human race only has 7 gods, and with a high-end combat power ratio of 19-7, the human race is no match for the Sirius clan. But now it's different. Not only did 7 gods suddenly appear from the human race, but they also took the opportunity to attack and kill 3 gods from his Tianlong clan. One gains while the other loses. Today, the ratio of gods among the wolf tribe and the human race has been reduced to 16-14. The most important thing is that a powerful 7th-level god lord like himself has appeared in the human race. In this situation, if they continue to fight with the human race, then by then even if the Sirius tribe wins, I'm afraid the day when they will be swallowed up by other races is not far away. Therefore, the Moli has actually given up the idea of annexing the human race at this moment. Unfortunately, he changed his mind, but Shi Feishuan did not. You say war, then we fight. You say peace, then we make peace. What do you think of us humans? Shi Feishuan shouted loudly, and then continued, "In this battle today, either your Tianlong clan will be destroyed, or my human race will disappear from now on, so let's fight. We will not stop until our blood is shed and we die. Human race, follow me kill." Chapter 1827, What Can I Do When Facing a Madman? In this battle today, either your Tianlong clan will be annihilated, or my human race will disappear from this world. So, let's fight. We will not stop until our blood is shed and we die. Human race, follow me and kill. Kill. At Shi Feishuan's command, the human race's gods, emperors, and kings took action again, and the battle that had been stagnant broke out again. Not only that, in the direction of the human fleet, hundreds of humans were rushing towards the battlefield. Among these human beings, except for the dozens of divine emperors who are in the lead, the rest are all divine king warriors. There is no doubt that these god emperors or god kings all come from the master's family. 7 great gods, dozens of divine emperors, and hundreds of divine kings. This is the heritage of the master's lineage, the descendant of the supreme being. Kill. After the Shi family members arrived, they directly rushed towards the members of the Tianlong clan. God Emperor versus God Emperor. God King versus God King. The battle situation between the two sides changed drastically in an instant. Originally, the human race was far inferior to the Sirius clan in strength, but now, the strength of both sides is evenly matched. Whether it is the number of god lords or the number of god emperors and god kings, the human race is not weaker than the Sirius clan in the slightest. Crazy battles and bloody fights. The members of the human race transformed into ferocious beasts and evil spirits, and attacked the members of the Sirius race frantically. The members of the Sirius tribe were all terrified and passively defensive. After all, humans have the courage and determination to exchange injuries for injuries and fight lives for lives. But they didn't. They don't want to die, nor do they want to perish together with the human race. As a result, the Sirius clan is naturally 3 points weaker than the human race in momentum. Damn it. Seeing this scene, the Ink official gritted his teeth, his face was ferocious and angry. According to the current situation, if it continues in the long run, his Tinlong tribe will not only be able to annex the human race, but it will also be a problem whether they can protect themselves. In the end, there is a high possibility that they will be wiped out by humans here. Shi Feishuan. With this thought in mind, the Moli shouted, "Let's stop here. I can promise you that from now on, my Tinlong tribe will never plot against your human race again. How do you think?" "Nothing," Shi Feishuan said in a cold voice. "I have already said that today, either your Tinlong clan will be destroyed, or my human race will disappear from now on." As she spoke, Shi Feishuan's offensive against Moli suddenly increased by 3 points. "Your uncle," the Ink official cursed in his heart. In his opinion, Shi Feishuan was simply crazy. But even though Shi Feishuan was crazy, he couldn't go crazy with her. "Shi Feishuan, think it through. If you really fight to the death with my Tinlong clan, what will happen even if you win in the end? Can you guarantee that other races won't covet you like my Tinlong clan? At that time, what will you use to resist the ambitions of other races?" What the Moli said made sense, but Shi Feishuan ignored it. But in fact, it was not that Shi Feishuan did not want to retreat, but she knew that she could not retreat, and the human race could not retreat either, because if the Tinlong tribe was not frightened and crippled this time, it would not be long before the Tinlong tribe would make a comeback, and Shi Feishuan did not want to expend too much energy to deal with a mere Tinlong tribe again and again. Now that we have already taken action, we might as well scare them and make them behave themselves at once. The most important thing is that Shi Feishuan wants to use this battle to tell other races in the Taiku domain that although the human race has declined, it cannot be bullied by anyone. So Shi Feishuan will definitely retreat and stop eventually, but definitely not now. It's a pity that Moli didn't know what Shi Feishuan was thinking. He only knew that Shi Feishuan was crazy, and all human beings were crazy. What should he do when faced with a group of lunatics? Fight with them and perish together. Stop kidding. The corrupt officials don't want to end up with the destruction of their clan and their own death. Withdraw. As soon as he thought of this, the Moli shouted, "All divine emperors and divine kings, retreat with all your strength. All divine lords and I will guard the rear together. Quickly." At the command of Moli, the members of the Tinlong tribe, who were already a little frightened, dared not stay any longer. Those members at the level of God Emperor and God King turned around and retreated instantly, retreating towards the distant Tinlong tribe fleet at an extremely fast speed. Moli and other 16 heavenly wolf gods stayed behind to guard the rear. They resisted the human pursuit while slowly retreating. It's a pity that the 16 gods of the heavenly wolf clan could never stop the thousands of people of the human race. As a result, a strange scene appeared in the starry sky. The members of the Sirius tribe fled frantically, and the members of the human race followed them and chased them madly. Even so, with the strength of both sides being equal, the Sirius clan was determined to escape, and the human race did not have the ability to keep them all. Of course, the human race is not stupid. They naturally know that it is impossible to keep all the strong men of the Sirius tribe, so they directly concentrate their firepower to attack several members of the Sirius tribe. 10 against 1, 20 against 1, even 30 against 1. Due to the huge disparity in numbers, some god kings and even god emperors of the Sirius clan were instantly besieged and crushed to death by members of the human race. When the strong men of the Sirius retreated outside the Purple Wolf Star, they had lost 27 god emperors and more than 100 god kings. At this time, the human race did not continue to pursue. But even so, the first confrontation between the human race and the Sirius race was already a great victory. 3 gods, 27 divine emperors, more than 130 god kings. The Sirius tribe suffered heavy losses. But so what? In this battle, Shi Feishuan was determined to cripple and scare the Sirius clan, so although the strong men of the human race did not continue to pursue them, the human race's star fleet still bombarded the Sirius clan's fleet at a distance of 20,000 meters. Inside the Sirius clan's gold-class star battleship. Bang! After withdrawing, Moli directly knocked the ninth elder of the human race to the ground with one palm, and stared at him and shouted angrily, "Why the hell are you still alive?" 9. Elder Shen Fei had a face full of grievance, but knowing that Moli was furious at the moment, he didn't dare to say a single word. However, his silence does not mean that the corrupt officials will give up. Bang! Moli kicked the ninth elder Shen Fei and said, "Are you dumb? Speak. Didn't you promise me that the human race has no hidden strength? Then what's going on now?" The human race suddenly had 3 gold-class space battleships, and 7 gods suddenly appeared out of thin air. Those are 7 gods, and the most abominable thing is that one of them has reached the 7th level of godhood. What the hell are you talking about? Bang! Are you and Shi Feishuan in the same group? Bang! Did Shi Feishuan ask you to pretend to surrender in order to confuse us and then take the opportunity to inflict heavy damage on us? Hearing this, the ninth elder Shen Fei was so frightened that he immediately knelt on the ground to explain and cried, "It's unfair, clan leader, I am really wronged. How could I have teamed up with Shi Feishuan to deceive you? Then tell me, what's going on with those 3 gold-class space battleships and the 7 gods?" Moli shouted angrily. 9. Elder Shen Fei looked confused and aggrieved. "You ask me, who should I ask? I don't know where the human race's golden-class Starry Sky battleship and 7 gods came from." At this time, a heavenly wolf clan god suddenly spoke up and said, "Patriarch, things have come to this point. It is meaningless to continue to worry about these things. The most urgent task is to find a way to deal with this situation. Think of a way, tell me, what can you do?" Moli roared at the elder of the Tinlong tribe, and then said hysterically, "Can't you see that Shi Feishuan is crazy? What can I do when facing a madman?" Chapter 1828 Fierce Fighting. Can't you see that Shi Feishuan is crazy? What can I do when facing a lunatic? After Moli finished speaking, all the strong men of the Tinlong tribe present fell silent. Yeah, what can they do when faced with a madman? Since Shi Feishuan has made up her mind to perish together with them, she will never give up as long as the human race is not destroyed, or the Tinlong tribe is not dead. This madman. Thinking in their hearts, the strong men of the Tinlong tribe couldn't help but feel a little regretful. They regretted that they should not have provoked the human race and provoked the lunatic Shi Feishuan in the first place. Now I have not only failed to gain any benefit, but also put myself in a dilemma, unable to move forward or backward. What to do? The strong men of the Sirius tribe were all in a heavy mood and at a loss. But at this moment, the ninth elder of the human race who had been kneeling on the ground suddenly said, "That Chief Moli, I have something to say." Bang! 9. As soon as the elder finished speaking, the Moli kicked him to the ground, then glared at him and said angrily, "Shut the fuck up." 9. The elder's mouth twitched, feeling bitter and aggrieved. "Explain." But at this moment, Moli suddenly shouted loudly. Well. 9. The elder was stunned. Bang! The Moli kicked him and said, "Don't you have something to say? Say it." 9. The elders are messy. Didn't you tell me to shut up? Although he was dissatisfied and even had a hint of resentment in his heart, the ninth elder still expressed his thoughts. "Chief Moli, based on my understanding of Shi Feishuan over the years, she is a very rational and calm person. She likes to do everything step by step and seek the overall situation. She has never been the kind of person who does things without considering the consequences. So in my opinion, she can't let the human race and the Tinlong tribe perish together. What she said about destroying both sides must be false. Fake." Moli was stunned. "Yes." 9. The elder responded. Bang! 9. As soon as the elder finished speaking, the Moli kicked him directly. Then, bang, bang, bang. Moli kicked the ninth elder one after another, and while kicking, he cursed angrily, "Fake. You have been beaten like this, and you still have the nerve to tell me that this is fake. I'm fake." 9. The elders feel aggrieved, depressed, distressed, and even angry. But he could only curl up his body, hold his head, and let the corrupt official torture him without daring to resist in the slightest. At the same time, he did not forget to explain, "Patriarch Moli, please stop hitting me. I mean, is Shi Feishuan doing this to scare us?" Hearing this, Moli frowned and stopped kicking Elder 9. Instead, he looked at him and groaned, "Is she trying to scare us?" Yes, yes, yes. 9. The elders responded in succession, "Chief Moli, you also know that Shi Feishuan is not crazy. If she is not crazy, why would she do such a crazy thing? To perish together with the Tianlong clan. What good will this do for her? What good will it do for the human race? Moreover, you, Chief, have already told her that the Tianlong clan will no longer plot against the human race, but she is still unyielding. What does this mean? This means that she must have other intentions. But no matter what her intentions are, it is definitely not true that she wants to perish together with the Tianlong clan. Since it is not true, then she is just scaring us. Hearing this, Moli couldn't help but look at the other powerful Tianlong people around him. The powerful men of the Sirius clan looked at each other. Although they did not speak, their eyes told each other that they still agreed with what Elder 9 said. So what do we do next? Suddenly, Moli looked at the 9th elder and asked in a cold voice. Although he didn't want to admit it, he couldn't deny that in terms of intelligence, or in terms of conspiracy and trickery, the Sirius clan was truly inferior to the human race. 9. The elder hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, Chief Moli, Shi Feishuan wants to perish with us, right? Well, let's fight her to the death. As long as we do this, I believe it won't be long before Shi Feishuan will withdraw her troops. Are you sure? Moli asked in a cold voice. 9. The elder was speechless, then gritted his teeth and said, I am sure. Good. Moli said, then do as you say. If the human race does not withdraw its troops after 1 day, I will kill you directly. Buzz. Hearing this, the 9th elder's heart trembled, and then he said in a trembling voice, Moli clan leader, 1 day is not enough. The ink official's face darkened. 9. The elder immediately explained, Chief Moli, since Shi Feishuan has other plans, it is impossible for him to withdraw so easily, so 1 day is definitely not enough. How long do you say? Moli shouted loudly. 1 month. Bang. 9. As soon as the elder finished speaking, Moli kicked him directly and cursed, 1 month. After 1 month, I'm afraid that all of my Tianlong people will be dead. Then, those 7 days. 9. The elder said tremblingly. 3 days. The Moli shouted, I will give you 3 days. If the human race still does not withdraw its troops after 3 days, I will kill you directly. Buzz. 9. The elder's heart trembled and he was filled with despair. At this moment, he could only pray that his guess was correct and that the human race would withdraw after 3 days. Unfortunately, he guessed correctly that Shi Feishuan was trying to scare the Tianlong clan, but he did not guess Shi Feishuan's courage and determination. This time, Shi Feishuan will never give up until she achieves her goal. But no matter what, after the 9th elder's guess and promise, the Sirius clan finally felt a lot more at ease, and they began a full-scale counterattack. Don't you humans want to perish together with us? Then let's fight to the death. Boom boom boom. Fierce artillery fire shook the starry sky. The fleets of the human race and the Sirius race were like mad beasts, roaring and attacking madly. The amount of divine crystals they consumed every minute and every second reached an astronomical figure. After all, the firepower of the starry sky cannon came from the divine crystals. For this reason, the contest between the two warships is actually a test of the financial resources and foundation of the two races. But at this moment, neither the human race nor the Sirius race cared about these things. If you want me to die, I won't let you live. An hour later, the starry sky cannons equipped on both fleets had reached the limit of what the starry sky cannons could withstand after repeated attacks. At this time, the starry sky cannons had to be cooled down for a period of time, otherwise, they would be scrapped directly. For this reason, both fleets tacitly stopped the attack. But this does not mean that the two sides will stop fighting. Kill. The moment the two fleets stopped attacking, Shi Feishuan directly led a group of human gods, god emperors, and god kings to charge out and attack the Sirius fleet directly. Paralysis. Seeing this scene, the black official couldn't help but curse. Hanging yourself gives you a break. But what about the human race? This is something I don't want to stop at all. But what can the corrupt officials do? Let the strong men of the human race rush in. Stop kidding. Once the human strongmen rushed into the Sirius fleet, it would be absolutely fatal to the Sirius fleet, so he would never allow such a thing to happen. In that case, what should we do? Faced with the human warriors who were charging towards him, Moli was forced to lead the strong men of the Tianlong tribe to fight. Boom boom boom. In an instant, the battle between the two fleets broke out again. Chapter 1829, Do you want to destroy the human race? Although the battles between the God King, God Emperor, and even God Lord were earth-shattering, when the strength of both sides was equal and there were no unexpected events, the battle between the strong men of the human race and the heavenly wolf race could not determine the winner in a short period of time. But it doesn't matter. Shi Feishuan has plenty of time. The human race also has plenty of time. Even before preparing to go to war with the Tianlong clan, Shi Feishuan had no intention of ending the war quickly. Time passes by inadvertently. After the starry sky cannons on both fleets returned to normal, the human race's strongmen immediately withdrew from the battle, and the fleet continued to attack the Sirius fleet. An hour later, the starry sky cannon began to cool down, and the human race's strongmen attacked again. And so on. As long as the strong humans go into battle, the Sirius will be forced to fight back. When the human race and the Sirius race were fighting each other, the Sirius race members in the ancient domain quickly came to support, and under the command of Shi Feishuan, the human race members also gathered towards the Sirius race's territory, which is now the battlefield between the two races. Such a large-scale action by the human race and the Sirius race naturally could not be concealed from the other major races in the Taiku domain, and even aroused the interest of these races. For this reason, these races soon discovered the fact that the human race and the Sirius race had declared an all-out war. For a time, the entire ancient domain was in an uproar, and countless races were shocked by it. After all, it had been a long time since the two major races directly went to war in the ancient domain like the human race and the Sirius race did now. Not to mention the ancient domain, even the entire 72 outer domains and even the eternal divine domain have not seen such large-scale wars and fighting for a long time. After all, a battle of this level would definitely hurt the enemy by 1,000 and your own 800, which would benefit no one and might even allow other races to gain an advantage. But what about now? The human race and the Sirius race actually launched an all-out war. Are they crazy? Although it was shocking and unbelievable, no race stood up to stop it. Not only did no race come out to stop it, but all races adopted a mentality of sitting on the mountain and watching the fight between tigers, ready to reap the benefits at the right time. In addition, the news of the war between the human race and the Sirius race quickly spread beyond the ancient domain, throughout the 72 outer domains, and even to the eternal divine domain. Ancient domain. The star region where the Sirius tribe is located. 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, the strong men of the human race and the Sirius race fought no less than 100 times, with both sides winning and losing. At the same time, the total number of star warships lost by the two races has exceeded 200,000, and the casualties of members of both sides have already been countless. This battle was extremely bloody and brutal. However, the human race did not give up and retreat, and the Sirius tribe was forced to fight. In addition, facing the human race's crazy attack, after the Sirius fleet retreated several times, 5 of the life planets controlled by the Sirius in this star field have been completely occupied by the human race. On these life planets, the members of the Sirius who had no time to evacuate were killed completely by the human strongmen under the orders of Shi Feishuan. The battle lasted 3 days. Compared with the human race, the losses of the Sirius tribe were extremely heavy. Shanlang Star, Demon Wolf Star. These are 2 life planets facing each other far apart in the territory of the Sirius clan. Originally, these 2 life planets belonged to the Sirius clan, but now, Sirius Star has been completely occupied by the human race, and the human race is relying on Sirius Star and is in a state of confrontation with the Sirius clan. At this moment, inside the Demon Wolf Star. Didn't you say 3 days ago that the human race would definitely withdraw within 3 days? But what about now? Mo Li glared at Nine who was kneeling on the ground in front of him. Elder Shen Fei said angrily in a cold voice. Nine. The elder was speechless. He looked nervous, anxious, and afraid. Snort. But at this moment, the Mo Li snorted coldly, and then angrily said, "What about me? You said Shi Feishuan was trying to scare us. You said that the human race will definitely withdraw within 3 days. But the result is that within 3 days, my Tianlong tribe lost 5 life planets, and the casualties were countless, but the human race still showed no signs of retreating. The most hateful thing is now except for the human race, other races are also staring at us like jackals, tigers and leopards. Once my Tianlong tribe is defeated, they will definitely attack without hesitation and eat us without leaving even a bone residue. Tell me, what should I do now? How should my Tianlong tribe respond?" Facing the curses from the corrupt official, the ninth elder was filled with despair. I am your sister. Bang! Moli kicked Elder Ju away and said, I said 3 days ago that if the human race does not withdraw within 3 days, I will kill you. Now, 3 days have passed, and the human race has not withdrawn yet, so go to hell. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Moli made a move directly, striking out with a palm as powerful as thunder. Buzz. Seeing this scene, the ninth elder's heart trembled, and he was filled with extreme fear and terror. Wait a minute, Patriarch. But at this moment, the great elder of the Tinlong tribe suddenly spoke up to stop the Moli. The Moli looked gloomy, and looked at the great elder of the Heavenly Wolf clan with a little dissatisfaction and said, Great elder, what do you mean by this? Patriarch, he is a god after all. Wouldn't it be a pity to kill him like this? The great elder of the Sirius clan glanced at Elder Ju and Elder Shen Fei with a teasing and amusing look on his face. Moli frowned and said, Grand Elder, what do you mean? I mean, hey. The great elder of the Heavenly Wolf clan smiled, then looked at the ninth elder Shen Fei, and slowly said, Elder Shen Fei, you will definitely not survive, but if you do as I say, I can at least guarantee the safety of your family. At least I can give them a lifetime of wealth and glory. But if you don't do as I say, then not only will you die, but all your family members will die too. Buzz. Hearing this, the ninth elder Shen Fei couldn't help but tremble in his heart. What do you want me to do? Looking at the great elder of the Tinlong tribe, Shen Fei said tremblingly. When you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. What's more, when he joined the Tinlong tribe, he brought his family with him. Now, his family has become the bargaining chip used by the Sirius clan to threaten him. Do what? The great elder of the Heavenly Wolf clan smiled and said, It's very simple. I want you to call out. But at this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared beside the ninth elder Shen Fei. Who? The great elder of the Sirius clan paused for a moment, and then shouted loudly again. Not only him, but also the Moli and others present were all tense and alert. Soon they saw clearly that the person coming was a demon in a black robe. Oh. Facing the reactions of Moli and others, Tianmo sneered and said, What's the point of keeping such trash? Call. As soon as he finished speaking, Tianmo made a move and delivered a plain and ordinary palm strike. Bang! In an instant, the ninth elder Shen Fei didn't even have the chance to react before he exploded into a ball of bloody mist. Seeing this scene, Moli and others were trembling with fear. They were shocked and even horrified. After all, Shen Fei is a powerful man in the realm of God. But now, the demon in front of him actually turned him into a ball of blood mist with just one palm. What does this mean? This shows that the demon in front of him is definitely a powerful being at the level of a god emperor. Gurgle. Thinking of this, Moli and others couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Senior. The next second, Moli said something tremblingly, however, looking at the devil, he didn't know what he should say or what he could say. The demon smiled and said, Do you want to destroy the human race? Chapter 1830, Shi Feishuan, do you know your crime? Do you want to destroy the human race? When the black-robed demon said this, whether it was Moli or other powerful Tinlong people present, they couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. Then they looked at each other, and finally looked at the black-robed demon. Senior, what do you mean? Moli asked cautiously. Isn't my meaning clear enough? The black-robed demon sneered, Later, I will personally destroy the human race's divine lord realm warriors, and then your Heavenly Wolf clan will destroy the human race. Do you understand? Gurgle. Hearing this, the ink official couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Other powerful members of the Sirius clan are no exception. They were shocked and even more surprised. Although they didn't know why the black-robed demon in front of them did this, they could be sure that the other party had no ill intentions towards their Tinlong clan. Otherwise, with the strength of the God Emperor, it would be easy to destroy their Heavenly Wolf clan, and there would be no need to go to so much trouble. To put it bluntly, the powerful God Emperor in front of him was coming for the human race, and he wanted to destroy the human race. Their Tinlong tribe was at most just a sharp blade in the hands of the other party that happened to kill all the human race. Even so, Moli couldn't help feeling excited and thrilled. For him, the arrival of the black-robed demon was a pleasant surprise. After all, the Sirius clan originally wanted to devour the human race, but the human race hid their strength, which put the Sirius clan in the current situation where they are caught in an awkward situation. Now, With the God Emperor of the Sky Demon Clan taking action, as long as he kills the powerful God Lords of the human race, the remaining members of the human race will not be a threat, and it will be easy for the Sky Wolf Clan to devour the human race. With this thought in mind, Moli patted his chest and assured the black-robed demon, "Don't worry, Senior. As long as the human race has no more divine warriors, my Tinlong tribe will kill them all without leaving a single one alive." "Very good." The black-robed demon smiled slightly and said, "There is no time to lose, let's do it now." Now, the ink official was instinctively stunned. "Why, do you have any objection?" The black-robed demon frowned. "No, no, no." Moli was shocked and said repeatedly, "How could I have any objection? I was just thinking, Senior, you have come all the way here, why don't you let me welcome you first before taking action?" "No need, just do it." The black-robed demon waved his hand and said, "Also, you have to remember that it is not that I am intentionally helping your Tinlong clan, but that the human race openly violated the 100 Clan Alliance and maliciously attacked your Tinlong clan, thus triggering a war between the two clans. Your Tinlong clan was forced to report to the 100 Clan Alliance and request arbitration. That is why I appeared in the Taiku domain and even directly attacked the human race. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Moli was stunned for a moment, then he said repeatedly, I understand, I understand, I understand. It was because my Tinlong tribe asked the 100 Tribes Alliance for arbitration that you came to the Taiku domain and attacked the human race. This child is teachable." The black-robed demon smiled slightly, and then said, "Let's go. I will help you deal with the human race's divine master realm warriors now, so that your heavenly wolf clan can devour the human race." "Senior, please." Moli stretched out his hand and looked at the black-robed demon and said humbly. "Celestial Wolf. After capturing Sirius yesterday, Shi Feishuan set up the human camp on Sirius. At this moment, in the main residence of the fairy wolf star, Shi Feishuan and a group of powerful gods of the human race gathered together. One of them looked at Shi Feishuan with a frown on his face and said, "Shuaner, it's been 3 days. Both the heavenly wolf clan and our human race have suffered heavy losses. And now there are more and more races watching our battle. Even the number of divine honored warriors has surpassed the total number of us in the heavenly wolf clan. What are you going to do next? In other words, when and how do you plan to end this battle?" The person who spoke was none other than the strongest person on the human race's side, Shi Feishuan's great-grandfather, Shi Xuanfeng, who was at the 7th level of the divine realm. As soon as Shi Xuanfeng said this, everyone else present looked at Shi Feishuan with curiosity. This war came too quickly and too suddenly. Before it, they had almost no chance to consult or discuss it. Now that the two sides have finally ceased fire, they naturally want to take this opportunity to get to know Shi Feishuan's thoughts and her next deployment and plans. When will this end? Shi Feishuan groaned for a moment, and said, "At the very least, we have to kill a few more gods from the Tinlong tribe." "How many more gods of the Tinlong tribe will be killed?" Everyone was stunned. Shi Xuanfeng was even more stunned and said, "Shuaner, with our current strength." "Grandpa, Shuaner understands." Shi Feishuan interrupted Shi Xuanfeng and said confidently, "Although we are on par with the Tinlong clan in strength, and even our divine lords are not as strong as the Tinlong clan, I am confident that within 3 days, we can kill several more divine lords of the Tinlong clan without any casualties among our divine lords." Everyone was stunned again. How many more gods of the Tinlong tribe will be killed within 3 days? Or is it the case that there are 0 casualties among the human gods? How is this possible? Although everyone didn't believe it, it didn't look like Shi Feishuan was joking. "Shuaner, what are you going to do?" Confused, Shi Xuanfeng couldn't help but ask. "Grandpa, I'm sorry Shuaner can't tell you this for now, because it won't work if you tell me." Shi Feishuan smiled slightly. Shi Xuanfeng was stunned. However, since Shi Feishuan said so, he naturally wouldn't ask any more questions. After all, he had absolute trust in Shi Feishuan and was absolutely satisfied with her. Otherwise, Shi Feishuan would not have been able to become the current head of the Shi family, and it would have been even more impossible for her to represent the Shi family and take the position of the human race leader. Shi Feishuan. But at this moment, a loud shout suddenly exploded in everyone's ears outside the Star Lord's mansion like thunder from the sky. Everyone was stunned. Lan Lin exclaimed, "Patriarch, it's Moli's voice." As soon as Lan Lin finished speaking, Shi Feishuan rushed out of the Star Lord's mansion. Others followed closely behind. outside the Star Lord's mansion. Or rather, it is above the planet Shanlang. At this moment, Mo Li and a group of powerful gods from the Tianlong clan stood in the air. This naturally includes the powerful god emperor of the Heavenly Demon clan. Not only that, the sudden arrival of Mo Li and others on Shanlang Star naturally attracted the attention of strong people from other tribes around the battlefield who were concerned about the battle situation between the two tribes. For a moment, everyone's attention was focused on Mo Li and others. Naturally, they also discovered the black-robed demon beside Mo Li. However, before these people could pay too much attention to the black-robed demon, Shi Feishuan had already led the powerful gods of the human race to soar into the sky from the immortal wolf star and came directly to a place 100 meters away from the Mo Li and his group. The next second, before Shi Feishuan and the others could say anything, the black-robed demon beside Mo Li had already taken the lead and shouted. Shi Feishuan, do you admit your guilt? Chapter 1831 Human Race, Long Xiaobao. Shi Feishuan, do you admit your guilt? As soon as the black-robed demon said this, he instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. No one was an exception, whether it was Shi Feishuan and others, or the onlookers from other ethnic groups around them. Who are you? Looking at the black-robed demon, Shi Feishuan frowned. Bold. However, before the black-robed demon could speak, the ink official beside him shouted, glaring at Shi Feishuan and angrily said, Shi Feishuan, this is the special envoy of the 100 Races Alliance from the Eternal Divine Realm. You'd better watch your words. Special envoy of the 100 Races Alliance. Shi Feishuan couldn't help but be stunned. The other people around were also stunned and confused. That's right. Mo Li sneered and said, your human race maliciously attacked my Tianlong clan and triggered a war between the two clans, which has violated the 100 Clan Alliance. Just yesterday, my Tianlong clan applied for arbitration to the 100 Clan Alliance. This time, the special envoy is here to punish you humans. Shit. When Mo Li said this, the powerful men from other races who were watching were stunned for a moment. Their hearts were even more confused. Anyone who can watch the war between the two races here must have reached the level of a god. As powerful beings at the level of God, they have naturally seen a lot of people and encountered a lot of things, including those despicable, dirty and shameless people. But they have seen many shameless people, but they have never seen anyone as shameless and disrespectful as Mo Li. The human race maliciously attacks the Sirius tribe. It is clearly the Sirius who maliciously attacked the human race, and that is not good enough. This is a fact that is already known to everyone in the ancient domain. But now, the Mo Li actually turned the tables, saying that the human race maliciously attacked the Tianlong tribe, and submitted an application to the 100 Races Alliance, requesting sanctions against the human race. This really is a shameless person is invincible. Of course, this is not the point. The point is which rule of the 100 Races Alliance was violated by the war between the human race and the heavenly wolf race. It seems that there is none. To put it bluntly, the war between the human race and the Sirius race has nothing to do with the alliance of 100 races. But the 100 Races Alliance actually sent a so-called alliance envoy. This is a bit intriguing. The strong men from other races thought of this, and Shi Feishuan and others were naturally no exception. When something is out of the ordinary, there must be something wrong. Even Shi Feishuan and others had a feeling that the black-robed demon in front of them might have bad intentions. Thinking of this, Shi Feishuan frowned, looked at the black-robed demon in front of her and asked in a deep voice, Master Special Envoy, let's not talk about who attacked whom first between our human race and the Heavenly Wolf clan, let's just say that this violates the rules of the Alliance. May I ask, Master Special Envoy, which rule of the Alliance did our human race and the Heavenly Wolf clan violate by going to war? After a pause, Shi Feishuan continued, if I remember correctly, there doesn't seem to be a clear stipulation in the 100 Races Covenant that races cannot go to war with each other, right? Hee. The black-robed demon sneered and said, there is indeed no such provision in the 100 Races Alliance. The 100 Races Alliance will never interfere in wars between races. But the black-robed demon changed the subject and said gloomily, when you humans invaded the territory of the Heavenly Wolf clan, you maliciously destroyed the planet and turned the planet into a dead planet. The 100 Clan Alliance cannot ignore this. What? As soon as the black-robed demon finished speaking, the 10 elders of the human race behind Shi Feishuan exclaimed, when did we maliciously destroy a planet? Turn a planet of life into a dead planet? Shi Feishuan and others also frowned. No. The black-robed demon laughed coldly. Boom, boom. The next second, two huge roars suddenly sounded behind the crowd. Buzz. The sudden sound made everyone's heart tremble. After that, everyone turned around and looked sideways. All I saw was two huge sparks blooming with the brightest light. The locations of the two sparks were exactly the two life planets that the human race had previously occupied from the Sirius tribe. There is no doubt that these two huge sparks were caused by the explosion of a stellar body. Someone destroyed two life-bearing planets and openly framed the human race. When they thought of this, the strong men of various races who were watching the scene couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. Shi Feishuan turned around and looked at the black-robed demon with an extremely angry expression. Other human gods are no exception. There is no doubt that all this is definitely related to the black-robed demon. However, the black-robed demon didn't care about the anger of Shi Feishuan and others, and just said lightly, "How about it, now do you humans still want to continue to quibble?" Snort. Shi Feishuan snorted angrily and said, "If you want to accuse someone, you can always find a pretext." Ha ha ha. The black-robed demon laughed loudly. What a great way to accuse someone of a crime. You can always find a pretext for it. That's right, this is the accusation. What do you think of it? Shi Feishuan gritted her teeth. She never expected that the other party would admit it without hesitation. Faced with this situation, Shi Feishuan didn't know what to do for a moment. Call. After a moment, Shi Feishuan took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, "Why?" "You don't need to know this," the black-robed demon said lightly. "Because of Ye Bufan," Shi Feishuan asked suddenly. The black-robed demon was stunned for a moment, then looked at Shi Feishuan with a teasing expression and said, "Are you quite smart?" After a pause, the black-robed demon said again, "That's right, it's because of him." He thought that with the protection of several other royal families, my demon clan can't do anything to him. Indeed, we really can't do anything to him now, but it doesn't matter. If we can't deal with him, we can deal with your human race first. I think when he knows that the entire human race was destroyed because of him, he will be heartbroken. Tisk tisk, this is actually more satisfying than killing him directly. Wow. As soon as the black-robed demon said this, the whole audience was in an uproar. Among the alien races watching the scene, no one had expected that the Heavenly Demon clan would blatantly frame and slander the entire human race just to take revenge on a mere Ye Bufan. However, when everyone thought about what Ye Bufan had done to the Heavenly Demon clan in the Eternal Divine Realm, and the damage he had caused to the Heavenly Demon clan, they felt relieved again. It would be strange if the demonic clan could just let the loss of the 6 realms go. Ha ha ha. After understanding the intention of the black-robed demon, Shi Feishuan laughed instead of getting angry. "You ridiculous demon, you ridiculous 100 Races Alliance, sooner or later you will pay the price for what you did. As for now, since you want to annihilate my human race, you will have a hard time too. Kill me." Shi Feishuan gave an order, and then she herself was the first to charge out. She knew that in this situation, anything she said would be superfluous. "In that case, let's fight." Boom 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 boom. In an instant, all the powerful gods of the human race rushed out. Seeing this scene, the black-robed demon sneered, "An ant trying to shake a tree is overestimating its own strength." Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the pressure from the black-robed demon god emperor erupted. Buzz. Shi Feishuan and the others were shocked, and their figures that were originally rushing out suddenly stopped. A powerful god emperor. Looking at the black-robed demon, they were all horrified and their faces turned pale. Although they had already thought that the Heavenly Demon clan would not send a divine warrior to destroy the human race, when the other party truly released the pressure of the Divine Emperor, Shi Feishuan and others were still shocked and found it difficult to accept. Ha ha ha. At the moment when Shi Feishuan and the others lost consciousness, the black-robed demon laughed loudly and said, "You destroyed the stars first, and then attacked the Alliance envoy. In this case, even if I kill you, I think the other tribes will have nothing to say, right? In this case, then die." But at this moment, just as the black-robed demon was about to attack, a disdainful and scornful voice suddenly exploded above him in the starry sky. "A mere little demon dares to try to destroy our human race. Do you deserve it?" Buzz. The sudden sound made everyone present tremble in their hearts. Call out. The next second, a deep purple sword light slashed down from top to bottom, slashing straight at the black-robed demon. The black-robed demon's pupils shrank in shock. He didn't dare to slack off at all and dodged immediately. Puff. In an instant, the purple sword light slid down and directly cut off a piece of the black-robed demon's clothes. Although the black-robed demon narrowly avoided the fatal sword, he was still somewhat frightened. The next second, the black-robed demon came back to his senses and was furious. Who? Call out. At this time, a young man in white appeared out of nowhere in front of Shi Feishuan and others. Looking at the black-robed demon, he said calmly, "Human race, Long Xiaobao. Chapter 1832 Practice sword skills with me. Human race, Long Xiaobao." These 5 ordinary words made the hearts of everyone present tremble uncontrollably. Even the black-robed demon who was at the level of God Emperor was no exception. After all, after killing 3 God Emperors in a row in the Divine Realm, Long Xiaobao had already become famous. Nowadays, whether it is the 72 Outer Realms or the Eternal Divine Realm, among the thousands of races, everyone knows the name of Long Xiaobao. It's a pity that Long Xiaobao's whereabouts have been erratic for a long time, and there has been no news about him after he killed 3 God Emperors in a row in the Divine Realm. As a result, most people have forgotten about this peerless warrior who once killed a powerful God Emperor in seconds. But I didn't expect that at this moment, Long Xiaobao would appear here. But thinking about it makes me feel relieved. No matter what, Long Xiaobao is always a member of the human race. With the war between the human race and the Sirius race being so serious, it was impossible for Long Xiaobao to stay out of it. In an instant, everyone's eyes fell on Long Xiaobao. Shi Feishuan and others were naturally no exception. Not only that, compared to the shock of others, there was a hint of relief on Shi Feishuan's face at this moment. She even secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was not for any other reason, but because Shi Feishuan attacked the Tianlong clan with such fanfare this time. Firstly, she was indeed forced by the Tianlong clan, and she had no choice but to take the initiative to attack. Secondly, Shi Feishuan actually wanted to lure out Long Xiaobao. After all, with the strength that Long Xiaobao showed in the Eternal Divine Realm, if he were to be in charge of the human race would definitely be able to rest easy. At least races like the Sirius would never dare to target the human race again, let alone bully the human race at will. But Shi Feishuan didn't know where Long Xiaobao was. So she could only take the opportunity of the war with the Tianlong tribe to lure out Long Xiaobao and make him show up on his own initiative. It was obvious that Shi Feishuan succeeded and Long Xiaobao came. Long Xiaobao. At this time, the black-robed demon in front of Long Xiaobao groaned, then looked Long Xiaobao up and down and said, "Are you the human who killed 3 God Emperors in the Eternal God Realm?" "That's me." Long Xiaobao responded softly. Snort. The black-robed demon snorted coldly and said, "That's great. Since you came to me on your own initiative, I'll take care of you as well." "Just you." Long Xiaobao shook his head. "You are no match for me." Arrogant. The black-robed demon instantly became furious and said, "Boy, let me see why you are so presumptuous in front of me." Retreat. Seeing this scene, Shi Feishuan immediately shouted. After she finished speaking, she dodged and stepped back. The human race is no exception. The moment the human race retreated, all the powerful men of the Sirius tribe also retreated. After all, the powerful God Emperor is not someone they can touch. Boom. The next second, the terrifying aura burst out from the black-robed demon. Die. He stared at Long Xiaobao with cold eyes, then struck out with a palm and rushed out. Unexpectedly, Long Xiaobao was unmoved. Seeing this scene, everyone was a little dazed. Asshole. The black-robed demon was extremely furious. In his opinion, Long Xiaobao's disregard was the greatest humiliation to him. Die, die, die. In just a moment, the black-robed demon's hatred, anger, and murderous intent towards Long Xiaobao had reached its peak. The next second, the black-robed demon slapped Long Xiaobao in front of him. This palm carried all the rage of a powerful God Emperor. This palm condensed all the murderous intent in the heart of a powerful God Emperor. Boom. A palm fell, with thunder and lightning, shaking the starry sky. Seeing this scene, all the onlookers couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. Finished. They thought there would be a fierce fight between dragons and tigers, but they didn't expect that Long Xiaobao would actually seek his own death. Take the angry blow from the powerful God Emperor head on. Even the powerful God Emperor couldn't withstand it, let alone Long Xiaobao who was just a mere God Lord. Chief. The faces of all the human race members were extremely ugly. Shi Feishuan also frowned. But at this moment, something strange happened. Call out. Under the palm of the black-robed demon, at the critical moment, Long Xiaobao suddenly disappeared out of thin air. That's right, it disappeared out of thin air. Disappeared without any warning or reason. What? Seeing this scene, the black-robed demon was shocked. Call. His fatal palm strike missed the target in an instant. The other alien races around were also slightly dazed. Long Xiaobao is missing. Where did he go? How did he disappear? The next second, Long Xiaobao appeared out of nowhere behind the black-robed demon. Something happened in a flash. The black-robed demon was a powerful being at the Divine Emperor level, but he didn't even notice that Long Xiaobao had appeared behind him. He's behind you, sir. At this time, the leader of the Tinlong tribe, Mo Li, shouted directly. Call. As soon as the demon official finished speaking, Long Xiaobao kicked him out. What? The black-robed demon was greatly shocked. Without any hesitation, he rushed forward, instinctively trying to avoid Long Xiaobao's attack. It's a pity that no matter how fast he is, he can never be faster than Long Xiaobao. Bang! Long Xiaobao kicked the black-robed demon on the butt without any suspense. Da da da! The black-robed demon rushed forward uncontrollably for 7 steps before he managed to steady himself. This scene disappointed most people. Originally, after seeing Long Xiaobao disappear out of thin air and easily dodge the attack of the black-robed demon, everyone thought that Long Xiaobao's next sneak attack would definitely cause serious injuries or even kill the black-robed demon instantly. However, he didn't expect that his sneak attack only made the black-robed demon retreat a few steps. The force of this sneak attack is probably not even as strong as theirs. Could it be that the rumor that Long Xiaobao killed 3 god emperors in a row in the eternal divine realm was false? However, the onlookers of the alien race thought so, but the black-robed demon involved did not think so. Long Xiaobao is weak. Don't be funny. Can a weak person easily dodge his thundering blow? Can a weak person easily get up behind him and launch a sneak attack? All of this shows that Long Xiaobao is very strong. The reason why the attack just now did not hurt himself was because he did not use his full strength. It was even just a casual, ordinary, and simple kick. He was clearly humiliating himself. As soon as he thought of this, the black-robed demon turned around and glared at Long Xiaobao. Now you understand the gap between us, right? Long Xiaobao said this lightly, and then added, I told you that you are no match for me. If I had used a sword instead of my foot, you would have been dead by now. Buzz. Hearing this, the black-robed demon couldn't help but tremble in his heart. He was shocked and horrified. Although he didn't want to admit it, he couldn't deny it. Just as Long Xiaobao said, if he had used a sword just now, then there was a real possibility that he would be killed by him with one sword. In an instant, the black-robed demon broke out in a cold sweat. What do you want to do? Looking at Long Xiaobao, the black-robed demon couldn't help but gritted his teeth and asked. There is no smoke without fire. The black-robed demon was not a fool. He knew very well that Long Xiaobao had the ability to kill him, but he did not do so. So, in this case, there was only one explanation left: he had other intentions. What do I want to do? Long Xiaobao chuckled and said, it's very simple. I'm going to use you to practice sword skills. Practicing swordplay. The black-robed demon was stunned. Long Xiaobao smiled, and then said again, to be precise, I should use the 3 of you to practice sword skills, because you are too weak alone. You are so weak that I don't even have the desire to attack you. Buzz. When Long Xiaobao finished speaking, the black-robed demon was shocked and asked in shock, how did you know that we have 3 god emperors? What? When the black-robed demon said this, everyone present was shocked. 3 god emperors from the Sky Demon clan. But isn't there only one in front of us? What about the other 2? Without waiting for everyone to think about it, Long Xiaobao spoke again, how do I know? This is not difficult. If you are the only god emperor from your heavenly demon clan, then who destroyed the 2 life planets before? Could it be that they exploded by themselves? Well, the black-robed demon was stunned. Here I come. Long Xiaobao suddenly let out a soft cry, then looked up towards the southwest. Whoosh, whoosh. In the starry sky, 2 figures were rushing towards them. They are exactly the other 2 powerful god emperors of the demon clan mentioned by Long Xiaobao. In just a moment, they had arrived in front of the black-robed demon. However, the scene before them made the 2 god emperors of the Sky Demon clan stunned. One of the god emperors of the Sky Demon clan even looked directly at the black-robed Sky Demon, frowned, and said with a little dissatisfaction, Mo Fei, why don't you take action? The black-robed demon's mouth twitched, feeling aggrieved. Is it that I don't want to do it? Do you know that I was almost killed in an instant just now? In this situation, how can I take action? Do I still dare to take action? Hee. Before the black-robed demon could think about it, Long Xiaobao smiled and said, since the 3 god emperors of your demon clan are all here, let's get started. It's been a long time since I've unsheathed my time to drink blood. Chapter 1833. Is this a human? Is this a monster? Since the 3 god emperors of your heavenly demon clan are all here, let's get started. It has been a long time since I last drew my sword and drank blood. As soon as Long Xiaobao said this, the 2 heavenly demon god emperors who came later immediately frowned. They all turned their gazes to look at Long Xiaobao, and one of them even asked directly in a cold voice, who are you? Without waiting for Long Xiaobao to answer, the black-robed demon had already started explaining to the 2 god emperors. After listening to the explanation of the black-robed demon, the 2 demon god emperors who came later immediately looked at Long Xiaobao with a hint of surprise in their eyes. Naturally, they had heard of the name Long Xiaobao a long time ago. However, they have always been cautious about the rumor that Long Xiaobao killed the God Emperor in seconds. In their opinion, even if Long Xiaobao could kill a powerful God Emperor, it would definitely not be easy. But after listening to the explanation of the black-robed demon, they suddenly realized that the original rumors were very likely true, and Long Xiaobao really had the ability to kill the God Emperor in seconds. But so what? The God Emperor is different from the God Emperor. Even among divine powers of the same level, there are still differences in strength. What's more, now Long Xiaobao is going to challenge the 3 God Emperors at the same time. A mere god of the 7th heaven invites a God Emperor of the 2nd heaven and 2 God Emperors of the 1st heaven to fight. It's totally nonsense and he's courting death. Boy, since you want to die, we will help you do it. Immediately, the God Emperor from the 2nd heaven spoke directly and sternly. Although it was somewhat shameful to bully the weak with the strong, so what? After all, Long Xiaobao's strength was there, and they didn't want to capsize in the gutter. Moreover, since a demon like Long Xiaobao didn't belong to the heavenly demon clan, he shouldn't be allowed to stay in this world. Stop talking nonsense and take action. After Tianmo finished speaking, Long Xiaobao raised his right hand and said in a deep voice, "Court death." The demon of the 2nd level of the Divine Emperor Heaven was furious, and he shouted, "Kill." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed out first. Kill. The 2 powerful God Emperors of the 1st level who were present from the Sky Demon clan did not hesitate and rushed out instantly. The 3 great God Emperors besieged a God Lord. This scene made the foreigners watching the scene hold their breath. They despised the shamelessness of the demon clan and admired Long Xiaobao's courage even more. Of course, although they admired him, they strongly disagreed with Long Xiaobao's behavior. After all, in their opinion, Long Xiaobao was simply seeking death. Seeing the 3 God Emperors of the Sky Demon clan rushing towards Long Xiaobao, Shi Feishuan and other human members clenched their fists, their hearts tense. Well done. Long Xiaobao however shouted loudly. Then, instead of retreating, he advanced and charged directly towards the 3 powerful God Emperors of the heavenly demon clan. In front of the 3 God Emperors, Long Xiaobao put his fingers together to form a sword. Then the divine power surged out of his body and condensed directly at his fingertips into a 7-foot sword beam. The sword beam was extremely solid, just like a real divine weapon. Brush. After the sword light took shape, Long Xiaobao swept the sword across and took the initiative to fight against the 3 powerful God Emperors of the Sky Demon clan. The 3 God Emperors of the Heavenly Demon clan would naturally not confront Long Xiaobao head-on. They flashed and dodged the sword attack from Long Xiaobao, then they scattered and rushed towards Long Xiaobao again in a triangle. Long Xiaobao was not afraid at all. He moved his right hand, and the sword light at his fingertips slashed directly at one of the 1st Heaven God Emperors. The speed of this sword is extremely fast. Upon seeing this, the 1st Heaven God Emperor did not dare to be careless and immediately dodged and retreated. However, at the moment when the 1st Heaven God Emperor retreated, Long Xiaobao's sword had already slashed towards another 1st Heaven God Emperor. This 1st Heaven Divine Emperor was immediately forced to retreat. At this time, the sword light at Long Xiaobao's fingertips had already slashed towards the 2nd Heaven God Emperor. The 2nd Heaven God Emperor naturally did not dare to fight head-on and was directly forced to retreat. Everything seems long, but it is only a moment. The warriors watching around did not notice that in this split second of fighting, Long Xiaobao was able to fight 1 against 3 and successively repel the siege of the 3 god emperors of the Sky Demon clan. The 3 god emperors of the Sky Demon clan were also terrified by this. Long Xiaobao's sword-drawing speed was so fast that even powerful men like them, who were at the level of god emperors, could not react in time. The most important thing was that Long Xiaobao seemed to see through everything. Even when being besieged by the 3 of them, he was still able to strike back with ease. But no matter what, they will not back down. After being forced back by Long Xiaobao, they rushed out again. They believed that it was impossible for Long Xiaobao to be infallible all the time. He would always make mistakes and be negligent. As long as they succeeded once, then with their strength as god emperors, they would be able to severely injure Long Xiaobao. Once severely injured, Long Xiaobao would be at their mercy. However, imagination is beautiful and reality is indeed cruel. Swish, swish, swish. Swish, swish, swish. The 3 god emperors of the Sky Demon clan besieged Long Xiaobao. After hundreds of battles, they were forced back by Long Xiaobao again and again, and they didn't even have a chance to get close. As for the alien races watching around, they couldn't see the trajectory of the battle between Long Xiaobao and the other 4 at all. At most, they could only see that the attacks of the 3 god emperors of the Sky Demon clan were all blocked by Long Xiaobao again and again. That was why all the alien races around were shocked. It was really that the shock that Long Xiaobao brought to them was too strong and too fierce. With the cultivation level of the 7th level of Divine Lord, he fought against 3 divine emperors and remained undefeated. This fighting power is truly monstrous. Another 3 minutes later. Base. Among the 3 god emperors of the Sky Demon clan, the god emperor of the 2nd heaven directly took out his weapon, a blood-red long sword of the level of an earth god weapon. Immediately afterwards, the other 2 god emperors also took out their weapons. Shameless. Seeing this scene, the foreigners watching couldn't help but curse in their hearts. It would be fine if 3 god emperors besieged a god lord, but now they are even using weapons. These 3 god emperors of the Sky Demon clan are really shameless. However, how could they know the frustration in the hearts of the 3 god emperors of the Sky Demon clan? After this brief confrontation, they had clearly realized that without using weapons, facing the sword in Long Xiaobao's hand, they would not even have a chance to get close to Long Xiaobao. After using their weapons, the offensive of the 3 god emperors of the demon clan instantly became 3 times more powerful. When, the next second, after the blood-red long sword in the hands of the 2nd level powerful god emperor of the Sky Demon clan collided with the sword light at the fingertips of Long Xiaobao, a crisp sound of metal clashing was heard. How is that possible? Upon seeing this scene, the 2nd heaven god emperor of the Sky Demon clan widened his eyes with a look of disbelief. He originally thought that the sword light at Long Xiaobao's fingertips was condensed from divine power, so it only had lethality and would not be able to resist other weapons. But what is the result? The sword light of Long Xiaobao actually blocked the earth magic weapon in his hand. The most incredible thing was the sound of metal collision. The collision between divine power and divine weapons actually produced the sound of metal clashing. This is fake, right? The god emperor Liang Chongtian of the Sky Demon clan was extremely confused. However, Long Xiaobao did not stop. Dang dang. In a brief moment, 2 more sounds of metal clashing were heard. The 2 god emperors of the 1st heaven were just as shocked as the god emperor of the 2nd heaven. But no matter how shocked they were, their offensive did not stop at all, and they continued to attack Long Xiaobao like a storm. Ding ding ding. In the starry sky and on the battlefield, the crisp sounds of metal clashing rang out continuously. After a while, Long Xiaobao seemed to be somewhat dissatisfied with the current situation, and he directly said provocatively, "Slow, too slow, haven't you eaten yet?" Damn. After hearing this, the 3 powerful god emperors of the Sky Demon clan felt confused and even angry. This is simply a blatant provocation. This is a slap in their face. This is intolerable. What else can we not tolerate? Kill. In an instant, the offensive of the 3 god emperors of the Sky Demon clan became 3 times more fierce than before. Good. Facing this change, Long Xiaobao was somewhat satisfied and said, "That's it. Hurry up, faster. Damn it, kill him." The 3 god emperors of the Sky Demon clan went completely mad and all went berserk. Boom boom boom. As the 3 god emperors of the Sky Demon clan went berserk, the battle between the 2 sides escalated directly. The power that could destroy the heavens and the earth wantonly impacted the surrounding space, causing tiny cracks as thin as hair to appear in the starry sky. Seeing this scene, the faces of the foreigners watching changed drastically and they retreated one after another. Boom! But at this moment, on the battlefield, Long Xiaobao's momentum suddenly increased. He was originally at the 7th level of Divine Lord, but he was directly promoted to the 8th level of Divine Lord. Breakthrough. This scene made the 3 powerful god emperors of the Sky Demon clan all stunned. They were stunned and even more stupid. 3 god emperors besieged a god lord, and it would have been fine if they didn't kill him, but they actually allowed him to break through. Is this person still human? Is this a fucking monster? Chapter 1834, the ancestor of the Tinlong tribe appeared. The 3 god emperors of the Sky Demon clan were extremely shocked, and so were the others around them. Breaking through in the middle of a battle is not something that everyone can do. Even among billions of people, there may not be one person who possesses this ability. The most important thing is that the original Long Xiaobao had already fought on equal terms with the 3 god emperors of the Sky Demon clan. Now that he has made a breakthrough, he can completely crush the 3 god emperors of the Sky Demon clan. However, this is not the case. After his cultivation broke through the 8th level of the Divine Lord, the battle between Long Xiaobao and the 3 divine emperors of the Demon clan was still the same as before, with both sides going back and forth, and neither seemed able to do anything to the other. Time passes by every second. The fighting between the 2 sides is still going on. However, the mood of the 3 god emperors of the Sky Demon clan became increasingly heavy and aggrieved. Because they have clearly realized that even if the 3 of them join forces, they will never be able to do anything to Long Xiaobao. The most terrifying thing is that the onlookers did not notice, but the 3 god emperors of the Heavenly Demon clan had already clearly realized that as the 3 of them besieged him, Long Xiaobao's swordsmanship became more and more skillful, but also more and more messy. Now they were finally certain that Long Xiaobao was indeed using the 3 god emperors to practice sword skills and using their attacks to hone his own supreme swordsmanship. When they thought of this, the 3 god emperors of the Sky Demon clan couldn't help but feel confused and crazy. How could such a monster and evildoer suddenly appear among the human race? If this boy is not eliminated, he will definitely become the number 1 person under the Emperor within 10 years. It is even possible to aspire to the throne of the Emperor. As members of the Heavenly Demon clan, especially the elder-level humans within the Heavenly Demon clan, they naturally do not want Long Xiaobao to continue growing. Such a genius, such a monster, should have been strangled early. Otherwise, once he grows up, there will be endless troubles. Unfortunately, at this moment, the 3 god emperor elders of the Sky Demon clan were obviously unable to do so. Although they wanted to kill Long Xiaobao, they simply did not have the ability to do so. The most important thing is, if they continue like this, they will most likely be killed by Long Xiaobao in the end. What to do? Dang dang dang. After another confrontation, the 3 god emperors of the Sky Demon clan retreated one after another. Although they still surrounded Long Xiaobao in a triangle, they did not continue to attack, but looked at each other. After a brief eye contact, the 3 god emperors of the Sky Demon clan immediately turned around and rushed in 3 different directions. Obviously, they have made a decision. If they can't win, then run away. As for the reputation of the Heavenly Demon clan and the dignity of the God Emperor, they had long been thrown behind their heads and forgotten completely. After all, if they continue to fight, they will most likely fall into Long Xiaobao's hands. There is absolutely no need to risk your life for the sake of the face of the Sky Demon clan and the dignity of the God Emperor. Only a fool would do that. Holy shit. Seeing this scene, all the aliens watching around were dumbfounded and stunned. 3 god emperors surrounded and killed a god lord, but it would have been fine if they couldn't do anything to him, but now these 3 god emperors actually turned around and ran away. This is so. What about the power of the god emperor? What about the dignity of the powerful god emperor? These 3 god emperors of the Heavenly Demon clan are simply ashamed to all other powerful god emperors. But no matter how much they despised him, the panicked escape of the 3 god emperors of the Heavenly Demon clan had made everyone present clearly aware of how powerful and extraordinary Long Xiaobao was. He fought 1 against 3 and actually made the 3 god emperors flee in panic. Although he is only a divine lord, his fighting power is comparable to that of a divine emperor at the 3rd or even 4th level. This is absolute genius. This is also an absolute evil. With such a person, as long as he does not die, the human race will surely rise. For a moment, the alien races watching couldn't help but feel envious and jealous of the human race. Shi Feishuan and the others were all excited. They never expected that Long Xiaobao would be so strong and so Biantai. However, when the human race acted like this, all the members of the Sirius tribe were panicked. Originally, with the help of the 3 god emperors of the Sky Demon clan, they thought they could easily annex the human race. However, they did not expect that a man named Long Xiaobao would suddenly appear in the human race and drive away the 3 god emperors of the Sky Demon clan. Without the help of the god emperor of the Sky Demon clan, what would their Sky Wolf clan do? Continue to fight and kill the human race. Don't be ridiculous. The 3 god emperors couldn't defeat Long Xiaobao. What could the Tianlong tribe use to fight against them? It was like an egg hitting a stone. It was pure death. Fear, terror, panic. For a moment, all the members of the Tianlong tribe looked ashen and filled with despair. What's more, many members of the Tianlong tribe couldn't help but hope and pray in their hearts. Dear ancestors of the Tianlong tribe, please save the Tianlong tribe. Boom. At this moment, just when the 3 god emperors of the Sky Demon clan were about to escape, a terrifying and vast pressure suddenly descended from the sky above the battlefield between them and Long Xiaobao. That terrifying pressure swept across the starry sky within a radius of hundreds of thousands of meters in an instant. Buzz buzz buzz. For a moment, everyone present, whether they were the aliens watching or the human and Sirius members present, all of them trembled in their hearts. Under this sudden pressure, everyone felt as if they were about to suffocate, and even breathing became extremely difficult. What's going on? The 3 god emperors of the Sky Demon clan were also shocked. Their originally fleeing figures came to a halt uncontrollably. The next second, everyone looked up. Above the 9 heavens. In the sea of stars. I saw a snow wolf, as tall as a person and several meters long, with long silver-white hair all over its body, standing proudly in the starry sky, overlooking everyone present with its deep eyes. The terrifying pressure and overwhelming power all come from this silver-white snow wolf. Looking at him, everyone present was stunned. What is this? Sirius. It doesn't seem like it. But if it is not Sirius, then what is it? There doesn't seem to be such a creature among the known myriad species in the starry sky, right? Ha ha ha. But at this moment, before anyone could think about it, a member of the Heavenly Wolf clan who was at the Divine King level suddenly burst into laughter. The ancestor of my Heavenly Wolf clan has appeared. The ancestor of my Heavenly Wolf clan has appeared. Undoubtedly, this God King was also one of the many Heavenly Wolves who had just prayed for the ancestors of the Heavenly Wolf clan to appear and protect them. He had just finished praying when this powerful snow wolf appeared in the starry sky. If this snow wolf was not the ancestor of their Heavenly Wolf clan, then what else could it be? The God King of the Sirius thought so, and the other Sirius members who had just prayed also thought so. Their prayers were answered. The person in front of them is the ancestor of their Tianlong clan. The ancestors appeared. Ha ha ha. For a moment, most of the Tianlong tribe members couldn't help but cheer. The ancestors have appeared. The ancestors have appeared. The sound of one after another. Seeing this scene, the powerful alien warriors from other races present were all stunned. Is this really the ancestor of the Sirius clan? No way. Even the 3 god emperors of the Sky Demon clan frowned. However, no one noticed that when the members of the Sirius clan shouted the ancestor has appeared, the snow wolf in the starry sky couldn't help but twitch its mouth. But make no mistake, this is definitely not messy, it's just pure anger. These lowly guys actually dare to compare themselves with the extremely noble Lord Wolf. What the hell, my ancestor, you look down on me. Before Snow Wolf could think about it, the previous Heavenly Wolf God King spoke again, extremely excitedly, Ancestor, the human race wants to destroy our Heavenly Wolf clan. I beg you to destroy the human race and revive our Heavenly Wolf clan. Buzz. When the Wolf God King said this, everyone was shocked. Shi Feishuan and others were even more nervous. Roll. But at this moment, the Snow Wolf Demon King glared at the Heavenly Wolf God King and cursed, who the hell is your ancestor? Are you insulting Lord Wolf's wolf character? Bang. As soon as the Snow Wolf Demon King finished speaking, the God King Realm Heavenly Wolf exploded into a ball of blood mist. In an instant, the whole place was silent, and everyone was stunned. Chapter 1835, 2 Bullying. Dead silent space. Weird atmosphere. Originally everyone present thought that the sudden appearance of the snow wolf was the manifestation of the ancestor of the Sirius clan, but now it seems that this is not the case. Since he is not the ancestor of the Tinlong clan, then who is he? Everyone was stunned, puzzled and confused. However, the Snow Wolf Demon King did not care about these. He glanced at the three powerful god emperors of the Sky Demon clan who were about to escape, and then said in a cold voice, without any room for doubt, you, and you, all of you, get out of here, Master Wolf. Well, when the Snow Wolf Demon King said this, everyone present was stunned. The three demons were also confused. Then, the demon of the second level of the Divine Emperor could not help but ask, no, I don't know what the senior means by this. As he spoke, he looked anxious and confused. I don't know your uncle. The Snow Wolf Demon King shouted angrily, go back quickly and continue fighting. What? After hearing this, the three god emperors of the Sky Demon clan were completely stunned. Go back. Keep fighting. Does this mean they will continue to fight with Long Xiaobao? Damn, what the hell? There is no way I can beat him, okay. Etc. Suddenly, the demon of the second heaven of the Divine Emperor seemed to have thought of something. He looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King, then looked at Long Xiaobao who was not far away, and thought to himself. Why did this senior ask us to take action? Could it be that he has a grudge against Long Xiaobao, or that Long Xiaobao has offended him, but he is too disdainful to take action against Long Xiaobao, so he plans to use the three of them to deal with Long Xiaobao. Thinking of this, the demon in the second level of the God Emperor couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At least this way, they were safe for the time being. But if we talk about helping the Snow Wolf King deal with Long Xiaobao, they do want to. But what if I can't win? Immediately, the Sky Demon of the second heaven of the Divine Emperor looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King, and then said with a helpless and bitter face, Senior, the three of us are naturally very happy to teach this damn human race a lesson on your behalf, but even if the three of us joined forces, we are no match for him, so Senior, please see. Are you a fucking idiot? Are you helping Wolf Master teach Bao Master a lesson? Can't you see that Wolf Master and Bao Master are in the same group? The Snow Wolf Demon King cursed angrily. Are you guys in the same group? The demon in the second level of the Divine Emperor was completely stunned. The others present were no exception. Since you are in the same group, why do you force the three god emperors of the demon clan to take action against Long Xiaobao? What's the idea here? This is totally unreasonable. What the hell are you still standing there for? Before everyone could think about it, the Snow Wolf Demon King yelled, hurry up and take action, or do you believe that the Wolf Master will kill you directly? Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the Snow Wolf Demon King burst out with his martial arts skills. God Emperor, Fifth Heaven. As the first lackey under the command of the Little Fairy, no, as the Little Fairy's most loyal servant, the Snow Wolf Demon King naturally received special care from the Little Fairy. In the words of the Snow Wolf Demon King himself, it is a foregone conclusion that Lord Wolf will achieve the throne of the Emperor in this lifetime. Even if Lord Wolf spends all his time eating, drinking and having fun instead of practicing, his cultivation level will soar rapidly, and his cultivation speed will crush all the geniuses and monsters in this world. Of course, this is a later story. Buzz. As the Snow Wolf Demon King displayed his martial arts skills, everyone present couldn't help but be shocked. Especially the three god emperors of the Heavenly Demon clan. The fifth level of the Divine Emperor. Even so, they felt that the Snow Wolf Demon King's aura was even more terrifying and powerful than the 5th level God Emperor or even the 6th level God Emperor warriors they had encountered before. They even had a feeling that once they started fighting, they wouldn't be able to withstand a single move from the Snow Wolf Demon King. This Nima. It's okay to have only one Long Xiaobao. Now a monster even more terrifying than Long Xiaobao has appeared. The most important thing is that these two monsters are actually in the same group. Is this going to allow people to survive? The three god emperors of the Sky Demon clan were in a mess and even went crazy. But at this moment, Long Xiaobao suddenly said, there are only two paths before you now. Well, the three demons were stunned. Then they all looked at Long Xiaobao. The situation is stronger than people. If we fight, we will definitely not be able to win. Then let's listen to what choice the other party wants the three of us to make. Long Xiaobao continued, first, continue to fight me, and use all your strength. If you can kill me, you can leave alive. I can assure you that the Wolf King will never embarrass you, and can even escort you out of this ancient domain. Go all out. Can I leave the ancient domain alive by killing you? Your sister. You think we don't want to go all out? You think we don't want to kill you? It's not that we don't want to, but we still have the minimum self-awareness. Kill you. That's simply impossible and unrealistic. And the second one. When he thought of this, the demon in the second level of the God Emperor couldn't help but ask a question. The second one. Long Xiaobao's face darkened, and he said, "To me, your only value now is to accompany me in sword practice. So, if you refuse, I will join forces with the Wolf King to take your lives directly." Practice sword, I'm practicing your sister. The three God Emperors of the Heavenly Demon clan felt as if thousands of alpaca horses were galloping through their hearts. After all, they are also powerful people at the level of God Emperor. In the 72 domains, it is absolutely invincible. Now, a powerful man at the level of the God Emperor has become a tool for others to practice swordsmanship. But they couldn't refuse. Because to refuse would mean they would die immediately. But can you survive if you don't refuse? The battle just now has already explained it all. They are no match for Long Xiaobao at all. If they fight with Long Xiaobao to the end, they will definitely be defeated in the end, and they will definitely be the ones to die in the end. This feeling, it's too frustrating, too helpless, and too bullying. Have you thought about it? Before the three God Emperors of the Sky Demon clan could think about it, Long Xiaobao asked again, "Do you want to fight me, or do you want me and the other two to destroy you directly? I miss your sister. Choose your uncle." The three God Emperors of the Sky Demon clan looked at each other. There was an unprecedented determination in their eyes. "Since I'm going to die anyway, I'll fight you to the death. If we die, you won't have an easy life. Kill." In an instant, the three God Emperors of the Sky Demon clan rushed out. This time, they were full of vigor. This time, they were full of murderous intent. This time, they have made up their minds to perish together with their loved ones. Good to come. Long Xiaobao was not surprised but happy. He shouted loudly, and then rushed out directly. Fight to support war. Long Xiaobao needs to improve his current swordsmanship through life and death trials. Although the Snow Wolf Demon King is a 5th-level Divine Emperor and can bring life and death pressure to Long Xiaobao, it is obvious that the Snow Wolf Demon King will not take Long Xiaobao's life, so he is definitely not a suitable sparring partner. But the three powerful God Emperors in front of him are different. If they want to survive, they can only fight to the death with Long Xiaobao. Long Xiaobao believed that if the three God Emperors joined forces and fought to the death, they would definitely pose a certain threat to him, and this was exactly what he urgently needed now. The war against the God Emperor breaks out again. Everyone present stared at the battlefield, as if afraid of missing something. However, the Snow Wolf Demon King didn't care at all. The battle of the God Emperor. 1 against 3. Equally matched. Stop kidding. Right now, Long Xiaobao is only using his own divine power to replace the divine weapon. If he unsheathes the divine weapon time, these three God Emperors of the Sky Demon clan will not be enough for him to defeat. Chapter 1836, The Queen Has Ordered. The Snow Wolf Demon King knew very well the true strength of Long Xiaobao, so he didn't pay any attention to the battle between Long Xiaobao and the three God Emperors of the Sky Demon clan. Instead, he looked at the Sky Wolf clan with a mocking and amusing look on his face. This scene made the members of the Heavenly Wolf clan tremble in their hearts. They who were originally paying attention to the battle between the God Emperors also looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King. Feeling the mockery and amusement in the eyes of the Snow Wolf Demon King, all the members of the Heavenly Wolf clan were afraid, nervous, uneasy, and restless. "Senior." Molly said this even more tremblingly. "Your sister, call me Wolf Master." The Snow Wolf Demon King shouted angrily. Yes, Lord Wolf." Molly responded repeatedly. Snort. The Snow Wolf Demon King snorted coldly and said, "Tell me, how should Lord Wolf deal with you? What to do with us?" Hearing this, Molly's heart trembled again. Bang! The next second, he knelt down in the starry sky and said tremblingly, "Wolf, Master Wolf, I am willing to lead the entire Heavenly Wolf clan to join Master Wolf. From now on, I will follow Master Wolf's lead and will not refuse even if I die." As soon as Molly said this, the alien races that were originally paying attention to the battle with the God Emperor also looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King and Molly. They never thought that Molly would choose to surrender with his entire clan. But thinking about it makes me feel relieved. Although the Sirius clan is quite powerful, they cannot be compared with the powerful ones at the level of the God Emperor. At this moment, in this situation, they had no choice but to surrender. Unfortunately, although they wanted to surrender to the Snow Wolf Demon King, the Snow Wolf Demon King would not accept them. You wretches, cowards, and losers want to follow Master Wolf. What are you thinking? Suddenly, the Moli was stunned, speechless, and even a little at a loss. What me? The Snow Wolf Demon King cursed angrily. The Queen has ordered that all of them be captured alive. After saying this, the Snow Wolf Demon King shouted again, "Come here, tie him up." Buzz. When the Snow Wolf Demon King said this, the hearts of all the members of the Heavenly Wolf clan trembled again. Then, they all looked at the Patriarch Moli with inquiring eyes. That look seemed to be saying, "Chief, should we surrender or fight to the death?" The Ink official looked embarrassed. Tied. At this time, Shi Feishuan shouted directly. Since the Wolf King had given the order, he naturally dared not disobey. As for strength, Shi Feishuan believed that with the Snow Wolf Demon King in charge, the Heavenly Wolf clan would not dare to resist at all. Unexpectedly, as soon as Shi Feishuan finished speaking, the Snow Wolf Demon King looked at her and said with a hint of dissatisfaction, Hey, what do you mean, are you trying to steal the monster?" Well, upon hearing this, Shi Feishuan was stunned. Stealing monsters? What's the meaning? Although she was puzzled, she still said, "Senior, didn't you say to tie them up?" The Snow Wolf Demon King rolled his eyes. "I did say to tie them all up, but I didn't say to tie them up either. If you don't let us do it, then who will do it? Is there anyone else around who can help you?" Shi Feishuan was puzzled. Buzz. The next second, a black vortex appeared directly in the starry sky above the Snow Wolf Demon King. After the space vortex appeared, a wolf demon directly emerged from the vortex. Seeing this scene, everyone present was stunned and even a little dazed. However, everything has just begun. After the first wolf demon appeared, the second, third, and fourth followed. In the blink of an eye, 100,000 wolf monsters gathered behind the Snow Wolf Monster King. These 100,000 wolf demons were exactly the 100,000 wolf gods that the Snow Wolf Demon King took away from the Shenwu continent. At this moment, 100,000 wolf gods lined up in an orderly formation, looking at the Snow Wolf Demon King in front of them, and shouted in unison, "Lord Wolf." That sound was so neat and orderly. The momentum was huge and powerful. That level of awesomeness shocked everyone present. The Snow Wolf Demon King groaned softly and said, "Tie up all these ugly monsters." "Yes, Lord Wolf." 100,000 wolf gods responded and rushed directly towards the Heavenly Wolf clan in front. Seeing this scene, all the members of the Sirius clan present were stunned for a moment. What to do? Surrender or fight to the death? Boom 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 boom. It was also at this time that the 100,000 wolf gods who rushed over directly displayed their martial arts skills. The 100,000 wolf gods, without exception, were all warriors at the Divine Emperor level. Gurgle. Seeing this scene, the members of the Sirius clan couldn't help but swallow their saliva. They were petrified, stunned, and terrified. What is the concept of 100,000 Divine Emperors? The total number of all the gods, emperors, and even kings in their entire Tinlong clan is less than 10,000. Faced with 100,000 Divine Emperors, how could they dare to resist or struggle? Except for the Sirius clan, all other alien races present were also terrified. This naturally includes members of the human race, including Shi Feishuan. 100,000 God Emperors. Just thinking about it makes them excited and thrilled. After all, these 100,000 God Emperors are all subordinates of the Snow Wolf Demon King, and the Snow Wolf Demon King and Long Xiaobao are in the same group. The most important thing is that Long Xiaobao is a human. In this case, doesn't it mean that from now on, the human race has the support of 100,000 God Emperors? However, the 100,000 wolf gods did not think so much. They rushed directly into the Heavenly Wolf clan's team and attacked directly. Bang! One of the wolf gods slapped a god king of the Heavenly Wolf clan with one claw, and then quickly sealed the other's cultivation with a special method, and then picked up the other in one bite. This wolf god is like this, and the other wolf gods are no exception. In just one encounter, thousands of god kings of the Sirius clan were captured. As for those divine emperors and divine lords, a group of god emperor wolf gods surrounded them and beat them up, threatening them, "If you dare to resist, we will kill you." In this case, the god emperor and the god emperor of the Tinlong clan dared not resist or struggle. After all, 100,000 god emperors were not something they could contend with, not to mention there was a snow wolf demon king eyeing them covetously on the side, so even if they were unwilling or dissatisfied, they had no choice but to endure it. Bang, bang, bang. After a brutal beating, the wolf gods used the same method to seal the emperor and the lord gods of the heavenly wolf clan, and then fought them one-on-one and held them in their mouths. All this seems long, but in fact, from start to finish, it takes less than a minute. Absolutely swift. Also the absolute quantity. It is obvious that this is not the first time that these 100,000 wolf gods have done this. After dealing with the God Lord, God Emperor, and God King of the heavenly wolf clan, the 100,000 wolf gods returned directly to the snow wolf demon king. The leading wolf god even said directly, reporting to Lord Wolf, the mission is accomplished. The snow wolf demon king responded and said, take them all back to the seven killing palace. Yes, 100,000 wolf gods responded. Then they dived into the huge vortex in the starry sky and disappeared from everyone's sight. The 100,000 wolf gods came quickly and left quickly. The alien races watching around were dumbfounded. The shock caused by the 100,000 wolf gods made them unable to calm down for a long time. Chapter 1837 Who dares not to kill? Who cannot be killed? 100,000 divine emperors plus a monstrous Long Xiaobao and the snow wolf demon king of the 5th level of divine emperor, this force is enough to sweep away any race within the 72 domains. The most important thing is that this may not be the full strength of Long Xiaobao and others. That is why the people present here are full of curiosity and imagination about the 3 words 7 killing hall. When Long Xiaobao killed 3 god emperors in a row in the divine realm, he said that he was a member of the 7 killing hall. Now the snow wolf demon king mentioned the 7 killing hall again. What kind of organization is this? What kind of force is this? Although everyone present was very curious about this, they were destined to not get any information related to the 7 killing hall. At least for now, they are unable to uncover the mystery of the 7 killing hall. All the gods, emperors, and kings of the Sirius clan were captured. After a brief moment of distraction, everyone's attention returned to the battle with the God Emperor. At this moment, the 3 God Emperors of the Sky Demon clan were all shocked as if the sea was turning upside down. These are 100,000 Divine Emperor realm warriors. As one of the 6 royal families in the starry sky, the Demon clan has far more than 100,000 Divine Emperor realm warriors in its clan, but the number is not too different. The Heavenly Demon clan is like this, and the other 5 royal clans are naturally no exception. As for other races outside the 6 royal families, it is impossible for them to have so many Divine Emperor warriors. But what about now? The race before us actually had 100,000 warriors at the Divine Emperor level. In terms of the number of Divine Emperors, this race is already the 7th largest race in the starry sky. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that they had never heard of this race before, let alone seen it with their own eyes. Where did this race come from? What is the true strength of this race? Questions one after another continued to trouble the 3 powerful God Emperors of the Sky Demon clan. As a result, they feel anxious, uneasy, nervous, and even panic. After all, the unknown is always the most terrifying. The 3 God Emperors of the Sky Demon clan were like this, but Long Xiaobao was furious. You dare to be distracted while fighting me, don't you want to live? Buzz. As soon as Long Xiaobao said this, the 3 God Emperors of the Demon clan came back to their senses instantly. They knew that this was not the time to think about these things. If they cannot defeat the human monster in front of them, then today, all 3 of them will die here. Once they die, what does everything after that have to do with them? Defeat him. Stay alive. The next second, the aura of the 3 powerful God Emperors of the Sky Demon clan suddenly changed. They have made up their minds to fight to the death. Flowing light dance. Blazing flame soul sword. 8 directions, 1 morning. In an instant, the 3 God Emperors of the Sky Demon clan displayed their martial arts powers at the same time. Although using their magical powers would consume a great deal of their own divine power and even make them weak, but now that things have come to this, the 3 God Emperors of the Sky Demon clan have no choice. Because they knew very well that if they continued to fight like before, they would not be able to do anything to Long Xiaobao, and there was even a high possibility that they would be killed by Long Xiaobao in the end. So they had no choice but to give it a try. Boom 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 boom. 3 magical powers came straight towards Long Xiaobao, causing the starry sky to shake and the space to shatter. Waste. However, Long Xiaobao gave a stern rebuke. Great Zodian sword and shield. The next second, the divine sword in his hand danced. In an instant, divine power surged around Long Xiaobao and condensed into 7,200 colorful sword beams around his body. 7,200 sword beams weaved into a sword net, protecting Long Xiaobao tightly. The Great Zodian Sword and Shield, evolved from the Hunyuan Sword and Shield, is one of the magical powers currently mastered by Long Xiaobao. Boom, boom, boom. In a brief moment, the three magical powers of the three god emperors of the demon clan directly hit Long Xiaobao's Great Zodian Sword and Shield. When the magical powers collided, a thunder-like explosion shook the starry sky. The terrifying force impact caused the starry sky around Long Xiaobao to be annihilated bit by bit. Not only that, the impact force was spreading in all directions at a speed visible to the naked eye. 300 meters, 700 meters, 1,600 meters, 3,700 meters. In the blink of an eye, the impact force had swept to a radius of 5,000 meters. Wherever it passed, all space was annihilated and endless space storms surged out. Run! Seeing this scene, even the aliens who were watching around them thousands of meters away scattered and fled in panic. Shi Feishuan and others were naturally no exception. Boom! The next second, the terrifying energy shock dissipated. Immediately afterwards, a violent gust of wind swept directly tens of thousands of meters away. All the fleeing aliens felt a sharp stinging pain on their cheeks as the wind blew. Only at this moment did they clearly realize the horror of the war with the God Emperor. If they had escaped a little bit later, they would have been killed by the terrifying impact at this moment. Even if he doesn't die, he will at least be seriously injured. It's so scary and horrible. Is this the true strength of a God Emperor? The Lord of Gods and the Emperor of Gods, there is indeed only one level of difference, a world of difference. Huff, huff, huff. Huff, huff, huff. The alien races who were watching were terrified, but the three God Emperors of the Sky Demon clan were gasping for breath. The previous high-intensity battles coupled with the current consumption of martial arts supernatural powers have almost exhausted their own divine power. Although they are still powerful God Emperors, they are already at the end of their strength. However, the three God Emperors of the Heavenly Demon clan didn't care about these at all. They only cared about the human monster Long Xiaobao in their eyes. Dead. Looking at Long Xiaobao who was in the star storm in front of them, they couldn't help but think in their hearts. The three God Emperors displayed their martial arts supernatural powers at the same time. Even the strong men of the third and fourth level of God Emperor might not be able to withstand it. They didn't believe that Long Xiaobao could survive. However, imagination is beautiful, but reality is always cruel. After a while, the space storm around Long Xiaobao gradually dissipated. How is that possible? The demon of the second level of the God Emperor realm opened his eyes wide and couldn't help but exclaimed. This is true for the demons in the second level of the God Emperor's heaven, and the demons in the first level of the other two God Emperors, heaven are no exception. At this moment, Long Xiaobao stood proudly, and the great Zodian sword and shield still firmly protected his whole body. Under the three magical powers, Long Xiaobao was unharmed. Nothing is impossible. The next second, Long Xiaobao shouted loudly, and the great Zodian sword and shield instantly dissipated. Then, Long Xiaobao spoke again. I originally planned to let you live a little longer, but you should never use your martial arts skills at this time. You are now exhausted of your divine power. You are obviously at the end of your strength. Since you are at the end of your strength, you are naturally not qualified to serve as my sparring partner. Since you have lost your qualifications as sparring partners, what's the point of keeping you around? Buzz. When Long Xiaobao said this, the three God Emperors of the Sky Demon clan couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. However, Long Xiaobao ignored him. A cold light flashed in his eyes and murderous intent emerged. Die. The next second, Long Xiaobao shouted loudly. The three God Emperors were shocked. Senior, no. At this moment, Shi Feishuan in the distance suddenly stopped them in a hurry. Long Xiaobao frowned and glanced at Shi Feishuan in the distance. The three God Emperors of the Sky Demon clan breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at Shi Feishuan. Shi Feishuan thought for a moment, looked at Long Xiaobao and said, Senior, the Sky Demon clan is not like the Sky Wolf clan. As one of the 6 royal clans in the Starry Sky, the Sky Demon clan has over 100 God Emperors and an Emperor Zun in charge. If you kill the 3 God Emperors of the Sky Demon clan, the Sky Demon clan will definitely not let it go. At that time, although Shi Feishuan did not continue speaking, her meaning was already very clear, that is these three god emperors of the Sky Demon clan must not be killed. Yes, yes, yes. As soon as Shi Feishuan finished speaking, the three god emperors of the Sky Demon clan immediately responded in succession. My Sky Demon clan has over 100 god emperors, and we have the emperor in charge. If you kill us, the Sky Demon clan will never let you go. By then, there will be no place for you in the world. That's right. Even if you don't consider yourself, you should consider the entire human race. Let us go, and we will forgive what happened today. Otherwise, you and the entire human race will surely be in great trouble. Call. After the three god emperors of the demon clan finished speaking, Shi Feishuan could not help but clench her fists. She hated the looks on the faces of the three god emperors at this moment and even wanted to kill them. But Shi Feishuan knew better and understood that the human race could not do this. Although I am unwilling, I have no choice. Shi Feishuan was like this, and the other human beings present were no exception. Although Long Xiaobao is strong, the Sky Demon clan, one of the 6 royal families, is not someone they can afford to provoke. Oh, but at this moment, Long Xiaobao sneered, and then said with contempt and disdain, one of the 6 great royal families. More than 100 god emperors. The emperor is in charge. So what? Snort. After saying this, Long Xiaobao snorted coldly and said, in this world, there is no one that I, Long Xiaobao, dare not kill or cannot kill. Even if there is, it is definitely not a demon like you. Buzz. When Long Xiaobao said this, everyone present was stunned. The 3 demons were distracted and furious. Die. Long Xiaobao however shouted loudly. Base. The next second, a sharp and crisp sword sound was heard. In Long Xiaobao's hand, the magic weapon time is unsheathed. Fight him. Upon seeing this scene, the demon from the 2nd level of the God Emperor realm roared in anger. Kill. In an instant, the 3 demons rushed towards Long Xiaobao again. An ant trying to shake a tree does not know its own strength. Long Xiaobao shouted, do you really think the God Emperor is so great? I didn't kill you just now because I wanted to practice sword skills with you. Now die. Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Xiaobao disappeared from the spot. Seeing this scene, the 3 great demons were stunned. They stopped moving and were all in a daze. Brush. At this time, a cold light flashed in the void, and the divine weapon time approached the God Emperor's 2nd level heavenly demon. Chapter 1838, Extermination of the Clan. Long Xiaobao slashed with his sword, and the God Emperor and the 2-level heavenly demon were shocked. He wants to hide, but Long Xiaobao's sword was too fast and too powerful, leaving him no chance to dodge. Puff. Blood is gushing out. With one sword, Long Xiaobao cut off the entire right arm of the God Emperor's double heavenly demon. Ah! The pain of broken arm caused the God Emperor's double heavenly demon to scream miserably. That cry was heart-wrenching and gut-wrenching. Even the foreigners who were watching couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. However, Long Xiaobao did not stop and continued to attack with one sword after another. His sword was as fast as lightning and as fierce as thunder, not giving the God Emperor and the 2 heavenly demons any chance to react or dodge. Puff. After the right arm comes the left arm. Puff. After the left arm comes the left leg, and after the left leg comes the hind leg. In the blink of an eye, the God Emperor's 2nd level heavenly demon was chopped into a stick by Long Xiaobao. The heart-wrenching pain almost made the God Emperor's double heavenly demon faint. But he knew that he couldn't fall asleep, because once he did, he would never wake up. So he gritted his teeth, and his soul left his body, giving up his existing physical body. However, at the moment when his soul left his body, a completely transparent, even illusory slender jade hand stretched out from the space beside him. Under the infinitely terrified eyes of the God Emperor's 2 heavenly demon soul, this slender jade hand directly pinched his neck and then dragged his soul into the starry sea space. From the beginning to the end, the spirits of the God Emperor and the 2 heavenly demons did not even have the chance to resist or struggle. Not only that, it all happened too fast and too suddenly. It was so fast that no one noticed the fact that the soul of the God Emperor's double-level heavenly demon had left his body. Suddenly, no one noticed the shocking change that the God Emperor's double-level heavenly demon soul was abducted. Puff. After the God Emperor's double-level heavenly demon soul was abducted, Long Xiaobao simply chopped off his head with a sword. The God Emperor falls. But no one knew that he was not dead yet, but his soul had been abducted. After killing 2 heavenly emperors, Long Xiaobao attacked another heavenly demon again. Same way, same means. Long Xiaobao first cut off the opponent's limbs, forcing his soul to leave his body. Then, that delicate hand would capture the other person's soul. After the other party's soul was abducted, he killed him with a single sword. In the space of a breath, Long Xiaobao killed 3 god emperors in a row. 3 god emperors fell. The whole place was dead silent. Everyone looked at Long Xiaobao and didn't even dare to breathe. The fact that Long Xiaobao fought 1 against 3 and remained undefeated in a battle against 3 god emperors with his divine power had already made everyone realize how powerful and terrifying he was. However, they didn't expect that they still underestimated Long Xiaobao. In the space of a breath, he killed 3 god emperors. What a powerful strength this is, and what a terrifying strength this is. Although he is a divine master, he can already stand shoulder to shoulder with the powerful men at the 5th or 6th level of the divine emperor. This is a genius, but also a monster. However, Long Xiaobao didn't care about these. He put away his magic weapon time and looked at Shi Feishuan in the distance. Then he said calmly, "Do you think that if I don't kill them today, the heavenly demon clan will give up?" This. Shi Feishuan was stunned and speechless. Long Xiaobao continued, "The Sky Demon clan has already given birth to the intention to annihilate our human race, so even if I don't kill them today, the Sky Demon clan will still attack the human race. In this case, just kill them." After a pause, Long Xiaobao continued, "Of course, you don't need to care about the revenge of the Heavenly Demon clan. I have my own arrangements." After saying this, Long Xiaobao no longer paid attention to Shi Feishuan, but looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King and said, "Wolf King, the rest of the matter is left to you." "Okay." The Snow Wolf Demon King smiled and said, "Just wait and see. Lord Wolf doesn't have any hobbies. He usually likes to raid a house or exterminate a clan." Hearing this, everyone present felt a chill and became confused. "Do you like to raid a house or exterminate a clan? What's your hobby? Isn't it a bit too weird?" But no matter what, the people present have clearly realized that the Sirius clan is finished. Call out. As soon as the Snow Wolf Demon King finished speaking, Long Xiaobao disappeared out of thin air. This scene once again stunned and shocked everyone present. Disappear out of thin air. I'm afraid even the powerful God Emperor can't do this, right? However, how could they know that Long Xiaobao did not disappear out of thin air, but was just taken into the holy prison space by the little fairy? Ahem. Before anyone could think about it, the Snow Wolf Demon King pretended to cough lightly. Everyone came back to their senses instantly. The Snow Wolf Demon King glanced at Shi Feishuan and said, "Are you the leader of the human race?" Shi Feishuan was stunned at first, then immediately said, "Reporting to the senior, I am the current patriarch of the human race." "What's your name?" "Reporting to the senior, I am the junior Shi Feishuan." Shi Feishuan, right. Very good. The Snow Wolf Demon King said, "The Queen has ordered that the Heavenly Wolf clan intends to annex the human race and deserves death. So all the Heavenly Wolf clan's servant gods, mysterious gods, earth gods, and heavenly gods are now captured and sent to the 7 Killing Palace for the Queen to deal with. Now, you humans will cooperate with Lord Wolf to capture all the God Realm warriors of the Heavenly Wolf clan. Is there a problem?" Hiss. When the Snow Wolf Demon King said this, not only Shi Feishuan and other human members, but also other alien races who were watching could not help but gasp. Capture all the Divine Realm warriors of the Tianlong clan. This is indeed a plan to confiscate the property and exterminate the entire clan. After all, without the Divine Warriors, the Tianlong clan would simply not be able to survive. Sooner or later, they would be annexed and enslaved by other races. I have to say, this mysterious 7 Killings Palace is so cruel and ruthless. No problem. After a moment, Shi Feishuan responded somewhat absent-mindedly. That's fine. The Snow Wolf Demon King smiled slightly and said, "Remember, anyone who dares to resist will be killed directly. Now, let's get started." "Yes, senior," Shi Feishuan responded. At this time, some of the surrounding alien races came forward and stood in front of the Snow Wolf Demon King. "Senior, our Sky Python clan is willing to serve you at all costs. Senior, our Tianyu tribe is also willing to cooperate with you to capture the remnants of the Tianlong tribe. Senior, my Dragon Ape tribe is also willing to help you. Senior, there is also my Lion Tiger tribe." Members of the God Lord realm from all races spoke up to cooperate, hoping to please the Snow Wolf Demon King. After all, the Snow Wolf Demon King is a super powerful being at the 5th level of the Divine Emperor. This opportunity to curry favor with him is rare, and they don't want to miss it easily. Of course, there were exceptions. Even among the alien races who were watching, the vast majority of them still had the attitude of watching the show and had no intention of trying to please the Snow Wolf Demon King. After all, in their opinion, the Snow Wolf Demon King is strong, but can he be stronger than the Sky Demon Clan? The mere God Emperor is nothing in front of the Heavenly Demon Clan. Just now, Long Xiaobao killed 3 God Emperors of the Sky Demon Clan. The Sky Demon Clan will definitely not let it go. By then, whether it is the Snow Wolf Demon King or Long Xiaobao, they will definitely not escape death. If he tried to please the Snow Wolf Demon King at this time, he would undoubtedly be asking for trouble. It might even anger the Sky Demon Clan and bring him fatal disaster. They are not stupid. Of course, those who now come forward to please the Snow Wolf Demon King are naturally not stupid. They knew that the Snow Wolf Demon King had offended the Sky Demon Clan, and they also knew that the Sky Demon Clan would definitely not let it go. They were even more aware that if they tried to please the Snow Wolf Demon King at this time, they would offend the Sky Demon Clan. But even so, they did it anyway. Why? Because wealth and honor are achieved through risk. If they are willing to please the Snow Wolf Demon King and his gang even though they know that they have offended the Heavenly Wolf Clan, they will definitely be valued by the other party in the future. The most important thing is, in their opinion, since Long Xiaobao dared to blatantly kill the 3 God Emperors of the Sky Demon Clan, he must have something to rely on, or he has enough confidence to withstand the revenge of the Sky Demon Clan. In that case, what do they have to fear? To put it bluntly, these alien races who are now running up to please the Snow Wolf Demon King are all gambling. The Snow Wolf Demon King was clear about this. He secretly took note of the races these aliens represented, and then said directly, "If that's the case, then what are you still standing there for? Get started." Remember, as long as they are God Realm warriors from the Heavenly Wolf Clan, none of them can be spared. Catch them and throw them directly into here. As he spoke, the Snow Wolf Demon King raised his claws and pointed forward. In an instant, a huge black vortex appeared directly in front of him. The black vortex connects to the holy prison space. As long as the members of the Sirius tribe are thrown into the black vortex, it is equivalent to sending them to the holy prison. The moment they saw the black vortex, everyone present was stunned. Fortunately, this was not the first time they had seen this black vortex, so they did not take it too seriously. Instead, they assured the Snow Wolf Demon King, "Don't worry, Senior. We will complete the mission." As soon as these words fell, the god-level warriors from all races rushed directly towards the closest life planet to them. Shi Feishuan also began to mobilize the human army and advance towards the Sirius camp. After all, the Sirius is not a person or a group, but a race. It is simply unrealistic for just a few people to capture all of their Divine Realm warriors. This is also the only reason why the Snow Wolf Demon King asked Shi Feishuan to lead the human race to cooperate. There are simply too many divine warriors in the Heavenly Wolf Clan. If the Snow Wolf Demon King does not rely on the human race and only relies on himself, it will take a long time to catch him. As for the resistance of the Tianlong tribe, the Tianlong tribe will definitely resist, but now, all the gods, emperors, and kings of the Tianlong tribe have been captured. What is the point of their resistance? A turtle in a jar. Meat on the chopping block. What awaits the Tianlong tribe is to be captured alive and thrown into the holy prison. Chapter 1839, Long Xiaobao, Come Out and Die. A few months ago, in the ancient domain, the war between the human race and the Sirius race caused a lot of discussion among the major races, and in many places there were even gambling games based on the victory or loss of the two races. To put it bluntly, although the war between the human race and the Sirius race was massive, in the eyes of the vast majority, or even all races, it was just a big show to spice up their lives and add fun. But today, several months later, the huge changes that occurred in the war between the human race and the Sirius race had just been reported, which caused an uproar among all races and cast a huge shadow over the entire 72 outer realms and the eternal divine realm. Even the entire 72 outer realms and the eternal divine realm were caught in an atmosphere of panic and fear. It was not for any other reason, but because what was originally a simple racial war between the human race and the Sirius race actually involved the demon race, one of the 6 royal families. Moreover, the heavenly demon clan even dispatched 3 god emperor level powerful men for this purpose. Although the heavenly demon clan used the name of the 100 Races Alliance to forcefully interfere in the matter by claiming that the human race had violated the 100 Races Covenant, anyone could see that the heavenly demon clan was maliciously retaliating against the human race because the last time Ye Bufan of the human race participated in the Domain Lord competition, he caused huge losses to the heavenly demon clan in the 5 domains. Of course, that's not the point. The point is, the human Long Xiaobao, who once killed 3 god emperors in the divine realm and had disappeared for a long time, actually appeared again in the ancient realm, and with him was a god emperor of the 5th level of an unknown race. Not only that, the most unbelievable thing is that under the obstruction of the human race's leader Shi Feishuan, Long Xiaobao actually blatantly killed the 3 god emperors of the Sky Demon clan. What does he want to do? Is he crazy? Those are 3 god emperors, and they are the 3 god emperors of the Sky Demon clan. Although the loss of the 3 god emperors would not cause any serious damage to the Sky Demon clan, but what are the Sky Demon clan? That is the Star Royal family. What does the Starry Sky Royal family care about most? Its face. Long Xiaobao openly killed the 3 god emperors of the Sky Demon clan, which was undoubtedly a slap in the face of the Sky Demon clan. Will the Demon clan let this go? Definitely not. What awaits Long Xiaobao and the entire human race next will surely be a violent revenge from the Sky Demon clan. As for the human race, the life and death of the human race has nothing to do with them. Even if the demons destroyed the human race, no one would care. All races care about is how the demons will destroy the human race. For this reason, the attention of all races was focused on the Sky Demon clan, waiting for the Sky Demon clan's revenge, or in other words, waiting for the beginning of this big drama. Purple Emperor Territory, Territory Lord's Mansion. After learning about what happened in the Taiku domain, Ye immediately found Ye Bufan and wanted to tell Ye Bufan what happened in the Taiku domain. Unfortunately, before Ye could meet Ye Bufan, he was stopped outside Ye Bufan's door by the God Emperor elders of the 5 royal families. They even set up restrictions outside Ye Bufan's door to prevent Ye's shouting from affecting Ye Bufan. After all, they knew very well why Ye came to Ye Bufan at this time. But in the eyes of the 5 royal families, Ye Bufan is now just a tool to help them refine the Hongmeng Yuanyi, and they naturally will not let anything affect Ye Bufan. As for whether the human race lives or dies, it has nothing to do with them. After being intercepted by 5 powerful god emperors, Ye was extremely furious, but soon, as if he had thought of something, he simply put his hands behind his back, hummed a little tune, and leisurely left where Ye Bufan was. This scene left the 5 great god emperor elders confused. Of course, they didn't care too much about it. After all, for them, as long as they kept an eye on Ye Bufan, everything else had nothing to do with them. In fact, whether it was Dark Knight or the 5 god emperors of the 5 royal families, they didn't know. Even if Ye Bufan knew what happened in the primordial domain, he would not care too much. Why? It's very simple. Others don't understand Long Xiaobao, but he knows it very well. Although Long Xiaobao is not very old, his scheming is far beyond that of ordinary people. If he was not absolutely sure, would he openly kill the 3 god emperors of the Sky Demon clan instead of escaping and transferring with the human race? It's impossible. Plus the 2 idiots, the Snow Wolf King and the Little Fairy. Once Ye Bufan knew what happened in the ancient domain, he could guess at the first moment that this was definitely a trap dug by Long Xiaobao for the Sky Demon clan, and the result would definitely be that the Sky Demon clan would be in big trouble. Of course, this is a later story. Ancient domain. The battlefield between the human race and the Sirius race. 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, the human race has been frantically capturing the Divine Realm warriors of the Heavenly Wolf clan. Not only the human race, but also those alien race members who intend to please the Snow Wolf Demon King are cooperating with the human race in the frantic capture of the Divine Realm warriors of the Heavenly Wolf race. In 3 days, the powerful gods of the human race and more than a dozen other races have captured countless god-level warriors of the Heavenly Wolf clan. But even so, 3 days later, they are still capturing god-level warriors of the Heavenly Wolf clan. The truth is that there are too many god-level warriors in the Tinlong tribe, and it is impossible to capture all the god-level warriors in a tribe within 2 or 3 days. What's more, the passage to the holy prison opened by the Little Fairy was limited, which greatly prolonged the time for the human race to capture the divine warriors of the Sirius tribe. But even so, the Snow Wolf Demon King still didn't care about it. At this moment, he was strolling leisurely in the starry sky, like a mind supervisor, supervising the human race and capturing the divine warriors of the Sirius clan. At the same time, after Long Xiaobao killed the 3 powerful god emperors of the Sky Demon clan, the strong men from other clans also rushed to the battlefield between the 2 clans in the Taiku domain. Among them are not only divine lord warriors, but also many divine emperor warriors. They came here naturally to see the current situation of the human race, and also to see how the demons would eventually take revenge on the human race. But of course when they arrived at the battlefield between the 2 races and saw what the human race had done, they were dumbfounded. What are humans doing? It would have been fine if they didn't run away after killing the 3 god emperors of the Sky Demon clan, but now they are actually capturing the god realm warriors of the Sky Wolf clan in full swing. These humans must have had their heads kicked by donkeys, right? Aren't they afraid of revenge from the demon clan? Or they knew they could not escape death, so they just gave up resisting. But this isn't right. Even if you give up resistance, what's the point of capturing these divine warriors from the Tinlong tribe? Wouldn't it be easier to just kill him? And that black vortex in the starry sky, what is that? Why did the human race members throw the captured Heavenly Wolf tribe's divine realm warriors into this black vortex? There is also the Snow Wolf, whose entire body is snow white, leisurely strolling in the starry sky. He should be the powerful man at the 5th level of the Divine Emperor as rumored, right? But what the hell is this race? Why have we never seen it before? Also, where is Long Xiaobao? Where did he go? Did he run away? In short, in the eyes of these powerful alien warriors who came later, the scene before them was extremely weird. It's neither normal nor reasonable. That is why they all became secretly alert. After all, they are not fools, and they naturally understand that there must be something wrong when things are abnormal. The current situation, either all humans have gone crazy, or they are bluffing, or this is a trap. Of course, the possibility that all humans have gone crazy is still very small. As for the bluffing, that's easy to understand. But if this is a trap, then what is the human race planning? Plotting against the demon clan. Stop kidding. With the strength of the human race, how can they plot against the demon clan? If not, then, is it really the case that the human race is bluffing? Maybe, maybe not. In short, even if the people present racked their brains, they still couldn't figure out what the human race was trying to do. Perhaps it is because of this that the heavenly demons have not shown up yet and have not come to take revenge yet. Time flies and 2 days have passed. Today is the 5th day since Long Xiaobao killed the 3 god emperors of the Sky Demon clan. However, the Sky Demon clan still has not shown up, let alone come to retaliate, while the human race is still busy capturing the god realm warriors of the Sky Wolf clan. Finally, some people couldn't help but laugh and curse. What the hell, why haven't the Sky Demons arrived yet? Are they scared? Shish, keep your voice down. If the demons hear you, you will die. What are you afraid of? I'm the God Emperor of the Soul Clan. Do you think the Sky Demon clan dares to kill me? Besides, am I wrong? 3 God Emperors were killed. The Sky Demon clan should show up and ask for an explanation, right? But they haven't shown up in 5 days. Tell me, are they afraid? Haha, this brother is right. I think the Sky Demon clan is afraid. It's normal for them to be afraid. After all, 3 God Emperors have already died. If 3 more God Emperors die, the Heavenly Demon clan will suffer a huge loss. The sounds came one after another. People from the 5 royal camps began to laugh at the Demon clan wantonly. Their purpose is very clear, which is to force the Demon clan to show up. As for the rest, whether this was a trap set by the human race or the human race was bluffing was none of their business. The worst that could happen is that the demonic clan would destroy the human race. In any case, they wouldn't suffer any losses. Now they have been waiting here for 2 days and they don't want to wait any longer. It was noon. Perhaps it was the ridicule from other ethnic groups that worked. Or maybe it was because the demon clan finally couldn't hold back any longer. In the starry sky, a roar came from far away and exploded in everyone's ears. Long Xiaobao, come out and die. Chapter 1840 Queen, help me. Long Xiaobao, come out and die. A loud shout caused the hearts of all the powerful people of all races in the starry sky to tremble violently. The demon clan is coming. In an instant, they all instinctively turned their heads and looked in the direction of the voice. On the surrounding life planets, the human members who were frantically capturing the heavenly wolf tribe's divine realm warriors also stopped their actions and looked in the direction of the source of the sound. The same is true for members of the Sirius clan. However, compared to the solemnity of the human race, the Sirius clan is only excited and thrilled at this moment. These 5 days were like a nightmare to them. Run, you can't run away. I can't beat him. That feeling is so depressing, so helpless, and so desperate. Now, the demon clan is here. The human race killed the 3 god emperors of the heavenly demon clan, and the heavenly demon clan will certainly not let them go. Once the demons destroy the human race, they will be free and safe. Everyone in the Sirius clan thought and hoped so in their hearts. However, they did not notice that the moment the roar was heard, the Snow Wolf Demon King, who was originally strolling in the starry sky, stopped immediately, and a playful and mocking smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Although it only flashed by, it seemed to be saying, "It's finally here." The next second, the Snow Wolf Demon King, like everyone else, looked sideways in the direction of the sound. In the starry sky, a black shadow rushed over, and in just an instant it was already 1,000 meters away from the Snow Wolf Demon King, and also appeared in the sight of everyone present. Hiss! After seeing these demons, everyone present couldn't help but gasp. For no other reason than 1, 2, 3, 430. This time, the Sky Demon clan actually dispatched 30 powerful god emperors. These are 30 god emperors. With such a force, it wouldn't take long for it to sweep across the entire ancient domain. It is conceivable that this time the demon clan must have made sufficient preparations before entering the ancient domain. In other words, they were guarding against the conspiracy and sneak attacks by Long Xiaobao and the human race. The behavior of the Sky Demon clan naturally attracted the ridicule of the other 5 royal clans. Tisk tisk, the Sky Demon clan is indeed worthy of being the Sky Demon clan. It is indeed powerful and has a profound foundation. In order to avenge Emir Long Xiaobao, they actually dispatched 30 god emperors. This formation and this arm are awesome. Ha ha ha, who says it's not true? 30 god emperors against Emir Divine Lord level Long Xiaobao of the human race, this I can't help but accept it. What are 30 god emperors? Did you see the old man in the purple gold dragon robe who is leading the group? Do you know who he is? Hey, I've never seen this old man before. Who is he? I'm afraid you'll be scared to death if I tell you this. He is the last leader of the Sky Demon clan, Mo Qingtian. Fuck, Mo Qingtian. A strong man from the 9th level of the Divine Emperor. What do you think? Nah, 30 god emperors are fine, but the leader is a super strong man from the 9th level of God Emperor. This Sky Demon clan is really awesome. Haha, this is just the beginning. Apart from Mo Qingtian who is at the 9th level of the Divine Emperor, don't you realize that there are several people at the 8th and 7th levels of the Divine Emperor among these people? Fuck, it's true. I know several of them here. They are all powerful god emperors who have been famous for many years in the Sky Demon clan. Tisk tisk, the Sky Demon clan has such a large formation, are they trying to scare Long Xiaobao to death? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The laughter that rose one after another echoed in the starry sky. The 30 god emperors of the Sky Demon clan couldn't help but look livid. They were angry, furious even. But they did not refute anything because after all, the Sky Demon clan was indeed making a big deal out of nothing this time. After all, if the human race really wanted to plot against them, they would not have to send out 30 god emperor level powerhouses at once. However, the demon clan had no other options. After all, it is better to be safe than sorry. There is a high possibility that the human race has other intentions in its current situation, so they have to be on guard. Of course, they can also choose not to come and give up revenge. But if that happens, where will the face of the demon clan be? Snort. The next second, Mo Qingtian, the leader among the 30 heavenly demon god emperors, snorted coldly, then looked directly at the Snow Wolf Demon King who was 1,000 meters away in front of him and said, "Where is Long Xiaobao now? Let him roll out and die." Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, everyone's eyes fell on the Snow Wolf Demon King. The Snow Wolf Demon King glanced at Mo Qingtian, then said lazily and disdainfully, "Who are you? Just because you ask Master Bao to come out, does that mean Master Bao must come out? Besides, do you know any manners? Do you have any family education? Shouldn't you introduce yourself before talking to others?" Hiss. When the Snow Wolf Demon King said this, everyone present couldn't help but gasp. Isn't this demon wolf too arrogant? How dare a mere god emperor of the 5th level challenge Mo Qingtian of the 9th level? Doesn't he want to live anymore? Although the onlookers were like this, all the powerful god emperors from the demon clan who were present were furious. Unfortunately, just as they were about to explode, Mo Qingtian waved his hand to stop them. The next second, Mo Qingtian looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King coldly and said, "You are very good. I hope you can be arrogant again later." After a pause, Mo Qingtian said, "As for who I am, I will not change my name. I am from the Sky Demon Clan, Mo Qingtian. Now, let Long Xiaobao come out." What the hell? As soon as Mo Qingtian finished speaking, the Snow Wolf Demon King immediately became furious. "Old man, what do you mean? Are you trying to intimidate your wolf master?" Mo Qingtian frowned and was slightly angry. The Snow Wolf Demon King cursed directly, "Why are you staring at me, you old man? If you stare at me again, do you believe that I will dig out your eyeballs?" Nima. After hearing this, everyone present was in a state of confusion. They had seen many arrogant ones, but they had never seen one as arrogant as the wolf demon in front of them. This is simply costing one's life. Court death. It was also at this time that Mo Qingtian, who had been forbearing for a long time, finally became furious. What the hell? Seeing that Mo Qingtian was about to make a move, the Snow Wolf Demon King immediately became timid. He laughed and said, "Senior, I was just joking with you. Don't be so excited." While speaking, the Snow Wolf Demon King secretly said in his heart, "My queen, are you okay? If not, your wolf cub will be beaten to death." Shut up. In an instant, the voice of the little fairy sounded in the Snow Wolf Demon King's mind. The little fairy shouted angrily, "Hold on for a while. I still need some time. Besides, how long has it been? If you don't act like a jerk, who will beat you? Who can beat you?" Hearing this, the Snow Wolf Demon King curled his lips, as if to say, how could the Wolf Master be so shameless? However, outsiders naturally could not hear the conversation between the little fairy and the Snow Wolf Demon King. That is why, looking at the Snow Wolf Demon King in front of them, everyone couldn't help but twitch their lips. This guy was so arrogant just now, but now he is just cowardly. Still a wolf. Is this a funny guy hired by the monkey? Mo Qingtian's mouth twitched as well. But in just a moment, he shouted angrily, "Stop talking nonsense and tell me, where is Long Xiaobao now?" "Senior, I really don't know about this," the Snow Wolf Demon King said bitterly. "In that case, what's the point of keeping you?" Mo Qingtian shouted angrily, "Kill him for me." "Yes, ancestor." The 29 god emperors of the Sky Demon Clan responded in unison. Bang! The next second, before they could make a move, the Snow Wolf Demon King was scared to his knees in the air, and looked at Mo Qingtian and said anxiously, "Senior, you can't kill me, this is a conspiracy of the human race." Hearing this, Mo Qingtian frowned. He waved his hand to stop the demon god emperor who was about to take action, then looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King and said coldly, "Tell me clearly, what is the conspiracy? What exactly does the human race want to do? If I tell you, can you not kill me? You can't lie to me. My words are as good as gold. I will never lie to you. Then what guarantee do you have? With so many people watching, do you think it's necessary for me to lie to you? That won't work. Who knows if you two are in the same group?" Mo Qingtian's mouth twitched, and he said, "What do you want me to say? You have to promise me that you won't kill me once I tell you." "Okay, I promise you, as long as you tell me, I will never kill you." "Senior, do you think I am a fool?" "What do you mean? You don't understand what I mean, it's just empty talk. If you go back on your word, what should I do? How could I, a great ninth heaven god emperor, go back on my word? Moreover, there are so many people watching here. You have no shame, but I still have some dignity. No, you still can't promise me that. What the hell do you want? I told you, as long as you promise not to kill me, I will tell you the conspiracy of the human race." I'm so fucking. Mo Qingtian was going crazy. Not only him, but the people around him also had messy faces. They discovered that this wolf demon had a brain problem and was completely abnormal. "Ancestor, I feel like he is deliberately stalling for time." But at this moment, the demon beside Mo Qingtian suddenly reminded him. Hearing this, Mo Qingtian's face darkened. What the hell? The Snow Wolf Demon King stood up, glared at the demon and said angrily, "What do you mean, you little bastard? Do you want to spit blood on the wolf? Kill him." Unexpectedly, Mo Qingtian stopped talking nonsense to the Snow Wolf Demon King and just said in a cold voice. Kill. In an instant, 10 demons at the God Emperor level rushed directly towards the Snow Wolf Demon King. Oh my god. The Snow Wolf King was so frightened that he ran away. My queen, help me, your wolf cub is about to be beaten to death. Chapter 1841. The queen has arrived. My queen, help me, your wolf cub is about to be beaten to death. When the Snow Wolf Demon King said this, everyone present was stunned. The 10 God Emperors of the Sky Demon clan who were originally charging towards the Snow Wolf Demon King also paused. Your Majesty. What the hell? Could it be that this so-called queen is the person behind the scene? When they thought of this, the 10 God Emperors of the Sky Demon clan looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King with vigilance on their faces. The other 20 Sky Demons, including Mo Qingtian, who was a God Emperor of the 9th heaven, also had a look of alertness on their faces. However, 3 seconds passed, 5 seconds passed, 10 seconds passed until 20 seconds later, the so-called queen still did not appear. Asshole. In an instant, all 30 powerful God Emperors of the Sky Demon clan were furious. There is no doubt that they were deceived by the Snow Wolf Demon King, and that so-called queen did not exist at all. Kill. With this thought in mind, the 10 powerful God Emperors of the Sky Demon clan once again rushed towards the Snow Wolf Demon King. Oh my god. The Snow Wolf King was so frightened that he fled again. My queen, if you don't show up, your wolf cub will really be beaten to death. Is it this damn queen again? Although they had learned a lesson before, the 10 God Emperors of the Sky Demon clan could not help but stop. There was no other way. Everything before their eyes was weird, so even if they were powerful God Emperors, they had to be on guard. However, after another 30 seconds, the so-called queen still did not appear. Damn, you, sir. The 10 God Emperors of the Sky Demon clan were all furious. Mo Qingtian shouted angrily. Don't worry about the queen anymore, just kill this bitch wolf. Kill. The 10 God Emperors of the Sky Demon clan attacked again. Oh my god. The Snow Wolf King fled again. My queen, help me, I'm dying, your baby wolf is really going to die this time. Unfortunately, this time the 10 God Emperors of the Sky Demon clan ignored the so-called queen. They still rushed towards the Snow Wolf Demon King madly and furiously. The Snow Wolf Demon King naturally couldn't just sit there and wait to die. As he ran, he shouted, My queen, if you don't come out, the old baby will really be beaten to death. Woo, please come out quickly. Bastard, queen, your uncle. It would have been better if the Snow Wolf Demon King didn't speak. As soon as he opened his mouth, the 10 God Emperors of the Sky Demon clan all became furious, so much so that their speed suddenly increased by 3 points, and the distance between them and the Snow Wolf Demon King was shortened to a mere 20 meters. Feeling the 20 extremely cold murderous intentions behind him, the Snow Wolf Demon King's fur stood up and he was trembling with fear. He could only muster all his strength and run, and run. If possible, the Snow Wolf Demon King naturally didn't want to run away, but there was no way. He couldn't win against 10 people alone. Moreover, he couldn't keep running in one direction, so he could only circle around the surrounding star field. This is because, if the Snow Wolf Demon King keeps running in one direction, the distance between him and the little fairy will inevitably become farther and farther, and by then the little fairy will have no time to rescue him. But circling around this star region like we are doing now also has great disadvantages. That is, the Sky Demons are not fools. They can't just keep chasing after the Snow Wolf Demon King. 4 minutes later, the 10 God Emperors of the Sky Demon clan seemed to have figured out the escape route of the Snow Wolf Demon King. That was why they instantly scattered in all directions and surrounded the Snow Wolf Demon King from all sides. 30 seconds later, the Snow Wolf Demon King was completely surrounded by the 10 God Emperors of the Sky Demon clan. Run, can you run again for me to see? Staring at the Snow Wolf Demon King, one of the God Emperors of the Sky Demon clan gritted his teeth and cursed angrily. Outnumbered 10 against 1, the Sky Demon clan was already in the wrong, and now it took them such a long time to successfully encircle the Snow Wolf Demon King. Snow Wolf Demon King. For them, this was simply a huge shame and humiliation. Looking at the 10 demon god emperors surrounding him, the Snow Wolf Demon King couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Bang! The next second, he knelt down in the starry sky. If you can't beat them, just give in. This is the Snow Wolf Demon King's usual style of behavior. Brothers and uncles, the little wolf knows his mistake, so just treat him like a fart and let him go. Looking at the 10 powerful god emperors of the Sky Demon clan, the Snow Wolf Demon King